No, I didn't either. I wasn't looking in the guest request. I promise you.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all see how they do me?
Dude, they said, now you see how I feel? That's
So
crazy.
like last week or so, I sent a photo of the bag, and y'all totally missed it.
What?
Yeah, and
I didn't see it.
I was telling you that I messed up the bottom. And when you mess up with leather, you just messed up. There's no going back. Uh,
Oh, shit.
yeah, and so
You
I
sent
got
it last week?
yep, and so I got I got some more leather in.
Oh, my fucking gosh. Do that. Oh, my gosh. Whew. Lala, look at this fucking bag. Oh, my God. Do that.
You like it?
Yes. God damn, do that.
That's just a little
Is
something
that the
I do
one that
on.
I get? Is that the one I get to get?
Yes. Yes,
Oh my god.
but
Where is
Oh my
it?
god. Huh? Huh?
Where is it?
It's in the chat. You got to scroll up. I don't know what day it's on because my thing isn't putting the dates on it. It's before Friday. It might have been on Thursday that she sent it because the next text was on a Friday. Goddamn, I'm so excited.
I just have to
Oh my god,
learn
that
it.
motherfucker is fine. Do that.
I like to work with good leather, so it's a little weighty,
Oh
but
my god.
not so much so that you can't um, put anything in it or carry it.
That when I tell you, like I'm looking at it and it just speaks, like it's screaming my name. That is so me.
Is it
Like
okay?
that
Oh,
is
Good.
do that.
yeah,
That is
I like
so
it.
fucking me. You did you see it?
Yeah.
Whew,
Well, I'm glad you like
honey.
it.
I
Oh, and I got another injection, and it seemed to work. So I've been working hard on it, and they want to do a PRP instead of surgery. So
What's a PRP?
platelet rich plasma. They will draw my blood, separate the plasma, and then inject it into my elbow. The plasma.
Oh, okay.
They do it for um, athletes, but
Is
well,
that's outpatient type stuff?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's just yeah. So I'd rather do that than surgery. So, but
Yeah,
I'm glad
that's
you
why I
like it.
haven't gotten my rotator cuff done. I don't want surgery on shit like that.
surgery.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
don't blame you. I don't blame
So
you.
I've been working hard on it since it feels better.
Girl, you did the damn thing on this. Like this is the Jezebel bag, y'all, that we've been waiting on. Dudette made the bag from scratch. Like she architected.
No,
She what is it?
design.
Designed. God, she designed the no. You designed the design,
Huh?
not designed the design.
No.
What is the word? What is the right word? You architect.
Oh, I get what you.
You were the architect of the design, or she
Yeah.
designed. Yeah, she designed the pattern, and then she stitched
Painted,
it, painted it, cut it.
punched
Like
out all the holes one by one.
like man, this Jezebel bag is gonna be it. It's gonna be it. We're excited. It's been what? How long? Seven
It's been a
months?
long
Has it
time,
been
but
about 7 months?
yeah, but I injured my arm before you even started the lives. That's just how long I've been dealing with the injury. So
Yeah. Well, and we got to make sure that you know, people catch on to it because like we got to make the Jezebel bag the shit. That's the
yeah,
thing. Yeah, yeah. But I'm so excited. I can't show y'all yet until she's ready for the reveal. But I can't. I can tell y'all that I'm fucking excited and I'm in love with it. I'm in love with it, and like the type of person that I am, like the type of bags that can stand on its own, right? Like I don't like flimsy purses and stuff like that. My brother bought me a Louis for Christmas, and the only reason why I carry it is because he bought it for me. But I don't like bags that can't stand on the. If I have to set them down, I don't want the bottom of my bag, the actual bag, to touch the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the way you've done that, it just it screams me. Yeah, it just
I'm glad
screams me.
because that's me too. I was just discussing that with my daughter. Like I can't stand bags that fall over, especially when I'm driving and my bag is in the passenger seat. I don't like that.
Yeah.
So you get me, I get you. But
Yes, yes, yes,
I'll
ma'am.
go mute. Hi everybody. Hi Fee.
Hello, Fee. Hey, Selena.
Hi Selena.
Hey.
So, since this is a research-based live, research-focused live, I kind of changed the topics to where it's just topics, right? Not question formed, because I do have some questions surrounding these topics that I'm hoping will lead us into research-based type discussions. And then if we don't get people to come up and have discussions with us, then we can still just focus on the research of them. That way we're not sitting here in silence. Because if anything, y'all know me, I can't stand asking people to do a thing. Like if we live, we gonna make time. We gonna make do of our time while we're live and get something out of it. So this is the best way that I saw that we can still do that. So I still need to go deeper into this Moses being Elohim thing in the Hebrew text. I've already had a believer in the comments losing his shit over number one. And again, I'm going to bring you up in a minute if you are still here. But again, this is based off of what the Hebrew text says and not the forced translations like what we saw with Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20. There is no preposition for like or as in Exodus 4:16 or Exodus 7:1 when the God is giving his divinity to Moses. The next question or topic that I want to discuss is this idea of the spiritual death when even like in the Hebrew, but also in the translation, we can clearly see that something happened to the mind of Adam and Eve. And so just talking about the clear contradiction there, the Christian doctrine saying that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death when the text is implying or pointing to something awakening in the mind. So how can those two things be true? Children and indoctrination centered around the train up a child in the way that he should go. That scripture, we'll focus on that. I have a couple of questions around that. And then still correcting biblical information and facts. That one, I think we're going to be on for a while because I think that's the issue that we face a lot in these conversations is, that believers rather hang on to what they were told and taught growing up and instead of what the book actually says.
Mm-hmm.
So what do y'all think about this format here?
I think it should be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lala.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. I think I like it. I think it should be a lot easier for them to follow. I think sometimes they get lost in the questions and they don't realize that the format of Thursday is a little bit different. So I think this should be a good way to transition to research.
I agree with Fee. Um, Hopefully it will get them to think a little bit if they are able to follow, you know?
Yeah, I hope so.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick. I'm not seeing those heart me's, those team bracelets, and those popular arrows flying. We are still within the first hour. So please start tapping and let those gifts fly. They're only 1 cent, 2 cent. So we should be able to get um her in the FYP really quickly.
Thank you, Lala. All right. I don't know if Kindred Spirit is still here. I know he was in the comments going off. Uh, but Kindred Spirit, if you're still here and you want to discuss the Elohim thing, now I am opening the guest box for you guys to come up. JP, are you still here? He's still loading on TikTok Studio. I see that he is teacupped on Yalzian.
Yeah, he's still
Yeah,
teaching.
he
Yeah.
is.
I don't know if
He
it's
could
because he's
be
still
all
loading. TikTok Studio still has him loading, so he might drop out.
Mm.
What's up to the YouTubers? What's up, Ray? What's up, Cindy Prim? How are y'all? What's up, Mama Laga? Okay, I don't think that he's going to connect. All right, so the guest box is open, and it's with the research style. If you are a nerd and you have a research-based question, you can come on stage, you can participate, and you can ask a research-based question based on any one of these topics. But the discussion forums are geared towards believers and anyone deconstructing with a research-based question as well. If you are an atheist, I'm gonna ask that you sit this one out unless you are a nerd with stage privilege to come up and ask a research-based question. Does that make sense? So like friendlies that aren't a nerd, sit this one out.
And please make it center around research. Thank you.
Okay, so for Moses being called Elohim, it is Exodus 7:1 is the primary one because he was called Elohim to Pharaoh. Kindred spirit, real, since you are here, you are arguing that it is authority, right, and not divinity. So this, it says Va Yomer, this is Yahweh Elohim or God, El Moshe Ve'eh Re'eh Nehach Ta'tich Elohim La Pharaoh. Okay, so the issue here is that there is no preposition, right? This word right here, Elohim La Pharaoh. There is no preposition like for in Hebrew it would be like ki, le, ha, right? There is no one. It just says God. Can you see that real? It says God the Pharaoh. Okay. So basically your God is saying to Moses that you will be a God to Pharaoh. Now, in translations, because of the Christian belief that nobody can be like God, right? Or nobody can see God or nobody can be God but your God. What they've done is they've forced a translation that says, I place you in the role of God to Pharaoh. Or put you in the role of God to Pharaoh. And that's not what it says. I just explained the context to you. And I'm showing you what it says in the Hebrew. Like I just explained that to you. And you're more than welcome to come on stage instead of commenting back and forth. Thank you very much. What did you get me?
Chicken minis in the parfait.
Oh, thank you. Hold on, y'all.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
I just came off mute to say the same thing.
Man.
Yes, thank you for the. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll forgive them. They got me
Between
Chick-fil-A. I'll forgive them for not telling me about the zoo. I said I will forgive y'all for not telling me about the zoo since I got Chick-fil-A.
That's
I believe
cute.
that y'all love me still.
You wasn't gonna go.
like literally, y'all know the days that I go live, but that's okay. Y'all have fun. Y'all have fun at the zoo.
If I figured that you would have go,
Uh huh.
you would have went. I would have told you.
I'm sure. I know you would, son. I'm just joking with you. Yeah.
Tell them to top it off with a box of honey buns.
Yeah. Give me a box of honey buns
No,
and we'll
you
be good.
did. You did. You wrong for that, but you brought back memories.
No.
that was
Yeah.
rough.
It's all good. It's all good. But honestly, I would have gone to the zoo today if had they told me about it. I would have gone. But
Yeah.
yeah. But
About to tell my
real, are you
son
gonna come up? Huh? You say what?
I want some Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A makes it better. And the like Chick-fil-A's parfait is really good.
Mm-hmm. It
That's
is.
my point, speak
So
my mind. Instead of just assuming that I would not have gone, that I would have been on live, they could have at least said, "Hey, we're taking the kids to the zoo. Do you want to go, or do you want to reschedule your live?" And I would have rescheduled the live, no lie.
Oh, so
But
they taking in babies?
yes, the
What? Oh,
first
that's so
time at the zoo.
cute.
Yeah,
Oh, I
I'm
want
like,
to take
what?
pictures.
so
Oh,
I know yeah, lots of pictures with the animals. So I know a lot of people in the comments crashing out about Chick-fil-A. They think because of their past associations with the giving donations to certain organizations, they moved away from that because they knew it was gonna be a thing. I work at Chick-fil-A. I do food safety for two of their stores, and I get some of the insight on a lot of those things. So I get people asking, "Oh, do they not let trans people work there?" Yes, we have two trans people that work at two of the restaurants that I work at. "Oh, do they not have gay people working there?" Yes, I just worked with one of my gay directors last night. Hi. So it's. I'm sorry. I just had to come off mute because that was one of the things that I saw coming through about Chick-fil-A. And yes, the minis are delicious.
Yeah, I can only eat like two or three of them. Well, I can't. Real. I can't have this conversation with you in the chat. I'm sorry. Not that I can't, but I want. Right. Like it's just too much of a damn conversation back
now I
and forth.
want some minis.
I know. Like and the crazy thing is that I can only eat like two or three of them. But she got
Mm.
me 10, so I'll be eating
Oh,
on them all day.
I joke with
yeah,
my
Get you
that's
the
what I
expensive
do.
box.
I joke with my son all the time because he loves Chick-fil-A. I'm like, I don't eat Jesus chicken. But we did go online. Like you have to answer some religious based questions before you can become a franchise owner of a Chick-fil-A.
Really?
Yeah, their whole and I just looked online, so I don't know. Selena may know better than I do since she's got insider information. But there's a series of questions that they don't come out and say, "Are you Christian or do you hold Christian values?" But it's very much implied in the questions that they ask before they allow you to even become a franchise owner of a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, one of our owners is an atheist, and I think he lied about it.
Really? Because my question is, how are you going to verify that? Like,
Yes,
if you really want a business, you just say yeah to all of this shit they want you to say yeah
exactly.
to and then start your business. But yeah, I'm just not, I mean, I used to eat their food, not too frequently, but it's just, I mean, other than the sauce, to me, it's like, it's just chicken. You know?
I think when
It's
I
chicken.
first got it, it was like horrid. And that was when I was living in New York. I did not like it. But as soon as I went to Alabama, I think it was about 2 years ago, and I had it, my cousin got it for me. And I was like, wait a goddamn minute. This is so different from the one I had in New York. It was had much more flavor. The
It
one
is
and I
different.
yeah, the one I had in New York was just plain.
My ex-husband, we got Zaxby's here in Virginia, probably maybe 5, 6 years ago, and we didn't have it before, but we did have it in Atlanta. Every time we would go to Atlanta, he would like, let's go to Zaxby's, let's go to Zaxby's. When they came here to Virginia, he's like, it doesn't taste the same. So I do think it's
Hmm.
like regionally, the food tastes different. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like the
Yeah,
place that the food is manufactured in.
has to be because I'm telling you, it was like cardboard. Like, how are y'all going crazy over this?
Let me see. I don't know. The crazy thing is, I'm not even hungry, and I haven't eaten since yesterday, so I don't even know. Zaxby's is better than
I just want to say there's
huh?
one quick thing. I want to tell y'all one quick thing. Well, two things. One, I don't like my chicken fried at homophobia. Just fry my chicken with homophobia. I don't want that.
Fascists.
I don't want that. You could just give me the Polynesian sauce and the poly relationships. Don't put the homophobia on my sandwich. Okay, and then secondly, I got to tell you. Okay, so I went to school at UA with the founder of Zaxby's, right? Okay. Interesting story about Zaxby's. If you like Zaxby's, come to Alabama. Speaking of regional foods, okay? Zaxby's, there's this restaurant that started in Tuscaloosa called Guthrie's. Okay, the Guthrie family, they from Tuscaloosa, and all they make is chicken fingers, French fries, toast, and slaw. That's it. That's all they ever made. And it's a big deal in Tuscaloosa. It's like that's where you go for games. Like the line is down the street. It's Guthrie. It's blah blah blah. Okay, well the Zaxby boy and the Guthrie's boy were best friends. There was two. There was one on McFarland and one on 15th, right? Okay, so one of them managed one of them managed the other. They was best friends. They grew up together, blah, blah, blah. The Zaxby boy went to school for restaurant management, okay? When he graduated, he came to the Guthrie family like, hey, we should franchise these. And the Guthrie family did not want a franchise. They wanted to stay family owned, blah, blah, blah. He took the whole shtick and sold it to Coca-Cola. And they helped him build out Zaxby's. But Zaxby's is just I won't call it a bad version, but it's not the real deal. The real deal is Guthrie's. And if you eat Guthrie's, you'll realize, oh, that's what they was trying to do. It's much better as Guthrie's. Yeah. And then Raising Cane is a bad version of that. You know what I'm saying? Never eat Raising Cane. It's disgusting.
Is it in Birmingham?
I don't like Raising Cane.
I've never had it.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
It's
It's in
Guthrie's in
Birmingham.
Birmingham? Okay.
It's in Birmingham. If y'all come up to the show, it's a Guthrie's not far from where the show gonna be, right?
Doing it.
Stop and get you a plate. Get you a plate. No, well,
So we meeting at Guthrie's.
Yes,
yeah.
right?
Go to Guthrie's.
Everybody going to the show on the 9th. We meeting at Guthrie's.
Yeah, go to Guthrie's.
Meet at Guthrie's.
And once you eat Guthrie's, you'll be like, oh, that's what Zaxby's was trying to do. It's this. The sauce is better. The chicken is better. It's just a better version, right? It's just a better version. Last piece, Popeyes tastes better in New Orleans than anywhere else. That's all I'm gonna say.
Popeye's chicken sandwiches do taste better, but I don't like their actual chicken. Don't shoot me.
It's okay. You ain't got it tastes better in New Orleans. It's better in New Orleans.
Oh, in New Orleans, okay.
Yeah. If you specifically the one on Canal Street, the Popeyes on Canal Street tastes better than any other Popeyes in the world. I don't know what they do in there. I don't know what it is. I think it's because they call you baby or something. But it just makes the chicken taste better.
But do the cashiers fight like they do in Atlanta?
Yes, they fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure. I need the full authentic experience. I'm just
I
saying.
saw a lady get hit in the face with a little pot of red beans and rice.
What?
Damn.
the girl behind the counter threw a pot of red beans and rice right on that lady's face and then did the do with her ass.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their Popeyes is classic. Yeah. Best Popeyes ever. Anyway, I just want to tell you that. Eat Popeyes in New Orleans, eat Guthrie's in Alabama, and never eat Raising Cane's. And don't dip your chicken in homophobia. Those are the things we need to know that.
Alrighty.
Unless you come to the two stores I work at, I have to make money.
Oh yeah, do that. Oh, one more thing. Lortz is officially banned. That's it, bro.
What did she do?
She called that one. I can't even repeat what she said.
Not spiritual.
She called her what?
She called that lady a civil rights nigger. Never. She called that woman. I have never in all of my days, and I've heard some insults in my life, but to put civil rights nigger bitch slave apologists together is wrong. That lady called it. I will never forgive her for that. I will never, as long as I live. Ooh, God forgives, I don't. Because that was too far. It was too far, Lord. And you need to apologize to that woman for calling her that. That was too far. Civil rights nigger bitch is crazy. What did you say to that lady?
Oh my gosh.
She off my list. That's it for that. Okay, now I'm done for it.
So let me ask you a question, Bash. Have you ever researched Exodus 7:1 and Exodus 4:16?
As a matter of fact, I was just talking about that literally like 2 days ago. How Moses was a god to Aaron. And you're right. The article A isn't there. We just kind of imply it, for whatever our rhetorical goals may be. But I was literally just talking about that about 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then he was also made God to Pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
And the word there is Elohim. And then it's interesting, too, that we see Elohim used in the Hebrew text and other places. And the translators, when it isn't referring to Yahweh, they will use a small g, right? But here, it hold on. If we go to the King James, it uses a big G.
I think Dr. McClellan talked
Like,
about this one time, as a matter of fact. It was a book that he was referencing. I think it was called like, oh my God, now I can't think. I'm gonna look and find it. I think he talked about this one time. Talking about, oh my God, what was the name of that book? I'm gonna have to find the video.
and that makes me wonder, like even the translators gave him some sense of divinity in the translation as well, right? So like for believer, like we never really hear pastors talk about Moses being God, or being like God. Like when the pastors preach about it, they just call him God's mouthpiece. And we never really hear them address the fact that even the divinity or the God-like that Moses was given, it still is reflected in the text as if it is the same divinity as the God of Israel when they capitalize the divinity that Moses was given.
But of course, kind of like that lady you were talking to earlier, right? You have to kind of detach that idea, because there's only one God. You know what I'm saying? Like in the what am I saying? In that theology, in that person's theology, there's only one God. So when you read that, you just have to kind of go numb to it and just go, oh, it means like God, or it means for God, or as a God, or whatever. You just kind of imply that so to disconnect it, because that would mess up your whole theological profile.
I get why because it's the same reason that they did the forced translation with Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 19, right? We talked about this last Thursday, where there's no preposition for as one lies with a woman. As one lies with a woman. So they forced that translation because, like you said, it would mess up their whole theological profile or their doctrine, right? But the phrase mishkavi, let's see, it's right here. Mishkavi Isha. It doesn't read as one lies with the woman, and so I guess, should we engage with the text as is, right, and be more honest with ourselves and say that the translators don't actually know what this phrase actually means?
When you say we, do you mean you and I?
No, just like people who read the text.
Should, when you say, let's just one word at a time. When you say should, do you mean
as far as I'm saying, like so one of the questions that I'm asking today, right, is should biblical information be correcting biblical information and facts?
Okay.
Right? And so engaging with the text, right, when we are taught that Leviticus 18 reads, do not lie with the male as one lies with the woman, it is an abhorrence. It does not say that.
Right. So the question is, okay, while it does not say that, and we don't really know what they're saying, to be honest, the question is, what are the goals? Right. So
What is what?
What is the goal in reading it?
That's what I'm saying. So like when you said earlier about you have to read, you have to kind of like be numb to it, right? In order to, or else it would break the entire theological profile. That's why I'm asking you the question that I'm asking you now. So like, are you saying that we should not engage with the text as is?
I believe that we should engage. Personally, I believe we should engage with the text To the best of our understanding. So yes, as is, to the best that you understand it, that's how you are engage in it. That's why I was asking, when you say we, who do we mean? Like a believer engages with a text completely different than a skeptic.
But are they really engaging with the text though? Believers are more so engaged with doctrine.
Right, because when you start with a conclusion, right, you start with a conclusion and you read everything into your conclusion, right? So you eisegete things versus a person who's reading without a conclusion, you're just reading it to exegete, right? I think it's more intellectually honest to read without a conclusion, right? Just read what it says to the best that you can understand it. But when we're talking about engaging, you're engaging with a person who started with the conclusion. Right. So they may not have.
When I say engage, I mean like reading it. That's what I mean when I say, should we engage with the text? Like as we read it, right, and comprehend. That's what I mean when I say engage.
Yeah, I'm true. I'm saying, but like when we engage, like let's say you're reading it, from start to finish, right? This is what the words say on the paper. I'm taking that, no conclusion drawn. I'm learning this as I read, right? The person that we're talking to, right, they're reading it the exact other way around. They have a conclusion drawn. And so they're reading everything that they read into that conclusion, right? So now, should they read it that way? Absolutely not. But do they have the tools to read it without that? Probably not.
Right. And so that's why I asked the question, should biblical information be corrected with the facts? Right. We know what we've been taught and what we've been indoctrinated into. We were taught that Leviticus 18:23 and Leviticus 20:13 reads, do not lie with the male as one lies with the woman. But learning Hebrew and reading the book by Bruce Wells, realizing that this says Tishkav Mishkavi Isha, lie down, right? And with male, do not lie down, lying down's woman, to'avahu, to'ava it. So that's what it says, right? That it's missing a preposition for as one or like a woman.
Right.
Also learning that this word doubles as bed or to lie down, right? And so it can be a locative term, or it could be a verb, like a word that implies to lay down.
Right.
The second one is in the plural form, right? And then it's in the possessive plural form, which means that the lying down or the beds belong to the woman here. So the logical a logical entailment would be that this is about the domain of the woman, like the male that belongs to the woman, right? And if we take into consideration that Leviticus 18 is about incestuous relationships, and it's focused on the females that belong to the sexual domain or the kinship domain of a male, what would make let me ask you, just like from your, like what in this reading do you see that could justify that it's leaving that sexual domain from this female belongs to this domain to this male, and not see that same thing in this reading? Like, do you see anything that would imply differently?
Absolutely not. Well, not that I've seen. Not that I've seen.
Yeah, it's like it's just interesting that, like, because someone says, "Oh, this has to be saying as one," and they force that translation, we now have this belief in society that a God hates homosexual relationships, when there's nowhere in the text where this God or this Moses God states that.
Not in the Hebrew text. Facts.
Yeah. Do you see that in the New Testament? I see in the Romans, I think it's Romans, for they have left the natural cause of a woman. Is that in Romans?
Yeah.
I
Corinthians.
huh?
Corinthians or Romans?
Is it in Romans?
It might. It's either Romans or First Corinthians. Oh, but it might, you probably
Let me.
might be wrong.
I think it's Romans. Is it Romans 1:27?
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Talking about the way they suppress the truth and unrighteousness, and then they I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in reading this, I think it's about maleness. The issue with male on male sex. Says their females exchange natural, like that word wasn't even there. Like the word there is use. So, and then their females exchange natural use for unnatural, right? And so that's the only thing that we see them say about the women. But because it uses a utility word, right? That to me says that the writer or Paul is talking about the purpose of a woman, right? The procreation.
Okay.
Is their females exchange natural use for unnatural. That could include prostitution, right? It could include just having sex just to be having sex, not for the purposes of procreation. When it gets to the female, it doesn't necessarily say female on female sex.
True.
And then it says, in the same way, also the males giving up natural intercourse, natural use with females were consumed with. You see how it goes into more detail about what the issue is with the males? They're were consumed with their passion and desires for one another. Males committed shameless acts with males and received in their own persons the due penalty for their error. So, I think this is more about maleness and male same-sex relations than it is homosexuality as a whole, because of the rise of the patriarchy and male domination and the importance in that in the Roman Empire and ancient Israel. Because I just don't see it as a overall type, like saying nobody can have same-sex relationships. I think we've read that into that. What are your thoughts on that?
In the Roman scripture, I've always said that. I agree with you. Let me just say that I agree with you. The idea that this is somehow divinely prohibited is more of a read in than a read. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the types of conversations that I want to have, and then like if I'm on the wrong track and I'm not thinking about something on the opposite side, right? Then like I want to be challenged by that. Like, what am I not seeing? What am I not taking into consideration? Things like that. Because other than that, like if I'm not, then I don't know what to research. I don't know where to take the research. Does that make sense?
Yes. That's why I keep asking about goals, though, right? Like if your goal is to read a book with devotion, right? Then you're kind of crippled with the conclusion, right? So basically, no matter what you read, it's got to add up to this, and that thing is playing in your mind the whole time, right? So. But if your goal is to read to gain a conclusion, then, we have to be really, really honest about these texts and say, there's a lot of cultural background that's going on here, a lot of understanding that's going on here that some of it we know, some of it we don't know, right? I use all the time the word dope, right? Like if there's a t-shirt company out right now that's called God is Dope. Right. And 1,000 years from now, if someone ever comes across that that T-shirt. I don't know why it would last 1,000 years, but you get the point. 1,000 years from now, someone comes across that T-shirt and they read God is dope. They may read God is an opiate, right? They may say, oh yeah, there's another quote from around that time that says that religion is the opiate for the masses. This shirt is saying that God is a drug, right? Let go of God because it's just as bad for you as drugs are. Right. Or they may read and go, oh, no. Dope at the time was, it meant dumb. Right. So they're saying God is dumb. Or someone may read it and go, no. In that particular time, they used dope as a compliment. So they're saying God is really good. Right. And depending on, and in a person who bought the shirt today, if I went and bought that shirt, you would be reading that shirt on me how you see that shirt, right? I may be saying God is dumb, right? Or God is a drug, right? Like, let that go. You're addicted to it. But a person that walked up to me probably wouldn't read all that into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I remember you speaking about that on Verses and Vibes.
Yes, it's the same idea, right? So when we're reading back into these texts, we have the same kind of handicaps, because the more we dig into it, we can come to our conclusion about it. We can say, okay, well, based on the text itself, just the words on the paper, being as scholastic as we can about the text on paper, we think it could be this. But the weird part about language is alive. Right? Like, we do the best that we can. That's why you have people who interpret the Constitution, or that's why you have judges, because a language is alive. When we're talking about the framers of the Constitution, we're doing the best that we can, or at least we used to, right? But we used to try to do the best that we can to stick to the framework that those people intended.
But interpretation and translation are two different things, right?
Well, no, but you're right. But this is what I'm saying about, okay, again, if you're reading it to say, okay, based on the words on the paper, we're deducing this. But language is alive. Thus, it has to be interpreted. Right?
No, what I'm saying is like the adding of words to make it say a thing, right? Like adding prepositions or adding nouns in order to make it say a thing. That changes the meaning altogether. Like, you're not really, when you add words to it, you're not really engaging with what the text actually says, right?
Fact. But I'm not talking, okay. The difference between translating a thing and understanding a thing are two different things, right?
No, that's why I said that, because I'm talking about the translation, like engaging with like what the text actually says.
Yes. But the people who are reading this book are not reading it for they're not reading it for a scholastic purpose. Right? Now, if you're reading it as a scholar, as for scholastic purposes, you are correct. But most people reading this book are not reading this for a scholastic enterprise. They're reading it for a devotional enterprise. Right? And so what it says on paper is irrelevant for the most part. It is, what does it mean to me? What it says is completely irrelevant. Like when you talk about slavery, you can read that 100 times in every language. It's going to say what it said. But that doesn't matter.
No, yeah, I know that. Like, we see that even without dealing with translations, right?
Right.
Like, they do that even with like the King James, right? I guess like what I'm saying is correcting biblical information as we learn, right? And in engaging with the text as is, and correcting that information going forward, right? Like the idea that a God in the late Bronze Age condemned same-sex relationships is a forced translation.
Agreed. Yeah. But the reason that it is a forced translation is because we're trying to put it into how we understand it. How, again, it's no different than God is dope, right? How do I see that? How does that make sense to me based on, where I'm standing right now, right? And especially if you're not familiar with the language, right? If you're not familiar with the language, you're going to lose a lot. You're going to lose a lot of just in translation. You're going to lose some of it, right? Just because words don't necessarily translate perfectly, Right. So, and then beyond that, based on where this particular book sits in the culture, right, coming from that conclusion, blah 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 blah. So now, if a person was reading this in Hebrew and they added that preposition, then you could go, "Hey, that preposition isn't there. Why did you add that preposition?" And they could explain to you why they thought to add it or whatever, whatever. But that's not the case for 99% of the people who are reading it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Yeah,
you take something out.
yeah. I was gonna say, like, I feel like it was more agenda focused because, like, there are other places in this book that talks about sexual intercourse with a
Yes.
woman, and it's very explicit. Isaiah 13:16 is one of them,
Yes.
right? The what we saw yesterday in Isaiah 16 in the Hebrew, there's language there that explicitly means to have sexual intercourse,
Yes.
and it has a connotation as well as it being violent sexual intercourse, right? And it's tishkavina,
Okay.
right? That word literally means to have sex, and like we see kavi, the root word shakav there, right?
Yeah.
So, like, they knew, right? They had word if they wanted to, for Leviticus 18 or Leviticus 19 to be about male on male sex. They had language that they could use for that.
Yes. Yes. And hold on, let me just leave it at that. Yes, I have to go do an interview real quick for Boston News Station. I'm gonna call y'all. I'm gonna be right back in here.
Okay, so I'm gonna call y'all back. Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
But I think I see what you're saying, Thinker. I think the difference primarily between an interpretation and a translation is format. Like, an interpretation is usually done for spoken language, sign language, the things that I do. Translations are usually written. So I think what you're saying is that what you're seeing in the translation is an agenda by the person who translated it.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the original text, what they're saying in the translation is just simply not there. And I think that's true. I mean, and the only way to know that, honestly, is to learn the original text, learn the grammatical structure of that language, learn how that language was used. To Bash's point, which phrases were euphemistic, like which ones were literal, and you have to do the work, and the research to study that. And I personally feel like it's really, really difficult to translate something without the influence of an interpretation. I use this example all the time. In one of the classes that I had to take was a actual translation class when I was going through my interpreter training program. So we had to translate a song. We then had to sign the song, which was completely different. But my instructor was talking about a song that he interpreted. He translated it first, and it was the Destiny's Child song that talks about I forget the name of it, but the chorus is like, the shoes on my feet, I bought them. The rock I'm rocking.
Oh yeah, I depend on you.
Yeah, that one. So when he translated it, he translated rock I'm rocking to be a song, to be a music. He was like, this song. I'm like, that's not what it means. He's a white man. He doesn't know our culture. I'm like, she's talking about a ring on her finger. She bought it. And so we were talking back and forth about what those lyrics actually meant, but his translation of it was predicated upon his understanding and his knowledge and his exposure and his culture. So it's really difficult to pull yourself out of any translation or interpretation. So when you talk about something like biblical text, where there's clearly a narrative to control the way people think, to control the way they behave, it's, I think, common sense to expect that narrative to be baked into the translation. And I think you're showing it right here.
Exactly. And I think when we read the text, and even, when people are doing their own translations today, and even back then, they were doing it based off of their culture at the time. And we're doing the same thing. And so what I'm trying to teach myself to do is to take, as I'm studying it, take my modern goggles off, and as best as I can try to put myself into the culture for which the text was meant for. Does that make sense?
Exactly, yeah. And I think if someone wants to engage with the text honestly, then that's what they should be doing, as opposed to accepting what they've already concluded the text is trying to say.
Yeah, that part. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, you articulate so well. Thank you.
Thank you, friend. So are you.
All right, y'all. Let's see who's in the guest box. Oh, Sinner, are you in the guest box on purpose?
Are you?
Mo-
Monad. You can call me Monad.
Monad. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I was very. I just came up because I was very impressed with the way that you were breaking down the what I call the Clobber passages, which are for LGBT community. Now, in the one in Romans, if you read all of Romans 1, there might be a historical context there that you might or might not be aware of about what happens when you go pay homage to the pagan deities as part of your requirement of being a Roman citizen. Do you know that?
No. What is that?
Okay, so when you're a Roman citizen at that time, it was a requirement, no matter what your religion was. As part of your tax, as part of your requirement as a citizen, you not only had to pay taxation, but you also had to go pay homage to the pagan deities. Paul, in the beginning of chapter 1, all the way down to where it starts talking about that particular passage about giving up their unnatural, so on and so forth, to men to lay with men. It's actually talking about what happens as the people of Rome are paying homage to their deities, and he describes the deities. He describes what they're doing as it relates to the religion that he is trying to get these Romans to understand. And one of the reasons he's doing that is because even as Christians in that community, that was a requirement. But one of the ways that you can pay homage is not only do you pay homage and you can give alms when you go there, which is monetary taxation, but you can also give a sexual offering to some of those deities. And part of that was they had both men and women, mostly young men. We can just call them boys for this purposes. And very young women, because they had to be of a virginesque status either way, and that those pagans would then make their homage through that option. Now, so this is more about the not the necessary aspects of relationship, but of how they're worshiping and their idolatry in that aspects of worshiping. So Paul wasn't necessarily making a claim about homosexuality in general. He was talking about this particular action as it relates to how they're paying homage to their pagan deities.
Holy crap.
Yes. Because if you read right before that in 14 through 20, you'll see him describe the deities, and that they've made their deities in the image of other men, that they've made their deities in the image of other animals with four feet, with creepies and crawly things, so on and so forth. And so he's talking about how their deities are made in image, and then he's talking about what happens when they go pay homage to those deities. I say this all the time to Christians. I don't go in front of the church and say where this is done in remembrance of me, or do this in remembrance of me, and lay on the front of the altar and do that right in the middle of church. That's just not that's the kind of issue he's talking about there. And he's also talking about this to the Christians because he knows full well that even the Christians have to do that. They're required to do that as part of their taxation in Rome.
Yeah, I knew the Christians were required to pay taxes and pay homage to both the Roman gods and
Hmm.
their Hebrew gods, and if they did, and they were executed,
Right.
right? And I never ever dawned on me that even this part would be what they would have to participate in. That is mind freaking
Well, no, it's not
blowing.
what they have to participate in, because you do
Oh,
have a choice, but he is saying don't
oh, okay,
participate in that particular aspect. Not because it's a relationship thing, but because he's basically saying you are wiser than the wise men who pretends who have become fools. And he says that in one of the passages there, that they were wise and they thought they were wise and became fools. And he's talking about the pagans who do those very things in in,
okay,
in their in their idolatry. So it's again, it's not about homosexuality in general. It's about the practice in that particular setting that he's talking about.
okay. And then do me a favor and walk me through, if you can,
So
the
go back
scriptures.
to, I think we would want to probably start at 110.
Okay. Asking that by.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
asking by the gods, will I may somehow. Okay, this is when he's talking about coming. For long I will want to see you. Okay, we'll go down a little bit more. I think it goes down. Maybe we'll go down to 13. I do want you to be unaware, brothers and sisters, that I have often intended. Okay, still talking about him traveling. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly where it starts, because he goes directly from traveling almost directly into a message. I am obligated to both Greek and the barbarians. Okay, so this is where he starts to kind of get into it, and he's talking about, his obligation to speak to both, to know everybody, no matter what their religion or ideology or where they come from. And then I think, yeah, here we go, the power of the gospel. So he said, for I am not ashamed, for the gospel is God's saving power for everyone to believe, for the Jews first and also for the Greek. For in the righteousness of God revealed, though faith for faith, and he's talking about their faith and others as well, as it is written, one who is righteous will live with faith. For the wrath of God is revealed to the heavens against the ungodliness and injustice of those who, by their injustice, suppress the truth. For what can be known about God is plain to them. So this is what he's talking about, the higher government making it a requirement. He's basically talking about the higher government making it a requirement because they're also at the same time trying to suppress the truth about Christianity in Rome. And then it says, God has made it plain to them, even ever since the creation of the world, God's eternal power and divine nature, invisible through, though they have been seen and understood through the things that God has made, so they are without excuse. For though they know God, they did not honor him as God, or gave thanks to him, but they have become fruitful in their thinking, and their shameless hearts were darkened. Claiming to be wise, they have become fools, and they exchange the glory of the immortal God with images resembling mortal humans, birds, four-footed animals, and reptiles. Therefore, God gave them over to the desires of the heart, to impurity, to dishonor their bodies among themselves. They exchanged the truths about God for the lie, and worship and serve the creatures rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason, God gave them over to dishonorable passions, female exchanging nature. And this that goes into exactly the passages you were talking about before.
So
So this is.
before we go further, so when they quote this to us, therefore God gave them over in their desires of their heart. He's talking about idolatry there.
He's talking about the idolatry that they are engaging in, and he's at that passage right before that. He's talking about how the government requires this for the purposes of trying to disguise or hide the truth of Christianity, and that these men have become foolish because they are still requiring this idolatry that even these people that Paul is writing to still have to participate in. And then he's also saying, see, that, and this is what's caused them to do not just the paying of the alms and this, but this is also what's requiring them to go off into those side rooms that are next to the temple, where they can make a sexual offering with people that are specifically there, young boys and young girls who are there specifically to do that. They're hired, but they were hired specifically to be offerings in physical form.
Holy shit. Okay, keep going. Thank you. Keep going.
So this is but this goes right into the passage that you had already discussed of because we're at 27 and at this point, and that's basically where we were, 26 and 27, which is what you were going over with the gentleman before.
Okay.
So we're there. So I just wanted to read that lead up to, which is where you understand the historical context of what is being talked about in this passage, that it's more than just homosexual relationships at all, or even heterosexual relationships at all, because of the unnatural nature of having relationships with women is this form of prostitution, right? This form of idolatry variation of prostitution that was going on in Rome at that time. And that gives you a little bit more of a historical context of what Paul is talking about, rather than just a broad sweeping statement about homosexuality in general.
Damn. Thank you so much. Oh my God. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I love Thursdays. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I really enjoy your ability to break down the Hebrew. I'm a biblical scholar, so that's what I do. I understand the linguistic and historicity and anthropological history of the text, and your breaking down of Leviticus, and that was absolutely spot on, because I tell people all the time that particular text is not talking about homosexuality. It's talking about having an affair in the marriage bed. When you said a marriage bed, I went, oh my God, I have not. You are one of the first people that I have actually literally had said that to me, or heard that being said. That I heard it rather than me having to explain that.
Well, I appreciate that. So you're a biblical scholar.
I am.
Wow.
I am.
Well, we would love to, have you on the stage more often when we have questions. We do research based. I'm an atheist. I don't know if you.
I am an atheist too. I started out as a theist. I became a deist, then a pantheist, then I'm now what I would call an atheistic monist. So if you know what philosophical monism is.
No, what is
monism? Is a pre-Socratic philosophy started by Thales in about 560-something BC. Monism believes that the universe is infinite, and because the universe is infinite, there is no beginning nor end, which means that there would not be a possibility for creation, because there is nothing. It's always existed. There is no creation or destruction of it. There's only cycles which change the form of the energy throughout the universe over and over and over again. And that because the universe is a unified one infinite system, there is no separate space for deification or deity to exist outside the bounds of an infinite universe, because there is only one infinite universe.
That's interesting. Fee, have you ever heard of monism?
Yeah, and I'm over here researching now. That is actually really fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. And science is catching up with the idea that space is an infinite cycle of either big bangs and crunch, or big bangs and fizzle, which then lead to that fizzle is basically where the space ends up going so far out that the atomic structures of everything basically becomes single atoms or single subatomic particles floating in space, and without them rubbing up against each other, they can create no heat, no energy, no mass, so then it becomes dark space. But we also know through CERN research that one of those particles can at any time become unstable. And when an instability happens, it draws all of those floating molecular structures or floating atomic structures into one space, and a big bang happens again. So if it's a crunch, then what happens is gravity takes force and everything falls back into the same point. Whereas if it's a fizzle, that point can change in space depending on which one of the subatomic particles becomes unstable.
Yeah, I've heard some of that presented in kind of pieces of it in other
Yeah.
theories, but like the crunch theory is the one that makes the most sense to me. Like of all
Right.
of them, is the one that to me sounds the most plausible. And it could be just because of the limitation of my mind to understand like all of the intricacies of the math, but it does follow for me.
Right. And so if it's an infinite cycle just repeating itself over and over and over again, it's not energy dying, it's only energy changing form. And it's not follows with the principles of science, that energy doesn't die, it only changes form. So
And I think as we learn more, like as science and our tools advance, it'll get more clear. But like from what we have access to now, that's the one that makes sense.
I admit that the principles of monism do include some theoretical articles of faith. However, I do say this: it's not like a God of the gaps theory, because I am basing it on scientific basis of reason, right? And and saying it's just stuff we haven't determined where it is yet, and so that's not an article. That's not. And I'm not making a faith claim behind it either. It's just a philosophy. I could change my philosophy tomorrow if science proves that monism couldn't be correct. I would do that in a second. I just say that right now the best scenario that I can see that works and actually fits with my atheism as well, because if you don't have a beginning or an end, you have no creation.
Right.
Thereby there's no need for a creator.
Yeah, and it's funny to me that there's somebody in the comments saying that an atheist as a biblical scholar is BS, and that's
no, that's not true. In fact, that's very opposite. Exactly. Because a lot of biblical scholars are atheists, because after they study the Bible for as long as I have, for example, I'm 51. I've been studying the Bible since I was probably before that, but in a scholarly fashion since I was 20. Wow. So for 31 years.
Wow. Well, to all of y'all that ask me, how do I study the Bible and know as much as I know and not believe, here's an example of how that happens.
Yeah. You're not out of the norm with scholarship. Now, the problem with is most people don't know what the difference between a scholar and a theologian is. That's the problem.
That's true.
Because if they knew what the difference between a scholar and a theologian was, yes, an atheistic theologian, probably not. You wouldn't find that. But an atheistic scholar, all over the place. All over the place. I've gone to many biblical scholarship conventions and talks and public meetups, and that's normal, actually.
And I think the irony in that question that misses them is the thing that's most astounding for me, because ultimately what you're saying is, how is it that you can read a book and not believe it when I believe it when I haven't read it? And they don't see the irony.
Yeah, they don't even know the Pew study. They don't even know the Pew study. The Pew study says that 70% of Christians have never read their Bible through and through. 70%.
I absolutely
70%. That's
it shows.
I just can't grasp that. How can you believe in something when you haven't even read one version of the Bible through and through? And I've read multiple versions of biblical text. Multiple. I've read it in Hebrew. I've read it. I've read the Pentateuch. I've read the Tanakh, the Torah. I've read. It's just Latin Vulgate. I mean, you can't. And then you start to see things like, you start to understand the things like the midrashic understanding of the Old Testament and how Adam and Eve are not really a true male and female. This is a midrashic tale. The Jonah and the whale, midrashic tale. The Noah's Ark, midrashic tale. These were not meant to be taken literal.
What are your thoughts on the Ethiopian text being different, and them having oral traditions that the westernized books don't have? Like, we get a lot of pushback on that.
Uh-huh.
They say you're not reading the original text because the original text came from Ethiopia, and like,
The
of
original
course,
text in Ethiopia is no different, except for they decided to include the book of they decided to keep the book of Enoch and other texts that were, that were not necessary, were extra biblical, but or extra Tanakh text in the Old Testament, and extra biblical text as far as the New Testament. There's no the translations issues are exactly the same as any other biblical text when you consider that it's still being translated from other language. And so you go back, and you're still having to go back to its previous predecessor of Hebrew, and it doesn't date back. It doesn't date back any significant difference than the Greek versions. So what are we talking about there? That's a moot point.
I agree. I just wanted them to hear that from a scholar, because we say that to them all the time. That the text say the same thing. The only difference is they have extra traditions that the westernized Bible does not have. But sometimes too, we get East African believers in here, and they say, you Westerners don't know anything because our Bible has more information. They have oral traditions about the disciples being martyred, but again, these are no different than
Do you know who gave them those oral traditions?
Probably Eusebius, but no, who?
Yeah, Eusebius and other first century other church fathers, other first, second, and third century church fathers gave them those traditions. That's where they came from. That's why I can tell you for almost certain that many of the things that are talked about as far as the apostolic martyrdoms are most likely stories that are not actually based in really any truth or any other verification of any kind. We don't know that Paul died the way that he died. We don't even know, to be honest with you, we really don't have a lot of evidence that Paul even existed.
Exactly. Nobody ever met Paul.
Right.
Right. And then we don't know that his name
I'm
is
not
actually
don't
Paul,
get me
right?
wrong, I'm not a mythicist by any stretch of the imagination. There's no evidence that Jesus existed either, because we know those firsthand accounts. The five firsthand accounts that people keep bringing up. I could probably say six. But the five ones that they do is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Josephus, and Tacitus. Those are the ones that are primarily brought up. Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were anonymous texts until Irenaeus named them. Now that the dates keep changing, as scholarship figures out linguistic understanding, anthropological understanding, usage of words that wouldn't have been common in one decade in comparison to another, one area compared to another, we're finding out that these books most likely were written shortly after the apostles' passings, as an homage to the fact that they knew that there wasn't actually a live person, which means that they're secondhand accounts, and were probably written by apostolic home churches, which a lot of people don't realize that those existed either.
Thinker, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just saying that we don't know whether his name was Paul. When you said the apostolic church, are you talking about Marcion's churches? Were Marcion's churches apostolic, or?
Well, there were multiple. There were different types of apostolic home churches, not just Marcion, but like we're talking about like the early Joanites, the early Matteans or Matthew followers, the early, So we're talking about these types of groups of people that were existing already in the end, toward the end of toward the middle and end of the first century, and but here's the thing. is we didn't really know about them truly until we started looking at the writings and realized these were written by people who knew. Yes, Koine Greek is common, but here's the thing. Although Koine Greek is common, there's a difference of the type of Greek that was spoken and understood in an outlying kingdom of under Greco-Roman rule, like Jerusalem, in comparison to somebody who spoke it in Greece, in Rome, for example, right? And one of the differences is what like the person that was talking earlier talked about, like the understanding of rock, right? She understood that the rock was about the ring, and it's kind of those types of minor things that linguistics are finding, that realize that this is not something that was written in Jerusalem by people who understood Greek there. This was written by people who grew up in a culture who understood certain metaphors that the other outliers did not. And what that means then is these people were pagan converts. Mm-hmm. That's why the stories of walking on water and water into wine and raising the dead came into play, because these were shared stories. Because what happens when you bring a new religion into a different religion, it's similar to what happens with Santeria and Roman Catholicism. It's called a syncretization. And so they were syncretizing religious ideology from their old religion into the new.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And then, because I was already thinking that the writers of the Gospels were originally Greek speakers. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so yes, they did speak. Yes, they did speak Greek throughout all of the Roman Empire. But the level of Greek that they spoke in Jerusalem and in other outlying communities in comparison to what they spoke in Rome is the similar to what she was talking about earlier, when she was talking about one guy understood the culture and thought that rock meant the music rock. Mm-hmm. And one person understood that, oh, no, you did not grow up in my neighborhood. I know when she's talking about the rock, it's the ring on her damn finger.
Yeah, let me ask one more question. So I recently found out that like Isaac Newton studied the Hebrew and the Greek scriptures as well. And he was like into the occult and stuff like that. But he had a belief that Revelations, the Revelation text was originally written in Hebrew and then translated into bad Greek. And I know that there is a consensus that from biblical scholarship that Revelation was originally written in Greek, but just from a bad Greek speaking Hebrew thinker.
Yes, because Ephesus was considered an outlying community. Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing: what a lot of people don't know, the Church of Ephesus is just south of the area that it was supposedly that John the Apostle supposedly went to, an area that was just north of that, Patmos, but the thing is that we know it's not the same writer as the Gospel of John, and we also likely know that the Gospel of John wasn't even written by John, so that's a whole other issue. But there's another thing about Patmos that a lot of people don't know about this area from that historical time. Ephesus, just below it, was very religious community, but Patmos was not. Patmos was a retreat, and it was a retreat for people who were going there because the same type of underground venting that was happening, that if you've ever seen a picture of the Oracle of the chair of the Oracle of Delphi, I don't know if you've ever seen this.
I'm gonna look it up though.
So there's the Oracle of Delphi had a chair that sat over a vent, and the reason that the Oracle of Delphi was able to have visions, entheogenic, hallucinating visions, was because that vent was venting gases that would make you hallucinate. People went to Patmos because there were vents that allowed them to have entheogenic experiences. And not only that, but Patmos and surrounding islands in that area also was the only area in this part of the Roman Empire that had particular mushrooms.
Holy shit!
So
Is
here's
this why,
the deal.
is
Here's the
this
deal.
why?
The reason that you have apocalyptic visionary tales in Revelations, and they're so outside the bounds of of other biblical texts, because they're so a visionary like, is there's a reason. There's a reason.
And so is this also the reason why in Revelation he's telling him to go and get the eye salve and have a spiritual awakening?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That is interesting as hell.
And that's only something that we can come to the we can't prove that.
One second. I'm looking at the Delphic tripod right now. So it's a 3-legged stool, which the person that gave the prophecies was a woman. It was a priestess, and she sat over a crack in the earth, which vapors. The vapors that came from the earth they believed were divine, and that's what put her in the trance, and that's when she gave the prophecies.
Exactly.
Wow.
Those same exact type of vents and that exact same type of noxious gases were the exact same ones that were in Patmos.
I wonder if the seat of Moses was the seat of Moses placed over or something like that too. Is that why Moses was believed he was talking to a god?
That's something I don't think I've really looked into. I mean, because the Revelations, the only reason I looked into it is because I heard a lecture on it. And then when I heard a lecture on it, I was like, well, that kind of explains why the church fathers took Revelations in and out and in and out of the text. You know that Revelations was not always kept in as a biblical text. Yeah. It was removed and added and removed and added. It was even one of the 7 books that Martin Luther said should be removed from the text. He included seven books at the end of his version of the biblical text, where he separated them from the rest of the text and said, I'm going to include these, but these are ones I feel that should be not part of the normal canon.
So what I'm hearing is we got a whole religion based on biblical hotboxing.
No, we have a whole apocalyptic vision that is of the Bible that is based on hotboxing. Yeah. Yeah. Because that apocalyptic vision is apocalyptic and visionary because that person was tripping their balls off.
Holy shit. That is so funny.
And it sounds like they were. And the fact that you have humans in this day and age trying to convince us that this shit was actually true is beyond me. But it does make way more sense.
Mm-hmm. And again, that's why the early church fathers thought to remove it and add it. And should we? I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't, because they knew the truth. In that portion of history, they knew the truth because that was still going on in Patmos at the time that the early church fathers were making these decisions. That was still going on in Patmos. The vents have since dried up. The gases are no longer there. The mushrooms are still there, but the gases aren't there.
I wonder what the gases were.
I've been told, I can't remember, I'm not scientific. I know a little bit about science as it relates to my philosophy, but and how my philosophy fits into it, but I don't remember exactly. I was told once, but I don't remember.
I'm hearing another rabbit hole. I know, right? Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, what were the gases? Like, were they just cooked mushrooms? Like, what? And you
no.
They couldn't be. It has to be something with a molecule that can bind to some sort of receptor in your brain. I'm gonna have to figure this out now.
Yeah. So, when you add those all up together, that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that Paul may not have existed, so that calls into question Pauline texts. When you talk about Revelations, in that regard, it calls into question the entire New Testament. The entire New Testament. Another one that I love to bring up is what the Jewish culture thought Hasatan was, and what and then the question becomes is how did the word Lucifer, a Latin Vulgate word, end up in a Hebrew version of the text?
Yeah.
How did a Latin Vulgate word end up in a text that's written in Hebrew? And I know both the answers to those questions.
So it was Saint Jerome mistranslated, right?
It was Saint Jerome mistranslating for a reason.
Oh,
There's
what
a
was
reason.
the reason?
Because guess who also existed around the time Saint Jerome? Saint Lucifer. There was a saint called Saint Lucifer, and Saint Lucifer was a heretic at that time. He later he later denounced his heresy and became a saint, but at the time he was considered a heretic. And the reason he was considered a heretic is because he came to the church fathers and he said, I think the best way to understand to understand the divine within each man's soul, for them to understand that, is through reason, through, I'm going to use a modern term here because it's not the term he used, but through critical thinking. And the church fathers said that's heresy. And what's ironic is they called that heresy at that time, because it's different. This word is used differently now by other people who adopted it and turned it into something else. But at that time, that heresy was called Luciferianism.
He was an Arian?
He was not. He's not.
Oh, he was an opponent. I'm sorry, he was an opponent of Arianism.
Yes,
okay.
but he had his own heresy, and his own heresy was that he believed that reason was a way to understand the divine, and the church fathers didn't want that. So here's what they did. Saint Jerome, who was doing the Latin Vulgate at that time, put his name into a story that demonized him because they were fighting that heresy. And actually, this happened in other portions of the text, but his is the only one that seemed to remain. And the reason it remained is because it allowed for them to switch the narrative of that story by keeping a name that was that they didn't have to identify or would lose its identification later on in history, and they would switch the name of the narrative of that story, and rather it being a king who's fallen, it's basically an idea of Lucifer, of the idea that Lucifer proponed, thinking so highly of itself as to think that reason and the mind were the way to do it, and that should be the thing that falls.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you get the whole idea of what the Jews thought Hasatan was. So Hasatan in Jewish theology works for God. Mm-hmm. And I'll show you how. I can show you a passage in the Old Testament later, Isaiah 45:7, if you want to pull it up while I'm talking about this. But
you want it in the Hebrew or the regular text?
Huh?
Isaiah 45:7 in the Hebrew or just the regular?
You can read it in the regular, because strangely enough, that the regular translation of that particular text never changed, and I don't know why. Because if you read it, you would be like, why would the Christians let that slide? Hasatan works for God, because it's when you sin and you go into a court. If you imagine God sitting on the judge's chair, and Hasatan is the prosecutor. Hasatan is trying to lay the sin that you're coming into court onto you to make you guilty of it, and you are, in Jewish theology, you are arguing your case. You are arguing your own case. And so what differs between the Jewish ideology and Christian ideology is, in Christian ideology, you get an attorney, and that attorney that's trying to save you from that sin being laid onto you is Jesus. But in Jewish theology, you don't have an attorney. You argue your own case, because you are the sinner. You're left to your own devices to argue your own case. But Hasatan works for the same side as the judge does. because in court, the judge works for the government and the prosecutor works for the government.
Which
So
that's what
Hasatan,
the Satan is doing.
yeah, the
In
Hasatan
Job.
is the prosecutor that's trying to lay the sin on you. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a person who did the evil or who made you do the evil, because the prosecutor in court didn't make you go out and do whatever sin you did. He wasn't even there. And you know why he wasn't there? Because I form the light and create the darkness. I make the wheel to create woe. I don't like this
I think
translation.
this is the NRSVUE. But I
Yeah,
know the King James says I created evil.
I created peace and I created evil.
Yeah. But the NRSVUE translates it to woe, which the NRSVUE is usually
and here's the thing,
word,
that goes along with the whole idea of God in Jewish theology.
Mana, one second. The NRSVUE is usually a good translation for like word to word translation.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason with this specific verse, it tries to like soften it up.
Soften it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that goes right along with this idea goes right along with the Jewish ideology of God. And the reason I say that is because they don't see their God as perfect. Why do you think there's a Talmud, an encyclopedic text of rabbis arguing whether what God did here was just or unjust, or something they should repeat or shouldn't repeat? That's what the Talmud is. It's a bunch of rabbis arguing the nature of God. And if God was perfect, there wouldn't be anything to argue about. Jews do not see their God as perfect. They see their God as a God that fails and makes mistakes and has regrets, a perfect regret, flooding the whole entire world. He regretted it. He regretted the situation that allowed him to have to do that. Well, if God's perfect, he has no regrets. Well, guess what? In Judaism, he's not perfect. He creates evil just like he creates peace.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
And it's Christians who decided to make this idea of the perfected, infallible, omniscient, omnipresent deification. They took a text, they culturally appropriated a text that wasn't theirs. I tell this like this all the time. I'm from Oklahoma. It's like someone going to a powwow and this chief has made this beautiful feathered hat and he tells you all the things about a feathered hat and what it means and why there are this many feathers and why the beads are beaded in the shape around the headband and all that stuff. And then the white person who bought it puts it on, walks away and says, I don't care what that guy said. This is what it means now. That's exactly what the Christians did with the Hebrew Bible, the Hebrew text. They walked away with it and said, we don't care what they say. And we can have a reason why we don't care what they say, because they unalived our Savior. So we really don't care what they say. And so we're going to make this text say whatever the hell we want.
So before I move on and bring up another guest, I really enjoyed talking with you. I want to ask you one more question. What was the moment? Because I know you said you were a theist, and then you went to
a deist,
and then you started studying. What was the moment where you were like, "Holy shit, this isn't true"? Like what did you study?
Lord,
like what was that moment?
To go to just to finally to become an atheist?
Yeah,
it was the understanding of how free will can't function.
Mm.
It was truly the honesty, the understanding of how under Christian doctrine the free will cannot function. It's impossible.
That makes sense. Yeah.
There is no such thing as free will, and that wrapped it up for me because I could as a deist, when you don't have when the deist part of me kind of. I mean, that was really the point. It was all downhill from the time I became a deist, because the deist was the point when I said, this God is not interacting. He's a watcher. That's what deism is basically God's a watcher. There's still a creator, but after he created, he just sits back and watches us and doesn't interact. and the only reason that people are saying that he's interacting was because they wanted a psychological need to either do one of two things: excuse their own inhumanity and injustice, or to say that a deity is guiding them along so that they don't feel alone and unsafe in the world. And when I realized that that's what they were doing, I immediately became a deist. But then I also was like, okay, but if that's the case, free will can't work. Because if that's the case, and he's not there, then there is no then there is no such thing as this predestiny that they're talking about. But then then I also was studying psychology. I had a minor in psychology, which later got a degree in that as well, and did my work in that, specifically on the aspects of psychology as to why we believe the things that we believe. So I basically used it in my religious and comparative religious and biblical studies. And that's when I was like, yeah, that's not true. We don't have free will, but we don't have free will not because this doesn't work, but because every decision we make is based on our previous basis of psychological variance, neurological variance, even epigenetic variance and genetic variances can affect our decision making processes.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's not God.
Yeah, that kind of fucked me up too. I'm still kind of grappling with it after reading Determined by Sapolsky. Like that kind of just, sent me into a tailspin. So I could absolutely see how it could result in someone completely abandoning all belief in a deity, for sure.
Yeah. And I still wanted to be able to try to, the reason monism came into effect, to be honest with you, is just because I wanted to be able to explain how I feel like I see the universe, but I also wanted it to be based on some sense of reason. So I went and looked for monism. Monism was something I was like, okay, I want to be able to explain this, and I want to be able to kind of deep dive into my own belief systems as it comes to that. So I want a school of thought that this would fit in, and that's when I found monism. So monism was something I looked for, not that just kind of, once I stopped believing, I just had a place to go, because I didn't. I kind of flailed in the darkness as to okay, well, now that I don't believe in anything, what do I believe? and really, this isn't about belief. It's because belief is the evidence of things unseen, and I mean, I admit that there are faith aspects to monism. There's unscientifically proven ideas that are in there, but they're based off of things that science is looking at. So I'm not too concerned about it.
What were you getting ready to say, Fee?
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, and it also probably helps to push you along when you converse with people about this topic, because there was somebody in the comments that was saying, imagine not believing a thing just because you can't comprehend it. And I'm like, but why would you believe something you can't comprehend? Like the fact that the logical processes of so many people have been completely inverted by this religious indoctrination is also another really, really strong motivation to deconstruct this belief system.
But they tell us all the time that when we ask them questions about their God and their belief system, they tell us all the time that our minds can't comprehend it. Like those are the words that come out of their mouth, and then they use the scripture, his ways are not our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts.
But so I say this all the time.
Ironic as hell.
But I say this all the time. I can't comprehend the infinite nature of space and the infinite. It's kind of incomprehensible. Why? Because I have a finite mind. But I don't place God there just because it's this supernatural thing. I place the fact that I understand I'm a finite being living in one cycle of the infinite universe. And then once I do that, I'm like, okay, well, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And it's okay to be okay with that. You don't have to make a God of the gap just to feel something so that you feel good, when there are other ways to make yourself feel good by living in the present, by living in the now, not living for the heaven you wish to get or the punishment you don't wish to get. If you're living day to day, you're making your life the best it can every single day you wake up, every single day. So what's the problem?
I say that
What's the
all the
problem
time.
with that?
Exactly. And honestly, that's the most peaceful, joyful place to be is day to day.
Exactly.
Yeah, I say
And
that.
when I realized that, I married my husband. I moved out here to the country. I'm not in the city. I live on a huge 109-acre farm. I get to go out, sit in my rocking chair, drink my mushroom, mud coffee, and watch the deer and pet my 5 cats. And I'm semi-retired at 51 because because now I'm an antique dealer. I do still lecture every now and again, but that doesn't pay the bills, but I don't care because I have things that pay the bills. So, we're fine. And I'm as happy as a clam in water. I'm telling you.
Yeah. They can
There's
hate on
definitely,
it. They can drink. They're drinking the haterade right now. Like,
Right?
yeah.
and I think it's that it's almost like this human need to be centered and to be special that leads to all of these outlandish beliefs and
It's
assumptions about
power.
yeah, it is absolutely power. The need to center yourself when in actuality, peace comes from accepting what is. Like you were saying, there's so many things we don't know. There's so many things I feel like I will never know in the finite amount of time that I have on this planet. I'm not going to waste it like trying to make something true that's just not tenable. And I think in these conversations that we have with believers so frequently, they hold on to this as if it's their last lifeline and they fight tooth and nail to try to convince us that it's true. And I think in a certain way, they're trying to convince themselves that they believe it's true. And our
Why do
rejection
you
of
think they come in these rooms?
yeah. And I think our rejection of it is just like a slap in the face of reality for them, and it's uncomfortable.
Because I say that people who come in these rooms that know they're coming into these rooms, they're like a closeted gay man who's self-deprecating. Is like they're closeted deconstructionists. They want to deconstruct, or otherwise why would they come in their room to have their ideologies challenged?
Mm-hmm. I agree. 100%. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Monad. It was a wonderful conversation. I think the chat enjoyed it as well.
Well, I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all the coin. What happens? Do you have to drop me to keep those? Or do I have to drop myself? What happens?
I don't think it matters. I think
Okay.
they're yours to keep regardless of
Okay.
who throws you down.
So, but yeah, I really appreciate it. I don't get a lot of coins like this all the time.
You're more
But I
than
really
welcome.
appreciate it. All right,
You're
bye-bye.
welcome. Thank you. Have a good one. Well, I have a lot to research now. I fucking love it.
I definitely have to find out about that stool and those gases. That is fascinating.
Oh, I looked up the gases. So it says that the Delphic oracle at Delphi was believed to be influenced by gases seeping through the earth, particularly ethylene and methane. Recent scientific studies suggest that these gases, along with other light hydrocarbon gases like ethane and benzene, could have caused the trance-like state and prophetic visions attributed to Pythia. Pythia was the priestess that would sit on the stool.
Wow. Wow. We've been saying all along, how do y'all know them motherfuckers just weren't high?
It says ethylene in particular has been identified as a gas that can induce mild narcotic effects, similar to those described in ancient writings about the Pythia's altered state. While ethylene is a strong contender, other gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and possibly benzene could have also contributed to her experience. The gases may have seeped up through fissures in the bedrock and accumulated in the enclosed temple chamber, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness in Pythia. That is insane. Well, there you have it.
Biblical huffing is absolutely wild.
Somebody gonna change their name to that. Oh God. And then it like, I don't know why, but you know how I keep talking about the influence of Roman and Greek spirituality in the text. Yesterday, somebody came up and talked about, I forgot her name. She was so colorful. Talked about how Santeria, um, how her culture hid their gods in the Santeria, into the saints.
Yep, I
Um,
remember her. I can't remember her name, but I remember her.
and when he talked about syncretism of the Greek gods and the Roman gods into, was it Daisy? Is that her name?
That was it.
Into the New Testament, it just kind of clicked, because it's like they are hidden into these characters, and they're hidden into, like, it just, they mix the two together. They sync them together, like what, even with hoodoo and voodoo, and what our ancestors did with the holy rolling. Because I like the Church of God in Christ definitely has some African spirituality concepts in it, and so it just clicked for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we see it all over. Like, and you can expect it to happen when different cultures encounter each other. They have different practices, they have different beliefs. Either one is going to conquer the other, or they're going to figure out how to mesh together and create this amalgamation of both. And you can probably, it's the same with language. Like, one, there's not a language that pops up. They're usually based on previous languages. Like, you have one root language, and then it kind of branches off, and you have different dialects, and those dialects develop until they turn into a completely different language. You trace the source. It's the same thing with these belief systems.
Absolutely. I don't know what happened to Joel Osteen. I just did a Google search. I don't see anything coming up. What was he got arrested for? What?
What?
Joel Osteen got arrested? Hold on. Oh. I don't see
While she's
anything.
looking it up, thank you for the 100K likes. Please continue to share. Next like goal is 150K. So
Oh,
keep
it's
tapping. And just an announcement. Don't lie in the comments. I'm gonna keep it simple because I don't want to divulge too much before talking to Thinker. But I'm gonna catch you on a lie every time. So don't be disgusting enough to lie about a disability in these comments. And I'll leave it at that until later. But I need to talk to Thinker first.
Oh wow. Okay.
if anyone has any family at the FSU campus, please check on them. It's an active shooter.
Oh my gosh. For real?
Hmm.
Let's see. Mm. 4 hospitalized. I don't think there's any deaths right now. Good. Um. Mm. Wow. A lot going on. Oh, the suspect is in custody. Good. 1 death. Okay. I hope everybody is okay. Sending love to all of the family, to the victims and their families. I'm glad they got the suspect in custody. I'm trying to see if they have like an image. That's insane. All right. Can y'all bring up the next guest for me while I look at this? I don't see anything about Joel Osteen getting arrested, y'all. Daniel, how are you?
I'm alright. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Or are you deconstructing with a research-based question?
Actually an atheist. Is that okay?
So today I'm actually not bringing up atheists unless they have some research.
Uh-huh.
Like this is a research-based live today, not just regular conversations. So I'm allowing believers of the God of the Bible or people who are deconstructing with research-based questions about the 4 topics
Oh,
that we have.
I understand. It's not a problem. That's on me. I actually listened to you other times as well. And today I thought I'll have a chance to talk to you, but another day is not a problem as well. Thank you for the chance.
You're so welcome. I will be live again on Sunday when we're back to our regular lives, and you're more than welcome to come up then.
That's more than good with me. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good one. Hey, Mama Bash.
I don't think she's there.
She might have came up on accident tapping. I gotta look up this Saint Lucifer thing too. So it sounded like he was saying like the Saint Lucifer was promoting like critical thinking. Like I didn't get to catch all of it, but what he said kind of made sense. And so like that basically Lucifer represents that critical thinking is the enemy. Is that what he said?
That's what I got. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I need to. That's what I need to research. Because it's like they hid that in the context.
Okay, there's nobody else in the queue.
Okay, thank you. All right, y'all. So the guest box is open. Today is Research Thursday. No, today is Research Based Live. We are having conversations with current believers in the God of the Bible. I have questions that I would like to discuss with believers surrounding the 4 topics that we see on the board. And then if you are someone who is a believer but you're deconstructing or thinking about it, or if you are deconstructing and you have a research-based question pertaining to the 4 topics on the board, the guest box is open to you. And of course, if you are a nerd with a research-based question of any kind, the guest box is open to you. Let's see. He does. Nobody. He literally does in the Hebrew. And Elohim is not always plural. Nobody. There are articles that points to when it's used in the singular. You have to understand how the Hebrew language works in order to determine when it's used to point to the God of Israel or a singular God, and when it's used to mean gods in the plural form, or when it's used to mean angels or messengers. But Elohim does not just mean God in any context. John? Hello,
Oh, sorry.
John.
Hello?
Hi. Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
No, I wanted to come on, but I didn't think I'd get on this quickly, but I just want to know what I just stumbled upon this page right now. I said questions.
Yeah, this is a research-based live. I am an atheist. Several of us on the stage are an atheist. Lala is not. I'm sorry. Selena, are you an atheist?
No.
No. Okay. I think Dudette is. Dudette, are you an atheist?
Yes,
Okay. So me, Dudette, and Fee are atheists. Lala and Selena are not. But we do study the Bible. We study the history and things like that. We are deconstructing from Christianity. So the topics on the board are research focused. I do have a couple of questions for believers, like current believers in the God of the Christian Bible pertaining to these topics. And then if there's someone who is deconstructing that have a research-based question, I am talking to them. But the regular conversations with atheists, I'm not having today.
I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian, actually.
Okay. What questions did you have about one of the topics? You said you had a question?
Yes. Actually, no, sorry. I stumbled upon this live and I thought I clicked it by accident, but I didn't realize I had to ask a question, but so I'll get out. I'm sorry.
No worries. I hope you have a good day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he say, I have questions?
I thought that's what he said too.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I heard.
Yeah. How do you not realize you have to ask a question if you have questions?
So why do you come up on a panel when you don't know what the premise of the live is? That's odd behavior to me. It always will be.
Yeah. I don't know. But to the Christians in the comments that's saying that your God did not call Moses God or Elohim, you might want to go back and then I can even engage with you on that, because with your God saying you will be like a god to Pharaoh, that coming from a God who does not want people worshiping other gods, and him saying that you will be like a god to Aaron, your God is like literally allowing the people to see a human as a god. Don't use caps in my comments, Lovely V. And as I just stated, like, I mean, you guys can focus on the as or the like all you want. The text still has your God putting a human in a God divine like position to other humans. So it is your God allowing polytheism. Like, is he allowing humans to see Moses as a god by him putting Moses in that position to Aaron and to Pharaoh? Bitch, I told you, don't use caps in my fucking comments. Your God can't save you now. Let your God, make your God, since he's so fucking powerful and you so fucking disrespectful, make your God bust through that mute. No, I'm not gonna block her. Make ask your God to bust through the mute, since he's so fucking powerful that you need to type in all caps. Because I guarantee you that the caps that you did is about as far as your God's power goes. Now you got to sit there and be mad because your God ain't gonna show up.
And why she 420. Thanks for the gift, y'all. And why is she screaming distortion when she doesn't even know the premise of what you're talking about? Like, to me, that just screams someone who's not even willing to entertain alternative understandings. I said this the other day. If you hold a position on something, please be familiar with the most credible evidence against your position. Because if you are not familiar with that, I don't think that you've landed at your belief system, honestly. I don't know why people don't realize that.
That all they want to do is just fucking complain and be chaotic as fuck. Like, literally, you could have come on stage and had a decent conversation, but you had to be disrespectful. We don't care. You believe just fine. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what does that mean? We know you believe just fine. Good. Okay. What does that mean? Like, I don't think anyone in here told you not to believe in your God. Okay, cool. Like what do you think that we're gonna say? Like, you think that we're gonna try to convince you not to? Like, don't think that we don't recognize that y'all come in here in our lives, right, to listen to what we're going to say. Some of you are learning from us. And that's okay, right? But a lot of you come in here day after day just to sit up under us, just to hear, like your ears are itching. What are they saying today about my belief? What are they saying today about my God? What are they saying today about me?
I think even their curiosity for that information is still surface level.
Yeah,
The
that's why I'm saying they just hear which information.
what you just said, I think they don't care about what we're saying, whether or not it's true or not. I think they just, I don't know why they come in here. I
No,
really do.
I don't think they care either. I think it's just because they like to fight. Like they like to feel persecuted. They like to feel like they're the victim, and then in their head they turn it around and tell themselves that we're jealous of their belief. You know what I'm saying? It's some sick, twisted story that they tell themselves, and they show up day after day to feed whatever it is of their ego that they need to feed. That's why they come here.
But won't come up on the panel to engage in actual conversation.
Yeah, but usually the ones that do come up are the ones that can't, like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. So
Yeah.
if you come in here and condemn what we're talking about and you haven't investigated it, what does that say about you?
You said to go and spread the word that Christianity is under persecution. I think so. Yeah. Except ain't nobody persecuting their asses. They see it as our disbelief is their fucking persecution. And that I don't fucking understand.
Because isn't persecution supposed to come to you as opposed to you going to find it?
Yes.
Yeah, y'all need to redefine persecution for real.
Droop, how are you? Oh, he's still loading in on my end on TikTok Live.
Yeah, he's mute over here.
That's because TikTok Studio's still catching up. Droop, if you're still connecting, can you comment in the comments for me? That stat that 70% haven't read their Bible is mind blowing. Like, I mean, from the conversations that we have in here, I mean, we could gauge that, right? Like, we can gauge that they rarely read, but 70%,
Yeah.
and like that is wild.
Good
Drew,
morning. I mean, good
hi,
afternoon, y'all. Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
good. How are you?
I wanted to ask about are y'all choosing the topic to talk about?
You do. You can
I
choose
just
the
really just
topic, and
clicked
then
in trying to see what was going on.
you can choose one of the four
Hmm.
topics, and then I have
What
a
about
couple of questions. I'm sorry, hold on for a second. Let me tell you how it works. So you just choose
go?
a topic. These are research-based topics, and then I have questions surrounding those, like the things that I want to know about them. And so we'll just go from there and start a conversation.
Oh, okay. All right. What about because I was going to ask you about the Moses was called Elohim
Mm-hmm. What about it?
topic. Did y'all ever speak? Did anyone speak upon that?
A lot of people
I
in
was
the comments.
intrigued to learn about.
King, can you do me a favor? You have a lag. Can you drop
Yeah,
down and come back up so we can try to see if we can fix that lag?
yeah, I could do that.
Okay, come drop down and come right back up. And it could be maybe I'm on a Bluetooth or something, or did it sound like I was on speakerphone or a Bluetooth? The echo that was bouncing back.
I thought it was him. I didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it
No,
was
no,
him.
I heard myself, like there's like a 5-second lag, And so I heard myself speaking after the fact. Yeah, I think I might be on a Bluetooth or something. No, I know it's not me. I'm thinking that maybe he's using Bluetooth because I could hear myself on whatever speaker he had me on. Yeah, that I think that's what it was. But I'm trying to find the Pew Research study that says 70% do not read their text. Let's see. 60% identify as Christian. Uh, mm, this study doesn't say it. Let me see. Oh, hold on. No, let me see. Um, 5 facts on how Americans view the Bible and other religious texts. About 1/3 of Americans, 35%, here it is right here. 35% say they read scripture at least once a week, while 45% seldom or never read scripture, according to 2014 data.
I see a Lifeway research says that from 2017 that 20% of Americans have read the entire Bible. And I think that's what Mona was saying, that he was talking about how many have read the entire thing all the way through, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Okay, he was saying that they have never, like 70% haven't read it all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, so then 45% of them have never read it at all. That's fucking crazy.
Wild.
That is crazy as hell. That's damn near 50%. What they always say, 2.8 billion Christians in the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's damn near 1.4 billion who have never read the book at all.
It tracks, though, based on these conversations.
Yeah. Congratulations to your nephew, Traso. Let me save this study here. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. I don't know if Droop is gonna come back. I think he might have been doing the thing and had me on Bluetooth. And so that's not gonna work with the echo and the delay. But the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible and you want to discuss one of these research topics up here. I can't have a conversation with you through chat. I know a lot of you are probably nervous. Pray really quickly and ask for some of that Holy Spirit boldness to come on stage and have a intellectual conversation. Or if you are deconstructing and you have a research-based question pertaining to one of the topics, or if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. Hey, Mezzo.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing this Thinker Thursday?
Doing
Good. How are you?
good.
I'm good. I'm a little sleepy. I have a busy work day, but I wanted to jump in for just a minute if I could. I'm curious of your opinion on some of the. I know this isn't on the board, but all the resurrection and crucifixion contradictions. I've been kind of going through them because I want to do some fun Easter lives, and I'm curious, Thinker, about what your take on those are, as far as the little things of who was at the tomb and what were his last words and these kinds of things. Are there any particularly to you that really strike you as there ain't no way someone would get this wrong? You know what I mean?
I will have to pull up my list Give me just a second.
If you don't mind, I'm just curious.
I used to focus on the contradictions a lot until I realized that the book is not univocal, and when I started looking at it from the standpoint of it's different accounts, like from different writers, and
Yeah.
yeah,
I get that. Like, it makes sense. Of course, there should be like different people saw it from different perspectives. But then, there's a few that are like I was looking at the one of who carried the cross, where they're saying, specifically Simon of someone carried the cross, and then John
Simon
is
of
like,
Cyrene.
yeah, and then John is like, he carried his own cross all the way there. It's kind of it's so specific.
One second. I thought I put these two in the Discord. I'm trying to find it. Give me just 1 second. I mean, not the Discord, in the Google Drive. When are you doing your Easter live?
Well, I'm planning. I normally just go live on Fridays and Sundays anyway, so I'm going to do a Good Friday and then an Easter morning Sunday school,
Oh, okay.
with kind of the same thing. Just kind of run the contradictions and the stories and talk about all the saints who woke up out of their tombs and those kinds of silly things.
Are you back to doing Atheist Sunday School now?
Well, it's Easter, so my kids don't have a soccer game. It's really just because they're in soccer, and like every game is Sunday morning, so it's kind of been messing up that schedule. But yeah, I'll be back this week on it, and then I'll be kind of like late Friday night. So yeah,
Cool. All right, let's see. I think it's in this one. Oh, y'all hear my stomach growling?
no, but mine is too.
Okay. So you just want just resurrection only stuff?
I mean, like death and resurrection, like that kind of, Easter theme thing. I think is more fun for this particular time of year. Yeah, I mean, if you have like a link you could send me, that'd be cool. Or like I have a list here too that I've been looking at, but I was just curious if there's anywhere you're like, don't bring up this one because this has been fixed or whatever.
So that's why I said, so I don't know which ones not to argue because I stopped arguing them a long time ago. So like I do have the one where the hour that he was crucified at,
Yeah, I don't get that one.
where it says that he was crucified at the 3rd hour, and Mark, and then John says that he was crucified. He wasn't crucified until the 6th hour.
Were they in different time zones? Like, why is it the
I think it had something to do with there was some ritual that they would do that messes that one up.
oh,
Yeah. At the something would happen at the 9th hour.
okay.
Hold on, let me.
I'll look into it more. That's interesting. Okay. I saw that one kind of, but that was one that to me was like, they got the time wrong, like not a big deal. And so I kind of brushed past it. But if it is specific to like, oh no, like they have a morning ceremony or whatever, then that might be interesting. I'll write that down.
Give me just a second. I gotta look up on skeptic.com. I can't remember what the issue was with it. Mm.
Just opening a little tab as well so I can look into it a little more. Because I got a short list, like I said, and then that was one that I took off because I was like, whatever. But I didn't realize there was such a specific, thing with it. That might be more sense.
I think like it has to do with. Hold on.
Well, some of these are saying that he was like put up
Hey,
at, in the
everybody, I'm
third
giving
hour.
y'all 15 minutes to get 50K. Thinker also has a gift goal. So please help her. Please complete the gift goal for her. Um, I'm still here. I'm taking you out. I'm trying to turn this meatball body into a Slim Jim. So um, if you need me, I'll be here.
It's
That's what
just
it is.
Cindy, body.
Uh, so it makes an issue with the conversation that Jesus had with Pilate. So if John is saying that Jesus was crucified at noon, he still has Jesus in front of Pilate at the time that Mark is saying he was
Okay.
crucified at 9 a.m. in the morning. That's the issue with it. Is the Jesus the conversation that Jesus had with Pilate could not have happened if he was crucified at 9 a.m.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting because I thought it was like, oh, well, all this means is he was put up at 9 a.m. and then died at noon, or you know what I mean, or something like that. Like it took 3 hours, and that's why like they were putting the difference. But if he's on supposed to be on the cross while he's talking to Pilate, then yeah, that's a bit more interesting.
Yeah, and so in Rome, court started at 6 a.m. And so John is basically writing based off of what he know about Roman court. So he made enough time, right, for Jesus to get arrested, for the trial, right, for like the Jewish trial, the Roman trial, the for the parading and the throughout the town. So John made enough room for that. Mark didn't.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I like that. That's kind of fun.
The two thieves on the cross. Um, uh, Mark, Matthew and Mark say both the thieves mocked Jesus.
Yeah,
Luke
I saw
says
this
only
one.
one of them did.
I remember it for sure being that like one of them he was like, "You're forgiven. It's all good," and he like the one of the thieves was like, "This is the Son of God," but like he sided with him. But then yeah, in Mark, it's like both these thieves were mocking him. So that's a big one.
Let's see. We got the woman who came to the tomb. It was just Mary Magdalene and John, and then in Matthew, it was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary.
Yeah, I love it when they call her Other Mary. I think that's so funny. That's like my favorite line in the Bible. So funny.
And then we have Mark with three Marys. So we have John who just has Mary Magdalene.
Oh, Mark has three?
Mm-hmm. Mark 16:1.
Wait, who are the three? I thought there were only two total.
No, there were three Marys. Let me see.
Oh, it's like his like Mary and Joseph, like his mom is one of them.
It was Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome bought spices, so they might go and anoint him. And I mean, it was three women. I
I
wrote
mean,
that down
not.
in the symbol, but Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome. Salome is the third person, not
Oh,
three
okay,
Marys,
okay,
three
okay.
women.
But
But there
that
is
so
there is one where there's three Marys. Hold on.
well, that's why other Mary might be Mary of James. That I think maybe that's. But like, isn't also Mother of
Hold on.
James like Mother of Jesus? Isn't that the same Mary?
There were two James, so I'm not sure. Hold on one second.
Okay, we kind of like if, not to throw shade on James, but if you were also the mother of Jesus, you'd probably want to be titled that way. It's hard for a mom to pick favorites, I guess.
Okay. John 19:25. That wasn't at the tomb. John 19:25 has the three Marys. They were the ones that were standing by the cross, stood near the cross when he was
Okay.
getting crucified. But it's not a contradiction though. That's what I was getting confused with. And that is what the soldiers did. Meanwhile, standing near the cross of Jesus were his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene.
Oh, I remember talking to you about Clopas before, long ago.
I think we were. I don't remember talking about him. What did we say about him?
I don't remember, but I remember like you've shown me this verse before, and or maybe I wasn't even up. Maybe I was just listening, and someone else was talking, but trying to figure out who Clopas is, just because it's interesting how many Marys there are. But not a contradiction, totally. Yeah.
Luke 24:10 too says that there were more than three women at the tomb. It says it was Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and other women, not just Salome. It was one.
It could all be Marys. Who knows?
I'm trying to find some that, like you said, you don't want the ones that are just like that could be just a detail.
Yeah, like I saw a bigger list of them, and there was a few that I was reading down. Like, even as an atheist skeptic, like I can see this one easily just being kind of like there's such an easy fix to it. It's not that interesting. But then there's a
Well,
few that are like bigger.
like, is one like for me Mark 16, where it says the women that when they left the tomb they didn't tell anybody what happened, but then we have stuff after that. Like, I think it's Mark 16.
Is that like the one where Mark ends and then there's the later added stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, that's that one I like. I want to know about that more.
Yeah. So, Mark 16:9 through 11 says, now after he arose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, from whom he had cast out 7 demons. She went out and told those who had been with him while they were mourning and weeping. But when they heard that he was alive and had been seen by her, they would not believe it. After this, he appeared in another form to 2 of them as they were walking in the country, and they went back and told the rest, but they did not believe them. Later, he appeared to the 11 themselves as they were sitting at the table. Wait, hold on. What? Did they change the shit?
He rebukes them.
And all that had been commanded by them, they were doing, and I think.
So
Oh,
this
no.
is
I'm
the
sorry. No. It starts at it actually starts at it's verse 8.
Yeah, verse
Yeah,
9 is when that's 9 to the end is when
it's
is that part of Mark that has the footnote saying this isn't in the earlier manuscripts.
yeah.
Okay.
Verse. I was looking for the verse that says, "So they went out and fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid." This is the verse that I was looking for.
Okay.
So it says that they were too scared. Like after the the young man was there. So like, I don't even think it says that the person that was an angel. It says when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome bought spices so that they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. They had been saying to one another, "Who will roll away the tomb for us from the entrance to the tomb?" When they looked up, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had already been rolled back. As they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in a white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed. So it wasn't an angel there, it was like a young man. But he said to them, "Do not be alarmed. You are looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He has been raised. He is not here. Look, there is the place they laid him. But go tell his disciples and Peter that he is going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him, just as he told you." So they went out and fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. And then we get this story that they did tell people.
And so one of the I mean this is so dumb. Yeah, like the footnote I was reading here as you were going to is like just about like some authorities say that the book ends here and then there's an intermediate ending and then it's marked as being doubtful like the rest of it after that, which is amazing. And then the other thing about you were saying, they're talking to each other saying who's going to roll away the tomb. It's a large rock, but don't the like verses before that say that Joseph of Arimathea just rolled it himself in front of it? Like I know he might be super strong compared to these Marys or something, but it doesn't seem like that big of a feat if a guy can do it.
Give me just 1 second. I'm having a conversation with my kids about this zoo thing. I'll be right back. Can one of y'all take over for me 1 second?
I got this. Hey, everyone, tap the screen. Make sure you're sending in the heart me's. And gift the panel, mostly me, but also the other. Don't actually gift me. I'm just kidding. Gift the other people here. And Thinker's going to be right back. She's having a quick conversation about the zoo and probably lions, tigers, bears, and the rest. And I don't know. What do you like most at the zoo? Lizards? I feel a little uncomfortable at zoos, to be honest.
I don't remember seeing lizards.
Okay.
But y'all also remember Thinker does have a gift goal, the hanging lights.
No, they want to make sure I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll go to the zoo. With them. I'm good. But yeah, what were you saying, Mezzo? Can you say it again for me? I'm sorry.
So there's this. You were saying that they were on the way to the tomb. The two women are like, "Who's going to roll away this big heavy rock that's too heavy to move?" And then they get there and it's already moved. And I remember being taught that it was like this huge boulder, like like the pictures of it are always like, no human could do this thing. But I don't know if tombs were actually like that. And then there's the story of Joseph of Arimathea who takes the body, just like rolling it in front of himself. Was like, and then he closed the tomb up himself. So, like, do you know anything about like what tombs were like back then? Like, why would it be? Would it be big and huge and impossible, or could they have just done it themselves?
I'm not sure. No, I've never researched that.
Okay.
But let's see. We can look now. I know it couldn't have been that heavy because they went back and got them after a year and took their bones, like grinded their bones down and put them in the ossuary. So like the tombs were not the final resting place back then. I know that much. So it couldn't have been something that heavy. Um, uh,
But they did what with the bones?
they put them in an ossuary,
I don't know what that
um,
is.
kind of like a urn for like cremations.
Oh, so they just why would they put him in the tomb to start with? Just to let him
They only
rot?
laid them there for a year, I guess, until rigor mortis. Like I guess, for I don't know, for decay to kick in. I guess I don't know. Let me see. Well, it says that the stones were like several thousand pounds. First century
Why?
Rome stones for tombs and other construction vary greatly. Some columns could weigh several thousand pounds, while others, especially those made of smaller stone or wood, were lighter. I guess it depended on
Oh,
how rich you were.
okay.
Um,
And we don't know about Joseph of Arimathea, so it could be anything.
yeah, like Jesus could have been buried in like hold on, let me see something.
And I guess that's also the same as today. Like you can get a big old headstone or a little one. Like there's a lot of options too, depending on wealth. So that kind of makes sense. I'm gonna mute while I cut these onions.
All right, y'all. Tap the screen. Let's get these likes to 200K, please. Don't forget to subscribe. It's the gold button on the bottom left-hand corner. Also, throughout the live, you can still send the heart me's, the team bracelets, as well as the popular arrows. Again, Thinker has a gift goal of the hanging lights. Don't forget, we have merch, so click that link in the bio. And at any time you are enjoying the live, you could also tip. So click the pay links in each bio. Thank you.
Yeah, it says the one that Joseph Arimathea would have rolled away was a tomb that wealthy families would have used. So they would have buried Jesus in the same type of tomb that aristocrats would have been buried in. Um,
Okay, so big.
yeah.
Well, so that
Uh,
makes sense for them, but then it's confusing as to why Joseph was able to just like shut it himself.
right. Yeah, he shouldn't have been able to because the stone would have been between 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. But
Easy.
they were called rolling stones, so they probably had wheels on the bottom. They probably had some type of wheels on the bottom, something that made them roll. They were rolling stone tombs.
Okay.
Let me see if they had. Let me see what they look like.
I mean, I guess it's also not like that massive of a contradiction thing, but it's just an interesting point. It's hard to Google Rolling Stone because of.
Uh, it's called. I guess it's called a rolling stone because of its shape and it rolled. But you still would. That still seemed like it would be
Oh,
hard
it's
to
the
roll
disc.
even on its side. Yeah, but it still seemed like it would be hard to roll away on its side at 2,000 pounds. You don't think? Even if it like, even if it's.
Maybe it's kind of on a slope, so to close it is easy, but to open it's hard. You know
Let
what I
me
mean?
see. Could be how. Um. Rolling stones were used to seal. A groove or slot would allow the stone to be rolled away across the doorway, effectively blocking it. These stones could be quite large. The groove or slot is what allowed it to roll. So I guess the way that they
Yeah.
chiseled it or whatever is what made it easy to roll.
It's like a sliding door, right? Like
Yeah.
it's in this groove, and then but it's bigger. But then it seems like it could go like it wouldn't be too hard to make it where it's easy to go one way, and then it kind of like plops into place and lodges, and it's hard to. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt here, and so like here's why it'd be easy for one person to lock it in, and other people to undo it to like get it out. You know.
Yeah, but what I'm reading that it required multiple people to roll the stone. That they were so heavy that it required multiple people. So I don't see how he would have been able to do that by himself.
Yeah, one of the verses says he did it with Nicodemus, but the other ones like specifically say I think that he just then he took him off on his own and rolled it shut. So it's kind of one of those things. That part's such a mystery.
And like for me, like it would, I don't know, it could be that they just focused on Joseph of Arimathea and not the other people that was helping him roll the tomb away. If I was an apologist, I'd be like, they just focused on the main person. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like if I had to like open a door that was heavy, and I'm the person with the influence there, and they say Thinker opened the door. Like, who opened the door? Thinker opened the door. Thinker and her friends opened the door. Like something like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I think
Yeah.
I get that too. Yeah, I think that that's a pretty easy out. I mean, the thing of giving the body away is a little bit mysterious to me. Like, I don't get why he'd be like, yeah, go ahead and just take that guy, whoever you are. That's always been a little weird to me. But I also always try to give them the benefit of the doubt that like their friend just died. Like the way that they'd be writing about this might be a bit emotional. I know, like obviously we know now that they wrote this years later, and it wasn't like a dear diary today this happened. But I get that like their emotions and their memories might like who was that other guy there? Nicodemus. I don't remember who he was. Like there might be a little of that. So I get it.
I think also too the question would be is why was Jesus placed in that tomb? Like who why was he placed in a wealthy family tomb if he was not wealthy, if he was poor? Like if he you know what I'm saying? He was a carpenter.
Yeah.
Why didn't he have just a regular grave like most people did in first century that were of low income?
So one of the verses says Joseph of Arimathea, who was also a disciple, but a secret one, which is hilarious to me to call someone a secret disciple who like sneaks around and follows Jesus. But I don't know. I don't know. So like maybe like this one rich guy secretly liked Jesus a lot and didn't tell anybody until later. But like that's so weird.
The reason why I'm at first century Rome, Joseph of Arimathea was a wealthy and righteous member of the Sanhedrin, who was also a secret disciple of Jesus. He is known for, but who was he before this? That's what I'm trying to find out. Like, I want to see if he's in history anywhere.
No, this is a thing that Jaron, the Christ before Jesus guy, has talked about a lot. That like Joseph of Arimathea is just like literally unmentioned anywhere else. You know.
The crazy thing is, this is one that Bash brought up as another way to point to Josephus, who I remember Bash saying something about Joseph of Arimathea, because Josephus's name was Joseph
Right.
ben Matthias, and he was saying that this is like a way in Aramaic to say Joseph son of Matthew, or the same way Joseph ben Matthias is Joseph son of Matthew, and then so I remember Bash pointing to this.
I've heard that. Yeah, that it's Arimathea. It like is very similar to what Josephus's dad's name or is something like that, right?
Yeah. And he would have to be wealthy in order for him to put Jesus in that type of tomb. And it could just be a literary thing. Is he mentioned in John? Where is he mentioned? Is it John?
Uh, Joseph of Arimathea.
What book is he mentioned in?
I
Which
think he's
gospel?
in multiple of them, but it just
I mean,
kind of
taking the body of Jesus. Which one?
yeah, it's in all of them. I think. Let me check I just move over here again real quick. Let me see what I got in Mark. He is mentioned. I think it's in 15. Crucifixion, death, burial. Yeah. In Mark 15, 42. Joseph of Arimathea, a respected member of the council, who was also himself waiting expectantly for the kingdom of God, went boldly to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Pilate wondered if he were already dead and summoned the guard. He said, yes, he's been dead. So he just gave it. He said he granted the body to Joseph. Then Joseph bought a linen cloth, taking down the body, wrapped it in the linen cloth, and laid it in a tomb that had been hewn out of rock. He then rolled a stone against the door of the tomb. Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joseph, who's Joseph, saw where the body was laid. Did they spell Jesus wrong? Oh no, I've seen this before.
And how can he roll the stone over the tomb, but it takes multiple people to remove it? Like, was it not heavy at the outset?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
So here is okay. So I just did a quick search. In Matthew 27:57-60, Joseph is rich. He's a rich man. He's a disciple, and he wraps Jesus's body and buries him in his own tomb, in a new tomb that he owns. Mark 15:42, Joseph is a member of the Sanhedrin. He's not called a disciple. He buys the linen personally, takes Jesus down, and lays him in the tomb. And just a tomb that's hewn out of rock. In Luke, he is a part of the Sanhedrin, but it says that he opposed. He who had not consented to the counsel and deed of them, so he opposed the crucifixion, and it is pointing to him being righteous. Like basically, he did it out of guilt because he didn't feel that they should have crucified him.
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it says, and behold, there was a man named Joseph, a counselor, and he was a good man and a just, who had not consented to the counsel and deed of them. He laid Jesus in a sepulchre that was hewn in stone, wherein never man before was laid. So, yeah. It also doesn't say that it was his tomb either. So, and then John, that's where he becomes a secret disciple.
Right, yeah.
Being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate. He came therefore and took the body of Jesus, and there came also Nicodemus and brought a mixture of myrrh and aloe. Then took the body of Jesus and wounded and laid it. I think also the question is, like, with them doing all of this work to the body, why would he do that? Because they were not supposed to touch dead bodies, right?
And he thought he was going to come back. So, like, why would you put him in a locked off, closed tomb? If you think he's coming back, he's, well, I'll just take him to my house. He'll be awake in a few hours, a few days.
I don't know. It's just there's a lot of his. I don't know, like, because I feel like this Joseph is needed to explain. Like, for one, you can't have you getting ready to go to the zoo. Yay! Hold on for a second. I mean, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry.
I thought she was about to. You can't have people go, "Ah, the tomb is open," and then she said, "Ah, "You get ready to go to the zoo." Yeah, I don't know if they had those in ancient Rome. I guess they probably did.
Yeah. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. You gonna speak? You gonna say something? Okay, never mind. Here, y'all have fun. Okay, I love y'all. Take lots of pictures. Okay. All right.
Can you tell them I love them too? I know they don't know who
Mezzo
I
said
am.
he love you too.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. What was I saying? What was
The
I saying?
reason that they needed Joseph of Arimathea is so that you can have a something like that, like what
Oh,
literary
because it's the
device?
only, yeah, it's the only thing that can explain why this carpenter, this poor carpenter that had no place to live, is in a tomb that was made that only aristocrats could afford to have.
Yeah,
You know, because other than that, him being in this tomb is out of place in the story.
totally. Yeah, because otherwise, and they don't want to make it seem like. And then they threw him on a heap of corpses, where like they don't want to, like make it seem bad, but that didn't make sense to make it seem good, so they
Yeah.
added him in. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I love all this. I'm gonna step down and let some other people come up, but I got some notes written down and some other things that I'll keep looking into with this before I bring it to the people.
Yeah, it's some more, but they're in the Google Drive if you want to go in there and look.
Yeah, I'll glance around there too.
Okay.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Bye. Have a good one. Have fun on Sunday.
Now, William.
Okay, let's see. Oh, Katya, let me take you down. I'm sorry. I didn't see Droop had come back. Please request again. Droop?
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to see about your topics. Am I picking one and you discussing like what it mean, or you asking me what it means?
No, we're just going to have a conversation. I do have some questions around it, but if you have a question about that, like why I'm asking about that or why I'm researching that, you can ask. Like it's just a discussion.
Oh, okay. Well, because the Moses was called Elohim, and I was wondering, doesn't Elohim mean like a god or something like that?
It does mean God. It can mean gods, plural, and it can mean messengers or divine. It can mean divine beings. But here in
Echo.
this context, yeah, let me mute you right quick. Here in this context in the Hebrew, if you can see that, it just means Elohim. Hold on. Why did I type in Leviticus? Yeah. If you see it here, where he's telling Moses that he would be a god to the Pharaoh, it just means God. And if we go to the Bible, even in the translation, so this word right here, added like, that's not represented in the Hebrew. There would be a preposition here attached to the word Elohim for it to mean like a god or as a god, but it's not there. So it's just the God is saying you will be God and this is to Pharaoh right here. In the King James, we see that they even in the translation they capitalize the word God there, the same way they do whenever they're talking about the God of Israel. So they, and my question is like why did the translators do that if they're going to add this preposition here? Why did they still acknowledge the divinity or the authority of the God, like even by capitalizing it, if only the God of Israel is like is represented in the text with the capital G, God? Does that make sense, Drew?
It makes sense because it's like, remember when I spoke about I don't believe that Jesus was God? Because when I did read this, I brought up that Moses was looked at as a God too, because he spoke to God. So this kind of proves to me what I'm saying does have some type of girth to it.
I guess, what do you mean? I don't see what this has to do with Jesus.
All right, so this has something to do with Jesus because that means other gods besides Jesus walk the earth, because they call Jesus a god, right?
They said Jesus was God, but they didn't call him God while he was on earth. No.
Okay, this is my argument with Christians, other Christians. Remember I told you I look at it different than other Christians, because Christians would bash me because I would say Jesus is not a God, he was just the son of it. But they'll tell me that no, he was God, period.
Right, because in their belief, they believe that he was the God in the flesh. But I don't see what this God calling Moses God have to do with Jesus, though. How does that debunk whether Jesus was God in the flesh? I don't see the correlation.
Because if you take the word like out of it, like how you did in the other book you were showing me, it would just say God. Wouldn't say like God. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Uh-huh.
So I do believe Bibles was rewritten for other purposes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not rewritten. It's just a forced translation, right? They're not rewriting it.
Well, if you take the word like out and put in the other one said God, that's kind of argumentative, right?
I mean, it is something to argue, but it's not a rewrite. It's a forced translation.
Okay. I mean, that's why it's so confusing to me. I be trying to get it because I can't argue if you say like God versus God. You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm
And
gonna put.
that word Elohim. Go ahead.
Whenever I speak, I'm gonna put you on mute because I'm still echoing. I don't know if I'm on Bluetooth or on speaker, and the echo is bouncing back into the chat. But no, I get what you're saying as far as like the texts are not saying the same thing when it's a forced translation. That's the whole point of me bringing this topic up, because when you say that someone is like God, you are giving them the same characteristics of a God, and you're saying, "Oh, you remind me of this," right? Or you're similar to this, but which is what the English translation does, right? In the Hebrew translation, in the Hebrew text, it is explicitly saying that the God gave Moses his divinity, even if it was temporary. Although there's nothing in here that says that he took that divinity away, but it's explicitly saying that Moses had the divinity of this God. So I get what you're saying, but it's not a rewrite. The translators added the preposition there because in their head nobody can be God. So the translators are saying to themselves, this must mean, or the author must have intended to say like God and didn't mean to say God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. To me, I don't think to other people it probably won't, but it makes sense.
Okay, and so how does this tie to proving that Jesus is not God?
It proves that God appointed certain people as a God on earth.
Okay.
So, like, I think in that scripture at that same time, I was trying to show them that I believe it's Exodus 33 and 20, when Moses saw God, it never, and it say face to face, but if you keep reading, it say he never saw him face to face, because if you see God face, you will be unalive. So that's why I was
Right.
trying to tell people, like, when you see Jesus' face, he can't be God, because he said back when he spoke to Moses, anyone see his face will be unalive. So no one died when they seen Jesus' face. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but Jesus, that the God, the claim in Jesus's story, and I get what you're saying, and I like, just to be intellectually honest here, the claim in Jesus's story is that the God was inside of the human body. So as people were looking onto Jesus, the human, they were not actually seeing the face of the divine. The divine was wrapped up into human flesh. So that logic wouldn't quite track. What the God of Israel was saying to Moses is that you can't see the divine face to face. If you see the divine face to face, you would die. And it is a contradiction that says that he did see him face to face, and then there's another one where the God is saying you can't see me face to face, or else you would die. I get you on that, but I don't agree with the logic that they should not have been able to look at Jesus's face. Does that make sense?
You're on mute.
oh, I'm bad. I'm on mute. Yes, that makes sense, because Jesus was just another prophet like Moses to do the job, to do a job. But we made him a God.
When you say what do you mean?
Not
What?
you Christians,
No, no,
Christians,
no.
Christians.
I know what you mean by that, but what
Yeah.
I'm asking is, like, what do you mean that Jesus was another prophet like Moses? Because again, what I'm questioning is the text says Moses was Elohim. He was Elohim to Aaron. Aaron was Moses's prophet. He was Elohim to Pharaoh. Right? Moses. There is in the text it says Moses was a prophet, but Moses never uh you know did any, like, he was the mouthpiece of the God. So like Moses was Elohim to his people, right? So, and that's what that's what the Christians say Jesus was in the flesh to them.
I understand that, but it still don't make him God. It still makes him a prophet that can't, like, use to do a job. Because there's a verse, I think John 141, where Jesus said something like, um, he don't want humans being praising him. So that also showed me he's not a God, because he said he didn't want human beings praising him.
No, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is your logic doesn't necessarily point to Jesus not God. I'm not saying that Jesus was God. I'm saying the logic that you're using doesn't point to that. So I don't understand your logic.
Okay,
Does
my
that make
logic
sense?
is like the word Elohim is an older word, right? So it's like, you know how slang changed from years and decades. So they didn't use Elohim no more in New Testament. So that's why I'm like, doesn't Elohim means God? You know, back then it's like I can say something 50 years, but it's different from me saying it now. You get what I'm saying? That's is it slang? It's just a question. It's just a thought.
Like, why are you saying, like, what do you think they meant for God? Like, when they translated the Hebrew text to the Septuagint, and they said God, what do you think they changed Elohim to mean in Greek or in the first century? Like, I'm confused.
Cause that's why I was asking you. I asked you, does it mean God? Elohim. Does it mean
Yeah,
like
it'll
God?
always mean God in Hebrew. Like, it doesn't change the
Right.
Hebrew. It, like, but I guess I'm confused. Like, in Hebrew, Elohim always means God. What are you saying Elohim started meaning in the first century in Rome, like, and during the New Testament time? What are you saying Elohim changed to mean what?
What I'm saying is they don't use Elohim in New Testament. They use it in they don't say Jesus is the Elohim. You get what I'm
Because
saying?
you do realize that's because the New Testament wasn't written in Greek. I mean, the New Testament was not written in Hebrew. Like, the Hebrew word for God is Elohim. The Greek word for God is Theos. Like, so we're dealing with two different languages, from the Old Testament scriptures to the New Testament. That's why.
Okay, that's good clarification right there. That makes a lot of sense. Makes it eye opening. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate you clearing that up because that word always confused me.
Yeah, it's important when you are studying the text, right? That you're acknowledging that one was written in a different language than the other. The cultures were different, right? The culture during the Old Testament, uh, uh, ancient Near East, was different than first century Rome. And then during the time that Jesus would have lived, he would have been under Roman occupation and had to follow Roman customs, right? They would have, spoken the language of the Romans and the Greeks. So it's, when you're studying it, it's best to try your best to put yourself in that time frame and consider and research that culture as much as you can and that history as much as you can. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I mean, yes, it does. The Adam and Eve spiritual awakening over the spiritual death. I, that's an interest. I think when you're speaking about the spiritual awakening, are you talking about the eating of the not the tree of knowledge?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah. So
I have.
we hear a lot of we hear from Christians a lot that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death when they ate from the tree, as a way for them to say that, when the God told them that they would die if they ate from the tree, and they didn't die, right? They didn't die that day. So Christians believe that they had a spiritual death. And my question is, we know in Genesis 3, after they ate from the tree, it says that their eyes were open. And common sense would tell you that was a mental change, right? Like, something happened mentally to Adam and Eve in order for their eyes, quote unquote, to be open. And that represents some type of awareness, right? Are you tracking that so far?
Oh yeah, me and you agree on that. It is a mental eye opener for knowledge. I agree with that. Now the death comes in after that, but go ahead, speaking.
So the issue with the death is that the God in the Hebrew text told him that they would die the same day. I'm gonna mute you right quick. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. The issue with the death is where the God told them that they would die the same day that they ate of the tree. In the text, there's no future time in the text that gives in, like, there's no context of a future date or a future death in that scripture. They were supposed to die on the day or in the day that they ate of the tree. And so according to Christian theology, God cannot lie. So it must have been a spiritual death. He could not have meant a physical death. Although the Hebrew word there, mut, implies physical death, right? When they ate of the tree, in the Hebrew, it uses a word, pakah, which implies a spiritual awakening. And so my question to Christians is, how can Adam and Eve have both a spiritual death and a spiritual awakening at the same time?
Okay, I can answer that one. All right, so once they ate from the tree, right, the tree of knowledge, right, and they thought you correct, they did thought they was gonna die at the moment, because in the conversation of content surely means like I'm gonna do it immediately, right? So once they ate, they noticed they surely didn't die, right? But remember, it was another tree called a tree of life. So that tree supposed to give life, which also the creator told them they could not eat from that tree no more. So that's why they were able to die, according to the text.
Well, I'm not asking why they were able to die. That's not my question. They were supposed to die the same day they ate of that tree. And because they did not die the same day they ate of the tree, Christians say it was a spiritual death, right? I don't understand this concept of spiritual death, especially when the text is implying they had a spiritual awakening. That's my question.
No, that because, all right, really, hear this out. Humans was not supposed to die and go to heaven, right? Because Christians believe they go to heaven. If you read the text, he created humans in Eden and angels in heaven. So why do people believe when they die they go to heaven? I don't believe that. I think they go back to the Eden
That's a different
that
topic.
was blocked out.
That's a different topic. I'm not asking where do they die and go to heaven or anything like that. To the person in the comments that said the word that in the day is a period of time, that's not true. Not for Hebrew. What I'm asking is, like, they were supposed to die that day according to the text. In Christian doctrine, they believe that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death, right? I don't understand the concept of a spiritual death, especially when the text implies they had a spiritual awakening. That's my question.
And I'm agreeing I'm agreeing you with that, but I'm saying once he eliminated them from the tree of life in Eden, that's the death afterwards. That's why he said, I will now judge y'all for what y'all do, because now they understand the spiritual awakening. You get what I'm saying?
The issue, you keep saying that's the death afterwards, except the text says they were supposed to die that same day, not 900 years later.
Because it was a lie. Yeah, because it was a lie. And no one would admit to that.
Hey, Droop, I know that it was a lie. Listen to my question, okay?
Right.
Christians believe that it was a spiritual death. So my question is, for Christians, how can it be a spiritual death? And what is a spiritual death, especially when the text is implying they had a spiritual awakening? That's my question. Not whether, they were supposed to eat from the tree of life or anything like that. Like, my question is very specific to that.
I answered it. It was a lie. It's a few times I can show you where he lied in there. That came
Right,
as a lie.
Right. So then, like, there's no need for you and I to discuss that topic because you don't believe they had a spiritual death. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. Okay.
All right. Are you done? Do you have anything else?
Nah, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, Drew. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good day, okay? Whew. Popcorn? Okay, not there. Monad, I do see you in the box, but I do only allow guests to come up one time per show. Um all right. If you guys there's 435 people in here. Um if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you have a deconstruction question, the guest box is open. Oh, goodness gracious. Y'all need to read y'all's book. Like, do you know the amount of people that come in here and say Moses was never called the Elohim? Read your book. Like, literally read your book. It's in your book. I even put the scriptures there. Like, y'all come, like, instead of you going to your Bible first and pulling up the scriptures that I have on the screen for you, you just start typing. The scripture is wrong. Well, then Drea, come and tell us what the people back then should have written. She said, I did read it and it's wrong. Then come and tell us what God actually said to Moses, Dream. Like, I want to know. Like, you got better insight than the people who wrote this shit. Come tell us. FXK, hi, how are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
I'm sorry. This is a Christian live. Um, so
Which raises a question. You do realize
I'm only I'm not interested in talking about Islam. I don't know shit about Islam. This is not a discriminatory thing. I don't know shit about Islam. I don't talk about shit I don't know. Okay? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing and you have a deconstruction question, or if you are a nerd, the guest box is open.
He came up because I muted him in the comments for typing in all caps.
Oh goodness. Yada. What's your name?
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to speak on the Adam and Eve, the
Okay. Are you? I
spiritual.
need to know first. Are you a believer or in the God of the Bible, or are you deconstructing?
Um, I'm a believer of God, but not how they have it set
But
up.
is it the God in the Bible though? The Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. What did you want to say about that?
In the Genesis 3:7, it's talking about the spiritual death is the splitting of them knowing the difference between good and evil versus their soul, if that makes sense.
I don't see how that contextually holds up in the text when you're calling that a spiritual death, right? Because they came into an awareness of something, right? And the Hebrew word, as I stated, used there is the root word pakah, which means to open, right? So kind of like how a flower opens, right? But in Hebrew, that word is used to imply like a spiritual awakening, like a rebirth. So how, if that's what the Hebrew writers were intending for the reader to read as to what transpired there, how could that mean a spiritual death at the same time?
Because when they ate of when they ate the fruit, they lost connection with their soul. They became a material being. They became flesh.
Are you saying that they didn't have flesh before that?
No, they didn't. They didn't have that before then. They didn't have awareness of it. That's what I mean.
Well, it said, the text says, and they were naked and they were not ashamed. It just didn't say that they were not aware of their flesh.
That's what the naked means. That they
no, it doesn't. The naked there implies there. It doesn't. The Hebrew word there is a play on words, right? For their flesh, but also their lack of intellect. So, it doesn't imply that they didn't have flesh. That's not true.
Well, I'm just giving a different point of view of the way I view it. Because
I understand. I understand that you're giving a different point of view.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has to be backed up by the text, right?
It is backed up by the text. Because the whole Adam and Eve story, I understand it to mean when they got together, then they lost knowledge of their of who the soul part of them. They lost knowledge. They only see themselves as man now, material.
Can you show me in the text where it implies they lost their soul?
They didn't lose their soul, but they lost awareness of their soul. So now they only see themselves.
Can you show me that in the text? Like what words in the text implies that? I'm gonna pull it up, and if you could show me, like right here is where they lost awareness of their soul. Give me just a second.
Let's see. Let me pull it up.
Okay, verse 6 and 7. I'm sorry, y'all. It takes forever to chew these things.
Yeah. Adam and Eve realized their nakedness after disobeying God and eating from the forbidden.
Hold on, no, wait. Before you go to a commentary,
okay.
I'm asking you. So the text is on the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says, so when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made loincloths for themselves. Where does it say that they lost awareness of their soul? Like what words here point to? I guess in verse 7 alone, right? Because that's where the transition happens, the transformation happens. What words here point to them losing awareness of a soul?
It says then that the eyes of both of them were open. So that's saying that they came aware. They became aware of the knowledge of good and evil.
I'm so sorry. I'm eating. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
This go ahead, Fee. Let me finish swallowing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree that it means that they became aware of something, but how are you equating that with the losing their awareness of, or losing the piece that you said that they lost simultaneously? Where in the text is that idea substantiated?
Because before that they were free. They was able to. They said that they didn't have awareness that they were naked, but after they ate the fruit, then they covered themselves because then they realized that they had lost their soul. It gave them shame and guilt
So
because
you're saying that they realized that they lost their soul. Where is that?
they didn't lose their soul, but they lost, like I said, they lost awareness of their soul.
but that's the piece that we're not seeing in the text. We see where they became aware of their nakedness. That is absolutely in the text. We read that. There's nothing in the text that says that they lost their soul. That's just simply not there. And if it is, I'd need you to point that out.
And again, what I was getting ready to say, I don't know if you can see the Hebrew version of verse 7 on the screen. As I was saying, this word here, paka, these two letters here, I'm sorry, right here. This word right here, it means to open, right? And it implies an awareness of something, a revealing of something, a spiritual awakening. So if they're having a spiritual awakening when their eyes were opened, right? How can they have lost an awareness at the same time of they're having a spiritual awakening according to the Hebrew text? How are they losing an awareness of their soul or their spirit at the same time?
I don't know. It's hard for me to explain it. I just know that that text explains the issues of the world and humanity, because it's a splitting of a person once they ate the fruit. They split.
I guess I don't understand what you mean by that they split. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Because once they became aware of their flesh, the material part of them, they were separated from their soul. That's where the split is.
So did they no longer have a soul after that?
They have it, but they're unaware of it now. They're more into their senses now. They don't recognize the soul. If that makes sense.
How are we, those of us that were in the faith, and you talk about a soul, how are you aware now of a soul if they weren't aware of it then?
Well, it describes in the Bible at the beginning, it describes how they were when they were just souls, and they just knew that they were a soul and nothing outside of that. But once they, had relations, then that's when they became aware of the knowledge of good and evil, and they let go of their soul in favor of their senses.
So you saying copulation made them aware of the knowledge of good and evil?
Yes.
Wait, you're
Why?
saying that they had sex in the garden?
Yes.
Yes. Why? So sex is bad?
Well, it is of my belief that it's only for procreation.
Oh, okay, I'm done.
It's just my belief that, and it's not and I'm not saying it as, holier than thou and all of that. I'm saying it as like somebody would say that cigarettes are bad for you because that energy makes you split.
But
You
the
become aware
cigarettes
of,
are bad.
it's like cognitive dissonance. You become aware of good and evil.
That's
That's
not what
not
cognitive
cognitive
dissonance
dissonance.
is.
That's not cognitive dissonance at all.
Oh my God.
What is cognitive dissonance?
Cognitive dissonance is simultaneously holding two contrasting positions at the same time or two conflicting positions at the same time.
Fee, I'm gonna
Okay.
let you take lead on this so I can eat, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
So if that's the case, then that would be what cognitive dissonance is, knowing of good and evil. It's too contrasting.
No, a
Hmm.
cognitively. Go ahead, Selena. I'm sorry.
You're good. I was just, nope, go ahead. Nope.
So, an example of someone being holding a cognitively dissonant position would be to say that a thing is and is not something at the same time. Like it's not to be aware of the good and bad and thing. That's duality. I'm not sure you're understanding what cognitive dissonance actually is. And I'm also not sure where these additional layers of understanding are coming from, because I don't see where they're supported in the scriptures that we just read.
Because it's my belief that Christians have been misguided about what the Bible really means.
But how are you then, where are you getting your correct understanding from if theirs is incorrect?
There is some authors that I've read recently that talk about like the real meaning of the Bible. And so that's
So how did you go about determining that their explanation of the real meaning of the Bible is correct?
because it's displayed right now in real time. This feels like the Dark Ages. If you think about what went on in the Bible and what's going on now, it's not conflicting. It's the same. Because people they were all immoral. They were all involved in Sodom and Gomorrah. All of that stuff is happening right now. And all the things that come from that, I don't see the difference. So that's how I think it's real.
Well, I mean, I don't even know where to go with this. So let's just go back to your understanding of the actual scripture that we were talking about, where you feel like the spiritual death is simultaneously an awakening and a fissure. Like it's a unification and a separation at the same time is what you're ultimately saying.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's dissonant. You can't unify and separate simultaneously. In addition, the scripture speaks to, and as Thinker said, with showing the Hebrew, it alludes to the awakening or the coming into recognition of something. So they came into the recognition of their physical bodies. They came into the understanding or the knowledge that they were naked. That's completely supported by the text. Anything over and above that is not. And I'm not quite sure how you're kind of smuggling that in without it being substantiated in the text.
I mean, all the events that happened afterwards says that they lost their soul. I mean, the events that happened after the chapter where they're stuck to be together.
What? What do you mean stuck to be together?
What's the verse? I need to look at it. I don't have it pulled up.
And while she's looking that up, she mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah. Are there angels right now visiting the city that men are trying to get physical with? Like, what?
Okay. It says after they ate the fruit, then it says to the woman, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. And it goes on to tell Adam that he's cursed to till the ground. I mean, it explains what happened when they had relations or whatever. And then they had the consequences of their actions thereafter.
Where are you saying they had relations?
It doesn't say that, but that's what it means. Like sometimes it depends on how you want to look at the Bibles. Like I said, I don't look at the Bible like what they have told us, because what they have told us is wrong.
But I don't think it's fair to just add meaning to words that don't mean what you're adding. Like, I hope you understand we're pushing back because what you're saying is just simply not in the book. It may be what you want to believe, But
Hmm.
what you want to believe and what's in the book are not the same thing. There's nothing in that book that says anything about the result of Eve's labor pains and Adam having to go till the ground as a result of them copulating. It's just not there.
Well, then what does Adam and Eve represent?
I
Like,
mean,
what was just eating? Do you see it as literal as they ate the fruit, or does it represent something?
I don't see it literal at all. I mean, I don't think any of this should actually happen. But I do
Mhm.
think that it's simply an origin story from a people during the Bronze Age that was trying to explain what they did not know. Now, it seems like in 2025, you're taking this antiquated origin story and trying to anachronistically apply meaning to it in today's day and age. And that may be comfortable for you. It may be something that you enjoy doing, but that doesn't make it true.
Yeah, but I mean, it resembles exactly what we're living now. So how can what I'm saying be wrong if we're living in the times that the Bible is saying now?
How are we living in the times that the Bible is saying now? The reality is that as long as man has been on this earth and civilized, there has been conflict. There have been people doing things that other people didn't approve of, and there have been people writing about those people doing things that they don't approve of. That has been the existence and the reality of humans for quite a while. You're seeing some corollary things in today's age that you look back in this book um, in retrospect, actually trying to find parallels. That doesn't mean that what was written in this book is talking about what's happening today. As a matter of fact, when you read the things that are written in this book, it's not written in future tense, it's written in present tense because it was written to the people that were living at that time. It has nothing to do with us.
It has everything. That is my belief. These are my beliefs that it has everything to do with us right now. And a
We
lot of people are missing it. And this
well,
is why everybody's so jacked up.
No, I don't think that's why everybody's so jacked up. I think part of the reason why everybody's so jacked up is because so many people take this book and then they choose to believe it in a certain way. And those beliefs inform their actions. And when you and I inhabit the same earth, but we're not operating in the same reality, that creates tension and that creates problems. You've concluded that what was written in this book has some relevance for today's day and age, and I don't see that. I don't even see where it can solve any problems because even if it did, even if this book was talking about what's happening on April the 17th, 2025, how is it resolving anything? How is it fixing anything? Children are still hungry. Preachers are still touching them when they shouldn't be doing it. Like all of the things that have been happening for eons is still going on despite the fact that these words are in the book. So what is it actually doing to benefit humanity?
Well, that's because the way people are teaching it, they have got it all out of context. Because, like I said before, the Adam and Eve is the splitting of the mind. So you're no longer in touch with your soul. Now you're only seeing yourself as the five senses. You don't know that you're more than just flesh. Like everybody is crazed, and they can't tell the difference between. They have distorted good and evil, kind of
Can
like
you do me a quick favor? I just need you to characterize the soul for me. Can you like describe the soul?
the soul is the soul is God. That's what I feel like. The soul is God.
No, no,
God
no.
is
So was Adam
yeah,
and Eve God? Adam and Eve had God.
yeah, because we're all like one. So
Then
you know,
that
we
means
all
that.
created. I believe we're all created in the image of
Well, then
God.
that would mean that you still have. If you think that you are a part of the God, right, and you have a soul, then that means that you are not detached from it. That's what's confusing me. Like when y'all use this word soul or spirit,
Hmm.
like it's hard to understand what you mean by that without you characterizing it. And when you say that it is God, but yet you use it in present tense today, that means that you don't really think that you're detached from it then.
Well, that's the only reason why I don't feel like I'm detached from it, because I have knowledge of it. Like, they don't teach this
How did you gain knowledge of your soul?
by I had to cleanse, like do a
And
fast.
like how? No, not the process. Like, so
Hmm.
Adam and Eve lost knowledge of their soul when they gained a moral conscience,
Hmm.
right? That was the change that happened. And so, are you saying that you uh, rejected your moral conscience, or you let go of your moral conscience in order to get your soul back?
No, I let go of the flesh part, and
You'd still have flesh, yada.
well, I'm talking about as far as five senses. Like,
You still
I'm
have the
not
five
those.
senses too.
Yeah, but I'm not like everybody in the United States is like a slave to it. They got to have it. They don't know that they can
Have
go
what?
without these
Have
five
what?
senses.
We've got to have what in the United States?
Well, I don't know what you can or cannot say up here. So
No, you're
just
talking. Are you?
relations.
Are we still talking about sex?
Yeah, that's the Bible. That's what the Bible is about. It's about controlling yourself. Sex. That's what the Bible is really about. But nobody talks about that.
Wait, so the why do you keep connecting them to the five senses? Like, what does hearing have to do with sex?
It's saying that you're more than just, because people, they use entertainment
No,
and certain things to distract you, so you get distracted.
Where was Adam and Eve using their five senses in the garden? Like, even after, let's say this, after Adam and Eve ate from the tree, right? And they had sex or whatever. Because the very next time we hear of Adam and Eve, the very first time that we hear of them having sex, they had a child, and your God gave the child to them according
Mhm.
to Eve. So that was something that the God uh, ordained, right? He blessed that,
Mhm.
right? And so after that, we don't see Adam and Eve using these so-called five senses at a high rate, right? As a result of them eating from the tree. So I guess I don't understand where this is coming from.
um it's hard for me to explain it in a way to, it's like we have gotten taken over, like it's food, for example. We act like it has to taste good in order for us to enjoy it. Is we're too greedy. We get to is we're only seeing the material world. We don't see the spiritual world. That's what we were cut off of when Adam and Eve had sex. We were cut off of the spiritual. We are souls, but once we took of that, we cut
I'm
off from all of that, and we
I'm
only
actually
think
glad
that.
you I'm actually glad you said that, because in Second Kings, to Second Kings chapter 6 verse 17. Do you remember when Elijah is praying to your God, and he's asking Elisha is praying to your God, and he asks the God to open up the eyes of the man that's with him so that the man can see the spirit world.
Mhm.
Do you know that same word pakah is used there for a spiritual opening of the eyes? So what I don't understand, again, I'm going right back to, like, I don't understand how you were saying that they were cut off, right, when they had a spiritual awakening. And then we see Elisha asking your God to do the same thing for this man, to open his eyes in a spiritual sense so that he could see the spirit world.
I don't know too much about that verse, because this is something that I just discovered this year after searching and searching, and it answered all. Like, I can see it clearly, but it's hard to explain it to other people because we've been taught. And even then, the Bible, like, you will have a good religion, knowing the knowledge of good and evil. We will have a good religion and a false religion. So there is a religion that's real, which I think is what they failed to tell us, and then there's all
But
this other stuff that
But Yada, I'm not understanding the idea of seeing something clearly, but yet struggling to explain it. I would think that your clear sight of it would actually enhance your ability to explain it to the point that others can understand it. Because what you're saying just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make logical sense. In Genesis chapter 1, there's a directive from this God to engage in sex, be fruitful and multiply. The Song of Solomon, which is in the book, is all about erotic love. Like there's multiple scriptures in the book that talk about sex. So if sex was the original sin, why would your God command something and then punish his creation for doing what he commanded them? He created us with sexual desires biologically. Why create us with something that we aren't supposed to use? That doesn't make any logical sense.
well, how are you born sexual? Like, how is that?
What do you mean, how was I born sexual?
Like, you're not born that way. That people put that upon you, but you're not born that way.
I don't know what you mean born that way. What I'm saying is that people have biological, sexual desire is a function of our brains. Like it is impulses from our brains. We're biologically wired that way. So I don't think there are any newborns that come out feeling randy. No, I agree with you on that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it is a biological function. That's how humans reproduce. That's how all
I
mammals.
thought she was saying you wasn't created through sex. I was like, what does she mean? How are you born sex? Okay, I get it now. I was confused for a second. Okay.
That is not what you were saying, right? You weren't saying that sex doesn't produce human beings. Like you do realize
Yeah.
that.
I mean, but that I don't think that the be fruitful and multiply was
You
meant
were
to
saying that?
for us to have babies. Like,
So
I
she
don't think
was
that
saying
was
that.
Wait a
meant.
minute. Were you truly saying that humans don't come into existence by way of sex? Is that what you're saying?
They do now because of the actions of Adam and Eve. Yes, that's the only way that they can come through. But Mary was a virgin, and that's how we got here.
So we're supposed to all have children by way of
If
immaculate
you
conception?
if you believe in what's that? I forget.
Parthenogenesis?
Yeah, if you believe in that, then yeah, that's how we originally came here. As souls, we could create.
So why is it that in the Bible there are multiple stories of men having wives and concubines and directives from this God about lineage, Jesus coming into the world by way of a specific lineage? How was he supposed to impregnate all of the women that would ultimately cause Jesus's birth? Like, I'm just not following the logic of this
Because
concept
they
at
fell
all.
from grace. They fell from grace because when Eve decided that she wanted to have, they fell from grace. They they now had to do things that way. It turned into a curse, and then it
So what were the original purposes of the vagina and the penis? If it was only used for procreation as a result of a curse, did God know that they were going to do it and went ahead and gave them the equipment and the functionality to do so preemptively?
I don't know. I don't know. Haven't figured that out yet, so I don't know why the functions of that. But I do know that we did before we came into sin. We didn't have knowledge of that. We didn't do it that way. We could just create.
You can't possibly claim that without verifying that. Like, where are you getting that from? Because it's not in the Bible. So where are you getting the fact that humans would have been able to procreate without sex?
Because Mary, that's how I know that they would have been able to do it.
Remember, I read
A
that.
virgin
Remember, I read that
birth.
article about the non-binaryism of
Yeah.
Daniel and Deborah, and it said that the unrealistic expectation that the Catholic Church put on women through the Virgin Mary is that women were to aim to be like Mary, to be virgins, pure, but still have babies.
I do remember that. Is that you think this is coming from that?
I'll be
It's
right
coming
back.
from the early Catholic Church. That was like that the Orthodox Church. I wonder if she's like Orthodox.
I don't know, but I mean, this gets back to what I keep saying about the fact that people don't know how to critically think. They don't know how to take an idea and take that idea through a very regimented series of steps to determine whether or not the idea is even remotely plausible. And it's these types of conversations that reiterate that to me every single fucking day, because what in the actual hell are we even talking about as women in 2025, knowing full well how our bodies function? We have periods. We have like biological functions that are systemic for most people, not all. I get that everybody is a little bit different, but we know how biology works. And to have a person who sounds like an adult to come in front of 500 people and say what she just said as loudly and boldly and unsubstantiated as she did is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
I think this is what belief does to the brain. And I think so too. Like Bash was saying, when you start with the conclusion, it's very hard to get, it's very hard to get people to engage with the text or to get engaged with what the book is actually saying, because she has her conclusion in her mind already.
Yeah, and that's not even engaging with the text. That's just like the text is off to the side somewhere because she's reading things into it that's just not there.
I think she's reading some commentary.
Yeah. I'm curious to know who wrote it though.
Can somebody mute Exodus Effect the entire live? I told you, I warned you, if you wanted to stay, you will stop spamming my chat. Now you gotta go. Thank you, do that. I don't know. Did she get somebody at the door or something?
That's what it sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, she's nice. I appreciate the civil conversation, but it's like, it's disturbing, honestly. It's truly disturbing.
She's better than a lot of the believers that come on stage that don't agree, that we don't agree with. Like she's explaining herself as best as she can, but in a respectful way. So I do appreciate that. But yeah, now that threw me for a loop when she was like, "Why do you keep putting on yourself that you were born sexually?" It's like, what?
And I thought she was saying that we aren't born with sexual desires, because I didn't even think that would have been anything a human would say.
Okay, I'm back. The thing that I was saying about I don't think we're born with these impulses and stuff. They are put on us by the people that we're around and grow up in. But if we were left alone without the big influence of sex, we wouldn't be like, we
Wait,
wouldn't.
like who's influencing you in adolescence to start feeling things sexually? Like, are you saying that your body doesn't naturally just evolve into that?
At some point in time, we will have hormones and stuff like that, but that's when the church was supposed to come in and
And
teach.
stop what's natural. The church is designed to stop what's natural. Like if you believe that you were created by this God, and this God was intelligent enough to design your body as it grows to start creating those hormones that would make you want to have sex, why would the church need to come in, something human, something material that you claim that Adam and Eve started latching on to the material? The church in this instance would be the material thing. So why would the church need to step in to stop what you would consider to be natural, a natural thing that your God created? That's backwards thinking.
Well, God told Adam and Eve that if they partake in the whatever, and they used their free will to do what they did. So
But what I asked you was, listen, I'm asking you, why would the church, which is a human institution, right, need to come in and stop a natural process of the human if you believe your God intelligently created the human? Like, why would the church need to come in and stop that natural process? That's backwards thinking.
Because they weren't supposed to be doing that in the first place. They and
If your
before
God
then.
created the body, yada, if your God created the human body and
Hmm.
the human body works the way it works, which means that the sexual urges, right, that comes from our hormones as we mature, as our body matures, that's a natural process, right? That means that your God designed it that way. If you believe that your God is the creator, that means that is naturally programmed in. You were saying that the humans who were created by this God, their job is to stop that natural process. That is backwards thinking.
But I don't see how it's backwards thinking, because he specifically told them not to eat of it, and they did it anyway. So the church would need to do what God did at the beginning. He told them not to eat
Why do
of
you
the
keep
fruit
going back to the tree? I am talking
because he
about
told.
the. Hold on. I'm not talking. I'm talking about the body naturally. Are you saying that our bodies are not supposed to naturally evolve, mature, into feeling sexual hormone, like feeling sexual desires and things?
It's not that we're not supposed to feel it, but we're not supposed to be using it on one another. We're supposed to have that energy for ourselves. It's not, because
Oh,
think
we're
about
supposed
it.
to be having sex with ourselves.
No, see, y'all can't,
What?
because you're not in touch with your soul, because
I'm
everything is
trying. We're talking
bodily and
about sex right
fleshly.
now. We're talking about
Yeah.
We're talking about the sexual urges that the human body naturally um, has as the body matures. What are we supposed to be doing with those sexual urges to
Okay.
ourselves? Say that again.
Okay. Okay. Let me just try to explain it the best way I can. Give me a time. But you're more than just, everybody is like got the sex brain. That's what it is. So you can't think outside of that.
What
No,
is?
we're not supposed to be. Why are we using each other for pleasure? Why are we doing that? Why are we not? If we're not creating a baby, then why are we doing it?
Because it feels good and it's fun and it's pleasurable. But what I'm
Okay,
not
we're
understanding, hold on, what I'm not understanding is what you said, that we're supposed to be using this energy, this sexual
mhm,
urges for ourselves. But yet you say that we're not supposed to be having sex with ourselves. What do you
right.
mean when you say that the sexual urges are supposed to be used for ourselves? What do you mean by that?
The energy is supposed to be used for ourselves, so we're not supposed to be around here needing a doctor and all these things.
What do you mean when you say that? When I say
It's
what do
like
you mean?
we
Hold on.
meditate transmuting and
So
using that
whenever you get
energy.
horny, let me say it this way: when a person is horny, right? These are the sexual urges in their body. What are they supposed to do to themselves when the horny feeling comes? That's what I need you to explain.
They are supposed to meditate and control within their body and use the energy to heal different parts of their body. That's what they're supposed to do with that energy.
Have you done it?
I'm beginning the process of doing it.
Have
And
you
so, and
seen
I can,
have you seen anybody else do it?
yes, and they have,
Who?
it's a few people online on YouTube, if you follow, they have done this. And it's also talk about Yogananda. There's some of the teachings of that. So
So a person with diabetes, when they get horny, all they have to do is sit down and meditate, and then they can heal their diabetes.
yeah, I mean, I know that sounds crazy because we depend on, this is what good this is what happens when people have it. They can't see that they can heal themselves, that you have everything within your body to heal yourself.
Yada yada. I've been celibate for 5 years, friend. I have been celibate for 5 years, and I get horny a lot. And all I do is meditate and focus. And I could tell you that I have illnesses
But you
in my
still have
body
it in your
today.
but it's
No,
not also
yada
physically.
yada yada. What you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
Thinker, if you,
None. Because hold on. Because I'm sorry. Was that you, Feet?
yeah, I was just gonna
Oh,
say,
okay. Go ahead.
if you make sure you don't DJ the bean, maybe your lower back will be okay. I think that's what she's saying.
My rotator cuff needs healing like a motherfucker.
Yeah, just
God.
resist, sis. Just resist, because fuck.
Well, what I was going to say is it's not just physical, it's also mental. So you can't think about it. You can't partake of it in any kind of way. So, because you're still, the thoughts create things. So you're still in sin, basically. So you're not going to
What?
be able to be clear from it.
Then why
You do
do
you
it?
exactly? And you have criminalized the entire human body. Like you might as well just die. Like
I
you have
didn't,
you've criminalized the entire human body.
it's not, it's a beautiful thing if you use
No,
it
it's
for
not. Like
yourself
how?
and to
Like when
heal
you're horny.
yourself.
When you're horny, right? Like what's in your brain? What's in your mind? Right? That's intensifying the feeling. Like you're literally saying that there's not, you just get horny for no reason, right? And then you just sit down and start meditating, and your mind is just blank. Like you're not making sense. Like you've criminalized the entire human body,
I haven't
the
criminalized
brain.
it.
Yes, you have. You literally said it is a sin, right? To be
I
horny and
said
to have
sex is a
thoughts.
sin. The
You
sex
said being horny and thinking about it in your mind is just as bad as doing it.
And it's
sex is.
it's
Not our
crazy.
bodies are not, sex is.
Then you need to talk to your God about why he created us with the capacity to do something like that that's so simple. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's literally the way humans are created. It's how we procreate. Not only humans, but all of the animal kingdom procreates in this way, one way or the other. Yet you see it in nature everywhere that you believe your God created. Yet it is the crux of what's sinful. That doesn't make any sense. That would be like me giving my son a basketball and penalizing him for taking a shot. Why would I give him a ball and a basketball and a hoop and telling him that it's sinful to play basketball? What that doesn't make sense.
Where are you getting this from? Like who's teaching you this? Like what scholar or online
Um,
influencer are you getting this from?
it's this old Sydney Tap. So
What are Sydney's credentials?
I don't know. Do we have to have credentials to know truth and reality when we see it? Like,
What
okay, if sex is so good and everybody is so, then why we got $1 billion in trafficking, $1 billion, and everybody don't know anybody? I mean, y'all act like you don't see the consequences up front and
You
personal
just
of it.
answered
I
your own
don't.
question. You just answered your own question. We have trafficking because sex is good. Not to say that that's an excuse, but you just answered that's why people are willing to pay for it.
Dude, what's wrong with your phone?
I'm still outside.
It's so many. I mean, it to me is very clear that but it's because I have detoxed for a while that I can see that everybody is crazy out here,
You
Detox?
might
and
be
How
and
long have you
that's
been
what they were
detoxed?
talking about in the
Yada
Bible
yada. How long have you been detoxed?
since February.
Okay, so you've been celibate since February of
No,
this
I've been
year.
celibate. No, I've been celibate for a long time, but you have to realize I
How
said
long have you
in
been
John
celibate? How long have you been celibate?
for 6 years.
What do you remember the day that you decided to go celibate?
No. Mm-mm.
So how do you know it's been 6 years?
Because that's when I got a divorce.
So then you should know the day that you decided to go celibate, right?
I don't remember dates
You
and
don't
stuff like that. I
remember
just
when you got
remember when
divorced?
I.
A lot of people remember the day that they decided to go celibate. A lot of people do.
Well,
That's why I'm
because I
asking.
was never really obsessed about it, but I have been a
But you
while
don't
about
remember the
it.
day that you got divorced? How do you know it's been 6 years is what I'm asking.
Because that's when I got a divorce. When I moved out, that's how I realized. That's how I know when it's been 6 years.
What was the? I don't even know where to go with
Why
this.
does it matter what the date is?
Because you're saying that like that the absence of sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
The absence of desiring sex
Mm-hmm.
is what gives you this so-called power that you're talking about, right? And there's look at the numbers in the chat. There are too many people in the chat that have been celibate for years. There's one who has been celibate for 11 years.
Have they
And like
been?
I said, I've been celibate for 5 years.
Have y'all
5
not?
years.
But the question is clearly in thought and in physical. Have y'all been celibate? You have not thought about it. You have
Yes.
not watched any
Yeah. No, I
movies.
don't. Nope. There is
No
nobody that I
toy.
want. That nope. Nope.
No
I don't have
movies.
any
No
toys.
toys.
Nope. There is
Romance.
nobody that I want. There is nobody that I want.
Are you waiting to save it till
Nope.
marriage or something like
I'm
that?
not. I don't even think I'm ever gonna date again.
I
I
think
have
that's
no
good.
desire to.
So you don't
And
ever
we
think
just talked
about.
about this yesterday on Christina's live. I have no desire to date again. I don't have any desire to bring a man into my space.
Also, if you wait long enough and you get into your 50s, menopause is gonna hit you with a natural celibacy. You don't want that shit. You don't want anybody around you.
But I
And
think I think people are still they listen to music that's filled with y'all don't understand how saturated every way. I'm sure y'all do, but you really don't pay attention to it until you going down that road.
no, I don't think it's that we don't pay attention to it. I think we look at it through a rational lens, which is what I don't think you're using right now. Because the reality is that different people have different levels of sexual desire. Sometimes you can be in relationships with people and the frequency with which you want sex matches theirs. Sometimes there's an imbalance there. It's different from person to person, but to villainize and vilify the
I'm not.
actual act, you kind of are, because you're telling us it was the original sin.
Yeah, but I'm not villain. I'm just saying it's not good for you because it's how you treat each other. So when you get into relationships, now you see each other as a tool.
That's
You
not
can't
true.
love the person as an original being, as a soul. That's what I was. You can't. You only see them now as the material person, the person that's going to
Speak for
satisfy a
That may
need.
be your limitation, but that's not
yourself.
everybody.
It's everybody's
For yourself,
limitations
please.
when they're having sex. It's everybody's limitations because now you only identify with the flesh.
That's not true, Yada. You can't say that's true for everyone. You don't know how
Okay.
I view sex. You don't know
Okay.
what I'm thinking about my boyfriend in the moment that we're intimate. You don't know that. That may be your reality, but you cannot put your experience on everyone else. That's simply not true. And it's also not even verifiable. You're just making unsubstantiated claims.
No, I'm not. Okay. How does a woman feel if her man ain't gave her none in a couple of days? She think he automatically cheating
Yada.
because she didn't do something for him. It's
Yada,
a transactional relationship.
that
All
is
relationships.
That is not true.
that is absolutely untrue. What is today? Today is April the 17th. I have not seen my boyfriend since January, and I can guarantee you I ain't thinking none of that. No, I mean, not once have I thought anything like that. You are approaching this topic thinking that your way of seeing it is how it is, and that's just not the case. That is inaccurate. People are different. Women are not a monolith. I don't care. I don't have I don't have a very strong sexual desire. Again, I'm menopausal. I'm 51 years old. I need you away from me more frequently than I need you near me. But that's me. Another woman my age may have a different experience, but you cannot say that the way you see things or the people in your bubble, the way they see things is the way everybody sees things. That's
It's
not true.
it's not just my perspective. I've watched it all online in real life. Y'all just sitting up here being obtuse about what's really going on in this world.
No,
Because I know all these relationship podcast, everybody moaning and groaning about something, and you telling
The
me
fact that you trying to force what you see and what happened to you, right, on
exactly.
everybody else, just because you and like honestly, you might listen to relationship podcasts. I don't listen to that shit.
I don't either.
I
Thinking
don't listen to red. I don't give a fuck what a red pill a blue pill, what nobody have to say. Like, you're listening to those things. That's what you need to deal with.
And maybe that's the issue. Maybe you need to zoom out. Maybe you need to start consuming information and listening to people who don't think like that, because there are many of us who do not. I don't see the world the way that you do. I don't see sex the way that you do. I don't give a shit about whether a man has been to my house in the last 3 days or not. I never have.
Well, then why y'all so defending? Y'all fighting for sex for somebody that don't
Because
care
what you're
about it,
saying
for
doesn't
women
make
that don't care about it.
we're
Y'all
fighting for
it.
logic and critical thought, and which this lacks.
Yeah, we're fighting
Okay,
against
well, what are the
stupidity.
benefits of sex? What are the benefits of it? It's so good. And so just tell me what the benefits. How has it helped
Well,
the
you
world?
listen,
How has
listen.
it benefited the world?
First off, let me tell you how it has benefited me. I have 4 children that I absolutely fucking love. And now I have 2 grandchildren that I absolutely fucking adore. That is one of the benefits of having sex. Another benefit of having sex is that it's a stress reliever. It releases endorphins for creativity and clear thought.
And if you don't like it, then don't fucking do it. But don't come out here and say to everyone else that it is the sin, it's the thing that's keeping you separated from your soul, which you never defined. I mean, I think you're not seeing how incredibly myopic your perspective is.
Listen, I'm not saying
You
this
know
for people.
she don't know what that word means.
If
Are you there?
yes.
Well, honey, if you crying after sex, you done met the right one. But go ahead, Yada.
For real.
Well, listen, if you all want to champion sex or whatever, that's fine. But for people that want to understand why the world is so crazy as it is and want to do self-reflection, I believe that you should abstain and only have sex for procreation, and it's a higher level thing. It's not something that we
But
should just
Yada,
be taking lightly.
you claim that you've been celibate for 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess detoxed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how, if you haven't had sex in 6 years, you didn't detox in that time. But you claim you've only been detoxed since February, right?
Yes, because I used
And
to read.
hold on. And the information, let me say the concerns. I'm not gonna talk about the information that you're saying right now. Right now, I want to separate the information with the concern that you have, which is the world and the problems that are in the world. Okay, which I hear you saying that your abstaining from sex is what raised your awareness of the problems in the world, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And this happened since you detoxed, since February, right?
Yes.
Except we've been having conversations about this shit since December 2023. We've already our awareness about what's going on in the world goes beyond December 2023. But we've been holding this live for almost 2 years.
But
Discussing discussing the problems in the world, discussing the sex trafficking, discussing the hunger, discussing the genocide, discussing the crime, discussing the bad parenting, discussing the homelessness, the domestic violence, the homophobia. We've literally been doing this for almost 2 years, and we have not had to abstain from trying to shut our bodies down and stop our bodies from working naturally. We haven't had to self-hate. We haven't had to hate the fact that we are humans and wish that we were something else to get there.
That's the only thing you have to do is identify with something other than just your human self, to identify your soul. That's all that I'm talking about.
That's not all you're talking about. You said sex
Nah.
was the problem.
Right.
because it takes you out of knowledge of your soul.
It may
Yes,
take
that is.
No,
you
it
out of,
doesn't.
It
right.
takes y'all out of knowledge.
What do
Listen how
you
you all
mean,
sound.
y'all?
You all
You
can't
don't
think
have the
outside
hold
of
on. Why
sex.
are your words touching my words?
Because you're the one who brought up sex, Yada. The
Exactly.
topic is sex. You brought sex to the conversation. So that tells me by your logic that sex is still on your mind.
Right.
And the problem, honestly, we're not pushing back in defense of sex. Again, I am not interested. Menopause, hello, that's not what we're pushing back against. We're pushing back against the way you've landed at this conclusion. Because what you're missing is that by saying sex is the cause of all problems, that's like saying fire is the cause of all arson. And that's just not true. Fire can destroy, absolutely, but it can also do beneficial things like it could cook our food. It can keep us warm. The problem is not the fire, it's how people use it. So yeah, people can use sex in a very detrimental and destructive way. But just because some people use it in that way does not mean that it is the cause of all the problems. The issue here is the way that you're thinking through this. And you're calling us narrow-minded and saying that we're not willing to broaden our horizons when in actuality, it's you that's doing that.
Saying fire is a tool of the devil is I'm like this is
Yes.
about as bad as
Who
her
said
saying
that
that
shit?
somebody in
Right.
the comments. That's about as
Oh, I
bad
see
as talking
it.
about saying sex is wrong.
That I'm not. I'm
She's
just
a
saying
lover.
that it's supposed to be for procreation, and that's all. But if you want to use it like a
Who
drug,
say,
and
where did you get that from? That is just a tool for procreation and that's it.
well, why is it supposed to be for anything else? Y'all not really thinking. Really think about why is it supposed
Like,
to
are
be
Wow.
for
you saying
something
that? Are
else?
you saying so? Let me ask you, Yada. The people that come here, that are born who cannot reproduce, they're born barren. The men and the women that are born barren, are they supposed to just abstain from sex their whole life?
Yes, and they will be fine. If you can go without sex, it's not needed to live.
Yeah.
You
How do
tell
you
me
know
where
that, Yada?
sex
Have
is
you ever
needed to live.
lived a life without sex?
That's what I'm doing now. I
No, no,
plan to
no,
not ever do it again.
Yada. Have you experienced sex?
If
Like, Yada, have you experienced sex?
it doesn't matter.
Now, so you can't speak on whether someone can abstain from sex their whole life because you've not done that, have you, Yada?
I'm on the
No, no,
path
no.
to
That's
doing it
Yada.
now.
You will never
And I
ever,
have been
Yada,
already six
Yada. You
years
will
without it.
never
And
ever be able to abstain from sex your entire life because you've already had sex.
yeah, but I'm saying if
So
I
you
would have
can't.
known
So
this
you
at the
can't
beginning
speak.
of my
So you
life,
can't say that a person should be able to abstain from sex their entire life because you have never done it.
okay, but that's the goal and that's where I'm
You will
walking
never
right
reach
now.
that goal. That is an impossible goal for you. Do you understand that?
Well, yeah, in my life because I was taught wrong.
Exactly.
I was
No, it
taught
doesn't
that I
matter
had
why.
to.
It doesn't matter why. It's a goal you will never reach because you
Right.
started off losing.
Right, but I know that it's not needed to live. I'm
No,
aware
you
even
don't
if
know
I did
that.
it. Yes,
No,
I
you
do.
don't. No,
I
you
didn't.
don't. You don't know that because you've
Yes, I
already done it.
do.
You've
Yes,
already
I
done it.
do. I didn't
No, you
need
don't.
that. Oh,
No, you
yes,
don't.
I do know
No, you
that.
don't. There's several people
Mm-mm.
who haven't had sex who are go through depression and thoughts of unaliving themselves. You don't know what it's like to go through life and never ever have sex.
I don't know what it's like, but okay, tell me why
Exactly. So
you
you
need
shouldn't
sex
be
to
speaking
live.
on it.
Okay, so tell me why you need it to live. Will you die without it? Will you
I
die
literally just
without
Just
it?
told you.
did.
Will you die without it? Okay,
No.
I
then you don't
literally
need it.
just told you.
Will you die without it? Answer that yes or
I
no. Will you
literally
die
just
without
told
it?
you that there are people who have never ever had sex
That's not
who
the answer.
have
You're not.
listen because of your critical thought. Maybe you need to bust a nut because your critical thought is like it ain't there. It ain't there. And
Okay.
if for some odd reason I have no idea why you're starting to get disrespectful, but I match energy, Yada.
Well, listen, I'm trying to explain to you that you're
Then
not
do it
answering the
respectfully.
question,
Then
but you
do it
didn't answer the
respectfully.
question.
I did answer your question. I
No, you didn't.
literally
It
told
was a
yes
yes
I
or
did.
no.
Yes I did.
You
I
said that there are
literally
people
told
that will.
you I literally told you that there are people who have thoughts of unaliving themselves because they've never had sex. They've never had a relationship with another human
Well, that's
and,
because
and had sex. And
but
so
it's
it
not
increases
because of,
depression. It increases depression in humans and thoughts of unaliving. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you have had sex. And you're reading some shit off of the internet, watching some fucking YouTube videos, and think your name is motherfucking Yoda.
I think you're
I'm
all
done.
also good. I know, right? Not Yoda. I'm curious to know, Yada, what do you say then about non-human species that engage in sex for connection and social reasons?
we don't want to identify with our animal nature. We want to identify with
Oh
our
my
higher level or
God.
soul.
I'm not asking you that. You said that sex should only be used for reproduction.
Correct.
But I'm asking you then, how do you then explain the fact that, that's not the case in other animals? Because bonobos, for example, they use sex for pretty much everything. It's like a social bonding tool.
They are animals. We are higher level beings,
We're
though.
animals too,
We're
Yada.
animals
Like
too.
Yeah, we are the lower half of us, but we can reach higher than just animal. Y'all know y'all will agree with that. We
but
can think and we can do a lot more than the animal, so we shouldn't just be identifying with animal.
I'm not identifying with animals. I'm challenging your logic. You said that sex should only be used for procreation or reproduction. But that doesn't seem to be the case when you look at other animals, other animal kingdoms. Like it's just not the
And
case.
I'm trying to tell you all that we are higher than animals. So yeah, they do, but we're supposed to have reason, and our logic is supposed to know that we're not supposed to just be out here like animals. We're supposed to think about it and have thought process
So,
behind what we're doing.
so let me
Yeah,
ask
you're
you this then.
behind on that, honey.
Let me ask you this. So my sister, when she had her son, she's only had one son, had some complications, ended up having to have a hysterectomy. Should that then mean that for the rest of their marriage, her and her husband should not ever have sex?
If they don't want to create a child, then they shouldn't have sex. That's all I'm saying. If they're not, the sex is solely for procreation.
So it's
Other than
not
that,
for
they shouldn't be having it.
it's not for, well, what about intimacy? What's the purpose of intimacy then?
So we can't have intimacy without getting naked and slapping skin. See, that's what I'm saying. We're so low as
But we're
people, as
not low.
humans.
We're honestly not low, and I think you should stop saying that because I think it's reflecting your mindset more so than the people that you're speaking to. Because
No,
the problem,
I'm reflecting back what you said. You said, how are we going to have intimacy if we don't have sex?
that's not what I said.
What are some other ways that you can have intimacy without sex?
That's
Do we even know that? Because
that's not what I said. First and foremost, that is
I
not
don't
what I
even
said.
think she's been celibate for 6 years.
I'm just trying to
I
figure
think
out
she's been
what the
celibate since
fuck
February.
happened because, like, to have such a strong position on something
She's a
that's
new celibate.
is
And
that
she
what it
is
is?
yeah, she's a new celibate and she thinks that she's doing something powerful. Like this is at that point. Like I don't think she's been celibate for 6 years.
The
This is new to
reality,
her.
yeah, the reality is that sex is a tool for connection. It's not just for creation or procreation. And the fact that people can misuse it and have misused it does not mean that the act in and of itself is sinful. And I think it's just really a very limiting mindset to have. And nobody is caping for going out here and like bumping uglies with everybody on the street because I don't live that kind of life. No shame to anybody who wants to, but that's not the point. And the fact that you can't see that, I think says so much about your mental limitations than it does about ours.
okay, well, I have to go in a few minutes, but I'm just going to say, just people need to really think about. They don't have studies to tell you the harm that sex causes.
No, that was do that. Was that you, Lala?
That was do that.
Oh,
That was do that.
I thought it was gonna happen right after she was like, "Well, I gotta go," but click.
Yeah, I was about to do it because I was trying to post something that's said 21 ways sex can be beneficial or something like that, but
I mean, I just think
it
it's
won't come
such
up.
a sad. I don't even know what the word is. Like, it's such a sad way to see something that has a function and a utility, and just because it's been maybe a negative experience for her or something that she may not necessarily want to engage in, okay, cool, but you can't make it that for everybody else.
I feel like she didn't deny when I said I think that she's a new celibate person. It just sounds like she feels like she's proud of herself for being celibate, and it's like she thinks that what she's doing is rare, you know. And it is like I don't think she expected so many people in this room to be celibate. Yeah, so it sounds like she has a new gospel or some shit.
I don't know. I would love to know who she's listening to and where the fuck they get their information from, because what is happening?
It said YouTube and podcast.
When she threw out those relationship podcasts, she's listening to Red Pill. She's listening to the stuff that they're saying in that in those relationship podcasts.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's made her feel some type of way about herself.
I mean, it's honestly one of the reasons I don't listen to those relationship podcasts, because they talk about things through such a narrow viewpoint. It's like, what's the point of going around and around with that topic? So I never listen to those conversations for that very reason.
Yeah, a waste of time. D Barber, how are you?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Okay.
What topic did you want to discuss? This is research focused, just to let you know. Hold on. Bye. I love y'all. Huh? Okay. I love you. Be careful, y'all. Watch your surroundings, okay? All right. What was I saying? Oh, D Barber, this is research focused, so please pick a topic and then we'll discuss it from like a discussion base. And I have a couple of questions to ask. Okay.
Okay, I like to add. I always like Adam and Eve topics.
Yeah. Fee, do you remember D Barber?
I literally just sent you a message on Discord. Yeah, I remember D Barber.
Yeah, I told him yesterday he went viral for the conversation about Adam and Eve. But D Barber, today I don't want to talk about the talking snake. The question that I have about Adam and Eve is, I don't know if you see what do you know already about Adam and Eve, or what were you taught about Adam and Eve after when they ate from the tree, and what happened in Genesis 3:7?
Oh, so let's go to 3:7. Cause I go by what I read.
I'll pull it up for you. It's pretty basic, right? They ate from the tree. Their eyes were open, right? And they knew that they were naked. So, that scripture there is what I want to talk about.
So you're saying we only talking about that verse?
We don't have to only talk about it, but that is the focus, right? This transition here, and the both of their eyes were opened, right? And just quickly tell me what it is that you know about this, about the story of Adam and Eve. Not just this part, but this is the focus, okay? Like, what do you know about the story of Adam and Eve?
Well, I'll start with the verse that you just said. I look at that when it says, "In the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized that they were naked." She woke up. I believe she definitely woke up when she realized that what was told to her from the serpent wasn't true. She woke right on up.
Did you catch that, Fee?
No.
D Barber is trying to get us to talk about the serpent again.
No. I mean, that's the result, ain't it?
Wait a minute. What was your response, D Barber? I'm sorry, I was in Discord. My bad. What did you say, D Barber?
So we in 7, and she talked about the result. Did the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked, so they sewed together made loin coverings for themselves. So it's the only reason why the eyes are open, because they ate of the fruit, and they realized what was told to them wasn't true. So So now the result is what was told to us first is definitely going to happen.
So what was told us about who, D-Bob?
All right, so God told him in the day you eat from the fruit, you would positively die. The snake said you surely wouldn't die.
There we go.
Yeah, he said serpent at first. The second go round, he stayed far away from that word.
What I
Yeah,
do?
you literally went straight for the serpent the first time that you get. Like, we're not talking about the serpent, okay? Yeah, like you went viral. Cool, that was cool. But let's focus on this, okay? So in the story of Adam and Eve, um, they ate of the tree, and it says that their eyes were open. Christian theology says that they had a spiritual death since they did not die that day, right? That means that they died spiritually. Do you hold that same belief?
Uh, this is what I know from reading the Bible about a day. It's two
No,
different
no,
kinds.
no. Do you hold that the belief that they had a spiritual death?
If you understand that as losing their relationship with the one who created them, to a degree, yeah.
D. Barbara, did they die physically in the day that they ate of the fruit, or did they die spiritually
That's
in
what
the
I
day?
was. That's what I was about to get into, but she switched it to just spiritual. So, I think a lot of people read the Bible and don't understand the difference between the days, and they think
I
it's
just
only
want to
one
know
day.
what you believe about their death. Was it physical or spiritual? What do
They
you
died.
currently believe?
They died physically. They are no longer here.
So they died physically the day that they ate the fruit.
They're no longer here.
I know that, but my question is, did they die physically on the day that they ate the fruit?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my word. The barber. On the day, the day that they got in trouble with God, that's when they died completely, like physically.
Let me ask you something. And I don't want to jump around. I'm trying to stay on topic, but you can't talk about Adam and Eve without talking about everything that happened.
Go ahead, D. Barber. Give us your version of the story. I'm finna change my shirt. Go ahead.
All right. So to understand what a day is, you have to go to the very first chapter of the first verse. You have to understand we're not talking about a 24-hour day, because if you go back to the first chapter of the first verse, when it said in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, you don't know nothing about what time of the day it is. You can't tell me what hour it is, what minute it is, because it don't exist yet.
Enough with the gaslighting. Just get to the
There's
point.
no gaslighting, and
That
nobody
is.
invented
This
time on
is.
time
This
yet.
is gaslighting. You just get to the point, please.
No. All right, if I'm
Just get to the
gaslighting,
point, please.
that's the
Just
point.
get to the point,
That
please. We
is the
don't
point.
need all of the commentary. Just get to the point. Like,
What
God
about what I
damn.
said? What about what I said isn't the point?
So I have a question if that's the case, right? So if you're saying that a day in Genesis is not 24 hours,
Not until he created the sun and the stars and the moon.
so when
Right.
it says that there was evening and there was morning on the first day, what is it talking about?
That is what God determining the start of a thing that he created to the end of it. He's letting you know what his day is.
So how did we get to day 4, which was the day that the sun was created, if we didn't have days until the sun was created?
Because that's what he created on that day that he determined he would start something and then he would finish something.
But we're talking about a day, though, right?
Okay, well, let's go there. What
So
verse is that? That
it's
is verse,
it's
all right, 14.
right. So it says on the 4th day the sun was created.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. How did we get to the 4th day if there wasn't a day until the sun was created?
Okay. So if you read everything in that from 14 to verse 14, it says, in the expanse of the heavens to make a division between the day and the night, and they will serve as signs for seasons and for days and years. So we're talking about a different type of day when the sun comes, when he creates the sun. So what were the days before that then?
I don't know, D. Barber, because a day is a day in my world, but apparently it's not in yours. So I'm trying to,
Exactly.
but I need you to I need you to explain to me how that works, because your original statement was that days didn't become days until after the sun was created.
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said a day was determined by what God said it was when there was evening and there was a morning. He called that time period of creation a day. God didn't need sunlight to create or not create something.
D. Barber, do you see here this word? This is the word day in Hebrew, right? That's just a day,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just a
Mm-hmm.
24-hour period. You see that?
Right.
Right? Now let's go to Genesis 2.
I got a question for you when you finish.
Okay. Genesis 2:17. You see that word right there? You see that? That means in. This is be, in or on. This means in, on, or because. Okay? In the day. Right there. 24-hour day on the day. Right? There's nothing in here. There's no number, right? No description for like a longer time. It just means a day. On the day. In the day. Because the day. Because wouldn't fit here. But in or on. It's on the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's 24-hour period.
In Hebrew, they only have one meaning, huh?
For a day, for yom, yes, unless there was a numerical adjective before or after the yom, which you don't see that. There's no numerical adjective here. Before or after the yom. Or a descriptor, like a descriptive adjective, which there is none. Before or after the yom. If there isn't one before or after the yom, it's just a regular day.
Oh, I got a question. If we're only going by that definition, how did they count the minutes?
What? What?
Who made? Let me make it clearer. Who was the first man that created minutes, hours, and seconds? Were they going by that timetable back then?
No, you know what I want to know? I want to know if they died physically, how the hell was they hunching? Did they have spiritual kids, Cain and Abel? Are they real? Oh, we know they're not real, but how were they able? I'm so confused, y'all.
Let
Am
me,
I tripping?
let me
I
ask you. All right.
tripping?
So I'm gonna tell you how a day is used in more than just 24 hours.
He just skipped past that.
No, no, no,
That
no.
just knock your whole.
I don't think y'all understand this stuff.
How did Eve give birth if she was dead physically?
You're only thinking of it in one sense. You only think you have. You probably have it. I'm gonna ask it anyway. You ever heard an older person say, "Back in my day, I rocked a box haircut, and I used to wear these shoes." You ever heard a person say that? Are they talking about 24 hours?
They're not talking about 24 hours, D. Barber, but we know what they're talking
Oh,
about.
okay. So
Hold
so
on,
a
hold on,
day
hold
a
on a
day
second.
means
Hold on.
more than that. Than what you.
D. Barber, hang on just a second. They're using the word colloquially. And we can say that because we know what that means in our language. Now, if you can point to how in Hebrew day was used colloquially to mean something other than an actual day, 24 hours literally, then maybe we can have that conversation.
D. Barber, you're on mute.
You have to. I sent you an invitation.
For those of y'all that want to know, this is 40 days. This this is 40 and this is day. This is a numerical adjective in front of the yom. But go ahead, D. Barbara, answer Fee's question.
Okay. So I believe when you first open the Bible, it tells you in the very first verse. I had a guy on here that talks about, what did he say? What was the term he used? Some kind of critique, internal critique. When you read the Bible, when you first look, you're doing an internal critique. First, you want to know who God is. You have no idea.
Deep
So you
Barber.
read it.
That's not what an internal critique is, friend. That's not the definition of an internal critique.
Well, that's how he used it.
No, it's not. An internal critique is ultimately saying that in the context of this book, this text, we're going to just assume that everything in this book is true. We're going to assess it from the inside as though we're accepting what it's saying. That's what an internal critique
It's
is.
okay. Hold on, Fee. Everybody in here knows that I'm in my second semester of Hebrew, you dumb bitch. Your whiny incel ass. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
No, you're good. Who you responding to?
Dave's
Yeah.
demolition head ass. Like, he reminds me of Wesley Snipe on Demolition Man. Like, every time I see his fucking PFP. The insecure ass man in the comments. No, who the fuck said I was a master, bitch? With your jealous ass. You mad because you can't check me?
Why y'all let those people rattle y'all like that?
Because I can. Answer Fee's question.
I wanted to, but not, I couldn't. Didn't want to talk over her. I was actually interested in what
Hey,
she was
there's
saying.
space. Hey, there's space for you to talk now. You're wasting it. Answer Fee's question.
Again, I know once I started reading, I knew I wasn't looking at a 24-hour day. From the moment I started reading it.
I think you knew you weren't looking at a 24-hour day because it doesn't jive with your understanding and your interpretation of what the text needs to say. So because the problem is that we know they didn't die in the day that they ate from the fruit, even though your God said that they would, you have to then change the meaning of the day in order to fit what you think the story means. But
So,
that's
good.
not an internal critique. That's just engaging with the text dishonestly.
Who the fuck takes 10 years to learn a language, you dumb fuck? Like, y'all will sit here. Hold on. Y'all will sit here. He been agreeing with D Barber in the fucking comments. Like, y'all will sit here and agree with Christians who barely read their book, who say thank you. Thank you. Here's my professor. Now, ask my professor if I said it right. Here's my teacher. Since you need credentials.
You talking to me?
No. What's up, Dr.
Mr.
B?
Doctor.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm good. Frustrated by Demolition
So,
Man. Go ahead, D Barber.
All right. So by the time I get to uh, verse 3, and it says, "Let there be light," I noticed that the earth was already made. It was already called the earth, which lets me know something. God didn't need light to start creating. So how are we determining what a day is?
what are your thoughts on the phrase, and there was evening and there was morning the first day?
It's what he's calling it. It's what he's called the beginning of a work he's starting and the finishing of a work that he's ending. That's what he's calling the evening and the morning.
Why do you think he utilized two terms that indicate a 24-hour day?
I'm not understanding the question. Say that again.
So why do you think that he's utilizing consistently two terms, evening and morning, that are used to determine a 24-hour period of time?
Well, I'm not saying that it's 24 hours. What I'm saying is, so for instance, when he says on verse 5, well, let's say 4 and 5. After that, God saw that the light was good, and God began to divide the light from the darkness. Then God called the light day. He's naming things that he's making. He's calling it things. If he's the one giving it the name, then he's determining the time that's passing. Not anything else. Only him.
And why do you think that he hasn't determined that it's a 24-hour period?
Because for the earth and anything that's going to live on, and when you read down further, and it lets you know when he's creating the other luminaries, that's going to be to shine on the earth. So whatever's living on the earth will determine time by the sun that he has made. But before then,
I thought you said he was determining the time.
he determines a creative day of time. We determine
What's the
time by
difference between a creative day and a regular day?
the span of
How would you
time.
know the difference? How would you
We
know the
don't
difference?
we don't know the difference between his what he calls the evening and the morning. We're not God.
Well, I mean, you seem to be pretty convinced that it's not a 24-hour period of time.
I'm only going by what I'm reading.
Well, you don't seem to be going by what you're reading, because you just said you wouldn't know how to tell the difference.
Well, I put it like this. If he's calling evening what it is, based on the fact that we're talking about creation, and he's letting you know what's happening between the evening and the morning, it's creative time. Now, if you want to say,
I don't know what that means. What is create? Does
you're
writer
breaking up.
use create?
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I see. Where are you getting this idea of creative time? Because it
Okay.
seems like you're distinguishing regular time from creative time.
So by the time you get to chapter 2, verse 3, it said God went on to bless the seventh day and to declare it sacred, for on it God has been resting from all that he has created, all that he purposed to make. So now we talk about everything that he has created.
Right. What is that? What do you think that means when it says he blessed the seventh day and sanctified it?
What that
What
would
is that
mean,
referencing, do you think?
I believe, is referencing that he's no longer creating.
But it's kind of a special day in the
It's
Hebrew
finished.
Bible,
Like,
right?
yeah, it's finished. Everything that
The
I
Sabbath, right?
purpose
Is the
to create.
Sabbath,
Okay, we didn't get there
right?
yet. She wanted to stay in Genesis, but we didn't get there yet.
Well, that's what Genesis is representing, is what the priestly author is doing.
I understand that, but she wanted to stay in Genesis. We didn't get to what a Sabbath was and all that, which is explained later on in the Bible. So if she wanted to stay in Genesis, so I was just dealing with the text that we're reading in
Okay,
Genesis.
I didn't say we have to
gotcha.
stay in Genesis. I told you what the topic was, but you have taken us on this topic.
Yeah, didn't I choose the topic about Adam and Eve?
But
Yeah,
I'm saying
sorry, that was my question. Sorry. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Is the discussion primarily about whether it's a 24-hour period of time, or is that leading to something else?
Well,
the discussion was whether Adam and Eve had a spiritual death or physical, like basically the concept of a spiritual death versus a spiritual awakening. And I was explaining to him, like, most Christians say that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death since they didn't die the day that they ate the tree, they ate of the fruit.
Right.
He's saying that the in the day was a period of time and not necessarily the day that they were supposed to die. That
I see.
not yeah, that's what he's saying. And then I'll tell you, Dr. B, why I am saying the about the spiritual awakening. So in Genesis 3, when it says their eyes were open, of course, the Hebrew reads vatip pakana, and the root word pakah, to open in that sense is more of an awareness, and it has the spiritual awareness or spiritual awakening context. And so I was saying, how can Adam and Eve have this spiritual awakening or this spiritual awareness and have a spiritual death at the same time? But we haven't got to that part yet because he doesn't believe that they were supposed to die the day they ate the fruit.
No, you actually asked me, did they die that day? And I
That's
said,
what I
well,
just said, D. Barber. You don't believe they were supposed to. You said that in the day didn't mean that day. And so that's how we got on whether a day is 24 hours and all of that stuff.
well, it was kind of clear because he still told her that she would have labor pains. Average, you pregnant for 9 months before you give labor. So how could she die that day, a 24-hour day? Can't be talking about that.
Well, so that's sort of begging the question, right? Because that's the point that's under contention. This is why this is an interpretive crux. So the problem here is the phrase in the Hebrew that's always translated in the day, right? Um, this is a particular syntactical construction that uses a preposition with the word yom, and it it basically just means when, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to do with a day, like a 24-hour period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But it means when, and when it's used, it means immediately, right? That's like this happens, and then at the same time or immediately thereafter, this other thing happens. That's how
Well,
that phrase is used.
okay, so when you say when, if I'm understanding you correctly, when the first time on the first day when God made heaven and earth, was that a when period?
It's not that phrase, no. So the open, if that's what you're asking, the opening phrase in Genesis 1:1 uh, is when God began to create the heavens and the earth. So it's a temporal clause, it's a dependent clause, but it doesn't use this construction bayom in the day.
Okay. Uh, let me see. Verse 4 in chapter 2. Tell me what kind of day that is.
Can you read it to me? Sorry, I don't have the ability to look
Okay.
down at the moment.
It says this is a history of the heavens and the earth and the time they were created in the day the Lord God made heaven and earth.
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
doesn't it use, why doesn't it use days?
right. The question isn't can the word yom have versatility? It obviously does, right? Just like it does in English, but it's contextually driven.
Breaking up.
Let me give you an example. Oh,
Breaking up. You breaking
damn
up.
it! Can you hear me now?
I'm trying to listen.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. If you go to Genesis 3, where is it? Thinker 3:4, 3:5,
What are you looking for?
where the serpent says,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
you won't surely die, uh, but God knows that in the day, Bayom, you eat of it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I like the way you said that. Where we at?
I,
Genesis
I
3
think it's
5.
3.
3
It's
5.
like 3. Yeah.
3:5. Okay. Say that again.
Sorry, it's probably better if you guys read it. I can't. I was just doing
It
it from
says,
memory.
"For God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened." Hold on. But the serpent said to the woman, "You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Hold
Mm-hmm.
on.
So this is a good example of this
It's saying when.
because this is that exact same construction, but he's saying using that construction, you won't die. Instead, your eyes will be open. So then they ate. How long after they ate were their eyes opened?
When they ate it,
Right. Immediately, right?
could this be a lie?
Well, I mean, the narrative would have to be lying.
I'm just asking.
But you do see here, it has the same structure, right, in the Hebrew as I showed you in Genesis 2. I just want to make sure you see that. You see it just in Genesis 3:5. It uses the same biome that Dr. B just said, right? Like you see it there.
Okay, so this is this. So he started at 5. But when I'm reading, when it says in verse 4, it says that this the woman said to the serpent, "You certainly will not die." I mean, I'm sorry. At this, the serpent said to the woman, "You certainly will not die." He did. Then there was a period.
What? We're talking about the
No,
structure
no, no.
of
I'm
the
about to go
yom.
into
Like,
5. The only thing that happened immediately is that their eyes were open.
but
But that's the point. Yeah, that's
Right.
the point, Barber.
Their eyes were open
But
immediately.
right,
But this is the thing.
right. But you'd have to explain why it is that that same temporal construction that's used there means immediately, but when it's used in the previous chapter, it doesn't mean immediately. It means like a long period of time. You'd have to explain what the symmetry breaker is.
Well, when I read it, there's two different people using the word uh day. Uh when God uses day, God says day in two different ways. You said it doesn't have to mean a literal 24 hours. Did you say that sometime during the time before I even go forward?
Yeah. The word yom itself, right,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to mean that.
Okay.
But in the same way that the word bored doesn't have to mean somebody that's like disinterested in something. It could mean that a hole is drilled into
Okay.
something,
I
right?
got you.
But
I
but
got
so
you.
so but if I say this place is like so uninteresting, I am so bored, I'm going to fall asleep. You can't say, well, I mean, but the word bored can mean like a hole drilled through something. So maybe that's what he's saying is that he's going to have a hole drilled through him, right? Like the context is what's driving it.
All right. But in each instance of the word, since the issue is the word day, in each instance of the word day, time is involved. Can we agree on that?
I mean, I suppose in a sense, this is an idiomatic expression, bayom. I mean, you used a really good example, right? Like in my day,
Yeah.
that's not. I mean, it's talking about the past, but there's no
But there's no
like
plural on the word.
right. It's used in a particular. It's idiomatic, right? Uh, I'm trying to think of another example that would be useful. Sorry, go ahead while I try
Okay.
to think of one.
Dr.
Okay.
B, can you do me a favor right quick and where's Genesis 2 at? Okay. Why is this little? Like, what's the point of that? Like, Baha Baraim, what is that? You
Oh,
see the hay is small. Oh, hold on, let me make it bigger. I'm sorry.
sorry,
Um,
I'm
uh, okay. It's
uh
I got you. You can't look at it.
Sorry.
It's okay. I can ask you Saturday. It's just the way that they have it. Why did they do 500? The hay is smaller. Um, right, like before biome, it's be behe bara but the hay before the bet is little, and I've never seen it like that before. But I'll ask you Saturday in class. It's fine.
Oh, that just looks like the typeset. Sorry, I came to a halting spot.
Oh, okay. Do you see
Um,
how small it is to the other?
yeah, that looks like a typeset issue. I wonder if that's just something in the computer. I don't know that that's something that's in the MT.
Oh, okay.
Um, but yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
All right. And then so is what does this mean right here? Like why is it?
Oh, so that's an infinitive construct form. It's another temporal construction. So when they were created, so it's a nifal infinitive construct with a bait on the front and a third masculine plural object suffix for the subject. We'll get to that in, I think it's the end of this semester. It might be the beginning of next semester. I don't remember.
So this is saying when they right here.
Yeah, when they
And so
were created. Yep.
okay. So would this be the descriptor for the yom then? Like that tells us that it's saying a time, like
Oh,
a period of time, and not necessarily a 24-hour day. Then.
um, you're that's the beginning of chapter 2, right?
2-4.
Yeah. So this is tough because there's a lot of debate actually about this verse, whether whether it's a part of P's source or redactional layer or whatever, or it's supposed to go with the following chapter and it's part of non P or J or whatever. Like this is actually sort of debated. But sorry, I'm moving again. Uh,
Okay.
so I'd have to.
We can talk about it in class. I was just
Okay,
wondering since
sorry.
he brought it up, and I had never seen that before, so I was just wondering if that could be the descriptor. But I
So
appreciate
I
you.
I don't know. I think so, if I could, there's a I'm not saying easier answer here, but it's an easier answer from an apologetic standpoint. Um, it would be very difficult, I think, in the narrative to argue that the same constructions are being used in opposing ways. I think in other words, if that were the case, this would not be something that's been debated for 2,500 years. Um, but I think the easier answer here is that if you want to go with God's not lying here, which again I don't think is a problem in its ancient Near Eastern context, but if you don't want to go with God is lying, I think that you can say that God has set a maximum penalty in this pronouncement that in the day that you eat you will certainly die, but that He just had mercy and didn't do it, didn't carry it out. Um, I think there are still issues with that, but I think they're far
I
easier to surmount than trying to see lengthier periods of time in that phrase.
Well, it wouldn't work for Genesis 2:17, right? Because it's not in 2:17. Like I think it would work against 2:17 because like this would
Which
um
parts are?
Genesis 2:4
Oh, sorry.
Baha bara
Sorry. I went back to the previous discussion.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was
Okay.
just sorry. I was just telling Barber.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't see. I think instead of trying to argue Barber that there's like an extended period of time because we see that they didn't die, I think that um, people like Ron Hendel out of Berkeley or probably Bruce Wells, a legal specialist down at University of Texas Austin, would say, yeah, this is probably just Yahweh gave a maximum punishment that He just didn't enforce. Right? He just said, "I'll have mercy and I won't enforce it." Again, I think
Uh,
there are issues with it, but I think it's a lot easier to defend. than
Well,
the, if
I
that
didn't want
makes
to lead
sense.
the book of Genesis, but in later scriptures it says 1,000 years is like a day in God's eyes, and a day is like 1,000 years, something to that effect. And when you see that they died under 1,000, it kind of makes sense.
Sure. Again, I think the theological import there. I mean, it's answering the question, right? Why it is that the world hasn't come to an end. Right. That's sort of what that passage is, if I'm remembering it correctly, from what is it, First Peter, Second Peter.
I think it's
Um,
not those verses, but it kind of
yeah.
gives you a greater understanding of how a day to us compared to what a day would be like in God's eyes. If he's giving you a glimpse, like he's really saying, like, time means nothing to me. I'm not governed by time. But if I'm going to put a time stamp on something, this is what it would be like for you to understand me.
Right. That the issue, I think, here is that this phrase is not using the word day in that, like it's not using it as a standalone noun. It's usually using it in a set construction. Um, like yeah, I can't think off the top of my head of a good English parallel. But
No, the
again,
only reason why I say that is because before it said that God said wouldn't let his spirit reside with man indefinitely, they were living 900 and something years, but they never reached 1,000, which would be considered explained as a day in God's eyes. So they never reached a full day of living.
right,
So
but
in that day, it kind of makes sense. In that day, you would surely die. I mean, if you summon up all the scriptures that you know, it concludes with that.
right. Sorry. So here's the issue. Um, and I'll frame it this way. In your opinion, who is the snake in Genesis 3?
The devil.
Okay, so there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that would lead you to believe that,
It's
right?
in the Christian. It's in the Greek scriptures.
You have to go to the New Testament, right? You have to go to later theological interpretations of that passage. And that's
Um,
fine. If that's what you're doing, that's okay. But I think we have to recognize that you're importing an
the only
interpretive layer.
I understand what you're saying, but the only reason why I say that is because Jesus himself made reference to Noah's day, or around that time period of the beginning. So he
Right,
kind of
but you
validates. He's in the
right,
Greek Testament. He validates the Hebrew.
right, but you're utilizing later interpretation, reading it back into the text.
Yeah, but
That's
from the person that the whole text is talking about coming, who else to
right.
use? Who else better to use than him?
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that what you're doing is you're having a broader, you're seeing a broader meta narrative over these texts,
What I
right?
mean, being a Christian, you got to use the whole
Of
Bible.
course, of course, of course. Sorry, that's not my contention, right? I'm just saying that we have to recognize that. So, for example, it's fine if people want to see Isaiah 53 as being about Jesus from a Christian perspective, but the problem is when you go back to Isaiah 53 and try to make the argument that the school of writers of the book of Isaiah had Jesus in mind, right? Those are two different things.
Uh, what particular verse in Isaiah 53 you talking about?
Well,
And
just
after you
yeah.
answer him, Dr. B, can we talk about Psalms 90 and 4 and that in the Hebrew and how that like that isn't that where Peter got that from Psalms 90 and 4?
Oh, off the top of my head, I don't know.
I'll bring it up. Go ahead, D Barber, and then because I have questions about that. But go ahead.
He said Isaiah 53. What verse was he talking about?
Yeah, the chapter, what is it? Starts in 52:12 and goes through 53. Yeah, this is the suffering servant. This is the fourth suffering servant song, or the fourth servant song, the one about the suffering servant. Right. This had a very particular meaning. The four servant songs had meanings in their original context, right? But later Christian theology picks up on them and says no, they were actually representing Jesus, right? And in the same way that there's nothing in the text of Genesis 3 that you could utilize to substantiate that the writer, the non-P source there in Genesis 3 had in mind Satan, because it wasn't a concept at the time.
Oh, you're right. It wasn't a concept of the Satan.
It would just have to be something that would be read back in from later theological interpretation of that text, which again, you're absolutely right. From a Christian perspective, like that's your framework, right? So
Yeah,
I think
because,
it's just recognizing that is
yeah,
all.
because the book of Revelation is supposed to be a revelation of it. Whatever you probably didn't understand from the earlier books of the Bible, Revelation is revealing a lot of things.
Sorry, Thinker, I'm good. Did you wanted to ask something?
Yeah. Give me just a second. Let me bring him back on stage. So, while I do this, so it's my understanding that Peter was quoting Psalms 90:4 when he said, "For a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day." Um, but here in Psalms 90:4, uh, it's where is it? Ki vor. I don't ki et lef shanim va nek kiom etamo. One of these words means like yesterday. I think it's this. I think it's kiom et mo ki avor. Don't this mean like yesterday? Like it's like it's saying like like it has the descriptor, right? Like it has the time period. Like it's not actually saying like 1,000 years is 1,000 years, right? And he's quoting Psalms. My pronunciation is off. Okay.
But I mean, when the verse they use goes both directions, how useful is that?
Right, but we say that all the time, and they still don't listen to that. Like that doesn't help. But
Yeah.
this is saying, like yesterday, for your sight, for in your sight 1,000 years are like yesterday. So it doesn't say. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
That's Psalm.
Yeah, this is Psalms 90.
Mm-hmm.
Psalms
Does it
94.
use the word like et mol anywhere?
Yeah. Right
Okay,
here.
so I'm sorry, I
Oh,
can't.
I know you can't see. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was trying to pronounce right. Et mol right here. So
Yeah.
it's Kiyom et mol.
Yeah, so like the
Ya'avor.
day, like the day yesterday, like the yesterday day. So like yesterday. Is that how it's translated? Like yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, RSV says, but as yesterday. They are
Yeah.
but as yesterday.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is like Peter was like he was paraphrasing this one, or kind of referring to this when he was like, don't fret. For a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like a day. But he was really just quoting Psalms, right? Like,
I mean, I'd have to
or the
go.
writer, right? Or
Yeah, I'd have to go read what Peter's saying and then read some secondary literature on it to answer it. But I mean, that certainly does sound like what he would be. That sounds pretty close. I am so sorry to do this, guys. I know I do this so much.
it's okay.
I'm back. I've got to drop out, but so I gotta go get the kids. But thank you for letting me come out. I'll try to pop back in if I can.
All right. Thank you, Dr. B.
All right. Thanks,
All
guys.
right. You're
Bye.
welcome.
Is D with us?
D, are you there?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here, but my client just walked in.
Okay.
But I found what the professor was saying very interesting. He didn't totally disagree. We could agree on some things. Uh, but I
Well,
think it's a good study.
well, see if you can help me out with a question I have. In Genesis 7, in verse 4, when God is talking to Noah, and he says, "In 7 days I will send rain upon the earth for 40 days." Is he talking about in 7,000 years he's going to make it rain for 40,000 years?
No, he's talking to Noah, days that Noah can count,
Why is that different?
because Noah can count it.
What does that mean?
Noah's understanding of what a day was. When God first started talking about a day, there was no man. When he's talking to
What?
Noah, there's man on the earth that can understand what he's saying. On the first day, that God said it was evening, morning, first day, there was no man made yet.
Yeah, but he said to Adam in the day. So you're saying Adam just didn't know what that was, had no way of knowing what a day was at that point?
Whether he did or didn't, God's determining the day.
Yeah, he did. He
Or allow
determined it. He
Adam.
determined a day in Genesis 1 when he said night and day is one day. Dark and light. Right, that's a day.
Yeah, but he had to make the light.
It's still a day on earth.
But huh?
What the
All
what
right,
do you
all
what,
right, all right. So you asked a question that we already kind of went into.
Yeah, like we went over that already. Like he ain't gonna.
it's a weird
Yeah, there's no. So I'm
objection to
gonna just
that.
break it down. Since you asked the question, I'm gonna just break it down like this. Nobody knows the minute or the hour the earth was made before God made light. There's nothing determined what hour of the day it was. So God's determining what is the evening and what is the morning by when he starts creating to when he finishes certain creation. That's what he says. There was evening, there was morning, the first day. So he determines what the day is.
That's such a liberal interpretation. That's wild.
Then before he made the sun and the moon, what light was shining that was going to go around the earth and determine the day?
Yeah, I mean that's just a problem with the text. But what you're
No,
doing is kind of pleading. You're
no,
reading into it. Yeah.
no. Then go to the second chapter, verse 4. Then
So wait, all this stuff had happened before Adam was made, right? So
oh, what's
this,
that?
this
He was the
was
last
like a
thing
like a
made
day was a day at that point, right?
until he made the sun and the moon,
Which was before Adam.
which is before Adam. That was going to determine. That was going to be how Adam would understand or see 24 hours, even though they wasn't counting hours back then. They was just going maybe a sundial or whatever they was using.
They had light and dark.
On the
Yeah,
earth.
a day, right? When it's sunny again, that's the next day.
Yeah, but according to God, it was about whatever he said a day would be. As far as what he determined the day that Adam would die.
So when did that change? When did it change what it meant to be a day?
Um for God, it's always been what he says a day is. For man, it's what
That's
he
not
says.
an answer.
Wait a minute. Why are you if you asking me something, I'm giving you the answer how I understand it.
Because
How
you can
get
see how that's not an answer.
Well, all right. How many ways do they use days in Genesis? How many ways
We
do they use
already done went through this, D. Barber. Like
Yeah,
we
but
literally went through this.
so why
Professor
you asking me the same question?
Dr. Bowen went through this with you,
Yeah, but
right?
Because-
And then I
because-
don't know. Were you listening when we discussed Psalms 90, where it literally says, where it's the quote, the verse that Peter was paraphrasing? Were you listening?
You talking to me?
Yeah, like when Dr. B and I discussed Psalms 90 verse 4, which is the verse that Peter was quoting in 2 Peter, when he said that a day is like a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like a day.
Yeah, it says in your eyes.
Right. This is Moses talking to your God. Like Psalms 4 is Moses like writing a letter to your God and
David.
talking to your
David.
God.
It's David.
No, this is Moses. Psalms
In
90
Psalms?
is a prayer of Moses. Yes.
All right, I'm gonna look into
This
it.
is Moshe
I'm gonna
right
give you the
there.
benefit of the doubt.
It literally says Moses right there. Moshe. It's Moses. Okay. Um and he says, for in your sight 1,000 years are like yesterday that has passed. Right. This is where Peter gets that from. But he's saying like for in your sight 1,000 years are like yesterday that has passed, like a watch of the night. Right. Or like when he says like a watch of the night, he's saying like a time frame, like, you know, like a blink of the eye, like
Like
a
you've just
blink
been
in
you've
the
been
middle
here
of the night.
forever.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nothing.
So that 1,000 years is like a day, and a day like 1,000 years is not literal, but y'all keep taking it literal. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's a
literally,
metaphor for timelessness.
yes.
But you just said in God's eyes. Isn't he talking about God's eyes, not our eyes? Didn't
Yeah,
he say?
that still means a day is a day. If he's talking to people and he says a day, they're going to have the human understanding of what a day is.
He's
All right.
saying, in your sight, God, 1,000 years are like yesterday,
Okay.
are like yesterday that has passed.
All right.
That's what Moses is saying.
You know
Like
me.
he's not being literal. When Peter says 1,000 years is like a day, and a day like 1,000 years, he's not being literal, saying, "Hey, this is how you convert God time."
Okay, so listen. What we can agree on is that days have a number of meanings besides 24 hours. Can we agree on that?
It does when there are descriptors.
Okay, because
Yep.
I gotta go. I got a client here. I just want to be clear that we at least agree on that.
No, it can be
We do not
modified without
agree.
the
Oh,
words.
hold on, dude. I was trying to make sure he understood. I'm not agreeing with him on that. Not on the way that he's saying it.
Yeah.
Like,
And it would have
yeah.
a modifier if it meant something else.
We didn't even get to the topic. Like that, I knew when D Barber mentioned the fucking serpent, I knew where he was trying to take this conversation. Like I'm not trying to like have all day conversations about whether a day means a day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, goodness gracious. Fee, let me know when you want to come back up.
Oh, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. I'm well. How are you guys today?
I'm doing good. Are
I
you
just,
a believer or are you deconstructing? A believer in the God of the Bible or
I,
deconstructing?
I would say I started off as a believer, but now I am deconstructing. Because,
Oh,
and it's honestly, it's like, you know how growing up you have people who influence you to believe, but then it's like as you grow older, it's kind of like, I'm starting to see stuff. It's kind of making me like, what is going on? So
mm-hmm.
that's kind of where I am right now. I'm kind of just like, no. And I also wanted to come up here because I read over the text while he was talking, and I was just saying
one,
that's. Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
second. Yeah, 1 second. So, this is a research based live.
Mm-hmm,
And so, I am going to let you ask your question, but if you do, we would have to stick to this topic number 2, which is where he was,
mm-hmm.
because we're focused on research. For this
Right.
live, this isn't like my regular live where people can
Mm-hmm.
come up and kind of just have like free form conversations.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Absolutely understandable. Yep.
all right, go ahead.
So, as far as what he was saying, as far as what Peter said about how a thousand years is like a day to human time with the Lord, right? And it just makes it how I viewed it, right, when I read it, right, is that it's not literal, just like you said, and just like you and Mac have said, it's not literal. And what I deemed it was like almost like how if you're going out with your friends and you having a good time with them, and it's like you spend 10 hours with them, but it felt like 10 minutes. So it's like
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
exactly like that. So it's like, wow, it says like one day with the Lord is like 1,000 years. It's not saying it is, it's saying it's like. right? So it's like, so with the Lord, it's not one day to, it's not saying one day to the Lord is 1,000 years. It's saying one day with the Lord is like 1,000 years, right? So my thing is like, if I'm with the Lord and I spend a day with him, it's going to feel like, it's not going to feel like, if I'm with the Lord for 1,000 years, it's going to feel like it's a day. It's not necessarily saying it is a day, but it feels that way, right?
Right. But it also says the opposite, right? So it's like
Exactly.
whatever it needs to be, right? If he needs, if God needs to act quickly, then it's a thousand years is a day. Or
Exactly.
yeah.
Right. So I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. It's not literal. It's like you just
Mm.
hanging out with somebody that you truly enjoy. You have such you have such a good time that you get lost of track of time. That's exactly what it is. And he took it literal.
Well, and I think too, like the way that you're reading Second
Hmm.
Peter, like when it says that with the Lord one day, is similar to saying like for in your sight, like it's saying
Hmm.
he like he's
Yeah,
not saying that you're with the Lord, like he's saying
it's like saying like with
to the
regard to the
Lord.
Lord, as far as the
Yeah.
Lord is concerned, or like as it
Right.
goes with the Lord, right? Where it's
Right.
like saying like that's how you measure. That's how it's done with this guy. So like the width is not like, yeah, like Tinker's saying, like not being accompanied. It's sort of saying
Right.
like, with this you have to do this, right? So that kind of thing.
Hmm. Exactly. And then also, as far as the second question where it says Adam and Eve spiritual awakening versus spiritual death, right? Now, I find it odd. I think I just find it odd too about the whole people thinking it's a spiritual death, because nobody is answering the question for me as on how the spirit dies. How does
Hell, I'm
one
still
spirit?
asking what is the spirit?
Mm.
That's true. What is the spirit, right? What is the spirit? Because in my opinion, right, spirit, your spirit is energy, right? Energy can be destroyed, right, but it can be transferred or formed into something else, right? But people saying that the spirit, right, it says it was a spiritual death, but how could your spirit die?
The thing about spirit or energy is it can be measured.
Mm, that is true.
I
That
haven't
is
seen
true.
haven't seen a measuring a spirit yet.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think I've ever.
Bug said his spirit died listening to the last two guests.
Yeah, no, mine did too a little bit. I can't lie.
Who was up before Barber?
Oh, we
Yada yada.
yada yada.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I
She
know
said.
that.
Oh yeah. She said sex was bad and people shouldn't have sex unless it's to procreate, and we're supposed to take our horny urges and meditate and heal our sicknesses inside our bodies.
Sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just, like I said, I just want to come up here because in my interpretation of reading that, it was just saying like 1,000 years, right? I'm like with the Lord, like it's not saying it is, right? Because especially thinking about the Bible, you would think that they would, out of everything that is other things that are literal, you would think that would be something that is literal, right? If something is exactly 1,000 years to a day, it is. It would say it is, right? But it's
But
saying it's like, so it's like it's kind of like it is, but it ain't. It's
it's
a lot.
crazy because they never asked themselves who the hell told Peter this,
Mm,
and like they would have to be saying that Peter talked to their God, right? Like,
right.
or Peter was where the God lived, or something. Like they don't ever
Hmm.
ask like
Right,
how
right.
would Peter even know that and be able to calculate something like that? Like that's just ridiculous.
That is true. Like, who told you that 1,000, like, to God is a day to human time? Like, I be thinking about that too. And not even just Peter, like, all these different accounts, all these different books that are written, where did these sources come from, right? At least with Moses, we know he talked to God through the burning bush, but with the rest of them, we don't we don't really have a clue of where their conversation with God actually had, or when it
Shit,
happened.
far as I'm concerned, the burning bush was some ganja, and Moses made himself God. Like
You know what?
I'm still not convinced.
You know, so it's just that's why I said I am actually deconstructing, because it's like, I'm gonna be honest, thinker. Since I've come into your life, there've been some scripture. I'm like, what the heck? I didn't even know that was in there. Like, right, that's in there. Hold on. I said, because I don't remember, because I grew up with a Christian grandmother. She's still very much Christian. I said, and the stuff she read, I didn't go over this, So it's kind of like I'm learning new things from you guys, so I love to learn. I love to be enlightened. And
Has the character of the God changed for you since you've read different scriptures? Like not things that we've said, but with you learning the new scriptures, the
oh
scriptures that
no
are in
i
the text
had
that you never knew
I had questions personally about
before.
yeah, I had questions about God's character. It started with the story of Job,
Oh
because I
wow,
was
that's not
yeah,
normal.
it
What about
did
the
it
story of Job that made you?
it started with the story of Job, because how do you wager with someone that you constantly saying, right? Because you made a wager with the devil that Job wouldn't falter, right? He would stay obedient, and
Hmm.
you let the devil run rampant and take everything from him, even though you already knew he would be obedient in the end. I'm a little lost. You see, like that's a little questionable to me, because if I know my child is a good child, why would I go let somebody take it from me to prove a point?
Did you
If I
ever
know
ask your pastors or your mom, like, um, or your father these
nobody
questions?
has to know no answer. They was like, it's just part of God's plan. And I'm like, huh? Like that's off to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's off. Because at the end of the day, like, the man, and it's not even just like he lost money. No, the man lost his wealth, his family, his home, his livestock, literally everything. And then on top of that, when he complained about it, God got mad.
Hmm.
I couldn't believe it. Every time I read the story of Job, I just feel some type of way, because I be like, what is this? This is
Right.
this isn't, like, I've never understood the story of Job, ever understood it. Never understood it. Even another story, when God sent them two bears to hurt some 40 kids over that bald headed man they was making fun of. I said, just because they was making fun of because he was bald, he got rid of 40 kids, 3 of them with two bears.
Javarius.
Do I know
Uh,
Mm-mm.
what?
Javarius, guy, he's on here. I was just on his live earlier today, and he was hosting live specifically about that story, and the stuff they have to come up with to justify that is so funny. Like literally taking you to other words. Like the words in the Hebrew mean like little. There's little and like kid or youth or boy, and it says like that's who was out there.
Does
And
it
then
change? Like, does it change the fact that this God, like, they literally think that trying to argue whether they were kids or young
Mhm.
boys or young adults changes the fact that a God allowed a bear to maul humans for talking about somebody?
Well, no, that's the other thing that the guy was doing was that he said that the go up was actually like a death threat.
It was a death threat. It wasn't a death threat. They were telling him to unalive himself. They were telling him to follow his mentor
Mm.
Elijah. So the go up is saying go die. Go follow Elijah. So you know how people be saying unalive yourself.
Mm.
That's what they were saying to him. They were mocking him and they were saying that to him. They weren't saying that they were going to do it. They was telling
Right.
him to do it to himself.
No, and by the end of this guy's story, it was like a bunch of like young men and teenagers and stuff saying we're gonna unalive you.
They didn't say they were going to, that's a lie. But
Yeah.
they did. They was like, go unalive yourself. Go follow your mentor. Go where Elijah went. That's what they were saying.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then you said two bears for 40 kids, 40 of them, 40, F40, 40 got done with two bears. Another one I never understood. Another one, the story of Abraham with his son. Do you know how crazy I would look at my dad if he offered me up on the stone, trying to take me up to the upper room? Do you know how?
Give me just a second, LaBailey. Like to the person in the comments, like literally, what you are saying right now is that everybody on this app who gets a DM or a comment in their comments that says "unalive yourself," right? That they have the right to go and cause harm, physical body harm, to every commenter that says "go unalive yourself." That's what you're saying right now. And this is how I know y'all don't have any power whatsoever, because y'all believe in that story. You advocate for that story. And if you actually did have power, y'all would be killing everybody. Neither does your God. Neither does your God. It says in that story that Elisha called down a curse from the Lord. You don't have power to do so. If you did, you would be killing everybody.
Like, it's literally insane. Even the story, like I said, even the story of Abraham, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You just so you said you heard from God to offer up your son and sacrifice him, and you took that young man, and you was really about to do it too. And God had to stop you, like, well, I was just playing. What do you mean you was just playing? What do you mean say that you was just playing? What do you mean?
Ooh, yay. Thank y'all so much for these pretty gifts. Thank you, Oso. Thank you, Christina. Those were pretty.
No, need a new goal. Or did you already do it? Looks like you got one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's interesting to hear what made a person decide to deconstruct. And then like when believers come in here and they're like gung ho believers, and then they come on stage and they're like, I came in here with the goal of fighting you. But after I started reading the book for myself, I'm like, hold up. So I was wondering if, you were like a believer when you first started, but you said that you already had questions and
Yeah, no, yeah,
so
it definitely started off with like I said, Job was the starter for me. Because I grew up with a Baptist grandmother, okay, stupid Baptist. She would read the Bible to me. So when she read the story of Job to me, I was like, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that the Heavenly Father, okay, knew, right? Because everybody who's Christian says that God knows what you do. He knows you before he makes you, before he puts you on this earth. He knows you, what your story gonna be, how your story gonna turn out, how you gonna live your life. He knows all these things before it happens. So if you knew all these things before it happened, you knew Job was going to stay 10 toes down for you. Why you let the devil run rampant in his home? It don't make
for his
sense.
because he had an ego like that. When I read Job and that part where he was basically saying, "Can you do this? Can you do that?" Like, and I as I'm reading, I'm like, he basically telling him, "Shut your bitch ass up. I do what the fuck I want to do." That's basically how he
Mm-hmm.
responded to him. And my thought was like, how can a God who's supposed to be loving not show empathy to a mortal? Like he's a powerful God, right? And he knows that mortals don't have the same power that he has, or the same ability to take on a lot like he would as a God, and that would be his response. Like he showed no empathy, no sympathy for what he had allowed Job to go through. And so as Job is coming to him and he's like, let me go ahead on and die. Um, well, what have I done wrong? I've done everything according to what I was taught, and which is how we would be, right? Like we are usually as believers, we were the ones on our knees begging and crying to the God. And when we were going through things, and in my mind, I was like, so like if he treated Job that way, and Job was his A1 most faithful slave, or like what the fuck makes me think that me crying and snot nosing to him that he's like, oh poor baby, let me help this poor baby. No, he like, bitch, get the fuck up. Like, I don't give a fuck about what you going through.
Literally got mad at that man because he literally got mad at him because he was complaining about all the stuff he was losing, as if the man literally watched his children and his wife pass. Okay, literally watched it happen. Okay, he had the bond and formed a livelihood with the people. He had the animals, he had the livestock, he had all of those different things, and guess what? Snap of a finger, boom, gone. Because I done made a wager with somebody I don't even like for real. Because we going at it bad, right? We going at it bad, right? That's why I always find it so crazy to me when people say, well, the devil working hard, the devil did this and that." But in the Bible, it literally says that the devil can't move unless God tell him to. Like, I can't.
Yeah. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Layla baby. Hopefully soon you'll make the decision to become a nerd. And we can have you on stage more often. But I appreciate the conversation today.
Well, I thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I had a great time just talking with you guys, and I'm going to go back into the chat and watch one of the Christians come up here and get chewed up. But hey,
All right. Have a good day. Thank you, Viva, for the gifts. Thank you, Christina, for the gifts. I see you and Oso battling. I appreciate
sending out subs.
Gargar, appreciate you for sending out the subs. Thank you. Flood the chat with Gargar's emote, y'all.
Earlier, Sweetie Pie sent out a lot of subs, so she
Did
does
she?
that all the time, and so I want to make that known.
I
Like
thought
almost,
she. Okay. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. She said she wanted to wait until she feels comfortable coming from her main account before we make her an emote. But thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. I appreciate you for sending out the subs. She's not comfortable yet.
yeah.
Yeah, so we're waiting on her emote. Dee Dee,
I
are
don't
you
think
there?
she's there.
Is that her background chatter?
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Let's see. King Droop, why are you back in the box? I only let people come up once per show. We did finish with King Droop, right?
I missed that one. I was on a work call.
I think we did. Tim Jenkins.
Yes. How's
Hi.
everyone?
Good. How are you?
Blessed be the Lord.
That's how you are?
Say it again, brother.
I said that's how you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's how I'm doing. Well,
Okay,
the
give me just
scriptures
a
say
second.
that.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, 1 second. For those of you that are asking, I'm on till either 10 p.m. Central or midnight tonight, depending on how the conversations go. On Thursdays, I do 10 till early wee mornings, but I'm probably gonna shrink it down to probably 10 p.m. At the latest, it'll be midnight, so I'm not gonna be on all night tonight. Okay. Tim Jenkins, can you pick one of these topics over here? This is a discussion forum, and it is research based. Okay, this is not debate. Okay.
All right.
Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank you, loyal secret. Thank you, Christina. Again, go ahead. Which topic?
Biblical information and facts. Either one is all good. I mean, even Moses called Elohim. Yeah, that's true. Right there, Exodus 7:1.
Okay.
But it's
So
also
yeah, so you only get to do one. Okay, so I want you to
okay.
pick the one that you definitely want to talk about, and then we can get started with a discussion.
All right. Okay. Correcting biblical information and facts. I don't know the scriptures like that. Okay, we can go with. What about this Adam and Eve spiritual awakening? We can go with that.
Okay. Can you tell me really quickly what you believe or know about the story of Adam and Eve after they ate the fruit, like leading up to them eating the fruit in Genesis 3:7? Are you familiar with that scripture?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, tell
I'm
me
familiar
like a
with that.
quick
Yeah. And
summary, if you can, what you understand about that so far, what you currently believe, because I know different Christians through different denominations believe different things about this scripture.
all right. Let me turn to it. And the eyes of them were both open. Okay. Yeah. All of that's true. And they went in. They sold themselves fig leaves because, as it said that this here was a tree to be desired, to make one wise. So that there was the wisdom of it. We're naked. Let us go sow ourselves some fig leaves. And right there in the scripture, it says, and they made themselves aprons. So that means a
Keep
lot.
in mind that, like, I'm asking you to tell me, like, what do you currently, like, a summary of what you've been taught about the story of Adam and Eve, right? Like, they were
Yeah,
told
I
not to
believe
eat the
this
tree.
actually happened.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not.
yeah, this actually.
Hold on, okay.
Uh,
I'm not asking if you believe it actually happened, right?
right.
I'm asking what do you currently believe? For example, did they were they supposed to die the day that they ate of the tree?
No,
Did they
no.
die? Hold on.
Mm,
I'm giving you examples, and then I'm gonna be quiet, and then I'm gonna let you tell me what I'm asking, what I need to know. Okay. All right. What I'm asking you to do is to share with me what you've been taught and what you currently believe or understand about the Adam and Eve story, about the command, the punishment, and the after effects of them eating the tree. Can you answer those three things for me?
okay. Now it states right here that this commandment first was given to Adam. The Most High told Adam, "Don't he eat from the tree or touch it or do anything, and if he do, then that day he will surely die." So, so therefore, um, we see that there was the man and the woman who ate from the tree, but yet they 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 became okay. The serpent told the woman that she wasn't gonna die, and that was the truth because that commandment. All right, pieces. Because that commandment was given to Moses, so anyone else could have eaten from it. But God told Adam,
Wait,
"Don't
did you
he
mean to say
eat from it."
Moses?
That's why. I mean, yeah. Excuse me, Adam. If I said Moses, excuse me. Yeah, because that's what God told Adam. And so when God came into the garden that evening, looking looking for Adam, and Adam had hid himself, and the Most High asked Adam, why was he hiding? And Adam, what did Adam say? Because I was afraid because I was naked. And now God asked Adam, who told you you was naked? So now someone told Adam that he was naked, made Adam ashamed because God created them naked and they wasn't ashamed. And now Adam was ashamed because they must have been teasing him. So he hid from the Lord. And now the Lord asked if he had eaten from he had eaten from the tree, and now the woman spoke up. It was a woman that spoke up. It wasn't Eve because Eve has a name. The Most High is calling them by name. Adam, Adam,
She wasn't
Eve.
named until after the
Yeah, she
fact,
got the
though.
name after. But who is the
Because
they?
she
When
became the
you
mother of
said
the. Okay,
when you
all
said
right.
they were teasing him, who's the they?
Yeah, I wrote
What?
that down. That was going to
Okay,
be
so
my
now,
question when I responded to him.
right
Oh, sorry.
now, okay, let us go to that right here. It says, "But the fruit of the tree in the garden." Okay, and the servant said to the woman, "Okay, when the woman saw the tree was good for food, and it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to the desire to make one wise, she took the fruit and gave it unto her husband with her, and he did eat." So now she gave it to her husband. Now, remember, even before Adam was formed, the Most High said in Genesis 1:26, let us create, man in our image and in our likeness. And then we read where he created the male and the female, he created them both together and he blessed them, told them that they can eat from every fruit, they can eat from every tree of the field. Everything in the Most High gave them dominion over the earth. So now not only have the Most High created man in his image, but also now have gave him a likeness to have dominion, to govern. Remember, he gave him dominion over all the animals, all the fowls of the earth, like we have dominion over them this day.
We don't have dominion over the
Yes, we
animals.
do. We can train them. We don't care.
Like literally, show me a lion that you would stand in front of without a weapon.
Look, listen, sister. Listen.
I mean, being
You have them
honest.
people,
I'm being. Hey, Tim.
Have a lion jump through
Tim.
hoops. Not
Tim.
us per se.
Tim. Listen. I'm being honest with you. Like, what shark are you just gonna swim up to, right, and prove your dominion over that shark? You're on mute. Can you come off mute? Did he mute himself? What happened?
No, I muted him for over talking.
No. Tim?
Yeah, I sent him an invite.
Hello?
Yes. Like the best way that we're gonna have a conversation is you and I not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm sorry because I be in these conversations, all the time. So go ahead, sister. Okay. I'm a humble person. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your respect. What I'm saying is, humans do not naturally have dominion over the animals on the earth. There are animals on this earth that humans have to create weapons or things to try to keep themselves safe. Hold on, just wait. Can you do me a favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Just wait until I'm done, and then you can respond. Okay.
Okay.
There are things like as humans, there are certain animals on this earth that humans have to create weapons or capture devices or anything to keep themselves safe from the animals. And then animals don't naturally understand humans, and we don't naturally understand animals. So there's no way that we have dominion over them. Go ahead.
Okay, so let us send the military into the savannah in Africa, or even into the rainforest. Let us send militaries over there with armed weapons, and who you think will come out? Who will have dominion? See, man would come out. We look. We have tore up what the Most High have gave them and made buildings, all these concrete jungles in all these cities.
Right, but before you go further down there, did you miss the part? Before you go further into that, did you miss the part where I said it's not natural for humans to have dominion over the animals, that we have to create weapons or traps, right? Capture devices in order to keep ourselves safe from these animals. It's not it's not natural, right? And you saying to send the military into the jungle, like that would be an unnatural thing, right? The military wasn't created by your God. That's a man-made thing.
God created us in his image and in his likeness. See, our image, we all have, the universal image of mankind, the head, the arms, the leg, whether you male or female. See, that's a universal
That's something
image of
different. I don't know
mankind.
why you're going to that.
But
That's
now the likeness,
hold
the
on. I'm
likeness
not
like
getting it.
God.
You're hold on. You're going. I'm not talking about the
Yeah,
image of God. Nope. We're not going down there. That's not what we're talking about.
but
Mm-mm.
this is here
That no, it
is
doesn't
what
have
he had
anything to do with that.
ordained,
No,
and
it's
it's the
not.
day.
That
Okay,
has
why
nothing to
did
do
man?
with
Ted,
dominion.
why
Mhm.
are your words touching the host's words? Don't do that.
What? Pardon me.
You're speaking over the host.
I'm trying to make sure that you stay within topic. I don't want to talk about the image of God and
Right.
what man and of male and female look. That's not the topic, right?
Okay.
We're not talking about that. We were talking about the dominion,
Having
right?
dominion. Right.
Right, to
Having
govern,
power.
right, to govern over animals, fish of the sea, and all of that. Naturally, humans do not do that naturally. In order to subdue animals like the large animals, gorillas, elephants,
Right.
kangaroos, moose, there have to be weapons created,
I'm agreeing
right?
with you, sister.
Yeah, what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
But there was a time when it
Hey,
wasn't,
Tim, you keep
man.
telling me that you're humble,
I
right?
am.
But you
But
keep
there was.
talking over me. Okay. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then I promise, like, just let me finish what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, naturally, humans do not have what it takes to
Yes,
govern.
bro. Yes, it's all good. Yo, bro, you need to get a new phone. I'm man. Sorry. Excuse me.
Mac, do you want to pick up?
Sure. I mean, I just,
Okay. Yeah. Let me chill for a second, because good grief.
Are you guys able to hear me?
No, were you talking?
No, I didn't talk. I just asked. Can you hear
oh,
me now? That's what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
asking.
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay.
It's a little staticky, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I'm in a bad area. I'm sorry, guys.
No, I think it's okay. Just it's normally a little crisper for you.
I wonder, because he keeps saying Most High, if he's a Hebrew Israelite.
I was going to ask that because he sounds just like one, and I talk to enough of them.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Or he
getting like
uses the
strong
same
vibes from
lingo.
that.
Huh?
I'm not getting like strong Hebrew Israelite vibes. But I
Really?
wouldn't be surprised either way. But like some people just say the Most High.
He uses the way he talks, he uses the lingo that they use. That's why I was going to ask that too. I wonder, is he coming back?
Somebody told him to get him a new phone, so I don't know if he on somebody else's phone or. Mm-hmm. Tim, are you there? I'm gonna give it just a couple of more seconds, and then if not, we'll have to move on. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. How long have you been back?
I don't know. I thought I was being in the conversation. I've been back ever since. Even said, "Can you guys hear me?" And I was steady saying, "Hello, hello." I don't know
Oh
how my
no,
phone
you
was
were
Oh,
going.
still
you were
My
on mute.
muted.
phone was being up. Yeah, but no,
Are you
no. Yeah, but
Tim?
I speak
Are
against
you a
Hebrew
Hebrew?
Israelites also.
I'm sorry.
No,
Say that
I
again.
speak against them also. I speak against the doctrines of the Hebrew Israelites also, because the Northern Kingdom, they consider themselves the Northern Kingdom, and they went to war with the Southern Kingdom, which is God's chosen, the Southern Kingdom. So they hated God's chosen like all the other nations, but they don't understand that. Hmm. But yeah, but I consider myself not only that,
So
but
are
I
you
know
of
that
the
But
I'm
you
a
Southern?
but you
Levi.
do consider yourself an Israelite or a Jew?
Are you of the
Yes,
Southern
yeah,
Kingdom?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm a descendant. Because I'm a descendant of slaves.
Yeah, I figured that's
You
what
know,
that's yeah, because
right,
the way that you talk. Okay.
right.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go back to the topic. Okay. That's a topic for another day. Let's go back to the Dominion conversation, and I'm gonna let you talk to Mac for right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, like, because it says that God
Okay,
gave. I'll just get this question out real quick. So it says, God gave man dominion over the beasts and everything, right? But the things we're
right,
talking about, right? The ability to subdue
right,
and these animals and have protection, etc. I mean, that's a
right.
couple hundred years old, really, at most. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these kind of things weren't really possible until
Okay,
very recently. So, what dominion did man have
all,
for the last, like, 6,000 years?
all right. So now let me ask this because there were at one time there was no eating of meat. I mean, everyone agreed that there was at one time we didn't eat meat. We wasn't eating animals. And then one can agree when we read there in Genesis concerning the serpent speaking to the woman. So now people are going to say, oh, that's metaphorically or whatever. But now we know that serpents did fly. Serpents did have wings. They have dug up fossils with serpents fossilized. But what
I thought do that.
I mean, look.
I swear I thought that was do that.
That wasn't me. Even though I was tempted, that
That
wasn't
was
me.
you know,
I'm trying to be
you can
good.
understand a animal speech. They tell you, well, if an animal is making this sound or that sound, then this is that or this is yeah.
uh, got to be honest with you, I didn't really follow
See,
that. What you're
okay,
saying? There's a
but
fossilized
yeah,
serpent.
we were able to communicate. Yeah, we were able to communicate with animals, but all of
Wait,
that went
where's your
away
evidence for
once
this?
the fall of the garden happened.
Right, but where's the evidence for this?
Right.
Because he's like in and out, huh?
When you leave the app, Tim, we can't hear you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, my box isn't lighting up. I don't know
Can you
what it
hear
is.
now?
Yeah. So like when
Can
you
you hear
leave
now?
the app, we can hear you now, but when you leave the app, we can't hear you. And if you need to like mute because you have background noise, there's a mute button.
All
If you
right.
press your profile picture, a menu will come up and you'll see a microphone. Just press that microphone to mute and unmute. Okay. Do you see it?
Okay.
Touch your profile
Okay.
picture.
So where? Oh man, I don't want to be hitting it. Where will my profile like picture be
Where it
on my
says
The
T,
blue
on my phone?
square with your name
the
on it.
blue square, the T, where by your username that says Tim Jenkins,
Oh
press
oh
that picture,
oh oh right there. Okay.
and then a menu pops up. Do you see the microphone? There you go. That's how you mute and unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
So now you
you
guys
might
hear
see
me.
it at the bottom of the screen too.
Okay.
Like you
Okay.
might see the same thing at the bottom.
You'll connect using auto only. Okay. So now.
Hmm.
hmm Okay. As I speak, well, I see the white button going on and all on the T. So I think
Okay.
I'm
Yeah, I think you're good.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The ring, the glowing ring. Yeah. Yeah, that means you're currently talking. So, I mean, we have pretty good fossil records, and it kind of you can look at them and tell you like what an animal's properties and capabilities are. And I
Uh-huh.
can tell you that we haven't found anything that says that an animal has the complex enough brain or vocal cords or combination of both to speak. So I'm curious where that came from.
Oh, so um, right now, um, how you think house pets or those domestic animals is trained, or even the wild animals that are trained with a certain kind of whistle or a certain kind of call that they've been here.
Yeah, they can
Uh,
recognize sounds and patterns for sure.
So,
But that's not
I
speech.
mean,
That's just conditioning.
okay. So, what would you think that serpent was, or was it a metaphor or something, or actually, what was your intake of the garden when the serpent spoke to the woman? And now
Yeah,
we
I
have a
think it's
God
just,
cursing the serpent.
in my estimation, it's just an ideological story about how things are the way they are, right? Why is growing vegetables like such hard work, right? Why is farming tough? Why is labor painful? Why are men above women, right? So this story explains, right? This is a mythological story built around those things, right?
Oh,
Why are we punished by God, right? That kind of thing.
but the answer is all there
Yeah.
because of any power, right? Because if any power was in our hands, then this would be a better world. If everyone talking about how they want peace and how they want joy and love does this and love does that, but God have set in man's heart to go against one another, his brother, his sister, his aunt, the mother against the daughter-in-law. So
Mm-hmm.
God have put man against man.
Why would he do
God
that?
even said that in Genesis that the man would overrule a woman. And so
Mm-hmm.
many, you have so many nations and so many peoples and stories where men had ruled over women until there was a time where women said enough is enough. And now look look who's ruling over who now.
You
The
think women rule
children,
over men?
the children are ruling over the parents, are oppressing the parents, and the woman is ruling the man.
Tim, you do
Yes, it
realize
is. And
that
you read in the scriptures
Tim
in Isaiah,
Tim
that's what the Most High
hello
say,
Tim you
that the
Tim
woman will pass.
Tim, you're doing it again.
you do realize that there was a time period before Yahweh, this worship of Yahweh, where women were worshipped as the mother goddess. And this book talks about removing her worship out of the land, right? Because men didn't know that they had anything to do with reproduction. They thought that the women were just getting pregnant by themselves. They didn't uh, correlate the sexual act with the fact that the woman was getting pregnant and giving birth. So they saw the woman as God, right? And so they used to worship women before the worship of Yahweh and before this patriarchal society. And it was men who ushered in the patriarchal society once they realized that their PPs had something to do with reproduction.
Your PPs.
I'm trying not to be so vulgar. My mouth, I swear I'm vulgar as fuck.
You may have overshot the landing on that one, though. It might be a little too unvulgar.
Tim, can you come off mute?
Me on mute?
You were on mute again.
You put me on mute?
Moderator did, I'm
No,
sure.
But I
yeah.
heard you.
Oh, you
So
can hear.
wait.
No, mute
So
means we
who put
can't
me
hear
on
you.
mute? So y'all can control my mute?
I
Yes.
put you on mute because you don't seem to know how to have a conversation. You keep over talking. This isn't a space for you to just get everything off of your chest.
I'm not
This
getting
is
everything. Rick and Miller.
Hold
see,
on.
You're
you're
doing it
over
right
talking
now,
me
Tim.
again. So yes, we can mute you. You don't seem to know how conversation works. This isn't a barbershop type setting. There are 576 people in this space, and we can't understand what's being said if
Oh,
you keep over talking. So if
okay.
you do it, then I'll mute you.
Thank you, Dudette. Tim, did you hear what I said about the Queen of Heaven? About the
Okay,
other.
now can I comment on it? I
Yes, go
heard you.
ahead.
Can I comment on it? Okay, now, say if that is so, because you have people that worship pagan gods. So now, in idols. So here's the thing. So what kind of children were these that a woman could have on their own. I mean,
Okay, stop
how
for a
did they
second
come
because that's
now?
not
I
what
know of
I
a birth.
said. That's
Listen,
not. Hold
yeah,
on. That's not what
before
I
they can use
said.
the P.
Can
Tim,
mute,
Tim, you're
please.
gonna get muted. Okay, you're
That's
muted.
not what I said. So I need you to listen carefully. Okay. Prior to the worship of Yahweh, okay, in the ancient Near East, women were worshipped because men in women, they did not know that men contributed to the reproduction process. Men were having sex with women, women were having sex with men, and they didn't know that that's why women were coming up pregnant. They thought, collectively, they all thought that the woman was God because she was the only one that could give life. So when the man found out that his dick, I don't know any other word to use, y'all, was a part of the process,
Totalitarian
then
liar.
then they started actively working on erasing the mother goddess worship and replacing it with male domination. And they started worshiping the phallus. They started worshiping the male, the dick. That's what I'm saying.
I do think it's kind of ironic that he's like talking about this past worship as if it could never be because of how wrapped up he is in the idea of you need a man. You know what I mean? Like it's really funny hearing him argue about that.
Yeah.
Like he can't imagine a world wherein people didn't know that. Like how could you not? We're so important.
And then, like, honestly, I don't want to have to, like, clean my fucking mouth for grown ass adults. I'm not going to do it again. All of y'all that can't handle me saying dick, like, if you're just going to have to scroll out. If that's too vulgar of a word for you, you just got to scroll out. Like, I can't. Y'all, I'm fucking 44. I'm not talking to kindergartners or kids. Like, I'm not finna do it.
I
Tim,
thought
did you hear
PG was
me?
funny.
Like,
It's 21
I
plus. You can say
try.
dick. That's fine.
Oh, my goodness. Tim?
Hit the button, Tim.
Remember, hit the T and then hit your microphone, Tim.
Look, now,
Hold on. I want to make sure
you
you heard what I said. Did you hear what I said?
now look. I understood all that you said. Now, can I comment way back on the goddess?
That's what. Listen,
On the
I just
goddess thing?
hold
This
on.
is
Hold
what
on.
I'm saying. Now
Oh
I
my
got to be
God.
quiet again before you mute
I
me.
just
Go ahead.
repeated for you. I just repeated for you all of the goddess stuff. I want to make sure that you're
Right.
not going to talk about something that I did not say and only talk about what I did say. That's why I repeated it for you again because you started talking about some shit that I never said.
Okay. True. Okay. True. All right. So
Okay.
now that I understand that here these goddesses are getting pregnant by these men, these goddesses, women being deceitful from the beginning. Can't
Oh,
even be
you
a
gotta
just
go.
and a
You
righteous
gotta
God.
go. Shut the
See
fuck
this
up.
here, now
Like you
all that
sound,
talking
you
about
sound, you
worshiping a
sound
male
ignorant as
palace.
fuck.
You
You
don't
sound,
understand.
you sound ignorant. I didn't say shit like that.
Dude,
And
he
you want to
didn't say you
blame the
were
women
lying.
because the men didn't fucking know how their dicks work? Like I'm not finna go through that. You don't listen. I'm frustrated. You gotta go.
Much like you, they didn't understand what was going on.
Right. Holy shit, man.
He got so mad about the dicks.
Like
So mad.
he
Holy
said, they being
fuck.
deceitful. Like it.
They are
It.
bad gods.
You got women baby trapping these men.
Like what the fuck?
He
Blame the
wasn't
women because the
listening.
men didn't
I do
know.
want to thank him for his humility.
Oh,
Right.
it's so humble.
Goodness gracious. Jada?
Still see it loading. I don't see anybody yet. Nope.
Jacqueline Smith.
What happened?
Did you mean to come up or was it on accident?
Accident.
Okay, we'll take you down. Have a good day, okay? Old Shammy?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you? What happened?
That was
Just
crazy.
pushing
If
you
you are
back in.
still there, can you request again? I don't know what happened.
It was instant too. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Hi.
Hi, Thinker, and everyone on the panel.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I just want to say to everyone, you all are amazing. And I have been listening to you, Thinker, for a little while now. And I am deconstructing from religion. And I am 46.
Awesome. Welcome. I see you are a new nerd as well. Welcome to the community.
Okay,
Welcome,
no
welcome.
problem. Yes, thank you. Yay.
What topic did you come up to talk about?
The children and indoctrination, Proverbs 22 and 6.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so I used to use that phrase all the time, assuming that as a parent, you're going to train your child up the way you want them to go because you know better than they do at the time because you've seen everything. So that's what I really was thinking about it. But after closely reading it a little bit more, it was talking about training it up, like God's way and the Lord, this God of the Bible's way type deal. And I do want to give you all a little background. I come from two pastors as my granddaddies. My mom and my dad's dad were pastors. So I was brought up in all of that,
Ooh, double pastory. Was it the
Yeah.
same denomination?
Yes, Baptist. Yes.
Oh,
And
wow.
we had to be in church all the time, like the same stories that everybody that pretty much on the panel has went through themselves. But when I started deconstructing and didn't even realize I was doing that was when I was probably about 19, just thinking whatever. I did believe in God, I did. And then I was like, why is everything happening? Blah, blah, blah. Then I got pregnant. Then my kid's dad wasn't around. And I just was like, oh my gosh, why am I going through this? Why am I going through this? But I actually made it out of it. I'm still deconstructing. So what I'm about to say is I was like, oh, God got me out of this and da 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 da. Okay. But then I became more adamant about this deconstruction after my daddy passed away 9 years ago. He was a great man. I couldn't understand, God, why would you do that? Why would you take my good daddy, who you know that we need down here on this earth? Why would you do that? So that's when I really started being like, I don't know about this Bible. And then the Job story, which you all were speaking of, it reminded me of Job. And I remember saying that to my dad. But going back to the topic, I just believe that might have been more of like the control mechanism that the church was trying to use and have us be how we became. And then as we became wiser and started using our logical minds and really looking at everything, come on, Lounge, like, I don't know anymore. That's where I'm at. That's why I'm here.
Well, yeah, that sounds like pretty much like my journey a little bit. Except I think that the difference, like with me, when my father passed away, I got more and more into the church because I did, believe that I had to like help keep the church alive and like carry his legacy forward. But I did ask the same question, like how in the fuck could a God allow somebody that loved him this much die so young and the way that he did? I didn't understand that. But I also knew how much my dad loved this God, and I wanted to try to carry his legacy forward, but I couldn't because the shit just didn't make sense to me. And so I kept asking the same questions, and it just never stopped. Like it just kept haunting me to, face reality and realize that I wasn't seeing the things that I was, being taught. So yeah.
Yeah.
But like one of the questions that I did want to ask, like when you were like starting to deconstruct? Were you asking questions? Were your grandparents still alive? Are they still alive or?
No, they've been passed away a long time, and they were truly. If I was saying what I'm saying now, they'd probably call me the devil. They'll probably tell me that I'm wrong. Me and my granddaddy probably would battle because he was very much. But you didn't live right either. You was very awful. He was an awful man. My dad's dad was awful, and but you're a pastor, and it just didn't match. Nothing matches with everybody. And I mean, I'm not going to say everybody in church is that way. I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is my own experience and what I've seen, and even being here in the comments and how the Christians go, and it's like it's brainwashing. And I remember thinking, cults, like, oh, the cults back in the day, the Waco things back in the day, Waco, Texas, that guy, and all these different cults, those people with the black shoes on. I don't know what those cults were called, but oh my gosh, I was in one myself, I guess, and didn't even know it.
So
Yeah,
Branch
we all
Davidians
were.
and Heaven's Gate.
You said what now? I'm sorry.
Waco was Branch Davidians, and the shoes was Heaven's Gate.
Oh, and it's like they were going through the same thing. And even the Jim Jones story, like I remember that all of this is the same type of things. Mankind trying to take control and be God themselves. And it just seems like a big pyramid brainwashing scheme. And I'm still deconstructing because I don't believe in the God of this Bible because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Do you have children?
I do, and this is the thing. I didn't do my kids like my family did me. I didn't make them go to church every darn day, but they did go, but they have never gotten baptized. And I told my one child who understands what I'm saying that I'm glad you didn't. But yeah, I didn't push them like I was pushed because I knew something was off probably when I was a kid. I actually hated church as a kid because it was just so boring and so long, and I don't understand what they're saying. And why is my mama pinching me because I'm going to sleep? It's boring.
Exactly.
Preach on that. Preach on that. Fucking hate that shit. Then they sit you in the front row like, I mean, you know I'm finna go to sleep.
Yeah, and it's like it's not right. My auntie used to raise our skirt up and pinch us. Like she didn't pinch us through the dress. Like, God damn.
Yes, and it's like they were all sold into this, and like you were saying, thinker about your dad. My dad was the same way. He loved God, like, but he really started. He never said it out loud, but he couldn't understand why he was dying because he was not ready. He was 58. He did not understand why he was dying because he did everything he was supposed to do, that the God of the Bible said to do.
My dad was 45.
Oh my gosh, I would have been
1 year older than me.
devastated.
Yep, 1 year older than me.
Wow. And it just makes me, I don't even know. And so when, like me and my aunt, my dad's younger sister, she's still indoctrinated. I'm not even trying to change her. And so when I say what I've said to her, because I can talk to her a little bit about it and her be open, but then I'm saying to her, don't try to push on me what we've been pushed on forever. What I'm telling you that I'm going through now, I need you to respect, what I'm doing, and I'm gonna respect you still with this carving of Jesus' name that your God made for you, that you wanted me to look at and say, hey, don't you see his name? I can't even see his name in there. It's like a hieroglyphic type of thing her God had made for her. I can't even see it because I'm unseeing Jesus.
I like that. I like that. So one of the questions that I have that I wanted to ask around this is like, do you think that parents should be held like ethically responsible for imposing beliefs about hell and demons and sin on children before they can comprehend or consent to it? Like the trauma that it causes, the nightmares, the anxiety, the indecisiveness. Would you classify that as a form of like parents are ethically responsible for that?
I feel I understand. Okay, so I can't really say yes or no, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm coming at it from the standpoint of how we grew up. You're giving your kids certain things in that aspect of saying that you're going to hell, you're going to heaven, because that's what you think and that's what you believe. So I don't think it's not unethical. I just think you just didn't know. You don't really know. You're just going on what you were told and what you were trained in, and you were told that that's how it's supposed to be. So you're still trying to care for your child. So you do give them that information, not thinking about it being ethical or non-ethical. But once your children start, once they start growing up and start having questions, I do believe you should allow them to, find their own way and not be so controlling, because then you're just like the God in the Bible. So, and I think
I feel like a lot of parents ignore the mental effects that it has on their children because they're so God focused. And so when they see children growing up with characteristics of depression, right?
Yes.
Or anxiety because of these teachings, they ignore it and they just tell the child to pray, pray, pray. And it doesn't get better until they become an adult and they're responsible for their own health care and their own decisions and they can get the help. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right for
I
parents
agree.
to do that.
I agree with that aspect because, like what you just when you broke it down in that way of thinking of it that way, it does cause mental things. Because I have a son that's gay, and someone would say, "Oh, he's going to hell," and actually, his brother, who's I don't know. Anyways, his brother, my son, had said his mama, such and says he's going to hell because he's gay. And I'm like, what? No, hell is right here on earth right now in your mind as you're acting out in the way you're acting type deal. Like you're in hell right now. We're in hell right now. So what are you talking about? So I agree with you,
I
Jacob.
think even saying that to them could kind of like confuse them because they
Yo,
be like
okay.
in their mind, they be like, I'm in hell in my mind. Like I think that would confuse them. But like even like as an adult, right?
Yeah.
It pisses me off when adults say it to me, and some dumb fuck commented on my cousin's on the post that I did to my cousin when she died, and they commented, you better hope she was a believer or she's gonna be rotting in hell like you are one day. And I'm like, to put
Wow.
that on a post,
Yeah.
it did something to me emotionally. Like it pissed me off because it's very disrespectful, right? It's the lack of empathy, from another human to another human on a post where someone's talking about a loved one who died of brain cancer. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if it has that effect on me as an adult, imagine children, right, being told if your mommy or your daddy wasn't saved and they're burning in hell, so you better give your life to God, or your mommy and daddy are going to be in heaven one day. They're in heaven now, and if you don't live a certain way, you're never going to see them again because you're going to go to hell. Like that's emotional
Yeah,
abuse,
it is
you know.
emotional when you say, yeah, thank you. Because I'm thinking back to everything you're saying that was displayed to me because I'm going to hell because I had kids out of wedlock. I was not married, and so what everybody might say, but I wasn't, so it wasn't. So I'm going to hell anyway. So, hey. No, I'm just being funny. But I get what you're saying. Thank you, though. No, seriously. It's a mental abuse. It is. It is. But yeah, the training up the child, I think the parents, teaching right from wrong from the aspect of, society and how you would want to be treated type deal. I believe that's what it should mean. But I know it probably means God.
But it literally comes from like a good portion of Proverbs comes from Egypt, from the instructions of Amenepe. And so like in Egypt, they didn't believe in actually hitting children until they were like 10. You should never hit a child. But Egypt had like a period where the child didn't have understanding, and you shouldn't hit a child until they can understand, and blah blah blah. And so I don't think that Amenepe meant it like the way that it's being taken for like the Hebrew God. I think it was more so like if we look at Proverbs 22, it's basically saying stuff like the rich, what the rich have in common, and like how to think as a right-minded human, if that makes sense.
It
How to
does.
treat the poor, the disabled. Like it's not talking about the law of Yahweh, which makes me think that it comes from the instructions of Amenepe, because it's not Yahweh focused, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But yeah, I agree. I think it's just saying if you teach a child to respect human life, respect their life, and respect the lives of others, respect the space of others, the rights of others, and do no harm, right, to themselves or to other people, then they're going to do that, right? And as they may stray away when they're young and get with the wrong crowd, but eventually the what you've taught them is down on the inside.
It
That's
is.
what I think it's really talking about. But yeah, it's the indoctrination of a child at that young of an age into heaven and hell and sin and the devil and demons and
Yeah,
all of that. It's a lot.
it
Or
is.
imagine if instead of saying the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, they would say stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's stuff
Mm.
like what, like the
With the birds.
do no harm and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh. That would
Just
be.
But that
imagine.
would be good because then you wouldn't have bullies in school because the first
That's
thing
what
they
I'm
would think
saying.
about is do no harm. Yeah.
But
Yep.
instead, we just join the military. Join the military. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it was great talking to you all. I'm sure I'll be back. This is my first time ever. And I'm always in the comments sometimes because every time I think I do a test because I'm working all the time. So I come back in, I go out, I come back in, I go out. It's the same. It's like the Christians. I just had laugh, especially Oso the other day when him and somebody. Oso, you were so funny. But yes.
Thank you.
Don't boost his head
Oh
up. Oh
my
my
gosh. He
gosh.
was like, you want to see the bear? I'm like, okay. It was just, y'all cracks me up. I love it. But I'm going to jump down, get back in the comments, and I appreciate your time. And I love the way you all think and the research that you all do. You all, I am nowhere, like, oh my gosh. It sounds like it would take years to get where you all are at as far as your all's thinking and your research. Your research is what led you to where you are now, and you all having discussions and just researching the facts. So that's where I'm trying to get. It's just a lot of information.
Well, you are a nerd now. You're a part of the community, and so you'll be there in no time.
Okay,
I,
love
I
you.
appreciate you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You all too. Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye. I like her. Okay, let's see who's next. Sinner, are you in the box on purpose? I gotta take a quick break right quick. I gotta hear Pax. Pax, say something. You there, Pax?
Hey, Thinker. How's it going?
It's going good. Listen to you.
It is fucking wild. Oh, sorry. Am I allowed? I forget. Am I allowed to swear in this voice?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I don't know.
I mean, yes. So how does it feel?
It is so weird. Okay, so the thing is, like, I was going to send a voice message to my friend Vidal, and I hadn't talked in like 2 hours, and so I started the voice message to her, and I was like, "Hey Vidal," "Hey Vidal," whoa, because all of a sudden, the vibration comes out a different place in your body when you have a dude voice than when you have a girl voice. And I knew that intellectually, but I didn't realize that the feeling would be so significantly, the contrast would be so huge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you can feel the voice is coming from a different place now, or
Yeah, it's like the where the breath is coming from is from a lower place or my register.
Like a deeper voice.
yeah. Wow. So have you tried to sing?
Yes. And it's like, it's not bad, Thinker. And that's also crazy because like I have this sort of voice where I'm good at imitating people. And so like I just sort of like I was taking Max out. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take Max out and then I'm gonna go live and play piano and play with the new voice. But I was like just playing with it a little bit when I was out there, and I started singing a song, and it like sounded really good, Thinker. It sounded like I was singing, it's probably problematic, but the first song that came to my head was "Wheels of a Dream" from the musical Ragtime, and which is a really ironic, terrible song to have running through your head right now because it's it's not good. But it was like I just tried it, and it like I could do it. I sounded just like the recording that I've listened to. Like it's just one of my favorite songs on the whole planet, and like
that's so excited.
And so yeah, so
you didn't lose any octaves or anything like that.
I haven't tried up high. Like, I don't know. I used to be able to do like a soprano one descant. And I haven't tried it yet, but I've just been playing with the lower parts of it. So it keeps coming out of the low place. It never jumps back up at all. And It's so exciting. I don't think I'm going to
Look at
shut
you.
up for
I
a
just
really long
love the
time.
giddiness in your voice and how excited you are. Yeah, and I'm happy for you.
Thanks. Yeah. So but now I get to go like play with it and see like what keys to sing songs in and just try singing them. And it's literally going to be like painting with a different sort of brush or like a different sort of texture, or you know what I mean? Like everything about it is going to be different, but it's still music, which to me has been the most significant coping mechanism and friend I've had in my whole life. And so like now I get to know music from this perspective in the right range and in the right gender finally. And I can't wait to get to know what she's like in this part of my life. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to hear you sing and see what you do with the paintbrush that you're working with now. And I'm excited for you. And today marks a new birthday for you. So
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's so I kind of had forgotten that anything would ever get good in my life ever. Because like after when you're constantly in like crisis survival mode for like years and like just trying to find safety, you stop hoping that anything will ever get good, because when your hopes keep continually getting dashed again and again, it's just safer to not think about anything ever being good, so that you don't have to feel let down when it just continually is never good. And so then this actually happened though, and like this like it happened today, and that means that like, because the thing is, once it goes all the way down, it's permanent, thinker. So like even if I have to go off T because I don't have access to it anymore, I've got like 4 months of it left, but I don't currently have health insurance, so who knows. But like they're never going to be able to take this voice from me.
I love it. So how deep is it going to get, and how long does it take?
Well, it actually often does happen just as it in the flick of a finger. I don't know. Okay. I remember it did for my son. Like I have a 18-year-old son, and his voice changed when he was like 13, and it was like overnight. And I think mine was just over morning. But like I worked out this morning with friends, and I have a project that I'm working on, and I'm feeling excited and I'm in flow. I've got some mischief planned for this Sunday that I am working on. It's a
you should totally
know what
troll
time of year it
also
is,
one
right?
time. What time of the year it is?
Sorry, what was that?
Like, I know, what time of the year is it?
Well, this Sunday is Easter.
Oh, you talking about Easter?
Yeah, I have a plan. I think I might be trying to get some people to go to church.
Huh? Wow. You better start some shit.
I am working on a document that I'm referring to as the 25 Theses, and 25 is for 2025. And it is going to be a bullet point list of some issues that I have. And I'm going to ask that people post them at churches. And there's going to be a QR code on the document that is going to link to a website, which is a blog that I'm going to make 50 to 100 posts in over the next few days, highlighting several things that are wrong with churches and how statistically they are terrible.
I actually love that idea.
Yeah, and so then I'm also hoping that people will be able to take the QR code, like print it out on little slips of paper and put them in plastic Easter eggs and then lay them in places.
Wow, that's a good idea, Pax.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I'm also thinking that this might be the very best time to do this, because all the systems are down, and on Easter everyone is celebrating and doing whatever, and like then we could I kind of found my brick to go through the stained glass window. You know what I mean?
Say
anyway,
anything else, because you're now you're being straight. Just keep it on the low.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm just asking.
But I think that you should troll also when it finally gets deep to the point to where you want it, from a backup account. Just one random day.
I'll be like, "Hey, bro." Yeah, I like Jesus. Like it says in the Bible that that Jesus loves us.
Yeah, definitely. Look, also it's like, good luck. Give him a piece of his own damn medicine.
Well, as I like to say, El Oso.
You know.
All right. Well, Pax, I'm excited for you. Thank you for coming up, and let us know how your plan goes. But yeah, if I were you, I would, you know, don't say it on this platform because it's
Fair
on
enough.
YouTube. Yeah.
I just want to say
Want to keep you safe.
It's only intended for people that look like me. Other people that should sit it out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Love y'all.
All right. Love you too.
Love you, Pax.
All righty. Let's see who's next. Did Center ever respond to let me know they were in the box on purpose or accident?
No, I haven't seen them since this morning, right?
Yeah, but they were taken out since they didn't respond, but they're back in there. So, I don't know. This person isn't connecting. Let's see here. Droop, I only bring up guests once per show. I do see you in the guest box. I took you out once, but I don't bring up the same guest multiple times. But I let me know why you're back. Like if you have a different question or something, and I'll see about letting you back up. This person isn't connecting. All right, guys. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, or if you are deconstructing, the guest box is open. If you are a nerd and you have a research-based question, the guest box is open. We had a lot of people in the guest request. Yeah, it was like about 10 or 11 people, and they all left.
Haters gonna hate. You know how it is.
Droop, what is he back for?
Same thing you were talking about earlier. That's what he's saying.
So Droop, I usually only let people come up once per day. What's up?
Yeah, I was at work and I couldn't finish what I stated. That's why I said I'd get back.
Okay, I couldn't remember how we ended the conversation. That's what I was asking them earlier if we got to finish. Okay, and wait, no, we did. Didn't we talked about the Elohim? Right?
On the Elohim, you was just giving me an explanation on what it mean. Remember? And I said, okay, my real topic was the Adam and Eve, the spiritual awakening, and I was agreeing that God did lie about them dying that day. Okay. That's why I had to get off it.
Okay. Go ahead and pick up and start with Max. Go ahead.
All right. I like how you showed the scripture, because in the scripture, I wanted to speak about the punishments, because in the punishments, once God did lie, this is when he described like how they would like die.
Oh, you want the punishment section?
Yes,
what does this have to do with the spiritual awakening thing?
Okay, because the spiritual, we agreed that they had a spiritual awakening, right? And the spiritual awakening was like a mental. I agreed that it was a mental thing.
Yeah, I thought we finished.
No, because I was trying to get to the point where they was going to die.
Well, they would die because they're not immortal.
Right. They're not immortal no more.
They've never been immortal.
See, that's where the great argument starts.
That's where what? The
great argument starts, because they were immortal because they was only eating from the tree of life.
Well, okay, I'm going to let you pick this up with Mac. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Mac.
Go ahead, Mac.
Where does it say they ate from the tree of life?
Well, that's what only thing they could eat from at first. Remember, he said, God said we could eat from the tree of life. This is why he blocked the tree of life.
He said they could, but he said they could eat from any tree in the garden.
Right, but they were eating from it. See,
no, but any tree, as in like every kind of tree.
No, except for the one that do the tree of knowledge, because they surely would die.
How many trees were there in the garden?
It was 2, to my understanding.
No,
so
that's the point. It's not 2. There were 2 in the middle. The 2 that get called out by name are the 2 in the middle. That doesn't mean it's the only 2 trees.
Well, I never seen 4 trees or heard of 4 trees in scripture.
Okay.
Can you show me 4 trees in scripture?
You may freely eat of every tree of the garden.
Right.
So if there were 2 trees and they could not eat from one of them, would you say one applies to every? You think the word every applies to one?
But he said, except for the tree of knowledge, because you surely would die. That's
and
what
this makes you think there are 2 trees?
Well, it is. They say it give you the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. That's a fact in scripture.
Hey, Mac. Why does God say that he doesn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of life?
No, of tree of knowledge. He didn't want them to eat from the tree of
No, he did
No.
say in the end in verse 22, lest they eat from it and live forever.
Right.
Right. So
they were supposed to live forever from eating from the tree of life. So once they ate from the tree of knowledge, this considered death to him.
So if they were to eat from the tree of knowledge, right? If they were eating from the tree of knowledge,
they wasn't. They disobeyed and did it.
No, life, not knowledge.
Okay, you said knowledge that time.
Did I?
Yes, you
did. I'm used to saying tree of knowledge, tree of life, right? You're saying they were eating from the tree of life.
Yes.
But then in verse 322, it says, lest they eat from the tree of life.
Let's go
and live forever.
Let's see if that's after the punishment. Because after the punishment...
Yeah, it's when they're getting kicked out.
Right, when after punishment, this is when he blocks the tree of life. So they couldn't eat it no more.
It doesn't say anymore. It says, lest they take from it.
All right, can we go where it shows that he blocks it?
It's the same passage. It's the same line.
Okay.
But he blocks it because he doesn't want them to eat of it. It doesn't say anything about anymore.
All right, if he blocks it and saying y'all couldn't eat it, I don't go down because I know he said he put like a fiery sword into
a cherubim with a flaming sword.
Right, to protect them from trying to eat from it because he want them to die because y'all ate from the tree of knowledge.
Right. And that doesn't mean they were also eating from the tree of life.
No, they couldn't eat no more. I'm telling you.
It doesn't say anymore. It doesn't say anywhere in the text that they had already eaten from the tree of life.
Okay, but the whole point is we're trying to prove that they were destined to die now. Because they couldn't eat from life.
They weren't made immortal.
Right, they couldn't eat from life, right?
They weren't made immortal.
If they would have ate from the tree of life.
Right, which they hadn't.
Right, so let's say they ate from it. So when he got upset that y'all disobeyed me, so now, you know what? I'm going to block this life tree and y'all surely going to die.
Yeah, because they hadn't eaten from it yet.
Okay, if that's how you want to look at it, but it still proves that they finna surely die.
But the text says they were going to die that day. That's the problem.
Immediately, okay.
Yeah, he says the day that you, that's the problem.
And me and you agree that he lied about that day, and that's what I was trying to get to. He did lie about the day. Because the way I look at it, he gave them mercy to live through, because listen to the punishments that he decided to give them. He's like, okay, y'all not going to die today, but I'm going to give y'all these punishments. And he just didn't punish Adam and Eve. He punished the serpent too. And this is why I was trying to explain that the serpent was upward. It was upward. He punished it to the ground.
Well, listen, but you would have to explain how the serpent knew that they would not die that day, right? If your God was just going to give them mercy.
Because, all right, now this is where we all agree to disagree. I believe that the serpent was the fallen angel, Lucifer, which already understood that how his father operate.
Based on what?
Because he fell from heaven.
So what?
So he already knew how. If you knew how your father operate, he knew how.
What did he do when he fell from heaven?
I think he tried to play God. He wanted his own.
What did he do when he fell to earth?
He was just down there. To my understanding, Lucifer saw everything created. That's why they called him the serpent.
I mean, it says in Revelation what happened to the serpent when he fell to the earth.
Is it 12 or 14? What chapter
12.
is that in? 12.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not make that the thing.
Well, no. You're saying it's the dragon, right?
Right.
That
I
was
mean,
cast
that's
down. I'm asking you. Revelation tells you what happened when it was cast down. I want to know what happened.
okay. Tell me, because I'm asking you now. I'm telling you how I saw
Okay,
it.
I want to know specifically because you're making the claim. I want to know where it says that he went to the
Go
garden.
back. You passed. It says Satan fell down or something. It said go to the top. Wherever you just passed
There you
up.
go, right there.
It's mentioned twice.
Yeah.
I saw it twice.
What happened after he fell is in 13.
Yeah.
It says,
It
and a
broke
war
out
broke out in
into-
heaven.
Yeah.
Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. The dragon and his angels fought back, but they were defeated, and there was no longer any place for them in heaven. The great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent, who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Verse 13. So when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to the earth, he pursued the woman who had delivered the male child. But the woman was given the 2 wings of the great eagle, so that she could fly from the serpent into the wilderness to her place where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time. Then from his mouth the serpent poured water like a river after the woman, to sweep her away with the flood. But the earth came to help of the woman. It opened its mouth and swallowed the river that the dragon had poured from his mouth. Then the dragon was angry with the woman and went off to wage war on the rest of her children, those who keep the commandments of God and hold the testimony of Jesus. So after the dragon was thrown down, he looked and he saw that he was amongst the earth, and he went after a woman that had a child already. So it couldn't have been the same serpent in the garden.
Can I say the added? See, this is another thing that I told you. I was once on y'all level because there was another woman that they brought up named I can't think of her name right. That was supposed to be in before Eve. Lilith. So it don't speak about her in King James version, but in other texts it does. So I don't know if this speaking about Lilith. I'm just trying to keep it to the text that we know of right now.
Did Lilith know about Jesus?
She couldn't have, because he wasn't even
right. So when this says and hold the testimony of Jesus,
but Eve didn't know about Jesus neither.
Yeah, none of this is about Adam, Eve, or the garden.
But I'm talking about the part that the serpent is called Lucifer, the angel. That's the whole point. The whole point to see was the serpent, the angel.
The serpent is not.
But it just said it right here.
The dragon. The dragon.
All right, well, come on, let's go to the punishments. I'm finna show you where it said he punished the serpent down to the ground. Because it could have been a dragon, and he punished it down to the ground.
Does it say that I'll turn you into a serpent? Does it say that you lose your wings? Does it say anything like that? This dragon had 7 heads.
Let's just read it and see what it says.
No, why do you insist on these things? It had 7
It don't say
7 heads.
It doesn't say serpent or dragon with 7 heads. It don't say that. I'm not going to disagree with that.
In Revelation, it does.
I know in the Revelations, but
that's your Revelation is your justification for saying the serpent was in the garden was Satan. If you have something outside, so what?
So what I'm saying is, how we gonna just skip the whole problem about another serpent that
you think 2 serpents can't exist?
It said other angels.
It's closer a description to a leviathan than a serpent hanging out on a tree.
Let's read the punishments. Can we go to the punishments?
Are you going to concede that you can't prove that was Satan?
Can we go to the punishment, please?
No.
It's on the board already.
No, right here. Just read them. Because this is where it describes sex, that they had sex in the punishments too, with the early lady Yada was trying to say. I'm just showing you how.
No, it does not.
It does. Let me go there,
no,
please.
It doesn't.
I'm finna go there. You asked
there
me.
There is no context of sex in this.
It does. It's in the punishment.
No,
because
it's not.
it told you. It spoke
childbirth.
Yes, it spoke about 2 babies. Your babies weren't like twins. When twins sit on top of each other, one would hit thy head.
I knew Yala was with him. I knew Yala had to be with him. They got the same damn brain.
What's wrong with that? I mean, y'all. What? Somebody tell me what that mean then. If it don't mean a baby, two babies, then what does it mean?
It literally says, "I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers." These are two different. First off, the offspring here, one of the offspring belongs to the woman, and the other offspring belongs to the serpent.
That's why
they're not twins. They're not. It's not talking about anybody having sex.
Keep going. Keep going. After that, it say
they literally all this. It just tells her when you have babies, it's going to be painful. This has nothing to do with because you're talking while I'm talking, King.
Go ahead.
If your voice is moving while mine is, I'm going to raise my voice so that you can hear mine.
Because when I talk, you cut in, and
that is a fucking lie.
When she's talking, you say, "Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going." Who does that help?
I'm saying keep going.
What conversation does that help?
Go ahead, thinker.
And then remember who stage you on.
I am.
Yeah,
she also means just when read my the part voice about enmity.
That means when my voice is talking, nobody should be.
And you're telling her to read something she had just read like 30 seconds earlier.
That's you, McCluster. You doing it. Y'all tag team. She trying to read it.
Ain't nobody tag teaming. Don't come up. Don't start crying. Just
I'm not
follow
crying.
the rules.
I didn't say
just
nothing. McCluster said something.
You just said something about tag teaming. Nobody's tag teaming you. Just learn how to TikTok, please. Like, God damn.
It literally says that these are the seeds of two different entities, right? That he's going to have having contention between each other, right? Then it goes on to say to the woman, your punishment is that your pain in childbirth is going to increase, which is odd because she's never had pain through childbirth. Where is the sex? You're on mute, Droop.
I'm sorry. He's explaining that you are pregnant and you will have pain. Just keep going.
He is not explaining that she's currently pregnant. No, he says, I will make your pains in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children, yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. This is not saying you are currently pregnant. This is not saying you have already had sex. None of that. This is an etiological tale about why women have pain when they have babies.
Can I say something now? It's my go. After she does this, she has Cain and Abel. Now, this is the question. See, when Cain killed Abel, God says something about him being already bad, like this was the serpent child. That's why we look at it like all three of them had sex, and it was two different babies. One was the serpent, and one was Adam's.
He said it was a serpent child?
Yeah, we're finna read that. Now the man knew his wife, Eve, and you did say that, and she conceived and bore Cain. No. You said God said this is the serpent child.
Go ahead.
Now keep in mind, you are on YouTube, and I can play it back. There's no point in you saying you didn't say it.
Right.
Now the man knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, I have produced a man with the help of the Lord. Next, she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. It doesn't say anything about Cain being a serpent child.
If you read more about Cain and Abel, God tells him why he did not accept his gifts, because he already knew he was heading. Because God explained it. You skipped the part
where.
Where he said, hold on.
Where did I skip? I read verse 4 through verse 3.
All right, I was like I said. You said you didn't cut me off, and I was trying to finish.
But don't lie on me, because I didn't skip anything.
Yeah, it's a part in there that you skip when God said the children will have enmity with each other.
Literally, I just read that in verse 3, in chapter 3.
Yeah, and this is what he's.
Hold on, stop, because you are confusing yourself. That is chapter 3, verse 15, and again, that is the woman's seed, and the serpent seed will have enmity between each other. That's not saying Cain is the serpent of the child of the serpent.
If you keep reading, it comes up and says God looked at him because he knew the serpent was bad.
No, it doesn't.
Where does it
keep
say
reading.
that?
I don't know the exact where it's at, but if you find
sure,
it,
let's keep reading let's keep reading.
It's in Cain and Abel's story.
Yeah, in chapter 4.
Okay.
And Abel for Cain brought the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel for his part brought of the firstlings of his flock, their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel in his offering, but Cain in his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. The Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? And why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is lurking at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it." Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go out into the field." And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" He said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it will no longer yield to you its strength, and you will be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Today you have driven me away from the soil, and I shall be hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and anyone who meets me may kill me." Then the Lord said to him, "Not so. Whoever kills Cain will suffer a sevenfold vengeance." And the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who came upon him would kill him. Then Cain went away from the presence of the Lord and settled in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Where does he say? Where is it at?
All right, there's no way he's saying it. I don't know what book I was reading when I found that out. I had it highlighted. This is something I was researching, and I remember I told you in that same book, it was like a old book I got from my grandmother that was like a slavery book, and it had that in there because they didn't even call the serpent. They called the serpent the beast. So
we talked about that the other day. Like if you're talking about the slave Bible, you know that they changed shit in the slave Bible to scare enslaved people, right? To scare them into submission to the slave master, so he wouldn't have to beat them. That was his way of controlling them through that. Like we already talked about that. There's no point in you bringing up the slave Bible when we are discussing this.
I'm going to find it and I'm going to show it to you because I got you on here because...
But there's no point. I already know that there was a slave Bible. There is no point in you... Hold on. Listen, there you go again.
That's all right. Go ahead. I wouldn't
There is no point in you bringing the slave Bible up in these discussions. The slave Bible was intentionally changed to indoctrinate enslaved people and to make them fearful of their slave masters. There's no point in you bringing that here.
So you still don't think that they was describing her being pregnant?
No. The Hebrew text alone doesn't even reflect that.
So if the Hebrew text describe when it says your child and his child have enmity, could they like to say, okay, so Cain and Abel are not twins?
Can I pay the drop?
No, it literally tells you that they...
No, we don't do drops on Thursdays, do that.
You know what?
Like it says in chapter 4, right? They had a son, or was it man knew Eve and they had a son, right? Producing Cain. And then it says, next, she bore his brother Abel. Right?
Right. It doesn't
describe not twins.
It sounds like twins.
No, she conceived and bore Cain. Next, she bore his brother. That's 2 different pregnancies.
But it said the same thing about Esau and them. And they say they twins.
What it says it was 2 different pregnancies?
I mean, that's the same way it was written about Esau and his brother.
It says the older will serve the younger, right?
I'm done. It says the same exact way. But they will acknowledge them.
I mean, you make up a lot of shit, so if you want to find something, go ahead. But to come up here and pretend that we're the ones putting you out is fucking wild work.
this is basically like in Jewish traditions, the serpent represents the Canaanites, the Goyim, and the seed of the woman represents the Hebrews. And the contention between the Philistines and the children of Abraham, the seed of Abraham. And in fact, in Genesis, when Isaac goes into the land of Gerar, his people and the Philistines fight over the wells that Abraham set up in Gerar when Abraham was there, and he names one of them enmity, and they're fighting over the land. They're fighting over the wells, and then they make peace, and then they fight again, and then they make peace, and then they fight again. And then the south, the north of Israel and the south of Israel always fought with each other as brothers. They fought with each other. They would make peace and then they would fight. The Judah is represented as Abel and Seth in the story, and the north is represented as Cain. Same thing with Esau and Jacob. Isaac, Ishmael, like the brothers with contention between the two, and like it's not talking about sex. So it's a etiological tell. That's all it is.
So tell me what is it? Is it not real? Where we come from is not real. Ain't nothing real. Is that what y'all trying to tell me?
Yeah, this is mythology.
But tell me what's real. I'm asking because I'm trying to get what y'all get so I can figure out what it is.
I mean, are you not familiar with evolution? Like human beings existed. Like this story puts Genesis at about 6,000 years ago. There are tribes in Africa that are like well over 75,000 years old.
I can agree with that. I mean, because it's like dinosaurs. Is that real?
Yes.
So man came after dinosaurs, or we was there before dinosaurs?
No, humans have been around for between 200,000 and 300,000 years. The last dinosaurs were about 65 million years ago.
Like, do you seriously think that women came from the rib of a man?
I believe this is what I believe. I believed it because man can only create a man. I mean a woman by the Y chromosome. A woman can only create a man because she has two men chromosomes.
No. Men has XY.
Right.
Women have XX.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's the XY makes a man. The XX make a man, right? The two X's make a man.
XX is a woman.
XY make a man?
Yes. Yeah. A male, not a man. A man is something different.
Right.
And XY makes a male. XX makes a female.
So that's why, okay, so what I was trying to say is the man only possesses the two chromosomes that can create the opposite. A woman don't have it.
They could create the opposite of what?
Of herself. Because she has...
A female does create... She creates the XX chromosome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, depending on the sperm, like the small gametes, it could it's either going to pass an X or a Y.
I'm saying it wrong.
The chromosome from the female is going to be X. The chromosome from the male is going to be X or Y, and that's going to determine the sex.
But what I'm trying to say is, why do men have both of them and women have just that one? So that means in order to create the opposite, you need the man.
Why is it a why question?
Because I answered her question.
No, I'm asking why is the nature of your question a why question? Like you're asking for not a technical, not like a how, but a why.
No, she asked.
I also asked you. I also asked you. Do you believe that a woman was created from the rib of a man?
I said
And
yes.
your answer to that is yes, because the man has both an X and a Y. But you do realize that if he just let off an X and there is no woman, right? There is no female to do an X, to add an X to the male's X, there won't be a female created.
That's why I say I believe in the theory, because that part is still inside of the woman
But it's saying the woman was created from the rib of a man.
right, which means
would
he
be
took that
XY.
side. He took that side from like the X. He possessed the X and the Y. So the creator took that side that created the woman.
That's still just an X then. It's an XY. That's not how chromosomes work. Like they're going to be all throughout your body, right? So
Right, but you said woman don't possess it.
It takes 2 chromosomes. You fucking idiot.
No, two different ones.
What?
Two different ones.
Two X's to make a female, an
right.
X and a Y to make a male. You can't get 2 X's out of a man who has an X and a Y.
yes.
Like, what the fuck don't you understand? Y'all are infuriating. Like, god damn.
No,
how can you be this fucking idiotic?
I mean, I'm not cursing. This is why we can't learn, because we call it.
I curse
if I'm a child, if I'm your child, and you cussing at me, I'm asking to learn.
I want to.
Are you a child?
Yes, in this moment, yes.
Then you should be able to accept me cursing. You should be able to accept adult information.
You don't
or adult language.
Children aren't the only people who can learn, right?
I did. I said that. I said that she the one.
And I can say how I want.
You said you're a child because you're trying to learn.
Yes, a person. If I'm in school, cussing at me is not gonna make me learn.
I don't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck?
Do you get your paycheck?
That's up to you. That's up to you if you want to learn and can get past me cursing. Me cursing has nothing to do with you learning. You're not learning because you can't. You're not even following the conversation.
I did. I
answered. You're not grasping it at all.
James claims you are muted for 5 minutes for typing in all caps. Guys, do not type in all caps in my comments unless you have been approved by myself or a mod. Caps are for mods only and those who have a vision impairment. No forgiveness on that. Go ahead.
All right, I see all the comments. He want to be cuddled. No, I just asked to be learned, and I'm getting yelled at because I answered your questions with a lack of understanding, a lack of education. So I came up here to join to learn and to understand. All I'm getting is criticized.
That's fine. The
problem, cutting me off again.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
You know what? Hold on, Mac.
Okay.
King Drew, you're a guest on this stage. Mac is a co-host and a mod. He can interject at any point, and so can Thinker, because this is her space. So I don't want to hear you say anything about anybody cutting you off again. This is not your stage. You're a guest here, and the only people who can interject at any point is Thinker and the co-host. So it's not going to do you any good to keep mentioning that anyone has cut you off. It's going to happen.
Now, you see, when you said that, I understand. I didn't know that. Now, thank you. Now, let's go.
I have a question for you, King, and it's not really much question. Well, you know, when you learn knowledge, you know you have to apply logic to the knowledge that you learn. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, I did. I applied the logic that I thought I'd had. And the logic y'all said probably don't make sense. So what she giving me, I'm also taking heed to what she's saying and thinking about it and be like, yeah, I'm trying to wake up. So yeah.
So okay, so when you think about that story about a woman being created from a man's rib, when it's scientifically proven that everything about a man comes from a woman. I mean, logically, does that make sense?
I don't know if everything come from a man, come from a woman. Explain that one.
I think they just did with the with the chromosomes, but why don't you do some? Wait, am I saying that right? Think biology. Wouldn't that be biology?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you do some research on biology? Because there is nothing, and I mean nothing, about a man that did not come from a woman. Nothing.
So are you saying the women are the creators of mankind?
Yes, that would be. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you. If that's what you say.
No, that's not what I say. That's just science. That's just. I mean, you have to, like I said, when you learn knowledge, you have to apply logic. I mean, it's not logical to think there's talking donkey. It's not logical to think that a snake, serpent, whatever, is talking. It's not logical to think that some great God pulled a man's rib out and made a woman out of it. It's not logical. But I know that Christians want to give this God all of this power, and he's this and he's that and all of this stuff. But I mean, really, I'm not getting into the point of God existing or not existing. I'm going to say, if God does exist, he's a poor excuse for a God. Because if God is everywhere, and he knows what every human is doing, he's there. And he didn't step up when that child was getting assaulted. He didn't step up when we were getting brutalized and this, that, and that. He didn't step up. He's a poor excuse for a God. Poor excuse. So no matter how you look at it, how can you, and well, I ain't gonna say how can you because I did it. I was a Christian once. But I had to ask myself, where did I get the knowledge from? Where did my ancestors get this knowledge from of this God? Well, it came from the same people who oppressed me. Now, the God's so powerful and all of this stuff, and he can save me and he can do this and take me away. I don't think they would have ever gave me that God or introduced me to the God. Because it would not benefit them. That's just logical thinking. But that's all I want to say.
Okay, so logical, right? X and Y is inside of a man, right? So if I wanted to make a duplicate of a man or a woman, I could use all the chromosome that's inside of a man because we have both.
You don't have 2X.
2X.
XX.
And they don't have a Y.
You have more than a Y.
Oh.
I don't know, this is a weird discussion.
I mean, it's biology. It's biology.
You think you could put two X sperm together and make a woman? Two sperm that carry the X chromosome together and make a woman? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, if you think of
No,
biology.
no, you can't. That's not biology. That's not biology at all.
How would that even be possible?
So basically, you saying man can die and women can still create a man.
Literally, it's called Kyphera, I think it's called, where a woman's body can produce the same X chromosome and continue to create. There's one that created an XY, and without having sex. What is it called? Is it Kyphera? Is that what it's called? Oh God.
Are you talking about parthenogenesis?
No, not parthenogenesis. It's a chimera. It's a chimera.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and there's a lady on TikTok right now who just had a chimera birth. She did not have sex and got pregnant.
Well, okay, that's weird. Like I said, that part to me explained a lot of stuff that I believed in that scripture. It made me led to the Adam and Eve story made me led to that God gave up on us and just put us out here. And that was his mercy. Like, I'm just gonna judge y'all for what y'all do after eating from that tree. That's how I was trying to come to with that.
That's not logical either. Because if you say God gave up on us at that point of Adam and Eve, then from after Adam and Eve, God was intervening on everything. So he couldn't have gave up on us. He was doing what he do, search and destroy.
Yeah, but remember when he did the thing with Noah, when he wanted to like do it all over, like, man, I'm gonna just do it all over. I'm gonna kill everybody, and so people wouldn't have the sin of men in them. That's how I looked at it, like from eating in the
Okay,
tree.
that's how you looked at it.
Right.
But did you look at it this way? Now we talking about an all-powerful God, right? All-powerful God. And out of all the people in this world, he picked a drunk. Now, let's look at this. I want you to think about this logically. Noah and his two sons built this huge ark. Now, they didn't have no way to test it, see if it even float. None of that. Think about this. And then, not only did they build an ark, God said he's fed up with man, and he unalives every human on the planet, babies that didn't do nothing. It's humans out there that didn't do nothing. And what about the animals? What did they do? I mean, does that sound like a kind and loving God? Or does that sound like a human characteristic of being jealous or being hurt or being ass hurt? What does that really sound like? Because one thing, here's the thing about it. The thing that bothers me about this God is the jealousy part. That bothers me the most. And I'm going to tell you why it bothers me the most. Because if God created us and he created everything on this planet, what reason or what purpose would he have to be jealous of his own creation? Why would he be jealous? Because he knows what you're going to do before you do it, right? He wrote
No,
right. He's the Alpha and Omega and all that stuff.
I don't believe that because
See, that's the part.
I've never believed that because there's plenty of stories.
Oh, so you don't believe that God knows what you're going to do?
No, because in the Adam and Eve story,
so you don't believe that God knows?
No, because in the Adam and Eve story, he didn't. That mean he created them to eat from the freaking tree. That's dumb. That's why when I talk to people, there it's a lot of things that he showed that he don't know what you're gonna do. He just create. That's what I always preach. He just create, because if you read everything in there, he don't know the future. He just creating what you do. He tests people just to see. It's like, like you said, it's evil. He just put it out there. It's like a movie I was watching. I think Devil Advocate, and he said Lucifer was like, you know what God do? He put it there and watch and see what you gonna do. And that's how I felt like when he really did when I read it.
So okay, so you're a different Christian. So you don't believe that this God of the Bible knows. So you don't believe him in the Alpha and the Omega and everything. He knows life. He knows all this stuff.
Nah, he don't. It's proven in his
word. Well, you do know that God knows who's gonna go to heaven and who ain't.
That's because he said that in the Adam and Eve. So I'm gonna judge you. That's all he said. I'm gonna judge you. He don't create people to be evil. We choose it.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, see, that's wrong. That's wrong. Let me tell you something. The God of the Bible did not create anything that he did not use for himself?
One more
You
time.
can't name one thing.
One thing that he used for his.
God of the Bible.
Hmm?
Well, one, he used evil.
Yeah,
He
evil. Yeah.
created that, so he uses it.
Right, because that's
He
what.
created he created hold on. He
Damn.
created jealousy. He created lying. He created unaliving. He created all this. He uses this. He's not gonna create nothing he's not gonna use.
I agree with that. I believe that's why he said when I created Adam and Eve in his image is not like a body. No, it was like in goodness. That's why when they ate from the tree, they became contaminated with bad. That's why when the angel said you're gonna become God-like, he was letting them know now you're gonna have evil in you, which God didn't want them to have evil in them. He wanted them to just be good.
I want you to think about this logically. Genesis story tells you that God created man in his own image. Now, in your mind, you think in a human form body image, right?
No, not me. I said no, because every time he created something in his image, he said, and it was good. So I took it as when he said it was.
Hold on, slow down, buddy. I'm just asking, what is your definition of image? I'm trying to understand when you say image.
It's a character, like either good or bad.
Oh, so it's not the physical looking,
Right.
the character of the person. That's the image we were created in.
Right. That's why when they say God is good at all time, like if you do acts of good, to me, you godly. When you do acts of bad, I look at that as you evil. You know what I'm saying? Because of
How's
the tree.
that? Wait a minute, stop. Hold on. We gotta slow it down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at doing acts of good as godly, and then you look at doing acts of bad as evil.
Mm-hmm.
So when God ordered the unaliving of the firstborn children, would that be an evil act or would that be a good act because it's coming from God?
It was an evil. It was showing evil. Yes, it was showing evil.
Okay, so now let's apply logic to this.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like a God or does that sound like a human thinking?
It sounds like a human dictatorship.
But we talking about an almighty God. We talking about the Most High. We talking about the Alpha and the Omega.
See, I keep telling I don't say that. I just look at a person that created life and realized they couldn't control it. So now they trying to gain control.
So God ain't no better than us.
Exactly.
Wow, well, that's a new one. That's the first time I ever heard a Christian say that. You thinking?
If you read it, that's
well, he said that he's trying. He said he's trying to like wake up. So, like, I think that's what he mean when he keeps saying I'm a different type of Christian. He might be in deconstruction mode and not necessarily recognize it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to clarify just a few things with you because I was just trying to see if you was applying logic to this because a lot of this stuff, I mean, if you look at it, you know, the Abrahamic God, then you look at Zeus, then you look at Osiris, then you look at all these gods out there. You know, they all have human characteristics.
True.
So that can only lead to one thing. That a human created this.
It's a characteristic, image.
No, that leads to one that, because even the Bible, when you go to different scriptures of the Bible, different passages of the Bible, book of Genesis, Exodus, all this stuff, these are different human beings writing from their mind. These are human beings writing from their mind. That's why Paul says one thing, Jesus says another. Mark says one thing, Luke says another.
Now, your name Nelly or Nell?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I read the Bible like a book. That's why people get mad at me. You're not supposed to read it like a book. And I say when I read it like a book, I understand it better. Because it do go from next page to next page. And And it's like, I believe a girl earlier was speaking about Abraham, when Abraham was finna sacrifice his son because God asked him to sacrifice his son. And I looked at that verse as this is the coming of God decided to bring Jesus. Because when he brought when Abraham decided to do it, I believe he was testing Abraham because he don't know what they gonna do, just to see if they was gonna
Okay,
do it.
let's back up. Let me back up a little bit.
Mhm.
When you said that Abraham did not unalive his son,
Right,
he was going to, but God stopped him, right?
right.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, thinker. Is it the Talmud or is it which book is it? Tells that same story.
The Midrash,
The Midrash,
which
Okay.
is Talmudic.
which is Talmudic.
I never heard of that book before.
Oh, well, that's part of all of this is all part of books that are missing. Anyway, in that tells the same story, but except one is a couple of things that's off in there. God didn't go to Abraham first. He went to Abraham's wife first.
Oh wow.
And she basically told God to go kiss. She basically told God to kiss her ass. She ain't doing that shit. Then he went to Abraham. Now, the second part that bothers me, that you wouldn't know, that you need to probably check on, is that in that book, Abraham went through with it.
He went through with it. Yeah, but he got stopped, right?
No.
Oh, see, in the Christianity, King James, God sent the angel and stopped him and gave him a ram.
Yeah, but there's a Jewish tradition in the Talmud where Abraham actually went through with it and Isaac was resurrected.
Yep.
Oh wow.
It gets deeper than what you think. You got to understand.
But you don't know what that do for me. You know what I'm saying? That makes me, because when I thought he stopped it, I used that as him saying, you know what? Since I can see a human do it, I'm gonna see my only begotten son to do it instead of him, because he showed that he can do it. He believed in me. But I'm gonna just do. That's how I looked at that.
But you know what? Here's the thing. What you said earlier. You don't feel that God's no better than us, right?
I don't. I mean, I do. I mean, you're right. Correct.
Okay, so let's logically put that in a question. Since God ain't no better than us, would you send your only begotten son?
At the moment we speaking, I'm gonna just say no, because that's a yes or no question.
I don't think. Put it like this. Logically, I would not sacrifice none of my children.
Right.
Period.
But that's why I looked at it as the ultimate test.
But think about, like,
But
have you
here's
ever asked yourself why Abraham never questioned? Like when Sodom and Gomorrah, when the God was going to like destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, some perfect strangers, Abraham questioned the hell out of the God, did he not?
He did. He asked, if I'm not one, not two, yeah.
But then the God tells him to sacrifice his son, and Abraham doesn't ask a question. Abraham doesn't push back.
I
The
think
God promises him wealth, right? Power,
right.
fame, and he says all you have to do is be willing to sacrifice your child to me. And Abraham goes, okay.
See, but that sounded like a demonic blood sacrifice. You get what I'm saying? I read all that too. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, I still believe in. Sometimes I wondered, was it two gods? Was the devil playing God sometimes, and was the real God? Because like what she was saying with Job, was they having a fucking contest with the things they created? I don't know.
I always ask myself that after I doing my deconstruction, I always ask, why do Christians always blame Satan when it's clearly in the Bible that God's doing all this? Even in the Job story. He gave the devil permission to do it. There's nothing that Satan done without God's permission. Nothing. And then they want to say, well, he deceived Eve. No, he did. He told Eve the truth.
Okay, let me tell you. All right,
that's where the truth becomes the lie. That's where the truth becomes the lie, and the lie becomes the truth.
I have a cousin that showed me in some other text where Satan made a deal with God that he can trick the humans because God believed that the humans was his most greatest creation. I don't know if y'all ever heard about that one.
I just like to know, show me, like I said, the Satan in this book, we contribute all of these. Am I using the right word, attribute, when I say that? I want to make sure I'm using the right terminology because see, I'm not yeah.
If you attribute something.
There you go. We tribute things to this Satan that don't even apply. It applies to the God, but we apply it to Satan because we're naturally taught that way. Anything bad come from Satan. Anything good come from God. But the book, like you said, you read the book. And if you read that book, you can see who's doing all the damage. Clearly. But a lot of narratives have been switched, especially back in with the early church fathers. They changed a lot of the stuff in there to fit a narrative. And it just kind of stuck with us.
But I'm glad you put me back on here, Thinker, because I really wanted to feel free to get y'all to understand that I'm not saying what I'm saying is correct. And
I appreciate your your willingness to learn. I do. And I recognize that. And it's just it takes time to like allow your mind to engage with new information. But yeah, no, as long as you're open-minded and willing to ask questions, you're welcome.
Okay. Well, I'll still be on here if you see me. It's just because some certain things that I like how you break down things in your panel. So yeah, I always invite me if you can. I'm not trying to be a butthole and say I'm right and y'all wrong.
It's hard. It's hard to erase the hard drive, bro. When the hard drive has been with you all your life.
That it's part, hard. Like I wanted to throw up a couple of times.
Me too.
Yeah, did you say you prayed over your food the other day?
Yeah, I prayed over my food. I knew when I woke up the other morning, like there's so much joy in my life right now. And when I woke up the other morning, it was almost as if I needed to say, "Thank you, Jesus, for waking me up." And I'm like, "What the fuck is happening?"
I can breathe.
Right.
It's just embedded in us. I mean, I do it all the time. You hear me say, "Oh Lord, dear Jesus, golly," I mean, it's embedded in our heads, in our minds, and in our, I guess, in our character. If you are raised Christian or raised under the Abrahamic faith, it's some things just hard to break. Sometimes I catch myself by praying over my food.
Hold on, I'll be back. Somebody at my door.
I catch myself.
Hey Nelly, can I tell you what I really do?
So
how I really acknowledge? I don't say thank Jesus and thank God. I say thank good. You know what I'm saying? Because I really believe it's all about good and evil. We definitely know the difference. That's why I love the Adam and Eve story and the tree the most, because we all can understand the difference between right and wrong.
But they literally couldn't.
No. At the beginning, yeah, but once they got it, they did.
Yeah, but that seemed kind of fucked up. That they failed the test before they were given knowledge of what would be on the test.
I think he's saying that he's happy that they they
Did
acquired
it?
knowledge, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because now we understand the difference. Because at first,
Yeah.
all they knew was good, and they was blind to everything. They was created as controllable. Now,
Hold on, I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there. And the reason why I'm stopping you is because the tree of knowledge had what in it?
Good and evil.
good and bad.
Good and evil. So if it had good and it had evil in there, how could Adam and Eve know what good is? Because they didn't have that knowledge.
No, it said, all right. They had it because the image. When God said He created their image, good was the image. That's how I look at it. They was pure. They was pure. That's why when they was
Pure
naked,
does
yeah.
not make it good.
But purity is
I can give you some pure doo doo. That don't make it good.
but purity. When you say like a innocence, all right, let's use innocence. Okay, that's a better word.
Like I said, if you don't have the knowledge and you don't know the difference between good and evil, you know none of these things, then no, you can't say innocence. They don't even know what innocent is, because for them to know what innocent is, they would have to have knowledge.
Never. I don't think he's phrasing it in that way. I think he's saying that like everything that God made was good, according to God,
Right.
and they were surrounded by those things, but they got the knowledge so that they would be able to tell what was good from bad, as opposed to just assuming everything's on the up and up.
Right. That's why when he came from the tree, when God asked him, "How y'all know?" Hold on. He looked at him. He looked at him and said, "Why y'all covered up?" He asked them why. Did y'all eat from the tree? That was like dead giveaway from me. The story was written well on that part. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sounds perverted to me, but
Yeah, you look at King. You're looking at it more of like an allegory than like what actually happened, though, right? Like you're looking at it like as a symbol.
Yes.
Of people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I feel what you mean.
I'm not taking the story as it could have been 100% true, but if it did, it made a bunch of sense. That's all I'm saying. That part. So that's why I be like, when I say thank good, good is good, and that's just that. We all can agree on that.
Yeah,
we
no,
don't know
I
if
get what
God
you're
did
saying,
it
man. I
or
get what you're
what.
saying.
We don't know if a God did it or a devil did it, but we know, oh yeah, this bad. So that story means the most to me out of all the stories in the Bible.
Thank you so much, Pressure. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I think if you look at it from like just like a story about meaning, and I think if you pull the meaning of it being that you should choose to know, you know what I mean? Then I think that's a good meaning to pull from the story. Right. I can't disagree with that.
Thank you. Who said that?
Right.
Also,
yeah, the best looking person on the panel.
Yeah, oh, okay.
I'm about to drop you. That's pressure.
But I appreciate y'all. I'm finna do some little reading and stuff, and and I appreciate the opportunity to chat with y'all guys.
You're welcome, Droop. Have a good one, okay?
All right.
Good talking to you.
Have a good one, man.
Alrighty. I didn't get to hear the end of that, but I take it that it was good. What did Pressure do? I see the comments about Pressure.
Oh, he was
just snoring a little bit.
Well, he wasn't even snoring. He
Snorting?
was just what about
Making his motorcycle noises.
Thinker, reset your gift code, please.
Okay. This one is not connecting. Your son is in the box. Oh, so Turban Girl?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. So, I have a couple of questions. I wanted to pick the correcting biblical information and facts.
Yeah, okay. Before we begin, I need to know your age. I need to know if you are a believer or if you are deconstructing.
I'm 28 and I can say I'm a believer or deconstructing. Girl, I don't know.
Okay.
They're not exclusive.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. What question do you have about the biblical facts?
Okay, well, where can I start? Okay, so I just started reading the Bible heavily, like heavily. I know that's probably not a word, but oh well. A couple of months ago, about two. And I've been trying to decipher this Bible in a short period of time that it sent me literally to the crazy house. I just got out like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right. Because in the Bible, when it says that he split the Red Sea for him to get his Israelites out of Egypt, and I'm like, okay, so where's the Red Sea? And it says the Red Sea is in between Africa and Asia. And I'm thinking that Jesus is a black Asian man, and girl, I didn't know what to do. I'm just trying to figure things out. And what you said was pretty much, it has me deconstructing because I'm like, if God is real, why does all of this stuff happen, especially to the little babies? So I don't know.
It is heartbreaking and confusing. Were you raised in Christianity from birth, or is it something that you adopted as an adult?
Okay, so I'm going to say I was raised in it from birth. My grandparents, they were good people, but they were on drugs. And then my mom, she was a dealer, but they still tried to keep us in the church. And then I decided to get myself baptized at the age of 13. So me getting myself baptized, I thought, I was protected because I was dipped, in the holy water. So, and I've been doing a lot of things. I've been out there. So.
Yeah. I don't know if you've heard my deconstruction story, but my father is a pastor and my mom was an evangelist, so I was brought up in it as well, and I have my fair share of being out there too. So I can confidently say that being dipped, being raised by religious parents, doesn't stop, any of that. And then it also doesn't define who you are either. And I'm actually I'm not ashamed of my past. I wrote a book and I talk about my drug use. I was addicted to drugs when I was out there, and I'm not ashamed of it because it was a part of my past, and it's a part of who made me who I am today, as far as the things that I've learned, right, and how I overcame it, and stuff like that. So, but when I started deconstructing and I started learning the information, I know that some people have a different experience, and it's hard to engage with new information when you have a belief system. And while it did shake me to my core, because I really believed that I was in a relationship with this God.
Mm-hmm.
And I did believe that I was protected in a sense by this God. But as I started to learn the characteristics of the God, where it came from, the history and all of that, it was heartbreaking. It was really mentally disturbing, and I often describe it as I would picture myself throwing up over a spiritual toilet. That's how much it disturbed me. And so there are when you are deconstructing, taking breaks and allowing yourself to deal with the disappointment, and allowing yourself to continue to understand the information that you're taking in. It can be enticing to continue to just search. But sometimes, even still today, Sometimes I have to put the book down and just be like, okay, whew, and just be like, okay, I just read that. Let me soak on that, and then I'll go and watch a Netflix movie, or spend some time with the kids. Like, take a break as you're taking in this information. That way, it doesn't become overwhelming. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. And I was not taking no breaks because I was just trying to figure this whole thing out. You know how they do the Bible in a year. I was like, I'm going to try this stuff out for about 3 months, but it didn't work. So my thing was with Harriet Tubman, how they said she was listening to God, how she helped, free the slaves. And I was just thinking that, it wasn't just black people or BLK people that went through slavery. It was a lot of people that went through different types. But I'm like, maybe our people went through that because they didn't have faith in God, because they were really scared of their masters. And that's why all of that happened to our people. So, and I'm like, Harriet Tubman made it a long way because she believed and she listened. So that's one thing, one story. So I don't know. And then I'm thinking, they say God helps, you know, he
I'm
saves
sorry.
the
What are
full.
y'all confused on? What she said? I'm
Oh,
confused. What did she say?
she like said, don't blame our ancestors.
What did say it again? What you said? I missed it.
Okay.
About Harriet Tubman.
Yeah. Well, in the movie, the Harriet Tubman movie,
Oh, I
they said
haven't seen
she,
the movie.
oh,
Yeah, I don't
okay.
watch. I don't watch retellings of that time period because they embellish a lot of shit.
Mm,
So I never ever watch slave movies or retellings of the slave movies because they always embellish it, and it feels like slave porn for me, for white folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't ever entertain that shit.
well, the
I
thing
think the
was,
confusion is whether or not this is like your current belief or this was a past belief. Is this what you like currently, or this is what you think is actually happening?
Well, let me hear what she said first because I missed it.
well,
What about the movie? What
the
happened
thing
in the movie?
was, I wasn't trying to blame our ancestors. I was saying that they were scared because of the masters. That's probably why, they were unalived. But Harriet Tubman made it through because they said that she heard from God. She was led by God to free the slaves.
Yeah,
So,
that is a part of her story.
so that's why I was a little confused on that too. But I wasn't trying to blame our ancestors now.
But one thing that Harriet always talked about was her she bragged a lot on her being 100% African, and that she was still connected to her African heritage, her spirituality. And so while she did believe in God, um, like it wasn't the slave master God in a sense. But yeah, she did believe in God. But I think that it like so I was telling somebody the other day, um, let me start off like this. So when I was a Christian, I would pray, right? There were things that I would ask for, and those things would happen, right? And I believed that it was God.
Hmm.
Um, Through my deconstruction process, right, there were things that I wanted. I would say I wanted it, and it would happen, right? And that's manifestation. And I was telling them that one day I was worried about something that was going on with my son, and I talked to the pictures on my altar. I have an ancestral altar in my house, and I sat and I talked to my dad's picture and my son's grandparents on his father's side, who are deceased, both deceased. And I said, I need y'all's help with your grandson. Like, I'm crying and I'm boohooing. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm scared. And that same night, the kid that he was hanging with, who I felt was a bad influence, ended up getting arrested for murder. And that kid has been away from my son since. My son is now 22 years old, on the straight and narrow, got a full-time job. He's a father, you know, building his family. Like, he's not running with the same crew anymore. And I could say that was the ancestors, right? But I think when things happen in our lives, whatever it is that we call ourselves believing in, or a calling on, if it happens at that time, we attribute it to that. And that could be I can't speak for Harriet Tubman because that's like, but that could be the same thing, right? With Harriet, because she was a believer in God, but a lot of that too was mixed with her African spiritual ancestral beliefs. Yeah, correlation versus causation.
I also wanted to touch on the fact that Harriet Tubman was hit in the head by someone that enslaved her. And throughout her life, she had like episodes where she would just fall out. So let's keep that in mind. And a lot of times when she fell out, they basically contribute that to God and her having a vision. And that may not be so. That could be some sort of like brain injury.
Okay. So I have some questions. So like, cause oh my goodness gracious. They say God helps or he saves, kids, the babies and fools. So, and then I hear you guys speaking about evolution. So do you believe that God came before evolution or it's just been evolution?
So let me ask you this. What do you think evolution is? Like, do you know what evolution is?
Well, I got to do my research on the biology. So I do know they say, well, a long time ago that we came from, where we're basically mammals or whatnot, but I don't know how everything began. I don't.
But I'm asking, like, do you know, like, what the basic, like, the definition of evolution is? Like, do you know what that is? Like,
No.
think about just language evolves over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, which means that language changes over time. So evolution is the process of things evolving or changing over time. And when we look at evolution, when it pertains to nature or life, it's just the process of different life forms evolving and changing over time. Does that make sense?
Yes. So
So it's
speaking
not
of,
really a belief system, right? It's something that happens. It's not something to actually believe in.
language, when I forgot what happened, but in the Bible where it says God confused everyone so we can have our own languages or whatnot.
Babel, yeah. The Tower of Babel.
Yes. So how, where did that come from? How did we all get our own different, languages?
I think that was a way to explain why people spoke different languages. Like a thinker mentioned earlier about the garden. It's an ideological story, which is it's a story made to explain why things are the way they are. Right. So the question would be like, why are people divided? Why do people speak different languages? So they said, well, we used to not. We used to all have the same language, but then God, didn't want that. We were getting too powerful, so he decided to scatter everybody, and now we speak different languages.
So you believe, so what do you guys believe in? Do you believe you get what you put into the world, or do you believe in different gods? Like, I don't
have any God beliefs.
I don't believe in a God, and I also don't talk about like what my personal beliefs are. I think people should keep their personal beliefs in themselves. Honestly, if Christians had kept their beliefs to themselves, there wouldn't be deconstruction lives. But I don't believe in a God.
Okay, because now I'm a little nervous. Someone told me, don't be scared in the comments, but now I don't know what to do. I don't know if I deconstruct, if I'm gonna go to hell, or I don't know what's going on.
There are a lot of I think, okay, so you have a belief in or a fear of going to hell. I think the first thing, right, if I were you, is to research, ask yourself the question, what is hell, right? Where did the concept of hell start? And what was the evolution of the idea around hell throughout history? because you have beliefs that you might not be able to articulate why you believe the things you believe or exactly what it is that you believe in, because just saying hell doesn't really say much, right? I did research the concept of hell and where it came from and how the Bible is using that term and all that stuff, and in me researching that, I no longer have a fear of hell. I no longer have a belief in it.
Also, which translation or version do you read out of? Because I never seen nothing about the so-called Satan having several heads as a dinosaur or a dragon. I never read anything about that.
I didn't say that. Well, the beast does have 7 heads.
Yeah, I was reading from the NRSV updated, so NRSVUE, right? New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition.
But it's also in the King James.
Yeah, I mean, it's in all of them. It's the beginning part of Revelation chapter 12.
Oh, Revelations. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, the guy who was up here was trying to say that was the same creature that was in the garden. So then the question was like, how did this 7-headed dragon fall to earth and turn into a serpent? And then, like, what it tells you what happened to the dragon when it fell to the earth, but then that's not what's happening in the garden. So,
okay, because
that was a reason for reading that. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I have the Holy Bible app, and I usually just read what their daily scripture is, and I didn't read the Revelation, so I'm like, I read the NLV, the NLT, New Living Translation, and I'm like, I don't see any of that. What y'all be reading, it sounds pretty fun than what I be reading. So,
let me see what the NLT says.
It should say the same thing. I think the NLT is in more modern language, like in Revelations 13:1.
Yeah, right? I saw a large red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on its heads.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They all should say the same thing. Mm-hmm. They just use different, like language, modern. They're more modernized.
And my last thing before I go, and I want to say thank you for bringing me up. So, what about dreams? Do you guys believe? Well, you don't. So my thing is, one time I had a nightmare, and I woke up and I said, God, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pray to you. And I went back to sleep, and I seen what I believe was Jesus telling me if I didn't know how to pray, I would either be going to hell or heaven. And I glided my way into heaven, and I woke up, and I'm like, does this mean I'm going to die? Like, what is going on? Oh, I didn't mean to say that. Unalive.
That's okay.
You can say die on here. Yeah. Like that, it sounds like that is, you have a lot on your mind, right? Specifically the information that you've been taking in and researching. And that it sounds like, your concern on whether or not you're going to go to hell if you deconstruct, or if you even just ask these types of questions. I think it's important for you to know that deconstruction doesn't necessarily mean that you will end up without a belief in a God. Deconstruction means that you are analyzing your belief system. You're taking it apart, asking all of the questions that you have about it. Why do I believe what I believe? Is this logical? Is this harmful? Is this helpful? Right? Is this safe? For myself, for society, you're doing away with the harmful parts of your belief system and putting it back together in a more healthier way, or just doing away with it altogether if you find that it's not benefiting to you. Some people deconstruct and they just believe in a God, but they don't necessarily believe in the God that they were indoctrinated into growing up. Hold on for a second. Have a good one. You're not coming back tonight?
Yeah, and speaking to the dream part specifically, are you familiar with the term priming?
No.
So priming is when, like, basically you put a thought into your own head, or it could be somebody else's head, right? And it just sort of gets these kind of ideas and concepts flowing, and they may not be in the front of your mind. It could be like a subconscious thing, right? So, if you are thinking about your relationship with a God and you're worried about it, right? You are priming yourself. And when you dream, your dreams are just basically your brain kind of doing like a flush of chemicals and like reset. And, you know, that's where the rest comes in. And you go through like different stages of sleep, right? So do you know what REM sleep is?
No.
REM sleep is like the really deep sleep you get into. That's where like dreaming occurs. And you'll do that like 4 to 5 times a night. So when you wake up in the middle of the night and then go back to sleep, you'll eventually get back to like a REM state. And that's where your dream happens. But you had that thought when you woke up of like, am I doing this right? Am I worried about going to hell or whatever? And then you go back to sleep and it's like, it's really predictable that you would dream about Jesus coming to you because that was in your mind, right? You primed yourself for that kind of a dream.
Okay.
It's why young kids have the dreams about hell, like when they're indoctrinated and they're constantly told at church or by their parents, "Don't do that, you're gonna go to hell. Don't do that, God is watching you." I don't know. Raised in the church, I had hell dreams all the damn time. Plus, I was in church 6 days a week, and we were holy rollers and hellfire and brimstone preaching. So I had left behind dreams. One time, my little brother fell asleep in the back pew, and we were leaving church, and my dad had closed up the church, and we didn't know that he was asleep in the back pew. So we got in the car, and we had pulled out of the parking lot. We had a big van because my dad had 7 kids. My mom and dad had 7 kids, plus we had my little cousins whose parents had died that my parents adopted, so 10 kids. And he woke up and all the lights were out into the church and everybody was gone and he thought the rapture had happened. And when we went back to the church to get him, like, he was fucking terrified because he thought that Jesus had came back and got everybody at church and left him there. Like, that's terrifying for a child when you go to a church and all you hear is hell, 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 right? And so if kids can have these terrifying dreams because they're worried about being left behind or going to hell, when you are deconstructing and that's on your mind, that's the same thing that's going, like, you're going to have these same type of dreams. But also at the same time, we want to feel like there is this supernatural entity that can go into the spaces that our mortal hands can't go. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so we also have these dreams of this being coming and telling us the things that we want to hear about those spaces that our mortal hands can't go to.
Well, thank you guys for talking to me. I'm going to stay on the live. And I followed you, so I want to, learn some more things. But thank you for bringing me up.
You're so welcome. I'm going to give you a follow back.
I
see. You're welcome. I see that you are a nerd. When you're ready, if you want, you can reach out with any questions that you have. Pace yourself because it can get overwhelming. But if you ever feel like you're in that moment where you're like, oh my God, this is just too much, please reach out. Okay.
Okay, I sure will.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good one.
You too.
Why do you sound different also?
I was just about to ask, why you sound like a white boy?
What?
Oh, I wasn't going to go that far.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Some wacky, silly guy.
There it is.
What's
You
up,
sound
Theo?
like, I don't know what the word would be. Almost sedated.
Are you elevated?
Thoroughly, actually, yeah.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
And I don't have
Getting
my
ready for
headset on,
420.
so yeah, so I got to prime the pump, as they say.
Easter prep.
Tight shit on God for real.
Theo, what's up with you?
Hello. It's a pretty good morning from here. It's 7:16 a.m. and then, well, time for another daily dose of being spoon-fed about the Bible.
Theo be waking up on one like, oh, so I swear.
Yeah, so the Bible verse that I would like to pick is that is about to be spoon fed to me is children and indoctrination. Proverbs 22:6. So yeah, that would be it's like when as a kid we would be taught stuff, and then as an adult we would not let go of it. Like for example, if you if you teach a kid at 5 years old to play the piano, and as an adult they will get into that, and also that would represent Christianity in a way. Like for example, we let kids into the religion, and then their path might be to either becoming an atheist, deconstructor, or even being a full pledged full pledged Christian. So they would have these thoughts until adults, and if they let their curiosity die, they would not question religion, and then they would become eventually Christians who might not be open to logic, or they are so far into religion that their eyes can't be open to logic. And then also we have something like hate begets hate, and then some Christians they they teach their son that they teach their kids that to hate to hate certain stuff, or they learn from their parents that they hate the LGBTQ community, they hate they do be racist, some are racist, and even more so that Christianity indoctrinates a lot more people than any other religion. And then it's the same for any customs that are for this religion. And then yeah, it sounds like they want the children to be the future of Christianity. So that's why Proverbs also, says stuff like that, just to guide young people into Christianity. And it's a weapon for Christians to attack the future generation.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, Theo. You said it's like them playing piano and they grow up like taking piano lessons as a kid, and then they grow up and then they become a piano player. I think that does happen in some instances. Um, are you saying that you think? Would you say that indoctrinating a child into Christianity is mental conditioning or good parenting?
It depends on how the kid turns up. If the kid was taught that Christians do have a bad side, that would be okay. That would be good parenting, because we need to be taught about right and wrong. And in the Christian way, if the kid grows up to be a good Christian, for example, he helps others. They don't hate on others. They preach the gospel. They even preach about the bad side of the Bible. And look at it in a context that helps them be good, or the point would be good, that they would convince even a non-believer to come back to Christianity. So if that's the case, that's good parenting. But if it's mental conditioning, like use your kids to spread out hate, that's mental conditioning. And to be honest, that's not good parenting at all. If your kid grows up to be hating others.
But I don't think it's fair to call it good parenting only when you see what the child does with the indoctrination. Like, you see what I'm saying? Because each child is getting the same thing. That they just go out and do different things with it, right? So you can't call it good parenting depending on what the child does with the information.
Well, unless I don't know. It's good parenting if you raise your kid to be loving, and also I don't know, forcing religion and onto kids as a young age really sucks out some of the and it's like, they want to be in control at a young age, so that when they grow up, they would become adults that hold this dear values, this dear Christian values, and I was like, huh. So
Let me ask you a question. So is uh when 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 you were a child, you were taught, how were you taught to treat other children? Be real
yes,
concise. Like, how were you taught to treat other children? What were you told?
yes, I was taught to play with the other kids. On I was taught to play with the other kids and be nice to them.
Being nice. And what about children who were of different ethnicities than you? What were you told?
Oh yeah, just be nice to them and
Just
you'll
be.
you'll be fine. No fighting, no hate, no anything. Just, friendliness.
Were you
Even
told
in
if you can't encountered a child who was trans or non-binary or LGBTQIA,
Yeah, I
you
don't
were told.
care.
No,
I
I'm
don't
saying
care,
what were you
BK.
taught? I'm saying
I
what were you
um
taught?
Even though my parents are, not supportive of being of some LGBT BTQ, I mean, it's important to learn acceptance, and
But
I don't care.
I'm not asking what you think today. I'm asking what were you taught? Like what did your parents teach you about um,
There,
children who are
there was
LGBTQI?
there was nothing about that, since most particularly my parents never said anything about that
So
until I was old.
how do you know they're not supportive of LGBTQIA?
I mean, in a sense that they criticize some of the LGBTQ members here in the, and then even though
Okay,
Philippines is,
it's okay. I don't want you to go like too deep in it. So I was trying to prove a point, right? So,
yeah,
okay. So I think the difference between good parenting or just parenting. Let me take away the good. The difference between parenting and indoctrination. The be nice to other children. Don't hit other children. Don't discriminate against other children. To me, that's parenting. The indoctrination comes in when your child knows that you discriminate or you um, say negative things about a group of people because of a belief in a God. And then that child picks up that same belief and that same behavior and that same idea about that group of people in the name of a God. So that's the difference between indoctrinating a child and parenting a child. Does that make sense?
yeah, that would make sense. But in a sense as well, we as humans, we have our choices to make, unless of course you can't God taking Lot's wife away just for looking back at the city instead of giving her a second chance. I mean, if a kid reads that he would be they would be in fear. They would be in fear even though as at a young age. And then Christianity, the Bible has a lot of immoral stuff and bad stuff.
I'm sorry. Help me connect that to what I just said. I don't know.
In
Did
Wait, for example though, since a kid can pick up a Bible and start to read, they would have questions. And although since their minds are still developing, and then you indoctrinate them to Christianity at a young age, they are gonna have a lot of questions.
yeah, children are going to have a lot of questions, but when a belief is the foundation of that child's rearing, right? The questions that a child has, like a lot of times, the belief guides the answers to those questions. Parents, a lot of times, will either get onto the child for asking a question that the parent feels that the child shouldn't be answering because who they're asking the question about, whether it be God, whether it be Moses, whether it be the pastor. They feel like that is disrespectful, so they get on to the child and tell the child, don't ask that question no more, or you shouldn't be thinking like that, right? So it shuts down the child's willingness to explore and question, and so they just start accepting what they're being told, right, instead of exploring it.
Yeah, and that would be a great way to let your child be indoctrinated. Like, you are not supposed to ask X, you are not supposed to ask Y, you are not even supposed to ask Z. And it was like, curiosity dead, religion wins, yay! Religion wins, yay! And also, yeah.
What? Yeah.
What's
Okay.
wrong?
All right. Well, Theo, thank you so much for coming up. Okay.
Oh, also, thanks for having me. I need to go. Let me down, and I need to eat. Also, thanks. That was actually really
Have a
insightful.
good day.
Have a good day,
That was
Theo.
actually really insightful.
Bye. Have a good day.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good day to you.
Okay.
That's so funny.
Wait, is he still? Oh my gosh.
Can I just say, it's very rare that we get to do that on stage. So
Yes.
I don't know about you guys, but I've been gifting her to show how much I appreciate her because she is a soldier in the chat, and we don't get very many times to show our love in that way. So
I
just saying.
appreciate you. I really do.
Yes.
I'm just
Do that
saying.
in Lala.
Of course,
Um.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
But
No, no. I know why you say do that. Do that is never on stage, and she doesn't get to get gifted. And so I agree with you, and I appreciate you for saying that. So I do think that we should fill do that's box up. But I just want to say also I appreciate Lala, and all
Pause.
that she does as well,
Pause.
on stage. So I think I have when we talk about a backbone, Lala and do that are that for me. I have to say that, but they've become really good friends. So they're not just co-hosts or mods, like really good friends, and we talk damn near every day. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk.
No,
Um,
every day.
yeah, every day.
But I don't want anybody filling up my box. But I get what you're saying.
Well, you know what I mean with the coins.
I know.
Do that.
That's why I said pause.
Yeah, but you deserve it. You deserve it. Jay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm in my 40s.
All right. And which research topic did you come up to discuss?
I kind of wanted to correct in Bible information and facts. More so
Okay.
ask a question, not really correcting.
Okay. What question do you have about that?
Why is it that with the Bible that we have no background of where the information came from, how the Bible came to be, or even on King James, which that's the Bible that is most widely spread. Information on him. Whenever I speak to Christians, they don't know anything outside of the Bible. They don't reference anything else. Um, just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that.
They are actually told not to read outside of the book. I know I was. Let me say that. I was told that the extra books were demonic. And that scripture is the word of God, and that's all that we needed. And so we just were never encouraged to. I've asked several believers if they, ever researched the life of the men who did decide what would be scripture. including King James, and they said no. And I asked them if, the way that he actually lived his life mattered, since they believe that their God chose him to put the book together, and they said no. So I think they don't necessarily care how it was put together. All that matters to them is that it's their God's word, and they say, their explanation of it is God can use anybody, so it doesn't matter how they lived or if they were believers. Like, they've excused it away. So
I've recently come across that King James has a book on demonization, or not demonization, but demons, demonic sorcery, stuff like that. And it just bothered me that everything in the Bible talks about going against the devil and demons, yet this man wrote a book on demons and seemed to agree with demonic ways. And I don't understand. It makes no sense. And I was listening to the live earlier when you guys were talking about Adam and Eve, and wanted to get clarity. Were there other people other than Adam and Eve there when they fell, when they ate from the tree of knowledge?
So let me answer the question about the demonology. So that book was written before, or commissioned before, the King James Bible was commissioned. And the reason why he did it, it was more so collecting information from people who were studying demonology, and for the persecution of witches at that time. Yeah, so it wasn't because King James, believed in like the practice of demons or worship Satan or anything like that. Although I don't like King James particularly, I don't like his train of thought. But so I, just to be intellectually fair, that's what that book was for. And then Adam and Eve is a tale about, like, the author of that story is just writing from their idea of how the divine created humans and the earth and animals, and answering why snakes don't have legs, like why women have pain through childbirth, why it is now that the structure of Mother Goddess is changing to patriarchal, male dominated gods, why they wear clothes now, why
does
they have
farming
to
suck?
work. Yeah, why does farming suck? Why do they have to work for their food? Why is there slavery? Like, he's just answering all of these questions, and we can see, like, in the time, we can see the time frame as to when the author is writing, because he does mention bread, right? In Genesis 3, in the curse, he's like, now you're going to eat bread, is what he says to Adam. And at that time, the millstone had not been invented for them to even grind the wheat to make bread, right? So it's just explaining. If somebody wrote a fairy tale or to explain why the world is the way it is from their perspective of the divine. And so when they say that scripture is inspired by God, that story was inspired by the author's belief in Yahweh Elohim, or Elohim Yahweh, however you say it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. Someone was telling me that the people who wrote the Bible, they're writing about an actual man, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the contradictions, the emotions, even to the fact that they're addressing him as if he has body parts that he sees, he hears, seated at the right hand of the Father, stuff like that. So it was just kind of weird, and from being raised Catholic and Lutheran, and then going to kind of non-denomination, it was just so much confusion around it that's why I'm at the point now of deconstruction. And I'm going through a lot in my life right now, and I'm looking for something to hold on to, and the Bible is just not cutting it for me. I believe in God. I just don't believe in a God of the Bible. It a lot of things that are happening makes no sense as to a God who loves us. I heard the young lady earlier talking about Job, and several people have told me they think I'm going through a Job season. And I'm like, well, I don't know why God would offer me up to the devil. Like, why would he put a spotlight on me of all people? I'm not saying that I'm like Job in a righteous sense, but I do try to be the best person that I can be, treat people how I want to be treated. And if I have to go through what Job went through, to me, that would be crazy. That would be so unfair. And I know if I did something like that to one of my children, I would be under the jail. That would be considered more than abuse. So it makes no sense that that's love and being tested when he already knows my heart. So what's the sense of this life journey that we're all on for
Yeah,
him?
that's one of the reasons why I don't like the story of Job, because it makes people believe that they're in a Job season and like they're being tested, and at the end of their test there's going to be this extra reward, because that's the way that it's taught.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is that things happen in life. And I was just talking to my daughters in the kitchen just now, um, and they had shared something with me that somebody else is going through, and I was like, the main thing is to just remind them that things can feel big in the moment, right? It feels so big and like it's never gonna end, and like it's a lot of pressure. But as time goes on, like it's temporary, right? Things get better if we allow it to. Things can get better. It's not a test that you're going through. It isn't something that you did. It isn't a deity in the sky that has placed you up for a bet, or to be accused of something. um that's one of the reasons why I don't like the Job story at all. Are you there, Jay?
Can you hear me? I'm still here.
When you leave the app, we can't hear anything that you say.
Oh, I think my phone hit, it went to low power mode, so it probably did something because I didn't actually leave the app.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like if a notification comes up or something, it'll put you on teacup.
Oh,
But
yeah, what happened?
yeah. But yeah, and when you say that you're looking for something to hold on to, I completely get that. And I would say that the thing that brings you peace right now at the moment, it might just be breathing through it, right? I talked about the nights where I was in a lot of mental anguish is what I called it in my book. And then learning how to get through things, not reverting back to my old habits of drugs, and just learning how to breathe through the pain and the heartbreak, so that I could get myself to sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
um, Finding different tactics to help you deal with, mentally deal with, and emotionally deal with what you're going through. And it, I recognize that some people hang on to the idea of a God watching over them, because um, it feels good to think that there's something who has bigger hands than you, and more power than you, watching over you. And I'm not one that thinks that that's wrong, right? I don't care if somebody thinks that. So I'll never tell people not to believe in a God. um and so I would say, like, continue to question things, and don't beat yourself up if you find that you do find solace in the belief that there is a higher power um watching over you. But the things that don't serve you, all of the anxiety of the punishment, and the death, the hell and all of that stuff, um, I would say ask yourself the questions that you need to ask, the 1,001 questions, and find out if that's harming you or helping you. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Would you say that you are leaning more towards like law of attraction type thing or more spirituality, or where did you go after you realized Christianity was not for you?
So even while I was a Christian, I, had been reading Napoleon Hill, and all of the, law of attraction type stuff, and I was connecting that with Christianity. But when I first started deconstruction, I went to Christ consciousness, and then I went to just spirituality, and then I, just stopped believing in all that altogether. A lot of people go to different things, and some people just find what works for them. But I tried to hang on to Christ.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, well, thank you for having me.
You're so welcome. I wish you the best, and I hope you stick around and keep us updated on your process, okay?
I will. I will. Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day.
You too.
All right. Oh, so you want to do the next one?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, that one popped out. We may do a evening time restart, y'all, because we got a couple of hours to go, and the numbers are dwindling. So I may do a restart to get us on a different FYP. If not, like if we don't want to restart, let's try to get the shares up. Let's try to keep tapping, get the populars, like do something to get TikTok to kick us back into the algorithm. Is it Tori Yaya?
Yes, ma'am. Hello, y'all.
Hi. You'll be talking to El Oso Rey.
Okay. Hi, Oso.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. Are you a Christian or deconstruction from the Godly Christian Bible?
Yes. So I'm actually, I'm a Christian now. I'm actually deconstructing from Jehovah Witnesses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And which topic would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the final bullet on the prompt list of correcting biblical information and facts. And so I just kind of wanted to put this in the room. So a lot of my friends and I, we've kind of started doing Bible study with a scholarly approach. Our mentality was that our spaces, as as queer individuals, our spaces had been infiltrated by like extreme evangelicalism, and so we thought, what better way to understand them but to invade their spaces back? So we all have different translations, and we've been conducting Bible study a couple times a week. Some of us sometimes just get kind of pulled into it, and we'll do something more impromptu. But what I'm realizing, even within, if we're focusing on the Christian Bible as of now, we will move on to other religious texts next. But I have a Bible that is specifically marketed towards women. So it's like a women's devotional. Mm-hmm. And when we're having these studies, we're having so many discrepancies, specifically with my Bible. So we just did Revelation on Sunday. We opened it and finished it in the same setting. It was pretty powerful, but one that struck out to me was when one of the letters that were being written to one of the seven cities, and I believe it was Smyrna. And there's a line specifically in there that mentioned that those individuals had, and I'll try and keep it TikTok safe here, the individuals in that city had, the ones that had been following Christ and following Jesus properly had they've laid with no woman, and they maintained themselves pure. And so in that specific line in my Bible, it did not say anything about the harlots that were enticing them. All my text and my version, all that it said is that they maintained their purity. So I just think it's like so eye-opening for us all to sit here and be reading the exact same thing and been giving different interpretations of this text. So very, very eye-opening. Yes, sir. Revelations. Let me see. Revelation, not Revelations. But yeah, I just wanted to put that in there. When I was reading the Bible as a little girl, I was terrified. when I was reading the Bible as a teenager, I was like infuriated. And I think that because of my firsthand experience with Christianity, it has caused me to have a bias against it. And so I'm trying to come back to it in a different way. And I really want to try and it's so hard to like let the words of Christ move you when we're constantly trying to justify like Mosaic law at the same time. And so I'm just on the same journey, I think, as everybody else here. So thank you for letting me say my piece.
Yeah, for sure. Where in Revelation is it? That's interesting. I want to look at that.
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can find it. If y'all give me a second, I'll put it back in the chat. Let me get my book out.
I missed it. What did she say is in Revelation?
Yeah, there's a line that we were specifically hung up on because in one of the letters to one of the seven cities, it was talking about how that population within the city, I believe it was Smyrna, I'm going to fact check myself in a second, that said that those who had been following Christ were not enticed by the harlots or the women of the population, and they kept themselves pure. They maintained their virginity. But in my women's translation, it only mentioned that the importance of, again, maintaining your virgin status. So it was just one of the, I think, really pivotal moments when we were going back and forth. And sometimes there are some words that are edited, and that's going to be pretty consistent across all translations. But I got a women's Bible specifically marketed to white evangelical women. And it's just been really interesting. So I'm going to try and find it, and I'll come off the mic 1 second.
Okay.
Like, is she talking about the scripture that they use for Jezebel? I'm wondering.
I think she's talking about Revelations 2 because it's like a bunch of different messages to different churches. And it might be the message to Thyatira, I think. I don't think it was Smyrna. These are maybe. Tolerate that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophet and is teaching and beguiling my servants to engage in sexual immorality and to eat the food of sacrificed idols. I gave her time to repent, but she refuses to repent of her sexual immorality, where I'm throwing her on a bed, and those who commit adultery with her I am throwing into great distress. God damn. Unless they repent of her doings, and I will keep
I think I found it.
Damn. Yeah, my fault.
That's okay. Revelations 14. Then I looked, and there was the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him were 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, like the sound of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. The voice I heard was like the sound of harpists playing on their harps. And they sang a new song before the throne and before the four living creatures and before the elders. No one could learn that song except the 144,000 who have been redeemed from the earth. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women, for they are virgins. These follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They have been redeemed from humankind at first fruits for God and the Lamb. And in their mouth no lie was found. They are blameless. We read this scripture the other day with Fee.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's referring to the 144,000. Yeah, and so you're saying that the evangelical Bible that you have retranslated this to mean that women have to be virgins to go to heaven?
Well, I'll say this. The translations that my friends had, there was a specific aspect of line number 4. Because for me, my translation just only mentions that they kept themselves as pure as virgins, following the Lamb wherever he goes. However, their translation specified how women were the harlots. So, and I'm hoping that this is the verse here. And I'm not super familiar with this text, so y'all excuse me for not being prepared. But yeah, I want to kind of reel it back and just, when we're talking about the prompt itself, which, I don't see it anymore. When we're going back and trying to make interpretations, and I think the prompt specifically said corrections, it was just really mind baffling to me now that I'm studying this intently, to realize how different it can be interpreted when things are literally, the text reads completely different. So
I'm sorry. Are you able to find how it reads in the Bible, the evangelical Bible that you're talking about, so I can hear how they're using it?
oh yeah, here, I'll just read it back. I think I just read it.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry. I wasn't here when you read it. I
I'm
didn't know.
sorry, sister. It's 14. So Revelations 14:4. They have kept themselves as pure as virgins, following the Lamb wherever he goes. Now, we had some older translations in my circle that specified that they had avoided the touch of a harlot and the touch of a woman and kept themselves as pure as virgins. But in my women's translation, they left that specific that calling out of women being, I guess, seductive or being some type of, what's the right word? Something to entice them into sin. So this is just very eye-opening for me coming into this circle. And I think it was a good idea for us to try and specifically get different translations so we could get a better understanding. But the more we read together,
One thing I'm confused is how they can, turn it around to say that women must be virgins, because this is like, it literally says, like, this is apocalyptic language.
yes.
And it's Revelations is dealing with Babylon, right? Babylon is the harlot, the corruption, it's the government, like, so it's not necessarily really talking about sex between a man and a woman. That's the one thing. And then, like, it literally, if they were reading it that way, it says, like, this is about men, because it says it is these who have not defiled themselves with women, not
Yeah.
women who have kept themselves virgins. It's
Right.
saying that the men would be virgins here. So, like, I don't see how they're applying this to women.
Well, and I
That's
guess
the thing.
I think what I'm trying to say too is that in my translation, right, because I have a women marketed Bible, that my line, so my line 4, it leaves out that whole part that you have highlighted.
Oh,
Like
wow.
where it specifies with women. That's what I'm trying to say. My version left that part out, and it only says to maintain their purity and follow the Lamb wherever he shall go.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, right. So I'm sorry if I didn't explain that right, but um, this specific translation, and we found a lot of different discrepancies in Genesis too. And my Bible, of course, my little devotional, it has like topics and like things for you to ponder. And essentially, I mean, again, these are just, I'm assuming, just publishing notes that they have at the bottom to try and just cause engagement if you're trying to, do study with others. But I have so many things highlighted in these specific prompts, like one talking about, let me pull it up.
It's is the Bible that you have, is it ESV? What you said it's evangelical
It's an
marketed thing.
NLT version. And I tried to
NLT.
get the most recently translated one on purpose. I kind of wanted to see, again, if there was like some type of, I don't want to say pop culture, right? But if there was some type of more modern social twist to the way that this is presented. And I was right, because I'm going into, and again, and not necessarily, some of the actual word of God has been different, like I just kind of talked to you guys about. But when I'm talking about these specific points from the editor that are in my book, they have been very alarming. And yeah, and this is the little, I do this, right? I have 2 nieces. This is the book that you would buy for a 12-year-old girl on her birthday. So that's, to me, is what has been, I think, the pendulum swing for myself of how this can be very dangerous when you're teaching this book and it's not in a scholarly approach. And I just want to kind of testify to that. It can be wonderful. I mean, even the work I'm doing with it now, Jesus is working on me all the same, and I want to make a point to say that too. But when you put this book in the hands of a child and you're using it as some type of formulation for the way they view themselves and the way they view the world. This is very, very concerning for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes,
It is.
ma'am. But
Yeah, the NLT prides itself on being gender inclusive, and it states it tries its best not to be sexist or misogynist in its translation, but removing that, let me see something. Yeah, they did. They took it out. They have kept
yes, ma'am.
themselves as pure virgins following. Yeah, removing that says otherwise. I completely take it. They are virgins who have not defiled. Look, they kept it as a reference.
It's like in the bookmark at the bottom.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
not. Yeah, they're lying if they say they're not misogynist. That's a lie.
yeah, this is what I think is just again the way it's being marketed, because I understood that, right, for it to be kind of more of like a more modern, more tolerant approach to Jesus. And I have just been finding time and time again, we've done Genesis and we're moving on to Exodus, but we just kind of had a moment of spontaneity and we decided to do Revelations and we couldn't even stop. And I think it was a kind of recurring theme in our conversation, how when we were thinking about sermon, we didn't really do Revelations on Sunday. We really didn't. I don't remember having like full on sermons. And I remember specifically it being referenced to essentially justify some type of reprimand for your sin. But yeah, they don't talk about the fall of Babylon very often. And there were so many elements of it that I think they speak to so many different instances in our I wouldn't say recent history, but the 2,000 years of history that we have, and all the different falls of man that we've witnessed are very applicable to this book. And I think if you're willing to kind of let it sit with you, and again, I've turned my back on Christianity for so long, basically out of resentment. But I think we're all at a time, and I think it's impossible to say that when we're feeling this fear on a global scale, that there's this natural inclination right now that everybody around me is looking up, not necessarily maybe up at God, but looking like around, like looking for answers, because we're not finding those answers within our own race, like our human race, I should say. And I think it's a huge consciousness shift, and we've seen it happen. We've seen it. We've seen Egypt fall. We've seen Khan fall. We've seen Rome fall. And I'm hoping that, America and the human experiment that we have now is kind of, I think it's almost ignorant to ignore these ancient texts that speak of this collective sin that leads to the fall of mankind. And that's why we've picked it back up.
I don't know. Also, do you want to address that?
Um, kind of. I mean, are you saying that all of these religions are pointing to the same thing?
No, I mean, not at all. Hold on, baby.
It sounds like she's saying that the book is telling why these nations fail. Like the sin is what caused them to fail, and it would be,
Oh,
yeah, like
huh.
it would be not smart of us to ignore this text, because the text is warning us of how nations fall, and she's hoping that America and this generation of humans can recognize that.
Oh,
Exactly.
wow. No, that's weird. I mean, for one,
Oh.
if that were the case, then Rome definitely wouldn't still be around, would it?
Well, no, and I'm not trying to say that this is a blueprint, right? I think that when we have this record, and as metaphorical as Revelations is, I want to put that at the forefront of what I say next. As metaphorical as it is, I think it's very applicable to a time right now where there's a lot of discourse and a lot of global fear. And so again, I'm not I'm not trying to promote the Bible in any way. I'm trying to let it work on me as it needs while I dive into it. But
Well, I think you were on like a really good path in seeing how the Bible is used to subjugate people, right? Like it's like you said, it was a woman's Bible that was kind of skewed in a direction that would lead women to think that their role is just submissiveness, like they just have to you know take whatever is given to them. And we see a lot of times that reflected in church, where we have people that end up in marriages that they should not be in, and they have to stay in theirs because they're encouraged by people in the church to stick it out. You know what I mean? Like that's used in real life. And I think
yeah,
that if you continue on the line of thinking, or on the line of questioning, even trying to figure out how the religion can be used to control people, I think you'll start to peel back more and more layers of it, and just realize that this is a bunch of people arguing about how they think life should be. I don't think that it needs to have any specific bearing on your life. Now, there are people, I've got family members that are Christians, and they take what's good and leave the bad, and they're not outside hurting people or
yeah,
oppressing people with their beliefs, and I think that's okay, right? But to say that you have to take this thing to heart and it has to be completely true and you have to take heed of any of it, you don't have to. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree with you. And I hope I didn't sound like I thought it was like some type of universal approach that we need to all start reading Revelations and that's how we'll fix this. Like, no, I 100% agree with you. And I think organized religion in itself actually retards progress, because you have an entire demographic of people who are essentially told, and it's glamorized and it's going to be rewarded the more suffering that they endure. And I think that specifically negates them from taking action over their own destiny. And so when you have very critical times like we are living in right now, which I'm in the US, I think we have a very highly religious body that is, again, inactive because they're expecting Christ to open the sky and come and fix everything. So I agree with you there.
Do you think it's more critical now than it was in the 19 teens or the 1930s?
The political climate?
Yeah.
Well, I think I would disagree, right? I think obviously in the 1930s we had human rights that we are not afforded that we are now, and I think that's important to note. But I think, again, with the way history repeats itself and the parallels that I'm seeing on a daily basis, I think it is very critical that we remember history and that we are fully informed of what this looks like and how to act accordingly.
I mean,
That's how I would answer that.
we had world wars. Like, people had more reason to believe that that was going to be the end of times than they do today.
Sure.
We are by pretty much every conceivable metric, we're living in the best time to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, look at what we're doing. We're all on little mini computers and we're talking to people thousands of miles away from each other. Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to sit here and say that this is as like right what we're going through right now is the equivalent of the recession or, I mean, even pre Jim Crow. I just think that with, again, what we're experiencing right now, and I think I can speak for most people, that it's very important that we're paying attention and that we're using the tools at our disposal to combat hatred.
Okay. I don't really. I'm trying to see like the Revelation tie-in here.
And I hope, I mean, again, I brought that up specifically because the prompt asked about rewriting or making corrections in biblical text. And so my friends and I are studying different versions of the Bible, and I think it bears to say that in the script I gave for just reference, that it's going to be very, very complicated to do that.
Yeah. No, yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, no, I think you brought a valid contribution to the topic. Was there anything else that you want to speak on?
No, man. Thank y'all for letting me speak, and this work is really important, so continue the fight.
I appreciate you. It's a wonderful time talking to you.
Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all can take me down. Have
All
a good one.
right. All right. Y'all don't forget to pre-save Bash's song today. It drops at 9 p.m. Pacific time, which is midnight Eastern.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. Central. Make sure that you go and pre-save it at the link in his bio. I am Pink Beard, so we can help our friend as he drops his first single. We are very, very excited about that. If you don't know who Pink Beard is, you are missing out. He's about to drop a amazing country music album. He's a 4-time Grammy award-winning songwriter turned full-time artist now.
You know what would be crazy thinking?
What?
If we went up until the release.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think I might have to do like a restart maybe to get us on the FYP, like the evening FYP.
Baba.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Huh?
Yeah, I get you.
My dog likes to run up to the gate. I was calling him back. Sorry.
Oh.
I didn't know I was unmuted.
Yeah, the guest box is empty. So like I don't know how to get more people in the room, but if you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, or if you are deconstructing and you have a deconstruction question, the guest box is open. There is no wait right now. I really would hate to do a restart, but if I have to, I will. We're at the beginning. We're at the top of the hour, so.
Yeah.
I think Thursdays are just like rough all around. I don't know what it is about people's weeknights, but Thursday seems to be the night that like TikTok's kind of slow.
Usually Thursday nights when I was doing like the overnight lives, we would get up to like 900 or 1,000.
Yeah.
On Thursday nights. But switching to the daytime, I thought it would introduce us to a larger audience since most people don't know about us because we go live third shift. So I was like, okay, maybe we can do daytime Thursday to introduce us to a different audience during the day. But I don't know. I guess people are at work.
I wonder if like I'm thinking because like people probably are in longer when it's an overnight, right? Because there's fewer outside things pulling their attention.
Mm-hmm.
So like you have longer retention, so that's going to be more people too.
It could be, but there are a lot of. You'd be surprised how many, because keep in mind TikTok is all around the world, so there are a lot of lives going on at the same time. Like there's deconstruction lives that they're not formatted like this, but they're like the American black people are Indian, like that be having thousands of people in there, like third shift. There's a lot of lives going on third shift.
Alkaline Tunes.
Alkaline Tunes. How are
Yes,
you?
ma'am. How you doing, sis?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
He's a little teacup.
Like I don't know. Have y'all ever heard me like what's up, bro?
Never, not once. Unless they're like your biological brother.
Yeah, I never understood why men greet women that way and think that that's okay. But that Alkaline, you're on teacup. Oh, y'all heard that?
Yeah, I heard that. What did you just say? What did that mean? Could you tell me?
What does what mean?
You said I'm on teacup.
Yeah, when you leave the app, it puts your profile on Teacup, and
Oh, okay,
we
okay,
think you're
yeah. I'm
gone.
bad. I'm bad.
How old are you?
I'm 46. I was trying to just work this thing, and it was just jumping for a little bit. My bad.
No worries. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or are you deconstructed?
Man, I'm a believer in the universal God, but I deconstruct Christianity and all the rest of the beliefs that's been adulterated from keeping us reaching our higher conscious and our higher self, so we won't be trapped in this reincarnation aspect of life, and we can ascend to
Okay.
a greater
Okay.
dimension.
Okay. So I only talk to believers right now. This live is a research based live, and I'm looking to talk to current believers in the God of the Bible or people who are actively deconstructing with a research based question.
Well, okay, that's perfect. I love to deconstruct something because I don't believe Jesus died and
Well, but
ascended.
you already told me that you deconstructed. So um,
Oh, I thought
yeah,
you said that's what you deal with as well. I'm sorry.
yeah, but you've already deconstructed, right?
Yeah, I have. I thought you said you deconstruct with
No, I'm
factual
looking to
based
talk.
things.
I do. I'm looking to talk to people who are actively deconstructing, like who are actively asking questions and trying to like figure out their current belief in this God. But you said you've already done all of that and you have a belief in a universal God. I don't go into that. Like the beliefs in source, or like, not that I have anything against it. It's just not my focus of research. Does that make sense?
No, I understand, but to be honest, just to let you know, it is things in the Bible, it is things in the Quran, it is things in the Enuma Elish, it is things in all these things that are factual based.
I know, and I talk about those things. What I'm saying is the people that I'm looking to have conversations with
Yes,
are
ma'am.
two types of people, and it's people who actively hold a belief in this God,
Mm-hmm.
and people who are actively deconstructing their belief in this God, and you don't fit that criteria because you've already deconstructed your belief in the God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I definitely understand what you're saying, man. And I'll gracefully bow out without even a rebuttal to what you were saying. But I thank you. I would have liked to ask a question, but it's fine. I
My
love you.
regular lives are Sunday night,
Yes, ma'am.
starting at 11 p.m. Central. So it's Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday is when you can come back and do that. Okay, Sunday,
Yes,
Monday,
ma'am.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Until then, I'll stay in the comments and just to let you know, I'm a I'm a I'm I'm one of those figures in the Bible that they spoke about. And
You're what? What do you mean?
Man, say this shit for the next time, bro.
Hold
Please.
on. What? Hold on.
no,
Hold
it's
on.
super
I'm sorry.
good. Hey, L,
Hold on.
pardon the body. I understand.
My
I
fault, gang. My
understand.
fault, gang. That's on me. That's on me. Go ahead.
Yeah,
My
no,
fault.
no, it's all good. It's all good. I'll save it for next time.
No, no, no. What do you mean you're one of the people in the Bible that they spoke about? Are you saying that you're a reincarnated prophet?
you know what? I'm on the quest to fulfill that thought, sis. I am.
Let me do me a favor. I don't like to be called sis.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
I'll check that quick.
Thank you. So when you first came up, you said that you have deconstructed your belief in the God in this book, but now you're saying you
Mm-hmm.
are recon.
Because it's parts of me. It's parts of me that I am still figuring out physically that that I've come to know that they've been lying about. So I don't want to get into it. I'm gonna do what the energy just did, and that's hush my mouth, be still, be quiet, and flow with what
Go
the
ahead and
woman
say it,
just
bro. We
said.
here now.
Look at look
That's
at
where we at,
Aaron.
bro. That's where we
Yes,
at. We here
sir.
now. Go ahead and say it.
Yes, sir. All right, cool. So,
Wait, why are you okay talking about it now? Because Oso said something,
no, I
and
thought you was, but see, it's like when it's one, when it's two, when it's three, when it's four saying it, then it's in a group agreement. It's like I want to
but that
flow
it,
with what the
it's not.
energy is. So that's
Yeah,
all.
but
It ain't nothing
hold on, hold
against
on.
you
Hey,
or
yeah,
nothing
but you
like that.
keep
I'm not
calling me
male
sis.
biased. Oh,
But you
I'm
keep.
sorry. It's just I will make conscious more thank you for correcting me again. It's not intentional.
Yeah,
It's
and
automatic.
hold on.
I'm a
Okay,
culture based brother. That's all.
okay, hold on. And then there's not four people and saying anything, right? It's me and it's Oso. Um, and when I said
Oh,
go ahead and talk about it, you was like,
well,
no,
I had no
I'm a
problem with that
hold on for
neither.
a second.
I know.
Hold
Yes,
on.
ma'am.
When I said go ahead and talk about it, you said I'm gonna do what the energy said and bow out. What's the energy? Are you talking about the male energy? Because when
No, I'm talking about the collective energy because I think that the black woman is God.
yeah, but when I said go ahead and talk about it, you weren't gonna do it, and then when Oso said save that for next time, you was like okay. Then I said no, go ahead talk about it because I want to know what you mean by you are one of the prophets in this book. You like no, I'm a bow do what the energy said. Then Oso said man we here now go talk about it. Then you said okay. So I'm trying to just
You
I
trying to
was
get
just
an
wondering
understanding of what that means.
yeah like why you
Okay.
were willing to
I'll
hold
go
on.
further into
Hold
what
on.
that
Let
means.
me hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Hold on. Let me
Yes,
clarify.
ma'am. Yes,
Like
ma'am.
you were, you're more willing to talk about it now because a man said, "Go ahead on and talk about it." Is what it seems like.
No. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I wanna tell you something. I'm one of the most humble brothers you can ever meet. And I wanna correct that. If I appear that way, no, is when two or more come in agreement or something, is when magic happen, is what my thought process is. And when magic happen means is divine order. So I was just going with the energy. I
Yeah, but who were the two that
respectfully
said?
respect you with
Okay, who were
all.
the?
Go ahead.
Well, there was. So it was. So there was one that said talk about it, right? And there was one that said don't. You
Yes.
followed. You followed that, right? Where is this
Well, you
two?
was a little back and forth too. So I'm trying to go with the energy and not be kind of like opposite of you as well. I'm trying to be in agreement. I'm trying to even if I did say something that you felt was, kind of leaning towards bro's side, when I come to correct it, that's what I mean in that moment. Because this is real time. So I'm trying to go with the moment. So in this moment, I'm willing to talk about whatever you want me to talk about.
No, I just
If
want
you
to
don't want
know.
me to talk about nothing, I won't talk about nothing.
I just want to know what you mean by you are one of the people in this book. What do you mean by that? If you've deconstructed your belief in the book, how are you one of the people in the book?
Okay, I'll say this. My this is what I'll say. My grandfather was a dark complected Mississippi man with extra extremities on his feet. His father was a 6'10" man with extra extremities on his hand, and he was a very dark complected man. Now, his father, was an inch taller than him with some of the same features. They were farmers. They weren't violent. They protected the people. They was about the people. And I also learned other things attached to the Hopi and going deeper into Kemet and Sudan and the Congo, because these is where the Amazonian Americans and
Are you trying to say that you
Congo
are of
and
the people of
Kenya
Kush?
and Ken is where that's I'm just this is my journey. So I'm figuring out exactly. I'm trying to go on this journey to figure out exactly that answers us to answer your question. I hope I summed it up in a good way.
Honestly, no. Like it sounds like you're saying that you
So the
believe that you.
Indians fought a tall, pale, red-haired, flesh-eating giant.
What like
The
hold on,
Hopi,
hold on. Do you
the
know that the word?
Hopi,
Are you talking about people from
the
India?
Cherokee. No, I'm
No,
It's
so
talking
okay,
about
indigenous.
so yeah, so
indigenous Americanos.
hold on. Hey, we can't talk at the same time, and I'm really trying to understand what
Yes,
it
ma'am.
is
I'm
that you're
sorry.
trying to
I ain't
say.
trying to. I'm just giving
Okay.
you an answer
Hey,
in
sis,
rebuttal
you're
to
doing it
your
right
question.
now. You're doing it right now.
So the word when you call people Indians who are not from India, that's a slur, is derogatory.
No, I don't.
Uh,
I ain't saying. I'm positive, but I want to correct that right quick.
You're doing
I'm
it
not
right now.
saying
You're doing it right
Indians.
now. You're doing it right now.
Aboriginal.
You're doing it right now.
Okay.
and they don't have anything to do with this book, right? Um, I don't have conversations on my stage about black people being the original natives of America.
No,
Yeah, I don't.
it's
It's
Turtle
not
Island.
rooted in facts.
Tangier.
It's. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and take you down because you keep doing the thing, and then I think you're talking about something that I don't talk about on my stage. Okay. What the hell?
I'm waiting for one of them to say bean pie, my brother, because that's how they all sound.
It's interesting how the energy didn't convince him to stop.
You're right. Yeah.
It's interesting.
That's why I said he was following male energy earlier. NA? Hello, NA?
That was an accident. My
NA?
apologies.
Okay, no worries. I'll take you down. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get these likes to 500K, please. And Thinker has a gift goal of the potato in Paris. So please help contribute to that. Continue to tap, share the live. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my phone connected to my headphones and I couldn't hear for a moment.
That's okay. Hi, how are you?
Good. I actually only came up to tell you that you can restart the live without ending the live now. It was again the last update.
How?
Okay, so at the bottom of your screen, sorry, I'm running up for IT. I love you. I've been following you like intermittently for like 2 years. But anyway, at the
Thank
bottom,
you.
I never really come up. Like I deconstructed from the comment section. Okay, so bottom of your screen, all the way to the right, there's like the three dots, right?
So I'm on TikTok Studio.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So where do you have where it has settings?
Um,
Because, all
let's
right,
see.
let me see. Because I showed somebody this the other day.
It doesn't
It was
have it on
here.
Studio.
Here, let me see.
No. So like if I click where the live button is on Studio, it says in live or pause live.
Oh, maybe you don't have the update. Let me see. I'm trying to. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to like bring up the screenshot. I don't know that the screenshot would be helpful to you because you're also on studio instead of, like, not instead of, but you know what I mean, but not your phone. Oh, it's not letting me do it. My phone is like freaking out these days. All right, so, oh wow, maybe maybe you can't do it from studio, or maybe you need to do the update. But like it now has, it really was created to fix like little like when your live is freezing and things like that, you could just restart it. But I found out when I did it when I was live as the host that it also kicked me back into the algorithm the same way it would have done if I ended and restarted. So
What are the
maybe
steps for it?
yeah, but I don't have studio. I'm still at like 8,000, so I don't have studio, right? At least when I started, you had to have 10K in order to go live through studio. So I don't know. Maybe it's not a today thing, but maybe it's a Google thing on another day on how to do it because it exists if you're doing it from your phone. So it must exist through studio.
So I know Oso and Mac does lives from their phones. Can you walk them through it?
Oh yeah. Okay. So I don't know why my thing. Let me try and end my share because I screenshotted it the other day from my friend. Sorry, y'all, interrupting to do like IT stuff. I apologize.
No, this is okay. This is well. If you look at the chat, they're all saying this is helpful. So
Yeah, this
Okay,
is
so
research based, if I ever heard of it.
yeah, so here, if you're able to, so like now when you go, sorry, now I'm like on here like a teacher. Oh. So now
oh
if
my
you click the
God, it
little three
does have
dots,
restart live.
yeah, without losing your data.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So don't hit like the end live, the upper one. You go underneath settings, and then this one is there now, and you tap it. And for everybody that's in the live, it kind of like blinks a little bit for like 2 or 3 seconds, and it like resets you in the thing. And
Wow.
it's really was brought to us for like when your live is getting glitchy, right? But what it actually also does is shoot you back in the algorithm.
That is
So
so
you
cool.
don't lose your panelists, you don't lose your likes, you don't lose you
Oh
don't
my
lose.
God, I fucking love that. Man, they need to give that to studio too.
No,
That's
it
going to be
might be
so
there. I
helpful.
just can't help you with that. But yeah. Oh, look, I got a W.
Yeah, y'all need to fill it up with
Oh,
W's.
thank
This is
you. All right,
amazing.
so you could drop me down. I literally didn't come up for anything other than like I kept hearing you say it, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna just be helpful and go.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate you so much, Yellow Chick.
Thank you, friend.
All right. Have a good one.
thanks. You too.
Y'all need to let Christina and Zena,
Yeah, I'm
Crystal, all of them know that. Yeah.
about to spread information to the friends.
B?
Oh no.
It's okay. I'll drop you down. Have a good
I
one.
was tapping the screen to keep liking the live, and I guess I tapped a request box. I'm sorry.
It does that a lot. It's okay. Have a good night, okay?
You too.
All right. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing, you have a research-based question, or if you are a nerd and you have a research-based question about anything, the guest box is open. I'm surprised that we didn't get enough people to come up here and talk about Moses being called Elohim. I wonder, like, if that scares them. Like, I don't know. Like, we didn't get enough of that. What were you getting ready to say?
Just when the last guest was up here, you don't have to have 10K to do studio. You just have to have some kind of presence on another site. Like mine was YouTube, and I had studio before I even had like 1,000.
That's to get a key, right?
Yeah.
A YouTube key.
Streaming key, yeah.
I mean, a streaming key, yeah.
Yeah.
Matthew Katie.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, how are you?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I'm well.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or are you deconstructing?
So I'm actually I'm I wouldn't say I've deconstructed. I don't think I've ever had a faith, but this is more. I'm looking more for a children and indoctrination question as a topic or a question, I guess. So, I don't know how you're doing this.
I'm sorry. What do you mean you're looking for a children documentary? I
Well,
can barely hear you. You're kind of muffled. Are you able to?
about this.
Let's see. Yes, that's so much better.
Much better. All right.
Yeah. Are you an atheist? Is that what you said?
Yes, I am an atheist, but yeah, I'm not. I was raised Catholic, but I apologize for requesting. I guess this has been on my mind. I do have a son, and like I'm an atheist. I was raised Catholic, and my dad is a Catholic and is still a Catholic. I'm not that at all. I love my dad very much, but I also understand my life better now that I've looked at the world and come to some conclusions. And I'm just baffled by how to then talk to my son about that spirituality and stuff.
Is your son currently a believer, or
No,
is your father trying to get him to believe, or
nope, no. He does. I don't when he's going to be starting. When he's going to be asking these questions.
Oh, okay.
But he is we don't bring him to church ever. I don't know.
How old is he? Like, you don't have to say his age, but is he adolescent, preteen, teen?
He's adolescent, I guess. He just turned 7. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he's still pretty young, but I don't know. I remember being that age and man, just knowing wait, so God's everywhere and he's also in heaven and could I not to say easily picked apart. I saw the seams from the start, I guess. I don't know.
I know. I don't know if you know Fee. She's very good at answering this question for parents. But one thing that I could say is when they do come to you with the questions, I think the most important thing is to allow them to question and to explore. Even as an atheist parent, I wouldn't shut down their inquiry into a God or into a specific belief system. Researching with them and helping them to learn how to critically think about the questions that they have, I think would be the best approach to that. And letting them know that they don't have to necessarily decide now, and is informing them that there's multiple belief systems out there, because the reality is that no one actually really knows, right?
Yeah. That's a good point.
Really quick, you guys. We have a sub goal going. I mean, a sub wave going. Please, hit that go button on the bottom left hand corner so you can subscribe to the Host is Live. Go on.
Thank you, Lala. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, I should let him follow his path. He's, he's coming up with his questions, so I shouldn't force this on him quite yet if he's not coming to me with them yet. But.
Yeah. Eventually he may, at some point engage another child who is a believer, and that child may say something to them, and they may bring it to you, and ask.
One time he asked his mom if the dinosaurs were scared when the comet came.
Oh.
And it's like, it's a really tough thing to explain to a 5-year-old. Like,
Yeah.
probably not. Like, maybe like you're trying to explain it. I guess, yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing, exploring spirituality or whatever that is with him.
It definitely can be. I agree.
It'll be good times. It'll be an adventure. So.
Huh?
It'll be an adventure.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the cool thing though is that, your child is a blank slate, and you get to do it from the point of their inquiry and their exploration, and so it could be really interesting and fun, for you, because you're not focused on trying to force a specific idea about a specific doctrine. So this is exploration and not indoctrination, and so I think that is what makes it interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions or?
No. I'm just kind of blathering. So I appreciate the content. I'll follow you folks. Take care.
Thank you. Same to you.
Safe travels, everyone.
Same to you. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
Oh, so what the hell is up with your voice?
My fault. What happened?
What's up with your voice?
What you mean?
That he didn't sound different to y'all right there?
I'm different all day.
I'm over here cracking up.
Nah, it's like, you know what I'm saying? For some reason, when the sun set, you know what I'm saying? I get like real grown and sexy. It's just something about, I don't know.
We elevated.
I'm trying to see. Did Zena come in the chat or something?
She definitely in the building.
Yeah, she's here.
Oh, okay. That makes sense now.
So I don't know, is it doing something for you?
Yeah.
Type shit.
Oh my gosh. All right, y'all.
I can't stand him.
Okay, the guest box is open. There is no wait, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, or if you are deconstructing and you have a research-based question, what do y'all want to research while we wait? Or do y'all want to do a restart? What do y'all
I really
think?
you have that option because I want to see it in action now.
Have what?
So I wish you could do that from live studio because I want to see that in action now. Like,
yeah.
I want to see how that looks. But
they didn't give it to us, unfortunately.
Man,
we could explore the Moses's Elohim thing, because like the questions that I have surrounding that, right? Like if Moses is called Elohim or God by God, does that mean that the Israelites recognized Moses as God? And like when they are polytheist, was Moses one of the gods that they considered? You know what I'm saying?
Well, would that bring any like a different interpretation to when God is saying that ye are gods, but you'll die like mortals? Like just coming from that understanding?
Well, it could. Well, not. Well, that one is talking about multiple gods, though. So, like, who would be the other gods there with Moses?
No, I'm just saying, like, could we consider the thought that maybe he could have been talking about at least some humans?
Well, no, because Moses is the only one that he ever made a god.
That's fair.
Unless we say that God's divinity can be applied to mortals. So then when the Roman emperors were made gods, then that would be an example of that. So yeah, we could. It could be that Psalms 82 could be talking about mortals. If the divinity of this God can be transferred to a human the way that it was transferred to Moses, who's to say that it couldn't be transferred to any other human?
Right.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good question. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then like there's nowhere in the Bible where like when I researched it was like, oh, but it was temporary. But there's nowhere in the Bible that he takes it away.
Right.
So how is it how is it temporary?
Even when he condemns him to die, it's just like he never wants to see like revoke that status or yeah. I often wonder why Moses never got any like grace. Like I knew the dude was a hothead. Like he knew that he was insecure about his speech and just bullied the man up and down the way. But like they were supposed to be best friends. Like it makes no fucking sense. David out here fucking up so many people's lives and shit. And you're just like, I'm gonna clean up your mess for you, but I'm so mad. Like, no, man. Moses got the worst.
Let me see. It says that it's Exodus 21:16 is another instance where Elohim is used to represent the divine authority.
Isn't that the kidnapping verse?
Exodus 21:6 through Exodus 21:6.
That's the slave.
Is that?
Yeah, that's the Hebrew slave nailing his ear with the doorpost.
This man shall bring for he shall. So his master.
Oh, before God. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Then his master shall bring him before God. So who is the God?
Oh,
I don't remember
That's not
that
talking
before
about.
God.
It says that refers to a representative of divine authority.
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
Hello, somebody. So it could be people.
It says Elohim.
Yeah, but it's saying Elohim there applies to divine authority, not the God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is the?
I don't know. The judge, maybe a judge.
I mean, yeah, that's one of the.
It gives 2289 too.
It says rulers, judges, right? That's
so that's a judge. It's not
usage.
talking about Yahweh.
But I wonder what it is in the brown.
2289. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto the neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge is to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn. So let's go to.
I mean, the Brown Driver Briggs does say that it's under rulers, comma, judges, as divine representatives at sacred places, or as reflecting divine majesty and power. So these are human.
It does.
Divinity.
It does say. It does use Elohim here.
Mm-hmm.
El Ha Elohim. There it is. So the judge is a god.
Mm-hmm. You are gods, but you'll die like mortals. That's interesting.
Yeah, but I'm still not convinced. Also, because that one is about the divine council of El Elyon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and then
that's fair.
Yeah, and then these judges are already mortal. Like they were given the divinity of a god, right? But they were not immortal like a god. Like Moses wasn't immortal. Moses died, or he was taken up, or was it? No, he was buried.
Mm-hmm.
So Moses, like even as Yahweh telling Moses he'll be a god to Pharaoh and a god to Aaron, he still wasn't given immortality like a god. You know what I'm saying?
So are you saying that in the case of those gods spoken of, they had immortality and it was taken from them?
No, I'm saying they were never given immortality. That's so like in Psalms 82, those were gods. And you talking about in Psalms 82?
Uh-huh. When you're saying the council?
He's saying you're gonna die like a mortal. So symbolically, he was wiping them all out.
Okay, like he was gonna take their immortality.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
funny, in the Brown Driver Briggs, they're under the same definition.
What is?
Psalm 82:6 and Exodus 21:6. They're under the same general heading.
Interesting.
What, for Elohim, for gods?
Yeah.
What do you mean they're under? Like they're saying that they're
You want to give me the
judges in
screen?
Psalms 82?
Yeah, you want to give me the screen?
Let me see. Oh, I can't see that. That's here. Let me go to it.
Is that readable?
It is.
All right, so you can see plural and number, judges, rulers, divine representatives, right? And the first one is Exodus 21:6. And then you go down here, and it says, prepare, but gods. And then there's Psalm 82:6. So it's under the same, like, general grouping. I don't know if it means something else, if it's specific.
Hold on. See. Psalm. What is that? Plural as divine representative, sacred places are reflecting divine majesty and power. It's just confusing because hold on. They're at the Council of El
See, there is some
Elyon.
delineation between them.
Hold on. Looking for divine beings. Let's see. Ani Amarat Elohim Atam Ubani Elion Kulekim. See, it's saying
You can shrink me back down.
This is saying Ani Amarati Elohim Atam Ubani Elion Kulikim. So it's saying they're God's sons of El Elyon.
Does it say B'nai Elohim?
No, it says B'nai Elion. It says Ubani Elion. But it says Elohim Elohim Atam Ubani Elion. That's what it says.
So God made Moses his brother?
No, this is talking about the 70 sons of Elion. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, like, I know in the Septuagint, in the Greek writings, they changed it to, like, one of the Septuagints says angels, and then the Masoretic text changed it to the sons of Israel in Psalms 82. Give me just a second, because I think I actually have. I know I have a screenshot in my. Where is the? What the fuck? Where is it? Hold on. What am I looking for? What would it be? Is this it? Nope. What would be the title? I have so many. Can somebody let up the person that's in the guest box for me? Man, I cannot really. I'm probably gonna have to go through all my screenshots. See if I can find the
Eschatology.
You know what's so funny, Thinker?
What?
As soon as Pressure heard McCoy's voice, he started barking.
Oh, really?
Traumatized my dog, McCoy.
Hello, how's everyone doing? I hope you guys are doing okay.
Doing good, McCoy. I'm gonna let you talk to Nelly. Nelly, you there? I'm gonna look for this so I can show y'all the change in the text. Nelly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Go ahead and start with McCoy. I'm gonna keep looking for this. I want to show y'all how they changed the text, how it went from gods to angels to sons of Israel. Sons of Israel. Go ahead and I'll be right back.
Gods to angels to sons of Israel.
No. McCoy, I'm not.
No,
I wasn't talking.
that never happened.
McCoy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Nelly.
Okay, are you a believer or I need to know?
He's a believer, Nelly.
Yeah.
Okay. What topic would you like to pick?
So I'd like us to refer to Proverbs 22, verse 6, the third topic.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's almost as if Christians or the Christian belief is against the whole idea or the ideology of people existing on their own. Because if you read the actual chapter or the actual verse in this instance, it states, train up a child in a way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from you. Now, this verse is not necessarily against the idea of people choosing to live a certain way. For instance, people choosing to be, or rather people choosing to be attracted to the same gender, or whatever the case could be. That is not what the verse categorically states, because the verse at its core is in the Old Testament.
What are you talking about? The indoctrination of children or same-sex marriage? What are you talking about?
No, because the verse at its core, right? Have you read the book of Proverbs 22, verse 6, as per your topics?
But what does that have to do with same-sex marriage? I'm confused.
Because Christianity at its core is, or rather you guys see it as the idea of it being just male, female, or just it being this one, for a lack of a better wording, all of y'all see Christianity as this perfect thing, and anything that is out of this perfection is automatically against everything else that
I'm not.
exists
Hold
out
on,
there.
slow down. I'm not following you. Is anybody else following him? Because I'm not.
No. I have no idea what he's saying.
What does that have to do with the topic that you picked? What you're talking
Children.
about?
children and indoctrination. Okay, so can I please once again read the topic that you guys brought up, which is Proverbs, which is arguably, if not one of my favorite verses in the book of scripture. Train up
At
a
least talk
child.
about the scripture and the children of indoctrination, not what we think about Christianity. You're not following it. I don't know what you're talking about right now. You've talked about same-sex marriage. You've talked about what we think about Christianity, and said nothing about what the scripture actually says.
No, the
Exactly.
scripture actually says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. But to be fair, like, I thought that you guys were trying to, like, well, you guys are always against, like, whatever's on the Bible anyway.
Oh my gosh, are you
So,
going to be able to talk about this topic, or are you focused on whether we like the Bible or not?
no. Like, I know, like, at its core, like, you guys don't like the Bible anyway,
Okay, so what's your point then? If
right?
you know that, and you can't have a conversation with us, then why are you here, McCoy? Like, you can't talk about the
No,
topic. You're so focused on the
the
fact that
thing
we
is,
don't believe in the Bible. Like, what?
yeah, so, like, at its core, like, that's what all these conversations should be about
McCoy,
anyway.
nobody cares about that. Can you talk about the topic, or are you going to bitch about us not believing in the Bible?
No. Like, I've got the actual topic at its core. Like, I have it by the grip, like,
No, you
right now.
don't. No, you don't. That topic
Okay, let
is
us.
children and indoctrination. We are not children in here. The topic is about children and indoctrination, not what McCoy thinks about people who don't believe in the Bible.
Okay, could you please complete the whole chapter? Because it reads,
No,
well, the whole
McCoy.
verse, for
No.
instance.
No.
The
The
verse
topic is
is
about
train up a
children and
child.
indoctrination. McCoy, I'm going to say this one more time. The topic is about children and indoctrination.
And the reference to the topic is train up a child in the way he should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. Oh, Lord, remember me.
So that would be indoctrinating your child, right?
And how do you get to that conclusion?
Okay.
Like, have you read the actual verse that your own
Slow down, slow
that your
down, slow down, slow down, slow
that
down.
your
First,
team
slow
wrote
down,
up?
slow down,
Oh, Lord, remember me.
slow down. I
Did
need
you
to
just
know.
ask the Lord to remember you? McCoy, did you just ask the Lord to remember you just now?
No, because this is almost like a penalty. This is almost like
For
beyond
what?
reasonable
McCoy
doubt.
asking you to stick to the topic?
What is the sun almost coming up?
What is it that you think the God is gonna do that's gonna let you like derail the topic?
No. I'm not gonna derail the topic. Like, these are the perfect circumstances for me. Like, based on like what has happened within the last
Like,
couple
what
of
are you?
seconds.
I get
This
what
is
I'm asking
perfect.
is, what are you asking the Lord to remember you for? Like, what is He gonna do right now in this moment?
No, the fact that this is no. I'd like you guys to continue. Please
Can
continue.
you? Why did you? Go
Please
ahead.
continue.
What the
Because this
hell?
is the perfect situation
Would it
right
Okay,
make
here.
you more
okay.
comfortable if we all said we like the Bible? Then could you talk about it?
Okay, so is that a question to me
Yeah,
or A?
I'm actually coming around on the Bible. I'm a fan of it. So now that you've got an ally in here, can you talk about the topic?
Okay, so the topic is children and indoctrination, right? can we all agree that that's the topic? Or would you agree?
You have got to be kidding
Like
me.
Oh my
Master?
Can we
You
all
have
agree on
got to
what
be
the
kidding
words
me.
say? That's what the words say? Yes, we all agree.
I think the first thing that we need to define, first of all, do you know what indoctrinating a child means? Do you know what indoctrinating a human means?
I
Do you know
swear,
what
Nelly, I thought
indoctrinating
your
means?
voice
Not
was also making
indoctrinating.
a
Now you're being
impression.
unfair, like in your argument, like indoctrinating like a child. Indoctrination, yes. Indoctrinating like a child, an adult, or whatever the case could be. Or even an animal for
Okay,
that
but slow
matter.
down, slow down, slow down again. I asked you, what is indoctrination? What does that mean? Because it doesn't have to be biblical. You can indoctrinate somebody with anything. So I'm asking you, do you know what that means?
Yeah, like at its core, like indoctrination is basically teaching like someone or a group of people a set of beliefs, right?
Okay, okay, as long as we're on the same page.
Or
Now,
like instruction or teaching or whatever the case could be for that
okay, that's
matter.
close enough. That's close enough. I
Yeah,
got you.
uncritically is important.
Yes, there we go. So let's stick to the topic. Children and indoctrination. How do you feel about that?
I feel like so as a Christian, right? And as a Christian that grew up in a home or in an environment of people, and this is 100% correct. Oh Lord, remember me.
Okay,
This
it sounds
is
like you're trying to convince
100%
yourself, but
accurate.
go ahead.
No, this is 100% accurate.
Okay.
Like the home that I grew up in, right, did not believe in Christianity, did not believe in the Bible. And I found God on my own, at my own terms.
Okay, how did you find God? How did you find it?
Okay, so this is almost going to sound like a testimony, right?
Well, I don't need a
So, how,
testimony. I just need you to just tell me how you found God. How did you find him? Did you find him through a church? Did you find him through a pastor? Did you find him through somebody talking to you?
Did you find them under a rock? Did you find them in a tree?
it
Did you
was
find?
like, okay, um, let me just tell y'all how I actually found God or how I actually found Jesus. No. So churches usually have this thing, or how I found. Let me just tell my personal story, right? Um,
No, no,
no, let me just
no,
be like
no. This isn't
authentic.
the space for that.
Can I
No,
not be authentic?
no. They asked you a simple question. Keep it simple. We're not here for any personal testimonies and stories. No.
Thank you.
Was it on Craigslist?
Like, I'm not sure, like, if you guys understand it or not, right? Like,
We
I'm not
comprehend very well. Just answer the question directly, please.
okay. So I found God through a miraculous experience. That's my answer at its core. And that's the simplest definition of my answer. And
Okay,
it's my personal
so let me
experience.
ask you a question. Okay, okay, slow down. So no one ever talked to you about this God. No one's ever told you to read a scripture. No one's ever quoted scripture to you. You just miraculously had an incident and you found God.
Mm-mm. To be fair, I have heard of the concept or the idea of God, right? Which I didn't believe in initially, right? At first, because it did not make sense. Like anything that is out of the ordinary could miraculously, like,
Great,
but
great. I
I
got you
was
right
in
there.
that environment.
Hold on. Slow down. We got to go step by step now. You said you miraculously heard something, right? So who told you?
Mm-mm. No, no, no. I had not, like, I had heard a lot of things which I didn't have any, like, tangible proof of. It's nothing that I could touch, feel, see, or hear. It was nothing that I could sort of explain. So, which can I please just give y'all like the full story of how I became
No,
Christian?
no.
No, no.
Like, why is it not okay? Because
That's not
it's
what this
gonna.
platform is about.
This
No.
this is not a testimony platform. I
Okay.
mean, so you was not introduced to this God. You saying you found this God on your own. You just miraculously had an incident that happened, and you opened up your eyes, and there was God. That's what you're saying.
That is 100% accurate. And just to give you a bit
That
more
is
context,
100% bullshit. I'm calling it
okay?
like I see it. That's
Okay.
100% bullshit.
My brother Nelly.
Okay, let me say it this way. The mind, how do I say that? The mind can't teach what the mind does not know. If you don't know nothing about this God, if nobody's ever taught you about this God, you don't just miraculously wake up and find God.
My brother, brother Nelly. I'm not sure if you've been able to pick up, but I'd argue that, well, I'd like to believe that I'm not stupid, right? I'm not dumb.
Nobody's
I'm
calling
not
you
an
stupid or dumb.
imbecile. No, but like what I'm trying to say is the occurrence or what actually happened was almost beyond reasonable doubt. It was almost beyond reasonable comprehension at that point. And it was an actual miraculous experience in real time. Like, this is not some fugazi. This is
Yeah, it
something
is.
that
All
actually
Christians say
happened.
that. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All Christians say that. Been there.
I'm just
We same shit,
No,
different
I
day.
understand.
so
My
I'm just
sister,
curious. Hold on. I'm back. Sorry about that.
so like,
Hold on, slow down. You said earlier that it was something you can't feel, see, or touch. That's the reason why you didn't believe in it, correct?
yes, my brother. And this
Okay,
is
so stop
an
right there.
experience in the flesh.
Slow down.
Oh Lord, remember
So,
me.
so now you getting ready to tell me that you saw the light. Did you see God or something? Or did Jesus come to you and talk to you personally?
What I can say is I do speak to God, yes, and
No, I
then
didn't ask.
so
Did you?
that's
So hold on, slow down
when you're
again.
talking about the introduction.
Stop. I didn't ask, did you speak to God? I asked, did God speak to you? Did Jesus come and speak to you and talk to you personally?
Yes, he has, my brother.
Okay, so you saw him, right?
No, I didn't like see him physically,
But you heard
but he
his
has
voice.
spoken to me.
You heard his voice talking to you, right?
Uh, my brother, I think okay, can I please give my testimony and
No, you
then
cannot give
everything
your testimony. We're just trying to get to the nut and the bolts of this. I'm
McCoy,
at
we don't make me tell you again. No is a complete sentence. And when we say no, we mean no. That's a hard stop and a boundary. No. Save that for the Christians who believe this, not us.
so I'm just asking you. You said you couldn't feel, see, or touch it. So all of a sudden you had a miraculous incident and God came to you or Jesus came to you and started talking to you personally and you and him had a conversation. That's what you're telling me, right?
I speak to God like all the time,
Okay,
and
once
God like
again, hold on.
literally.
Once again, I did not ask you, did you speak to God? I asked you, did Jesus speak to you?
He does speak to me at times, but like it's once in a very long time, in most cases.
Okay, but is Jesus the one who spoke to you that made you uh, be convinced that Christianity is real, Jesus is real? Did he come to you and tell you, hey, I'm real, tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, I'm here, I'm real?
Okay. So as far as Jesus specifically has spoken to me on one occasion,
Okay, stop
and
right there.
then
Stop right there, stop right
afterwards,
there. You say Jesus spoke to you. What did he sound like?
he was looking the other way at that time,
Oh, so you
right?
saw him physically now. You saw him physically now. He was
No, it
looking.
was like no, I was dreaming at that time,
Oh, you was
but I
dreaming.
knew for sure that was Jesus right there,
You was for sure that that was Jesus in
and
your dream, right?
I am convinced for what was said in that dream materialized in that flesh, and that was almost beyond reasonable doubt
Same thing
that
Okay.
happened when my
that
deceased
was
grandmother
indeed
came to me
Jesus.
in a dream. Same thing
Yep.
happened to me when my deceased grandmother came to me in a dream.
Yep.
And it came, both things came to pass. Same thing.
Yep. When my mother passed, I had a lot of conversations with her in my dream.
Okay, so I think it's very important. So for
That you
me,
seek
as a
what?
person, as an
Professional?
individual, right? No, because
Nelly.
I'm not sure,
I'm just helping him
like
out.
I'm
That's
not
all.
sure, like by profession, right? By profession, I'm a counselor, right? I couldn't qualify to actually do psychology, but the point that I'm trying to get to is that I'm not dumb, right? I'm either
Okay.
like average or slightly above average, so I'm not stupid.
So
So
you're
the
you're
idea
a
that I
counselor,
would be
right? Hold on,
convinced
slow down, man. You're talking too much.
by profession, yes,
You're a
yes, my brother,
professional counselor, right? So that
by
means
profession, yes.
do you counsel adults or do you counsel children or do you counsel both or
I primarily deal with children, so
you
that's what I
counsel
do
children?
for a living.
Do you counsel
Yes,
them?
my
Do
brother.
you counsel them about the Bible?
I can't.
Oh, you can't.
I'd
Okay,
love
I just
to.
wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You still
So
haven't
the
told
point that
us
I'm trying to get to is the fact that I'm not stupid, right?
why
I'm
you keep
not
saying. Hold on, stop. Why do you keep saying I'm not stupid? I'm not stupid. Are you trying to convince yourself that you're not stupid? Or you trying to convince us that you're not stupid? Because we ain't called you stupid.
no, I'm trying to help you guys understand the concept of my ideology or belief. It's it's not coming out of the sky, or it's not something that I just thumbs out or whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So that's the
okay, let
point
me
that I'm
stop
trying
you
to get
again. Hold
across.
on, let me stop you again. Are we talking about the Abrahamic God, or is this some other God we talking about now? Because you said that it's not the concept of the sky, it's not the concept, and Abrahamic God is the concept of the sky and Jesus coming back and all that. So are we talking about a totally different God here?
So we're talking about the same God, my brother. We're talking about the exact same God. And then what I'm trying to say is I didn't just come to believe in God. Like as I said, now this should be a testimony on its own. Like
Oh
no
yeah.
one in my family believes in the idea of God and Christianity. Literally no one. Like where I grew up, ever since coming up,
So
that should tell
no
you
one
something
were
on its own.
slow down. I'm just making clarify. So no one in your family, no one where you was raised at,
In
no
my
one
immediate
believed.
family,
Let me
immediate
finish.
family,
No one in your immediate family was Christian and didn't believe in this God. So no one's
100%, my brother.
so no one has ever talk to you about this God and telling you how good he is and you should follow this Christ and all of this stuff. No one's ever did that to you, right?
Nobody, until I found him on my own, my
And
brother.
then you found him on your own and you went into a deep sleep and then Jesus came to you with his back turned and was it well
That
you said
wasn't it.
you said he was turned
No,
around.
that was before. No, that happened, right? But that
Oh,
was before I found Jesus.
oh, okay. So but you seen the
Like,
back of
like
Jesus
you're
though,
not
right?
giving me the opportunity to give my testimony. That's the problem.
Well, we don't need the testimony. I'm just asking you. You said that he had his back turned in one of your dreams, right?
100%, beyond
Okay,
reasonable
100%.
doubt.
How? What color was his hair?
So, um, his hair,
Yeah, his hair. What did it look like? Sheep's
his hair
wool.
was
Go
no,
ahead.
his hair was black. He was actually light skinned, and then the robe or the dress or the coat or whatever he was wearing was white, but
So he
his
wore
hair
a
was
white. Or
definitely black.
I'm trying to get a good description. So he wore a white robe. His hair was black, and he was light skinned. So how did you could tell he was light skinned with his back turned? Did you see his hands or something, or did you see some part of his neck or something? Did he have a short haircut? Did he have long hair? I'm just trying to get a description of what you saw.
Um, I think I think that's pretty much everything I saw, my brother. To
And he
be
was
fair,
talking to you the whole time with his back turned.
no, he was not talking to me at that time.
Oh, so who was he talking to?
It was almost as if his back was shunned on me based on the things that were happening at that time. But he was definitely he was facing the other way, right? And
I
I
understand that.
can't.
I understand because you can't look into the face of Jesus. I mean, something might happen to you. So I understand why he had his back turned. I got that part.
No, it's not because of that. It was
Oh,
my brother. Like what I'm trying to say is, and I'm gonna say this one more time, like my brother. Like I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb. Like
you
I wouldn't believe in something that's that's out of the ordinary or something that does not exist. You know what I mean?
and I'm gonna say it one more time. Nobody on this panel has called you stupid and dumb. No one on this panel. We might say you're a little out there, but we're not saying you're stupid or dumb. So why do you keep saying that? We're not
No,
trying to
because
belittle you
I'm
or
trying to.
anything.
No,
Not
because
really.
I understand the idea of Jesus and Christianity is, well, matter of
But
fact, like
what does
I've
that
been
have
here
to
a
do?
couple of times.
Slow down, slow down. Let me get back to the topic. What does that have to do with children and indoctrination? Your dream of Jesus's back with his black long hair and his white robe. What the hell does that have to do with children and indoctrination? That's where I'm lost at. I think everybody would like to know that.
Okay, so like what I'm trying to say is, I think it's high time like I gave my testimony.
No, it's not. You're not giving no testimony on here. This ain't church, baby. You want to give a testimony, step in
You're
the
about
church,
to
they give
get
them all
dropped,
day.
McCoy. McCoy, you're about to get dropped. You mentioned testimony one more again.
I just want to know, you picked the topic. You said children and indoctrination. And then you went on to this spur about it. You want this testimony and this Jesus with his back turned and he talking to you in black hair and all that. You ain't said nothing about children and indoctrination. That's the topic that you chose. Do you believe? Let me ask you this. Do you think it's right to force a child on this religion?
That is not the topic though, at its
I'm
core.
asking you.
if you guys are being fair.
I'm asking you, do you feel it's right to force this religion on a child?
Whether or not it's right,
You can't
it's
you can't answer
it's
that question.
questionable.
Okay, how is it
To force this
questionable?
religion on a child, yes, I think it's important.
You think it's important to force this religion on your child because you
If you
believe
care
something.
about your child, yes. If you want the best, because Christianity at its core, it's not about beliefs, works, what you do, how you perceive, or whatever earthly things.
Okay,
Christianity at its core,
slow
it's
down,
about being in a position
McCoy,
where you can be.
McCoy. So you think it's okay to do that? So now my next question to you, and I want you to think real hard about it. My next question is this: if you think it's right to force it on them, you're forcing it on the child for a reason behind your belief. So if you didn't force this religion on them, could that child grow up to be a nice person and a productive citizen in this world without you
Highly,
forcing this forcing this religion on them?
highly unlikely, my brother, because
Highly unlikely.
most people like are horrible human beings at their core, right?
Okay,
Not
stop
So
right
I
true.
there.
feel like
Stop right there. You just said out of your own words that you was not raised in this religion. You in your household, this religion was not spoke of or anything, and you grew up in this
100%.
household. Stop. Okay, 100%. So what you telling me is that you was just a terrible child, and you was a terrible teenager, and you was a terrible grown man until you found Jesus. Is that what you telling me?
That is um 80% true, yes.
Okay, I'm done with him. That's it.
It's just
All right,
No, but
bullshit with
like
McCoy.
such
Like,
at least
ease.
I could.
Who trapped him?
I did.
like goodness
Was y'all
gracious. Like
anybody
that
else
was.
wanted to talk to him? I'm
Ooh.
sorry.
He kept
That.
switching things to fit his narrative. And then when I
Yeah.
bring it back to him, then he said, he thought about it. He said, well, I guess I better say I was terrible, 80% terrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
McCoy is a lot.
But
I don't know.
also nothing.
Yeah. And he's back
Like
in the guest box.
He's a
No,
liar.
no.
he was averaging like half a thought per minute.
If that.
Y'all, so I did find okay. So this is the translation of how they went from making the gods the sons of Elohim through the various translations to the sons of Israel or to men. So this is using Deuteronomy 32, and this is a Mormon site. This is a Latter-day Saint site. But so the Dead Sea Scrolls for Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, says, when Elion gave the nations as an inheritance, when he separated the sons of man, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God, B'nai Elohim. For Yahweh's portion was his people, Jacob was a lot of his inheritance. The Septuagint changed it to the angels of God, Aglion Theo, and then the Masoretic text changed it to the sons of Israel. And this is when the gods in the Bible became man. And then the Psalms 82, it says the word Adam. So it says, I say you are gods, and the sons of the highest are all of you. Here, the gods, Elohim, are defined in terms of a singular deity, Elion, the Most High. It is also a statement that they are placed in their position by God, who acts as a supreme authority. Nevertheless, you will die like a man. The word Adam means either the first man, Adam, or the concept of mortal man in general. The significant aspects of this phrase are that they put the one concept in opposition to the other. Two references to gods are followed by two references to men. The reference here, however, is clearly antithetical. If these gods were men, they would not die like men, nor does their death occur immediately, but rather, like Adam, occurs eventually because of their actions. You will die like Adam. And like one of the leaders, you will fall. Rather than the traditional leaders, I prefer the suggestion by Heiser and Mullen that rather than referring to princes, the Hebrew references the shining ones. This reading also creates a clear connection between Psalms 82 and two other Old Testament texts relating to the divine council, Isaiah 14:12 through 15, which relates the fall of Lucifer, and Ezekiel 28:12 through 17. Both of these refer to divine beings who lost their immortality and were cast out of heaven. This also concludes God's speech to the gods. As Handy writes, the God rules the cosmos as the humans rule the earth. The single major difference is that human rulers always die, while the God only dies sometimes. So in the Hebrew, Psalms 82 is referring to actual gods, but it's the Masoretic text that changes it to men, to judges, like divine authority. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yes, that does. That does make sense.
Oh, so what'd you do to your microphone that you went from one ear to the other?
So basically what had happened was I got my headset on now. It changes my voice too.
So that's what you've been doing all damn day?
I just haven't had it on until now.
But you had like a stereo warble, or it was like in one ear and then in the other. Like,
oh, it was throwing my voice?
it was like, switching from one ear to the other. Like,
oh damn.
It wasn't crazy. It was just like a little bit.
Damn. Yeah, I think the microphone on my phone came shitty. So yeah, that could be it. It could just be faulty.
Astronova, the Masoretes were some Jewish scribes who were responsible for like creating the vowel markers for the Hebrew text, and basically preserving the Hebrew scriptures. And they were a sect of Jewish scribes from like the 10th century CE. Yeah, they're the ones that are responsible for the Masoretic text and adding the vowel markers to the Hebrew text. You're welcome. Okay, y'all. I don't know what do we. I guess I'm gonna restart, y'all. It's 8:30. I'm gonna do a restart because we're trying to stay live until Bash's song drops. So we have about 2.5 hours, 3 hours,
3.5,
3.5.
3.5 hours, and I think it's the same people in here. So I'm gonna try to do a restart and see what it goes, and I'll be right back. Okay.
All
Okay, but
right.
I'm blocking. I'm muting McCoy as soon as he comes back, just to let
Okay.
you know.
Okay. All right.
They froze us. Look, somebody sent a. I'm not gonna.
Hi, Kwame. I saw the.
All right, y'all. Welcome back. Y'all know what to do to get us into the algorithm. See if we can get some good conversations going. We started out pretty good with Mando, and then the conversations kind of got weird. So let's see. Y'all know, do the popular, the heart me's, the team bracelets. I think some people were asleep. No, not 10 a.m. I'm going to stay live to probably 11 p.m. Central for Bash's song to drop so that we can stream it. He has several Apple Music pages. I don't know if he has a pink beer one, but I think it's under Bash's Apple Music page is under Sebastian Cole, ain't it?
Well, you have to go to his bio and then go to the Apple Music link in his bio to go there. He does have an Apple Music for Pink Beard.
Okay.
But if you he said if you search it, it doesn't show up. But if you go through the link in his bio, then it'll take you there. So just go to Pink Beard's page and go to the link in his bio. You'll be able to follow.
Okay. Because all I could find was the several Sebastian Coles. That's helpful.
Yay!
Let's see what it do, y'all. Let's see if we can get some good conversations going, some good research going in here. Y'all know I like to learn new shit.
Mm-hmm. Thinker, do you like black beans or green lima beans?
I don't like lima beans. I prefer black beans over lima beans.
Yeah.
Why?
You said you was from the South?
Yeah, I don't eat lima beans.
You fuck with lima beans?
No.
I don't know. Somebody gonna have to pull that card.
Can't nobody pull my card. I know where I'm from. I haven't ate lima beans since I was a kid, and I ate it one damn time. Lala, you haven't. It's showing that you're still connecting.
Oh shit! I love when people change their profile. I hate do that so much.
What'd she do?
She changed her profile picture again.
Oh, where is she at? Where'd she change it to?
She's a
Short section
ghost.
with locks sitting on the hood of a car.
To what?
You gotta look at it.
I'm looking for her in the comments. I don't see her. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
She did that shit quick. Oh my gosh, do that. Like, wait, why did you why did you change it to that? Who is it?
Bart Simpson with dreads.
Oh, what made you do that?
Just time for a change.
Oh my god. Is that AI generated?
Yep. You
That
don't
is
hate me,
funny.
also. You love me.
No, I love it. I
Admit it.
love it.
But why it make me think of Oso though?
That's crazy. You know what? I'll take it because last time you said something, you called me a bald motherfucker. I was just like, wow, that's crazy.
I was playing with you. I did not think you was
No,
How do
bald.
you
you
wasn't.
Yes, I
update
was. I
this?
did not think you was bald though. So you had a fro. What you say, Nelly?
How do you update TikTok?
How do you update it?
Hello?
Like in the App Store?
Yeah, yeah. How do you go in there and do that? Because I think that's what I need to do because I have full signal, but my signal keeps fading on here. But I have full signal.
You just got to go to the app store, search for TikTok, and just if an update is available, just hit update.
Okay.
You've never updated your app?
No.
You have to have. There's no
Yeah.
way.
You wouldn't be able to be
Not
on
unless it
here.
automatically done it. I didn't do it.
Yeah, it does automatically do it.
Okay. Well, maybe that's why I did because I ain't did nothing.
But let me say it like this: in order for you to be on TikTok right now, it would have had to have automatically been updated.
McCoy, will
Okay.
you stop requesting? I'm not bringing you back up. Like we gave you multiple opportunities to engage with the topic, and you want to testify and talk about everything else. So please stop crossing boundaries and stop requesting.
Well, at least McCoy gave us a somewhat description of what Jesus looks like. We know he got black hair and he light skinned
I
and he
didn't even
loves
hear that.
white robes.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I told you I was going to mute him for the rest of the live when you came back because he requested prior, as soon as Lala dropped him the last time. And in the comments, he said, I just wanted to tell my testimony.
Oh
So
no,
I muted him.
man.
I don't know why. Like I guess he thinks that the testimony is going to change our mind or something. I don't know.
Like we gonna go, oh wow.
Zatoichi?
More properly Zatoichi, but you're close enough.
Zatoichi. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing good.
That's
Are you a
nice.
believer in the God of the Bible, or are you
I used to
deconstructing?
be, but deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you want to talk about?
Well, the first one, I can't remember ever reading that. Moses was called Elohim. But if you state that is true, then I accept it. Adam and Eve, spiritual awakening versus spiritual death. I don't believe I quite understand that. Children in indoctrination. Well, yeah, I mean, we've all been indoctrinated.
I'm sorry,
Correcting.
what's happening right now?
Sorry?
No, I asked like what specific topic did you come up to talk about? Like you're kind of running through all the topics.
Yeah,
So that's not
I
how
was.
my forum is ran. Like I don't do like I'm a research based live, right? And I have like very focused conversations about a specific topic.
Right.
Yeah, so
And I have to
I
choose
don't
from
allow
that
people.
four?
Right, but you're reading them and then you're talking about each one.
Well,
Which one did you want to discuss?
well, I'm not familiar with the fact that Moses was called Elohim, so I'd have to go past that. Adam and Eve's spiritual awakening versus spiritual death. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Is this your only
It's
page?
Sorry?
Is this your only page?
When you say my only page, what do you mean?
Your only TikTok page?
You mean account?
Sure.
No, it isn't.
What's your other one?
I'm trying to remember. I don't use it that frequently.
Is it Backo Man?
Yeah, that
Bakuman?
too.
Baku.
Yeah, but I
So
haven't
you've
been
been
up
on
in a
here
while.
before.
Yeah, I sort of found it exhausting after a while, having these discussions with people and them not really, accepting the truth of what we are saying, so I sort of hung it up for a couple of weeks.
So are you participating in the discussions for people to accept the truth, or are you just in it for yourself?
Well,
Like what are you?
I'd like to believe that that we are having an effect when we discuss it with them, because we all would like for them to sort of come to a different reality in terms of the concept of gods.
I'm not looking to convert anyone.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't. Yeah, I'm not having these discussions to convert anyone. The questions that I ask, right, are for me. And when I have these discussions, sometimes the believer will say something that I haven't thought about, that'll give me another avenue of research. And or talking to people who are deconstructing, it'll open up a different perspective of the deconstruction process. Like, I'm not trying to convert anybody. I mean, it's good. It's beneficial if like the main thing is just igniting critical thought, right? Getting people to think about how their beliefs affect other people. But my goal is not to force or try to force anybody to give up their God or their at all. Like, that's not what my goal is.
I don't suppose I'm doing that either. It's more in line with what you're doing. But as I said before, it's sort of frustrating to some extent that the simplest of things, people just don't accept. I just hope that we're planting seeds and that they'll come to a better understanding. Just simply because of the way it has affected the whole of the world, as Christianity, and especially our people. It's such a fraudulent thing. It really is. But took me some time to get to it.
Give me just a second. Andre, shut the fuck up. Like, if you think that I'm trying to convert people away from their God, then why the fuck are you here? Like, if you didn't sit with the serpent, if you didn't fucking talk to the serpent, if you didn't come into the serpent's room, then you couldn't be converted. Don't that make sense, Andre? And if you had critical thinking, you wouldn't be here, would you? There's no chance of you being converted if you don't go where the conversion is happening. Zatatoichi?
just Zato. Just go with Zato. Zatoichi. Yeah.
Zatoichi. Which one of these topics did you want to discuss? Like, we can talk about the Moses being called Elohim.
Well, I guess we'd go to correcting biblical information and facts.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
Correcting biblical information and facts. I don't really know how you do that, except to sort of express your understanding, your new understanding that you've come to if you've been a Christian in the past, and and just tell them as the facts are. The few facts that I know is that the flood never happened. Jonah was never swallowed by a whale, or the largest whale in the world could just barely swallow an orange. They eat plankton. That sort of thing. Just just state facts as you know it. Like the Trinity. There are all kinds of different understandings of the Trinity. One of them is that Jesus was originally an angel, and that in order to serve the supposed God Yahweh, he came down here and ended up being crucified as part of his duty, and because of that he was elevated. He never wanted to be equal with God, but he was elevated to just beneath God, and that's why they say that all knees shall bow, etc., etc.
Well, that topic is basically about the way believers feel about correcting biblical information and facts, right? As you study and you begin to accept the facts, believers get hostile about that, and they see it as rebellion, right? And not necessarily as people being responsible with their belief system. They see it as rebelliousness.
Quite true.
Yeah. So the topic is really about whether we should correct the biblical information. For example, one of the things that we just learned and realized is that what we've been taught our whole life is that Leviticus 18:23 and Leviticus 20:13, where we've been taught that the text says man shall not lie with male as with a woman. It is abomination, but the text doesn't say that. It was a forced translation. The Hebrew text just does not read that way. And so as we, learn how to read Hebrew, I think it's the responsibility of those of us that actually know that scholars to this day don't actually know what the author intended by that, by that text. It's our responsibility, to correct that narrative, right? Because there's a lot of hate behind those two verses.
Yeah, I understand. It sort of reminds me of when the Lord came down as an angel with the other two, and they went into, where was it, Babylon, and they were offered, and the men came because they wanted to seize the men that came to the house, that sort of thing, and they were offered virgins. And, my understanding of that piece of scripture is that there was not necessarily a condemnation of homosexuality, but it was something that was frowned upon, sort of like wearing garments of two different materials. So
it actually wasn't frowned upon in the ancient Near East.
Right. So, I just learned that myself about 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
So it's all that sort of misinterpretation. There are 4 different versions as to why Jesus was God or wasn't God, and as it is, there are different levels of gods. I think Yahweh even called a Jewish God in which book was it? Was it Genesis? Supposedly Yahweh called a Jewish king God. And then you had Jesus saying that we're all gods. So it took me some time to come to grips with that myself, in my deconstruction, because it seems as though there are different gradations, so to speak, of gods. And then you find out that, Caesar was a god, and Julius Caesar was a god. He was ordained a god, and people, they were witnesses.
That's Roman, but that's Roman
Right.
religion. That doesn't have anything to do with this. But yeah. So like we were just talking about that word Elohim in Psalms 82, and what the history was behind that word, meaning judges, Jewish judges, because it originally did not mean that. But the Masoretes ended up changing the translation to refer to human men, but it didn't originally mean that.
Okay, see, I just learned something. I always thought of him as just a storm god that absorbed his other siblings and became the Almighty.
That's different. That's different. Like that doesn't have anything to do. So like, So Psalms 82 is talking about Yahweh taking his place at the council of El Elyon, which was the Canaanite deity. And so he's admonishing the other gods, his siblings, for how they are ruling their nations. And he curses them to die like mortals. And then at the end of Psalms 82, Yahweh is elevated to the head of the council, and he becomes the God of all the nations.
So you're much more versed than I am in the I call it literature.
Yeah, and so like the topic is just really focused on how people engage with new information as we learn and we actually study, because most of the time we're preached at, right, or preached to and told what to believe and what to think, right? We don't necessarily read a lot of the text ourselves. We don't study the history ourselves. We don't learn the original languages ourselves so that we can fact check what we're being told by preachers, by our parents, by prophets. And so as we do that, should it it's being seen as rebellion and not being responsible for your belief system. And I think that it should be more welcomed in anything than fought against. And we get a lot of hostility from believers when we correct our understanding of the text.
Yeah, well, that's where the term cognitive dissonance comes in. I remember what actually started my deconstruction was when I moved to Houston. A neighbor of mine invited me to go to the Seventh-day Adventist church, and they didn't believe that Jesus turned water into wine because they don't believe in alcohol. It was unfermented grape juice. And then when I had a further, I want to say, discussion with them, they called me an apostate. So it made me confront the fact that my doubts that I always had. And that's when my deconstruction started. It was like 4 years ago. Yeah, just about then.
All right. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up.
Sure, it was my pleasure. I'll go back in the lobby and listen some before I go elsewhere. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too, Bibbs.
What did he say?
He said you too, babes. Yeah. Just so you know. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Debbie? Okay.
Hey, Thinker, I need to drop. I'm gonna drop for a while. I'm gonna fight with my grandson for a little while.
Okay, have a good one. Have fun. Also, please stop doing that to my ears. Are you playing with your headphones?
Was jumping right now?
Yes.
Or right now?
Yes. Are you doing that on purpose?
No, my head is staying still. I don't know what's happening. It's doing it right now?
No, not right now.
No, it just was like a blip.
Huh.
Okay, y'all. I am really, really, really trying to stay live. And then I don't know about the Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the daytime callers are kind of I don't know.
I honestly think Thursday is different too. I really do. Like Thursday afternoon and prime time is like even Tuesday's not this bad.
Right. Yeah, very mid. And I keep
There's
trying
been
to
It's been like an overall shift because I know like back in the day we used to have a bunch of Christian show for G Spots lives on Thursday nights, right? Like a fuck ton of them going into your live. So I mean, should it be to the point where we'd be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning still in G Spot live because of how many Christians are there? So they were outside. I don't know where they are now, but they were outside.
But my live isn't just about Christians. Like, mine, like I do deconstruction, people deconstructing too, and even that, like the numbers are really low right now. Even for us to just be around 500 all day, that's just weird. Like I don't know. I don't know. It could be, it could be because it's Easter weekend and a lot of people are probably out shopping looking for their damn Easter suits and stuff. I have no idea.
I mean, I think he had like 480 before the restart.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's low for my live though. That's low. And then like the long periods of waiting for people to come up, that's starting to become a regular thing, and which is what has me thinking about changing the structure of the live back to research, and kind of getting away from the conversation and like going back to what we were before. But I know that once I do that, the Christians are gonna want to interrupt that because they're gonna sit and they're gonna listen to what we're uncovering and they're gonna want to refute it. That's the thing. And then they yeah, like that's the only thing. It's
I
like once we
mean,
find a
that
momentum,
too.
they interrupt it.
Yeah, and there are
But
also other people live right now too.
and the fact that it's like
Yeah.
encroaching on summertime, so people are outside more.
But that didn't affect us last year. Like the summer, like it didn't affect our numbers at all.
Maybe so.
Yeah. Um, I just gotta figure out. Like I said, because there's more people doing deconstruction lives now.
Mm.
I might fall back on the amount of lives that I do because I like it's just a lot of deconstruction lives now. Yeah, and
I mean, that's kind of why I really haven't been doing them, is because like there's always somewhere to be, and then I don't have to commit to it.
yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I try not to go live when other deconstruction is alive, and I've made adjustments for other people to have a platform. I think it would be good if I got that same courtesy. Unfortunately, I have not. And so I have to adjust.
Yeah, that's always on my mind too. It's
Yeah.
like I see people up, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to just go. And then I mean, part of it is like I'm probably not going to take anybody's audience or anything, but it's just like I don't know, just go over there.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense to do that, right? Like it especially like it just I don't know, it just doesn't it just doesn't seem it doesn't make sense to divide the baby, if that makes sense. Yeah. And I'm just not interested in competing for that. Like
Yeah, I get that.
yeah, I'm not gonna do it. But what I will do, like I said, is adjust. And then when I do when I make moves, I'm not gonna be as gracious as I have been in the past.
Fair enough.
Well, there's a bright side to it as well. I mean, when you started doing this, there wasn't hardly any. And I think that you motivated people to start their deconstruction lives. I think you motivated a lot of people to do that.
Yeah, and I understand that. That's why I said like the grace that I give, to make sure that other people have that ability to have that space. I think I should get that same grace in return.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know, call a meeting of the minds and say, hey, why don't we split this up, and keep it going,
I don't think
and
I should have to do that. Honestly, they didn't have to do it with me. I don't
no,
think I should have to do that.
I totally agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
They already know your schedule, so there's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The grass is green where you water it. You know what I'm saying? That shit.
Now, I'm glad that this live is here because I didn't not. I tried to go live a few times. I've done it, but I preferred You know, I'm glad I found this community. I'm glad that I'm a part of it. So I have no reason to go live. My voice is heard still.
Yeah, and I think we have. That's why, like, I try to give almost every host space on the stage. Like, I think I'm very generous. Um,
You are. I appreciate it. You know,
yeah,
I gained a lot of followers from it, but all I do is lead them back here.
yeah, but I'll figure something out. Even if I go back to Thursday nights, I don't think the Thursday daytime. Like it's just weird. Like I start doing daytime lives on Thursdays, and then other people start doing it. It's just weird to me.
Hmm.
But I don't know. Andre, how are you? Andre, are you there? Andre, you were talking shit in the comments to me. Are you not going to talk now?
Andre.
Okay, we're going to take you down since Cat's got your tongue.
I know when you get up here and start acting scary, dog. Put your request back in.
I don't know. All
Play
that
with your
damn
chesticles.
shit talking he was talking in the comments is weird. And then he
They be
gets up here
so
and
big
don't
and
say nothing. Huh?
right. So they be so big and bad down there in the comments. They come up here and don't got shit to say. That's crazy.
Yeah. But I don't know, y'all. I guess we are done for the day. Like I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of different factors that go into today specifically.
Wait,
But
you can't escape me just yet. You can't escape me just yet.
shit.
I gotta not you, not you. Let's talk
Oh,
about
I thought you
the
were talking about like Luna from
not
outside.
not you. How y'all
Sure.
doing tonight? Think I
How are
had a
you,
question for you,
Sandra?
love. I'm good. I'm good. I had a great day today. It's been a nice day. It's been a good day. I hope y'all
You're
had a good
welcome.
day. I've been listening to y'all all day long, and it has been hilarious and very informative. And this morning, you had a conversation with, I don't remember, he was a Bible scholar, and y'all touched on Paul. And you touched, I was not able to capture the scriptures y'all were talking about, and I lost a little bit of the plot, but it was very interesting. It was something you discovered about how Paul may have been talking about sexual immorality, but more so in
Oh,
this, yeah, more
the
so in the,
idolatry or the
yeah,
rituals. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Romans 1.
Romans 1. Do you have a moment? Can you tell me a little bit more about what y'all were talking about and some resources? Because I was working and I missed it, and I'm a little upset with myself. I
So
was
he
like,
didn't give any resources, and I kind of just jotted it down for something for me to study and research later.
okay.
But yeah, he was saying that it had to do with the um, alms that was required to the Roman gods, and that sexual favors was one of the acts that you could give to the Roman gods, and inside the temple were young boys and young girls. And he said Paul is telling them not to participate in that part of the alms because Paul couldn't tell them not to pay Roman
Mm-hmm.
taxes, but he was telling them not to participate in that part is what he was saying. So I kind of just jotted it down for me to research it later, but it makes sense that Paul would tell them not to participate in that Paul would address that because they were required to worship the Roman gods and their own God. Some Christians were executed because they refused to do both. And it wasn't a large number that was executed for refusing to do both, but there were a few. But a lot of them just did both because it was a law in Rome.
And I know he touched on Santeria. And it was interesting.
Oh, he was just saying that he didn't really go into Santeria though. He was just saying it. He was just saying like the Greek and Roman gods are, and their spirituality is kind of synchronized into the New Testament, like Santeria. Yeah.
Hiding it in, masking it. Yeah, it was interesting that he was saying that, and that was the same thing that they did, clearly. Okay, that's a nice little deep dive that we're both going to be going down, and I'm excited to see what you get, because that kind of blew my mind as well, because that's always been pushed, especially on me, or, growing up, that like, hey, this is one of the reasons why, you shouldn't do X, Y, and Z, sex before marriage, all those things. Okay. That's all I had. I couldn't for the life of me. Some of those details were missing, and I thought he gave more resources. So I wanted to make sure I didn't miss nothing.
Oh yeah, no, you're welcome. I'm gonna research it some more, because I think it's really interesting, and what it's leading to for me is that this book doesn't talk about homosexuality at all. That's what it's kind of leading towards, because we know that Sodom and Gomorrah isn't about homosexuality. We know that Leviticus isn't necessarily talking about homosexuality, and then if we find that that's not what Paul meant, then the book wasn't talking about homosexuality at all.
So
Why?
like in, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Matt.
Well, this is a jumping over to Ezekiel talking about Sodom, but you go ahead, Zena.
Well, I was going to ask, where do you think the shift came in from? Because we know that they had male sex slaves in, the Roman hierarchy, that was a sign of power, right? Having a servant. Where do you think the shift from openly accepting that this was the case to having things like it be so secret but so well known, like in the Catholic Church we know that this happens, right? Do you have any idea, is there any doctrine, anything that like really made that shift super permanent?
The shift
I don't know if that makes sense.
Towards condemning homosexuality, or
specifically in the like their hot, like their level of hierarchy. I don't know if I'm saying it right, like their status.
It was taboo around second century and second temple time. It wasn't really frowned upon, but it wasn't really illegal, but it was frowned upon. It was taboo to do. But around 4th century is when they really started honing in on it.
4th century.
Christ Ambassador says the Bible actually speaks about homosexuality in its primal sense, not in the PC sense.
What? Wait, like orca whales humping other female orca whales, like in that primal sense, or like what are we talking about?
What does he mean by the PC sense?
Politically correct?
It's primal, not PC. Yeah.
But what does he mean? Not in PC. What does he mean? What does that mean?
Oh, like they were sugarcoating it? Like they didn't say
like
it
I think
outright?
it's saying it's like more animalistic or something. Like primal. It's more primal. Not, I don't know, maybe because they don't have parades or something. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by PC.
He says the book. Is he saying that's the name of a book? The book, the Bible, actually speaks about homosexuality. The book, the Bible. Is this the name of a book, or?
He might be, I think a lot of us call it the book. So maybe he's just put some respect on his name.
Oh.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought
still
he was
stuck
giving
on.
a resource or some shit.
I want to know what primal homosexuality is.
And they
You
just be
just gotta
saying
have it.
shit. Yeah, they just be
That's what
saying
they do
shit.
on Earth Prime.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That was a sinister profile picture.
I see somebody tagging saying that there needs to be more sensationalism. Like normally, like I don't have a problem getting people in the lives. I appreciate your feedback though. Um, today's format is different because today's format is focused on research. And then it might be that not a lot of people are as research focused. Some people may just like the arguing and the debating and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do appreciate your feedback though.
I
That
think
was
it's crazy not to be here right now, especially if you are a creator, because I don't know about you guys, but I learn better in a group setting. Like there's a bunch of different ideas going on and different rabbit trails we can go down. Like this is the perfect spot to do that. So I don't know. And so I'm here.
Yeah, that's why I went back to like when me and Rhea started. Like we used to be on live all day, just going down rabbit holes, like researching shit. Like I don't know. Like that's what I want to get back to. Like I need to learn. Like I feel like having conversations with thank you Dugal for the raid. Having conversations with people who rarely allow themselves to think, like like it's affecting my brain. I feel like you know what I'm saying. Like constantly, just like having to argue with them every day. Like it's just I don't know. I be hoping that a Christian that actually studies, that actually reads, that can challenge the shit that I think I know, can come in here, but they don't. They don't. Like I want to be challenged.
I think the last guest on DeGauld's live could give you a challenge. They had back with the new up there.
Oh no, that's that foolish shit that I
Yeah.
can't.
No,
That's the shit that be hurt. Like I just be needing to sit back because arguing with idiot, like it literally breaks my brain to argue with people who think on that level. Like it's like for fucking what?
I don't know what that guy's. I can't wrap my head around like someone being like that. Like how aware of it? How aware of your like abrasiveness are you? I have to wonder that.
He's not. Or I don't think
He's got to be a little bit.
Dr. Hannah, can you come in for a second so I can ask you about God calling Moses Elohim? I think you're giving him too much credit, Mac.
I
Wait,
mean,
did I call her Dr. Hannah or Rabbi Hannah?
I think
did I say Dr. Hannah?
Doctor.
Doctor.
Congratulations.
Oh my God.
I didn't even know.
Rabbi Hannah, are you able to come up right quick so I can ask you about God calling Moses Elohim and what y'all teach about that?
That other man was trying to dispute you about that, wasn't he? Like about
they won't come up. Yeah, but they won't come up and talk about it. Okay. That's what I need to figure out. But also, I don't think they've ever read this scripture. I don't think they knew it was in here.
How do they reconcile not putting any? And this is probably super basic thinking, but if this is true, right? Like, and not if it is true, it's in the scripture. How does Aaron reconcile not putting any other god before him if he's supposed to see Moses like a god and trust everything he says as a mouthpiece for God, right? Like,
yeah.
And how did the people view Moses in that respect? Like, if there's so much reverence that Aaron, the second in command, had, I can't help but to think that the people also did the same for Moses. And did that influence a lot of the laws that we saw taking place.
These are the questions that I had written down to ask today if someone had chosen that topic. Zena, you think just like me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those are the questions that I have for
got
Dr.
you.
Hannah. Thank you.
Hello.
Did I just do it again?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
fine.
you
I'm a
did.
doctor. You can do either.
Oh, you are? Okay.
There
Okay.
you go.
Yeah, I have a doctorate in theology.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
either way is fine. Oftentimes when people get out of pocket, I tell them, don't call me honey. You can call me rabbi, or you may call me doctor, and those are your two choices.
Okay. Awesome. I must be a prophet. Okay. Yeah.
So you're talking about Genesis. You were talking. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the last guy who was an idiot. You're thinking of Exodus 7:1, right?
And 4:16, where he was a god to Aaron, and Aaron was his prophet.
Right. Ve'omer Adonai el Moshe re'ah nelcha Elohim leparo v'Aaron achika yeche nevika. And Adonai says to Moses, see, I have made you Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're wondering why did Adonai refer to Moses in this way?
Yeah, like he
and
called
literally
him.
That is it. He is manifesting. He's telling him, you are about to go manifest the power that I am. So you will be like a god unto Pharaoh, because you're going to manifest the power that I am giving to you. He's not saying that that Moses is a god, but just that he's given him the authority to manifest God's presence and be godlike to Pharaoh.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, right, because the text doesn't say like a god in Hebrew, though. Like it doesn't have
no, it says, I have made you Elohim to Pharaoh. That's all it says. Right. I have made you Elohim to Pharaoh.
Yeah. And so it doesn't say like a god. It says, I've made you God to Pharaoh.
Right. Yes. But it is not he is not saying you are a god, but Elohim, he's using the term Elohim, or the text is using this term Elohim, because it is about elevating, showing that Moses has been elevated temporarily to go and help release the slaves. And I say that loosely because that's nowhere near historically accurate.
So that's another thing that I saw in my research, that is saying that it was a temporary elevation to divinity. But where is it taken away? Hold on for a second. Goldfish, do not use caps in my comments.
You want me to give him a break, or is warning good enough?
Fine. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I was in the middle of doing it when you said it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Where is the divinity taken away from him?
So it isn't. This is. I'm going to try again. So it is not that he is giving him divinity. He is giving him the presence of the Lord to go and be like. And I know it.
No,
it
I
says,
got that. I'm saying, but you're saying that it was a temporary elevation. Where was it taken away? If it was temporary, where was it taken away?
Let me find it for you. Hold on, just give me a second. Oh,
I'm glad you asked that, because that was going to be my question. And if it was temporary, why influence Aaron to view him in that way? Like, why not, like, say he is a mouthpiece for him, right? Like, I think other prophets are, said, like, I'm a mouthpiece for God. But this in particular is like bestowing him that, title. That's very interesting.
Yeah. And like, I don't, I understand why someone who believes that nobody could be God, like there's only one God, would read it and say, oh, the writer means this. But in reality, that's not what the writer wrote. And so, like, I guess, like, I don't know, it kind of feels like I'm being forced to accept that that's what the writer intended because of a belief in monotheism.
There's no belief in monotheism there. Monotheism happens much, much, much later.
I'm talking about now.
To this day.
I'm talking about the translation, right? I know that the writer wouldn't have a belief in monotheism because he didn't write it in a monotheistic way, but the translation it feels monotheistic. It's like nobody else can be God. So he's saying that Moses would be like a God, or in the role of God, because nobody else can be God. That feels like a later, because of the switch to monotheism much later. The translation feels like that. That's what I'm saying, because the
and
text
I hear
doesn't
you.
feel like that.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but even to this day, Jews are not monotheistic. So even in modern times, this would not be translated as something that is monotheistic in nature for Jews, Christians, whatever.
So when Josiah went through and did the reforms, he didn't get rid of all the other gods and switch to Yahwehism?
So the first people known in history to really bring in the idea of the Yud He Vav He were the Shasu tribe. They are the earliest tribe that can be traced that has any inscriptions talking about that they worshipped any kind of divinity with the Yud He Vav He. And it is very possible, because there are some steles and some inscriptions and some hieroglyphics that show them being taken as prisoner by the early Egyptians. And in that could be possibly the basis for the story of how Israelites became slaves and were released from slavery. But it has nothing to do with actual Israelites. It is only later when kind of the Yud He Vav He is read. I'm sorry?
Which stele, so I can research that?
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me pull it up. Yeah. I got to get it from my files.
Okay, thank you.
Let me grab it. But yes, you're completely right. It does say you are, and it never does explicitly say it is taken away from him. We only see in his actions how he no longer possesses the grace of Elohim in his action. Oh, where's my?
You're talking about when he was refused to go into the promised land, like when
and striking when we see him strike the rock, he's lost his entry into the promised land. He falls on his face in grief again and again. But even then, he's seen as a leader, and he's led to teach, to plead with God, to speak with him face to face. So yes, there is never a text that says it has been removed from him. We only can see the texts that show that he is no longer aligning with this idea of divinity that is given to him. And I'm sorry.
But after that, it couldn't have been removed. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I'm sorry. It's taken me a few minutes. I'm trying to pull up. I got a lot of files.
Oh, okay. While you're looking for that, I was going to ask. So, like in Numbers, when he's told to give Joshua some of his authority, right? That means that he still had it, right? Even after he struck the rock, he still had that divinity because, or that authority, because he's told to give some of it to Joshua for Joshua to take over his place, right?
Absolutely. And what that is not the divinic, is the prophetic, like from the Levites, the Levitical authority to be the leader. Like he's choosing the next leader, and so he is giving Joshua the mantle of leadership over the Israelite people.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss on your live there. I'm just going through all of my stuff.
But
so here's one of them.
Did Moses not
and
have
it
that?
is
I'm confused.
So Moses, because he's seen as the redeemer, him and Aaron, and this is something that I questioned quite a bit, is if Aaron was supposed to be the mouthpiece, because here is Moses who is like slow of tongue, whatever. He can't speak. Either he has a stutter or he has some kind of impediment to his speech. And so it's Aaron who is supposed to go and be the mouthpiece. then why Aaron doesn't actually get the credit? Those are questions I talk about with my colleagues, like in terms of Judaism with my colleagues all the time. I see it as a irresponsible, not irresponsible, and inconsistent, like imbalance of power. Okay, so there's some reliefs at Medinet Habu that depicts the Shasu, like a Shasu prisoner. And I have, like, I don't know how I would do that.
Israel Finkelstein talks about that.
And this is supposed to be during the time of Ramesses III. Let me see where my other one is.
Hold on. There's a image of them, right?
Now, and there's a wall carving from the Battle of Kadesh that took place between the 13th century BC between Egyptian Empire of Ramesses II and a Hittite Empire. But that also shows like Egyptians beating Shasu spies.
Hold on, let me see. It's on this one.
Can I say that I love that you have like all of those like ready, like just click, boom.
See, I don't. But the crazy thing is, I need to organize them. I don't know where the.
That's where I'm at. Like I have a Google Drive that I keep all this stuff, and I have gotten to the point where I now have folders for different subjects, like Jewish world culture, books and references, Judaic law, modern prayer theology, rabbinic counseling, like Canaanite theory. Like I have these separated folders, but then in there I have to go hunt down stuff because I just end up saving stuff in each one and then I don't organize it.
Yep, that's yep. And then I have so
I'm
much
like,
more.
wait a minute, I have this in here.
Mm-hmm. I have so much more for the nerds that I haven't even moved into the drive.
I feel that.
Google Docs that I have not even moved over yet.
Every time I have to, and I have a teacher's assistant who comes through when I'm like, I'm going to need these, and like, can you pull those for me for a class? And then he's like, you have got to organize this. I'm like, that's why I have you.
It's an image.
Are you seeing the
right
one
here?
From the detail from the Battle of Kadesh?
Is it this one? This image here?
Oh, I can't. Hold on a second. Let me put on my better glasses. Oh, that is one of them. That's not the one from the Battle of Kadesh. Am I able to send you? Or am I able to send you something through Discord?
Are you in my Discord? I thought you.
I don't think I am. I don't think I am.
Let's see. Lala, are you able to send Rabbi Hannah a link to the Discord right quick?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Where did you send it to? Oh, you sent it to my. Okay. All right. Let me pull it up over here. My apologies. And then what I will do is I'll come in and then I'll put up the one from the Battle at Kadesh.
Thank you.
My internet hates me tonight. Yeah, I have an issue with Aaron versus Moses all the time, but I also have an issue with Miriam.
That's another one because she was a prophet of Moses's, right? She was a prophetess.
So that's how I see it. In fact, I believe that she was
you
not.
cut
and
out.
this
I
is
can
completely.
hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I believe that obviously this is completely like off, off the direct, from my colleagues. But I believe by the way that she received I never say this right, like her skin impurity and is sent out of the camp for 7 days, that she actually was meant to come back in and be a Kohanet, a priestess.
Well, doesn't the text call her a prophet? Oh, she was supposed to be a priestess?
Just one moment. My daughter walked in.
Okay.
I sent it.
Thank you, Lola.
Thinker, did we ever figure out if it was like, or are we still researching if it was like temporary or
it's still researching
if it?
Yeah, yeah, I'm still researching it because like I when in my studies I did see where they said that when he died and he struck the rock, that could be seen as a demotion because Yahweh didn't let him go into the promised land. But my
That's what I
question
was
is,
thinking.
yeah, but my question is, he was made to give when he asked for a leader, he was commanded to give some of his authority, which is in Hebrew the hukah, the hodka, onto Joshua, which is like spiritual wisdom. So he had to still have that divinity, right? Even if they don't see it as like the divineness of Yahweh, he still has that divinity in order for him to pass it on to Joshua. So I don't know, like I don't know, a lot of times like it just feels like the
Okay,
engaging
where?
with the text as is difficult because of beliefs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, and that's
Yeah.
what we would call peshat. Like so in Judaism, when you engage with the text as is, meaning that you just read it like here's what the words say, we call that peshat. Means just surface level. Okay, so and where would you like me to send this this image to? On what?
Are you on my Discord?
I am. I see. I'm at the hello welcome.
Okay. Do you see a channel that says Thinker Live Chat?
Yeah, that's your. Okay, wait a minute. That's your Amazon book list. Oh, I'll have to go look at that because I'm always looking for more books. Oh, and yes, I found it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, hold on, and let me pull it up from there. So this is the one I'm speaking of about when I am saying where'd it go? Fuck me running. I just lost the damn thing. Where is it? Is it still right here? Is it still right here? Please tell me it's still right here. It is, okay. Yeah, okay. There it is. I did have it. Damn it. I just can't see for shit. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm putting it in there right now. Okay. So this is the ancient. I am so sorry.
No, it's a lot of channels in there.
Right, and being like honestly, I'm becoming the nutty rabbi because I lose shit all the time, and I'm like, I have this, but no. To go back to Miriam, the way that she is brought back into the camp, she has to be blessed in the same manner that the priests were anointed. So there is a belief with some of my colleagues and I that this was the way that she was identified as a priestess, and even not just a prophetess, but a priestess as well. And inasmuch as when she passed, so did the well. Like it was the only reason that the Israelites had the water that went with them was in her merit because of her own holiness and her devotion.
So what water? The water that was in the rock, or
no? In the text, when you see that she, and it says she dies, it says that so did the well. When she dies, the well of water disappears.
Okay, and you're saying that that's because she was commissioned to be a priestess?
Yes. So, like I said, this is a thing that a few of my colleagues and I talk about. The one who talks about it the most and has a really great book on it is Rabbi Jill Hammer. She's a wonderful human being. I've known her for 20 years. She writes a book called The Hebrew Priestess. And she goes in and talks about how the text underplays the roles of a lot of women within the biblical text, but really goes into how her belief that Miriam was a priestess is supported by the way she was removed from the camp for 7 days because priests had to leave and kind of purify themselves, and then how she comes back in and she has to be anointed on her thumb, her ear, her genitals, and her toe.
And that was the process for
for bringing in a priest. Yeah, when a new priest was, or when someone was being anointed as a priest, they would be anointed with oil on their ear, their thumb, their genitals, and their toe.
Why the genitals?
Oh, and yes, this life.
Oh, okay.
Toe.
Because that's the creation, the cradle of life. I mean, if we think about it, people were making promises on other people's genitals. Like the genitals were considered the end all be all for everything. That's where we get testament from.
And where does it say Miriam was anointed in that way?
Hold on, and I'll pull it up for you.
Okay.
Where is it? See, now I got to go back to another envelope folder. Where are you? Where are you?
Y'all tap the screen, please.
This should be in Numbers. Well, we start with Numbers 12, where she says, has the Lord only spoken through Moses? Like he has not spoken through us as well. This is when she's calling Moses out, saying, hey, you continually disregard Aaron, you disregard me, and have I not also been? So she's shut out of the camp for 7 days, and the people didn't leave because Miriam was not to be left behind. She's readmitted in Numbers 12:15.
Wasn't she cursed with leprosy for doing that?
She was under quarantine, right?
Yeah. Well, she gets is not leprosy. Now it has been translated as leprosy a few times, but she gets white patches, these glowing white patches over her skin. Now, Rabbi Jill Hammer proposes that this was the way for her to leave and go on what she was supposed to do the 7 days, the same as the priests of the Mishkan at the time. You had to leave for 7 days, kind of go on, because these are indigenous people. You're supposed to, go on a, I don't want to say vision quest, but I'm indigenous to Turtle Island, and so that's as close as I can think of, to purify yourself and become like one with Adonai, and then come back in. Now, when she re-enters, like, it's, where is it? Now, of course, the people waited for her. Where is my... Oh. Mejita de Rabbi Ishmael, the three sisters. Yeah, no, that's not it. And then we got Numbers 12:15. That's when she's led out and they didn't march. And God, where is it? Oh, for heaven's sake. My apologies. I'm actually going to grab this other book here and see if I have it highlighted. I don't get asked about Miriam very often. Or like I don't get an opportunity to bring up Miriam very often.
Yeah, they don't talk about her prophetess.
She absolutely was. Like, and that's why she says, does
I'm
not God talk to us too?
Yeah, but I'm saying they don't talk about it a lot in the book. Like they don't. It's kind of like fly by night mention.
Could be the way that it was then put together later, and I will say by Jews, or what would be considered Jews, because we don't want to talk about women being strong members of our society, of the society back then, or that they could have been touched by whatever did it. Yeah, the Tazara, symbolic impurity. She becomes white as snow. Where's the thing? Where is it? Do I have it somewhere else? You know what? Give me just a minute. I'm going to dig in and find it. Like I said, I got notes everywhere.
Okay. Let me see. Leviticus 8. I fucking hate the King James version. Let's see. Moses took some of his blood and put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, and on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. After Aaron's sons were brought forward, Moses put some of the blood on the lobes of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. And Moses dashed the rest of the blood against all sides of the altar. Is feet here a euphemism for genitals? Because
You notice it separates the toe from the feet.
It's the rest of the blood also on the toes of their right feet, right, and on the big toes of their right feet.
Oh, okay. Where am I? Where is it? So sorry. I don't mean to. I'm probably boring everybody in here, and I apologize for that.
No, this is what we do on Thursdays.
Oh no, this is very interesting, and I am over here just searching away. I love it.
Well, I'm glad I could help. Like, this is really a like marginal, like it is a theory on the margins of Judaism. It is really more proposed by women in Judaism. In fact, Rabbi Hammer is the founder of the Kohenet Institute, which was training modern age Kohenet, modern age priestesses.
Oh, okay. Is most of her so most of her like, I guess, evidence that of it would be Talmudic, maybe?
No, I know part of it is the way that everyone had to enter back into the camp. Let her be quarantined until they pass 7 days. Maybe, where is her thing about it? Oh, it might actually be. Hold on. No, that's not it. Oh, I know it's here. My goodness. She has, you know what? And I'll put a link to it, by the way, in the Discord, but I have a link to Rabbi Hammer's lecture on it.
Okay, thank you.
So let me find it right now.
I think I've heard of her tonight. It was something that I was reading about Psalms 82 and somebody.
Oh, I love her. And honestly, part of it is, like I said, I've known her for 20 years. She was my mother's teacher, so my mom studied to be Kohenet. My mom was already a Cantor, but understanding that as an original indigenous like nation, that the cycle of the earth is something that Jews also participated in. I mean, we have Shake Your Lemon at God Day for the harvest, where we participate in these rituals that are based in earth rights. We just do. And to this day we do. We, like I said, Shake Your Lemon at God Day.
That's cool. Yeah. What were we looking for?
Oh, here we go. There it is. Well, here is her article on it, but I know she also has a lecture that I got to listen to. So there's the article. And then where's her lecture at? Did I download it? I know it's on my phone. That's a tour. Is that the one? Miriam's Cup. I do that. But that's just a Jew thing. I'm talking to myself and I apologize. I'm a verbal processor. So we, my family, we put a cup, during Seder, we don't just put the Elijah's cup. We put a cup out for Miriam that has water in it. Is this it? Oh yeah, here's, I gotta download this. Am I able to upload a file?
Yeah, I just hit the plus button.
And okay, I want to make sure that it's not. So here is a article that she wrote with Taya Sher, who was the co-founder of. That's lecture. Where the hell did it go?
I'm reading about the Shasu stele as well.
Yep.
I
gotta organize all this. I got so much shit on here. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Wait, is that it? I don't think that's it. I think that's the other one.
So it's saying that the stele was produced during Ramses II reign, but it's referring to the Hyssops. The 400 year is referring to 400 years earlier, 1680 BCE, at the beginning of the 15th dynasty with the Hyssops, which is what Israel Finkelstein says as well. So are you saying that the Hyssops are the Israelites, or
no? So I merely was discussing the first instances of where we see the word Yud He Vav He, where we see
I thought you were saying
the divine name.
I thought you were saying
no,
that was proof that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt.
No. Oh, the Israelites were not enslaved. That is a bunch of shit. Sorry.
Okay.
It's not nowhere historic. What I'm saying is that the idea that these Israelites were enslaved could have come from the fact that the Shasu tribe, this small tribe that did worship this deity with the Yud He Vav He, were taken prisoner. They were a pastoral nomadic tribe, and they were taken prisoner. Okay. And that might be where the authors got the idea to like overlay. Oh no, it was the Israelites because we have the Yud He Vav He.
Okay,
see,
I get it.
Yeah. There is one, if I can find it. I know there's one stele as well. Do I have it in my files still? That discusses like the 300 like Hebrews that lived there. But to be quite honest, and this is just as me being not, me also being an academic, I don't like the idea of saying that Egypt was not capable of creating their own infrastructure without the use of outside slave labor. It's also the same as the people who believe the pyramids were made by aliens. What you are saying is that these brown people were not capable of having that kind of intelligence, and it's just stupid to me.
Yeah, but we do know that Egypt did have slaves, though, right?
Yes, they did, but they didn't have 600,000.
Right.
They did not have 600,000 slaves.
That's true.
And when I try to bring that into reality, if they had 600,000 slaves that left in mass exodus, their infrastructure completely would collapse.
So with the other surrounding nations that they were trading with as well, and that's one point that I bring up too. Like it would have not only affected Egypt, it would have affected the nations that they traded with also.
Absolutely. So I say we don't see that. And the Egyptians were meticulous in record keeping. Mm-hmm. So there's no way 600,000 people go off in mass exodus, and yet there's not a lick of information about it outside this one text.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I say that 1,000 times in here, and they cuss me out. Hold on, I'll be right back. Zena, if you have a question, you can go ahead. I'll be right back.
I'm trying to find that stele that talks about the Hebrews. Where is it in my drive?
No, thank you. This is so I actually had a question while you're looking about that, more about Miriam and the thought process that you said it was like a glow on her. It was, it wasn't necessarily a punishment. Like it was.
So that's where you'll find scholarship differs, because sometimes the word is often translated as leprosy, but it isn't. It is supposed to be a symbolic, like impurity. So if she glows white with this symbolic impurity, and then she has to go out into the desert for 7 days to become ritually pure and go on her quest to become ritually pure, which was a lot of prayer, this kind of ritual at the time, then it was not necessarily leprosy, but the way that she made her point, aren't Aaron and I, don't I and Aaron count? And only ones being recognized, of course, are Moses, because he's being a shit. He's gotten to the point where his britches are so big, he doesn't think he needs anybody, including the fact that he is abusing his wife. That's where Miriam steps in, is like, what you're doing to your wife is ridiculous, because now he believes he's above it all. He doesn't have to. He abandons his wife because, he's gotten to a place in his head where he's like, I am the all, end all be all. Look at me. I get to talk to God in person.
Right.
Fuck all that.
He
And
has like
she
that
comes up and
direct
says,
line.
so, yes. And she says, hey, we do too. We're a member of the same bloodline. We also speak to God. And of course, he's like, the divine voice says, hey, you're going to get out of here. But in the idea of it being leprosy is not necessarily correct, as the idea she becomes white as snow. She is cast outside the tent for 7 days, and they didn't leave, like I said earlier, until she was back.
Can I ask why Aaron wasn't also punished in that instance? Like, what is the, I know Christians, they just say, well, they don't really say anything. They never have, an excuse. And why was Aaron not also punished as well? Because he stood there,
Yeah, but he didn't say anything. It was Miriam who said, even though it's Miriam and Aaron who are supposed to be approaching Moses, we see. Miriam and Aaron go to approach Moses and say, hey, you're being a shit. It's only Miriam who really speaks up and says you're being a shit. Aaron has been described as being kind of meek. Yes, he is the priest of the temple, and really the only time we see him, like, I don't want to say manning up, but like talking to God in any sort of way is with Korach. After Korach and God's pissed off and he's going to now kill everybody, or unalive. Sorry, TikTok. And by the way, I love everything.
Okay. You can say kill on here. You can say I don't do the unalive in here.
Oh, okay. I just always want to be careful of other people's lives.
I respect
we
that.
we see him go and get his staff. We see it written that Moses gets his staff, and both of them stand between the people and God, and are like, hey, you need to knock it off. But that's really, aside from him being with Moses and, Aaron, stretch out my stick, Aaron is not portrayed as a man who has a lot of words, or that he is going to say a lot of words. He shows up with Miriam, but that's it. Like, he doesn't really say anything. Now, in the Mechita de Rabbi Ishmael, Miriam is named as one of the three sustaining figures of Israel, alongside Moses and Aaron. She is seen as equal to, in like Talmudic text and Midrash, she is seen as equal to Moses and Aaron.
Well, if that's the case, then I can't imagine, from what you're telling me, it may not be textual, but from what you're telling me, that they didn't have a discussion, I guess, before they approached Moses. And it feels... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm listening. I just was kind of nodding my head in agreement with you.
You're right. And it feels as if it was a beyond just a disagreement between Moses, her, and God. She was used as an example in some way, and
that's a very good point, especially because she never speaks again. The only time we now, after she re-enters the camp, the only time we hear about Miriam again is when she dies, and we're told that the well goes with her. That once she dies, the well is gone as well, as disappears, and they no longer have a well that follows them from camp to camp. She never speaks again, or we don't know if she ever speaks again. We only know, obviously, what the text says, and the text does not depict her again until her death.
Thank you for answering. Yeah, that's something that I'm really, that has really struck with me. Why was her punishment so, in my opinion, severe, and why was she silenced in that way going forward? Whereas, Aaron, he did lose his sons, I don't know if we say it's their fault or not for going in that temple, but he lost his sons, and that's not tied to anything specifically, but it's like everybody is punished, and yet all three are seen as equal. From what you're telling me, it's very interesting, the dynamic and what happens to them.
It always has been to me as well. And when Rabbi Hammer started putting forth this idea, that she really started digging in and saying, wait a minute, we see this happen. We know at the time that this was also happening to those who were to become priests. Could we really think that this was the text way of signaling that? Obviously, the text explicitly does not say that. And so I can't say, the text directly says that this is what happens to Miriam, outside of she's cast out, she's brought back in, not heard of again until she dies. But again, as Jews, we go beyond what is called Peshat, and that is where Rabbi Hammer starts to build her understanding and her theories on this Miriam character within the text. Because obviously, and I should put that out there, Miriam never existed, neither did Moses. And at me if you want, but there's no historical evidence to back it up.
Like, it's symbolic. Like, and I was wondering if Miriam represented the switch over from Mother Goddess worship to the patriarchal God.
It very well could be. I mean, if we're looking at the time period, we really see the tearing down, of course, during King Josiah, of course, is when he's saying take down the Asherah poles. And up till then, it was not unheard of. I mean, we still, even later on, was it later? Hold on. I got to get my timeline right. I mean, we still see worship of small, like, patron deities and house gods within the Israelite worship in the text. Rachel hides them under her ass when they're running away from Laban.
Right. But that was pre-Josiah reform, though, right?
Yes, and Josiah really only wanted to get rid of the Mother Goddess worship because he didn't want to be seen as women having any sort of power.
Oh, he was only getting rid of the Mother Goddess?
Yeah, when the Asherah poles, that's it.
But
he's
the one who's trying to bring
the
pillars. Didn't he tear down all the pillars?
I have the pillars are like, I have it on my I have one on my desk. So the pillars were kind of a ritual, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, that slid into a piece of the ritual
and the
sacred altar
the snake,
place.
The golden snake that the Israelites started worshiping, like they kind of made that an idol. He got rid of that too, didn't he?
Yeah, he was going towards monotheism, but he really only speaks about the removing of the Asherah poles and going towards like male monotheism.
And Baal, like the Canaanite god Baal, like he got rid of male deities too, right?
You actually might be right, and I just am mixing it up with another person, which would not be unlike me.
I think Jeremiah got rid of the Asherah. Josiah got rid of the Asherah, but wasn't it right? Jeremiah who requested the Asherah poles to be taken down?
Let me check
about Jeremiah.
I thought it was. Let me look. Let me pull up my.
He got rid of Topath. The Topath.
Tophet.
Is it Tophet? Yeah, he got rid of that. The Tophet. Chemosh, the high places that.
Chemosh.
That is that how you say it? Chemosh.
Chemosh, yeah.
Yeah. Like
I apologize. Give me a second. My daughter's walking right back in.
Okay. I think she's thinking about Jeremiah, because I know Jeremiah talked about the Asherah poles. And But I'm wondering if Miriam, do you see what I mean by saying Miriam? Like when she said that the whale left when Miriam died, I feel like that's symbolic of the mother goddess switch. Like I think that Eve, the punishment in the garden, um, now like saying that and your desire will be your husband, and then when he tells Adam, tells her that Adam would rule over her. I feel like that's a switch. I feel like like why else would it be a punishment if he was already ruling over her? You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Why else would it be a
yeah.
curse?
And that's why I was asking, like, this sticks out to me as like she's silenced, right?
Yeah.
Going forward, and they're transitioning into something new, right? There's a new beginning for these people,
which is the patriarchal.
Yeah, it's like a revival for them.
Yes. I'm so sorry. Like my daughter wanted to let me know that my wife had fallen asleep. So we see a few places like Gideon and Judges. Gideon is told to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah poles that are next to it. Then we see that the people, of course, are furious, and Gideon's father says, "Let Baal contend with him," being, the Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. Asa, king of Judah, said, we're going to do what's right in the eyes of the Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, and removes Asherah idols and disposed of his grandmother's Macha from being queen mother because she made an image for Ashtaroth. And then Jehu destroys the temple. It's Jehu who destroys the temple of Baal, and then Baal paraphernalia. And we see, of course, again in Hezekiah, 2 Kings, that broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah. It didn't really necessarily work. If we're looking back to archaeology, we see there's a dig site that removed 250 Asherah statues from Jerusalem alone. And then coming out farther away from Jerusalem, the statues changed slightly because smaller communities pictured Asherah in different ways. So you'll see mostly kind of that pinched nose looking effect, and then artifact, and then as you go further out, the head shape changes. Sometimes the arm, the body shape changes, and develops into other goddesses such as Ishtar. Where's my picture?
And then how did the gods come back after Josiah gets rid of them? They end up worshiping them again. Like
yes,
they come back.
Well, and that's because this is the area that Josiah is over. So outside of Josiah's providence, people were still worshiping these gods. People were still worshiping Ishtar. Worshiping Baal, worshiping
So he never really got rid of them.
No, not all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was able to do so in his where he was, or like where he ruled over. But there, and a lot of them still worshipped Asherah in the privacy of their own home. That's the other thing that was revealed in the dig that was in Jerusalem in like 1982. When I went to my last conference, there was a biblical archaeologist who presented a paper on the development of the distinction and like evolution of Asherah through her cultic imagery from Jerusalem into the surrounding and spread out nations. It was a really interesting paper. And she shows some photographs of houses or like that are still, you can see kind of the blueprint of them and how they were set up, even though most of them are knocked down, and where the idols or the statues would fit, as well as where the I'm looking at it and I can't think of the word of it, as well as like the cultic. It slid into, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get sundowners, I swear. It slid into the ritual altar and either was used to burn incense or oils or make a small offering to. And it was travelable. Like you would slide it back out.
It had an inscription on it, blessed by Yahweh and his Asherah.
Oh no,
Are you
that's
talking about
on
that
a pottery
excavation?
shirt. No,
Okay.
oh no, you're thinking that's Kolit or Kolit Arjud? No, hold on.
Okay.
I'll show it to you. No, hold on and I'll.
Hey, Thinker, what?
So
What was
during one of
Hezekiah?
the excavations. Oh, I thought you were asking me what I just said. Go ahead. What did you say?
No. Please continue.
Oh no, I was just saying during one of the excavations they found an inscription in one of the houses where they found the idols, the figurines of Asherah.
I can pull that up for you. Okay.
Let me give you the big screen. I'm sorry. Is this what you're showing?
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. So this is one of the Asherah like poles. So it had, of course, like different carvings into it, and it would sit into the altar. And then you can see here is Asherah down here. And then at the top, there's an imprint to allow for incense or oil or some other ritualistic offering.
Yeshua HaMashiach is in the comments talking about that sin.
Not you again. Listen, could you hop off my clit, please?
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. So
let me find the shard for you because I have photographs of the shard.
Okay. And then in the incense in the temples, did they use ganja? THC?
It's likely. I mean, or something to the effect that would give that kind of effect to elevate somebody.
Oh wow. I know Dan McClellan had shared a article. I took a screenshot of it, but I haven't had time to research it yet. But he shared an article where during an excavation they found the bones. Well, they found some incense, temple incense in the incense they found in the residue THC. And then they found the bones of a young girl who had died during childbirth. She was giving birth and she died, and they found THC residue in her lungs. And the scholar was saying that it appears that the priest had given her that to kind of like, I guess, calm her down. Hold on, somebody's at my door. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm pulling up the shard and I'll put it in the Discord for you. Where's the shard? Yeah, and the shard does say El, it has the inscription El and his Asherah. And of course shows El with a very large genital selection.
What was Hezekiah's role in destroying the poles? Like, is there any I'm like reading here and I saw his name pop up and I was like, huh. Is that just like